101. Chapter 101. As the world's top powerhouse, Hongfu is very powerful, but he is praised for his super powerful and domineering look. However, today, an 18-year-old child actually told them that his domineering look is stronger than red hair, winning in a domineering collision with the red-haired overlord. How could this happen? Although the number of contacts is small, the red-haired overlord color has been felt by Lieutenant General Crane and Green Pheasant in these years. As strong men, they only felt that the overlord look was terrifying. Back then, Lieutenant General Crane, who had been in contact with One Piece, felt that the red-haired overlord look was no weaker than gaudy middle Roger. Today, however, all this has been overturned. The Green Pheasant took a deep look at Arthur, and then exclaimed, "Allah, Allah, that's really amazing. Did you lose even the domineering red hair? It seems that you really are the top power in the world." Arthur laughed when he heard the words, "It's over, I'm afraid there is still some distance from the top of the world." After speaking, the atmosphere was a little silent for a while. Lieutenant Crane thought quickly in his mind at this time, the child in front of him has a domineering look and may be stronger than red hair, and fighting with it is only slightly inferior. From these 2 points, the opponent is undoubtedly a powerhouse who already possesses the fighting power of the 4 emperors. He has appeared in the New World and the Great Route many times, and even went to the East China Sea twice to guide the transformation of the Fisherman Island. Could it be? Is a senior cadre of the Revolutionary Army, even one of the leaders of the Revolutionary Army, that is not inferior to Dogra? Or is it the successor trained by Dogra? For a time, Lieutenant General Crane's mind flashed a lot of information. However, all this was done between lightning and thunder. In Arthur's eyes, Lieutenant General Crane just took a bite and didn't speak. However, Lieutenant General Crane did not expect her brain thinking activity, although Arthur did not know the specific meaning, but could get the other party's emotions from the complex brain waves. At that moment, Arthur was shocked by the activity level of Lieutenant General Crane's brain waves. He hasn't seen the brainwave activity become so active when he sleeps. This is the Lieutenant General known as the Wise General and the Chief Advisor. Isn't even the Warring States Lieutenant General who listened to his advice? Arthur's eyes were filled with exclamation, and he glanced at Lieutenant General Crane. "Actually, it's a coincidence that you are here this time." Arthur's words attracted the attention of Lieutenant General Crane and Green Pheasant. "I'm also thinking about how to meet with the people of the world government. Although you are a little different from the officials of the world government, you are also a member of the world government. After all, it is just right to come." Lieutenant General Crane raised his head and looked at Arthur. "Want to meet the people of the world government?" Arthur nodded and said, "Yes. I have been back and forth on the King High Sea many times in the past few years, and I have fought against the red hair. I feel that my strength is good and should be able to protect my country. So, I want to declare the existence of the world's Sky Island. In this case, I feel that joining the world government and becoming a member of the country is a very good choice. After all, there is a reliable government agency like the Navy, and the security of the first half of the Great Route is still very high. If I sit in town, it will be very safe. My people can also enjoy the scenery different from the White Sea and the King High Sea." After 2 sentences, Lieutenant General Crane and King Pheasant were once again stunned. The purpose of their coming this time was nothing but to determine Arthur's position, because the Navy's control in the first half of the Great Route is pretty good. Most of the pirates are here. Only a small number of truly powerful pirate regiments can travel to the New World through the Navy's military deployment and pursuit in the first half of the Great Route. But the appearance of Arthur suddenly broke this balance. Suspected of the fighting power of the 4 emperors, it is undoubtedly a huge threat in the air on the Great Route that the Navy has operated for many years. Let's not talk about other things. At least we must confirm its position. Even if it is a non-participating country, it is also possible, as long as it does not oppose the Navy. But if it is against the Navy, it will be a big trouble. A 4-emperor level combat power, appearing in the first half of the Great Route, will cause incalculable damage to the first half. This is also the reason why the Navy has guarded the first half of the Great Route for so many years and resolutely refused to let the four emperors enter. It also takes the first half of the Great Route as the rear, and slowly cannibalize the New World by all means. Even though the words of One Piece before his death made the Navy's influence in the first half weakened a lot, even the territory of the New World was almost lost. But after all, the situation in the first half of the Great Route was stabilized and some branches of the New World were guarded. Now, Arthur said that he wanted to join the world government and become a franchise. This is simply the news that Lieutenant General He was overjoyed. Although she still had some doubts in her heart. But she didn't feel any malice from Arthur, it was just a little gloomy. For Kongdao, although not much information is known, there are still a few records about Kongbai. The last time I watched the battle between Arthur and Red Hair with the video bug, Carp talked about Kongbai. At that time, the warring states and Lieutenant General Crane were still a pity. But now, things have turned in a huge turn. The franchise countries with 4 Emperor-class combat power appeared in the first half, which is definitely a huge help to the Navy. Once we can reach a strategic consensus with Arthur and some win-win deals, then I am afraid that the Navy will have a stronger control over the first half of the Great Route. Moreover, as a member of the world government, if the Navy can establish a good relationship, maybe it can ask Arthur to help. Even though he was skeptical, there were still some smiles on Lieutenant General Crane's face. Aside, the green pheasant's face also softened. Oh yeah. Do you want to join the world government and become one of the participating countries? Lieutenant General Crane's voice seemed a lot lighter. However, it is also true that a powerful and uncertain 4 Emperor-class combat power stays in the sky in the first half of the Great Route, and the high-ranking Navy generals cannot relax in their hearts. Now this result is not only unexpected, but also amazed them. Yes, I don't like pirates personally, although pirates like Red Hair and Whitebeard have helped many people to some extent. Their identity as a pirate has done a lot of harm to the world. Yes. The wrinkles on Lieutenant General Crane's face seemed to unfold at this moment. Hearing Arthur's words, he nodded in agreement. So you chose to join the world government? The green pheasant took a sip of empty island wine. Not bad. Arthur nodded. No one mentioned the group of people above the world government, because everyone here knows that it's just a bunch of rubbish. In this case, the old man can help you contact the relevant officials of the world government. If you are ready, you can also give us the Sky Island officials in charge of this matter, and we will escort them to the world government. Mary Jo. Lieutenant General Crane, after thinking about it, after next year, 1520 will be the World Government Conference. If you join before that, it will be just in time for the next meeting. At the meeting, there will be one more franchise country, or a powerful franchise country with 4 emperor ranks. This will be a very powerful propaganda. Whether it is for the world government or the Navy, there are many benefits. But the key is Lieutenant General Crane's emphasis on some resources of Sky Island. If warships can be propelled by wind shells, it will be easier for the Navy when chasing pirates. Oh, that's okay. I have already selected the Sky Island officials who are negotiating with the world government, but I'm just waiting for a suitable time. Since Miss He is willing to help this, please. Arthur nodded to Lieutenant General He, speaking sincerely. You won't be disappointed, child. Lieutenant General Crane smiled and nodded. No one knew that Arthur wanted to join the world government because he had the idea of using a ladder to climb to the sky. Lieutenant General Crane and Green Pheasant breathed a sigh of relief, and a pleasant lunch ended. Chapter 102. P.S. I found that some people seem to feel that joining the world government is like condescending to be a dog for the Dan long run. Thinking too much. Absolutely impossible. Think about how I describe the protagonist's domineering look. I'm the only one, okay? This is just a step in the plan. Cole. I'll beg you this time. We must ask us to build an island from a non-participating country in King High as the gateway between us and King High. This is one of the basic conditions. Inside the conference hall, Arthur gave orders to the Sky Island officials who he was going to send to the world government Mary Jo this time. Also, it is proposed that we can freely invite Q High to come to the Sky Island. As for which Q High is, it is up to us to decide. As for the Navy to station here, just say we. After thinking about it, Arthur still thinks it's over. Don't be afraid of having a garrison. As long as it is not here in the future, no one cares. Forget it. That's it. Yes, God. Gankole nodded. He didn't quite understand Arthur's requirements, but he knew one thing. That is, since Arthur became a god, he has not done anything meaningless and useless. So although I don't understand, Gankole just nodded and didn't ask more. After that, Arthur teleported to the Navy warship and said to Lieutenant General Crane, who was waiting on the ship, "Miss Crane, I beg you for the people like me. I look forward to the good news." Lieutenant General Crane nodded with a smile, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, this matter is also a good thing for the world government. There will be no problem." Then, "Goodbye, Miss Crane, General Green Pheasant." Arthur nodded at both of them. These 2 days have bothered me. It's really great here. I think he'll come again if I get the chance. The Green Pheasant nodded and looked at the surrounding scenery. He feels that it is especially suitable for a lazy night's sleep. Especially you can find some flowing clouds and sleep on them. No one can disturb you. It's really a treasure. Then I must welcome. Goodbye, too. Arthur said goodbye again, and then left the warship. After a while, the warship was activated, led by a few angels, and headed in the direction it came. Behind him, the mission sent by Arthur also slowly moved, following the warship and leaving the Sky Island. All the members of the mission were all excited on the ship of Sky Island. This is the first time they left the empty island and went to King High. Watching the warship leaving with the messenger, Arthur turned and left. In the Island of Gods, shrines, luxurious and majestic but majestic palaces, a thunder light appeared, and then it twisted and changed into Arthur. Arthur went to Jessica's training facility, when Jessica was working hard to practice swordsmanship. Although relying on the floating fruits, Jessica already has a stronger strength than the Lieutenant General Elite, not weak at all, the veteran Elite Lieutenant General, and even faintly means to break through the Quasi-General. But this is still far away. At least 3 years. It is possible that women are more difficult in terms of strength after all. However, Jessica still wanted to cultivate the dual sword style to the level of a great swordsman. She hopes to become a powerful female swordsman. Jessica, Arthur called. Jessica turned a deaf ear to her ears, and proceeded with her basic training to enhance her understanding of kendo and the exercise of her arm strength. Next, we have a lot of things to do. Stop for a while. When things are almost done, I will take you to Hawkeye Mihawk or other kendo masters. The Navy can also find kendo masters. This time, Jessica stopped, turned her head happily, and said, "Really?" Arthur nodded. "Of course." "Okay, I'll go take a wash." Jessica happily flew to the bathroom in the training ground. After washing, Jessica exuded alluring breath, who kept stirring Arthur's heartstrings, followed Arthur to the Orange Garden. Today, Arthur is going to take Nami to Visalia. The study of astronomical phenomena should also begin. At that time, Nami, who has a certain strength, can even help herself a lot. I went to Visalia to study with the old men for a period of time, and then followed the old men to the moon to study. I had already talked to Nami before. Now only wait for bubble floating island technology and spacecraft technology to be mastered, and then those astronomical scientists will be sent to the moon. P.S. Someone always complains about Jessica, and now, her use is coming, and it's very big. I don't know how you guys feel after reading this chapter. There are so many things in this angel kingdom. And Visalia stayed in the sky near Bika. When Namaching returns, Nami will control Visalia. After all, the celestial sphere is still very important. In the future, when the angel kingdom is acquired, Nami will be the goddess of the celestial elephant. Soon, a month passed, and the mission had not yet returned. Regarding the techniques of the two bubble technologies, the old men in Visalia have already taught them to the angels in the Sky Island Science and Technology Department to learn them. These two technologies cannot be said to be completely unrelated to astronomical science, but they are not deeply related. This is also the reason why those old men are willing to surrender their technology generously. On the same day, Jessica and Arthur took Nami to Visalia. The old men just chatted for a while, and they were overjoyed, because Nami's talent in this area is really terrifying. The old men liked Nami, a genius girl who accepted that they were just inheritance. The windless zone to the east is above 10,000 meters above the sky. This is not in the range of the Sky Island. Although there are some large and small flowing clouds, they are very sparse and rare. At this time, there is a 10-kilometer diameter island with exotic flowers and plants, and many very beautiful creatures. The island is floating in the air, and many angels are busy working on the flowing clouds around and at the bottom for construction. It is already the second month since he sent Nami to Visalia. At this time, Nami has also followed the group of old men to the moon. Because the manufacturing technology of the two bubble technologies has been mastered, the rest is the actual operation. And this small island named Treasure Island by Arthur is very beautiful, and even the animals on it are very beautiful. Moreover, all the creatures on this island are peace-loving creatures, that is to say, all are herbivores. After bringing Jessica back, let Jessica go to establish an intelligence agency, and Arthur also privately asked Jessica to search for 10 islands with extremely single natural environments on 2 great routes. At the same time, it also asked Jessica to find some very distinctive, beautiful and very special islands. And this island is one of them. After the transformation is completed, the island will float in the realm of the Angel Kingdom as a tourist island. However, transformation is not easy. There are only 500 angels involved in the transformation now. In order to implement the plan as soon as possible, Arthur announced the recruitment of technicians for the reconstruction and maintenance of the floating island 2 months ago. So now, there are 10,000 angels around this island. More than 500 of them learn techniques from those old men. Now, these people are teaching apprentices while trying to reform for the first time. After these people connect and transform the 3 islands, these people will be the captains, and every 50 people will be the backbone, leading 1,000 people to transform other islands. There are too many islands transformed with floating island technology. Jessica will bring about 50 islands one after another. Of these islands, there are 20 residential islands, ranging from 30 square kilometers to 70 square kilometers. 5 of them are turned into 1-star to 5-star hotel islands. The 3 most high-end islands with the most beautiful climate and scenery serve as islands that attract elites from other races to join the Angel Kingdom and reward the islanders who have contributed to the kingdom. There are also 7 that will perfectly integrate with the existing sky islands in Arthur's kingdom. Land, islands and clouds rely on each other and alternately exist. Anyway, some beautiful women on the island have a high artistic vision. So there has been an art academy for a long time. All islands will have the 2 characteristics of King Hai and Kong Dao under the design of these beauties. It is very ornamental and artistic, but also very practical. There are 6 entertaining islands, all of which are wonderful islands from the windless zone. The things on the islands are very interesting. Coupled with a certain transformation, it can become a very natural and interesting paradise park. There are also 11 tourist islands, such as the island that is undergoing transformation. These islands also have different wonderful scenery and functions. Some islands have a very comfortable and relaxing feeling, some make people feel happy, and some whole islands release a kind of gas to quickly relieve fatigue. There is also an island that is very peculiar, and the whole is volcanic. The bottom has a diameter of 5 kilometers, and a circle of natural pits are arranged on it. The most amazing thing is that there is a strange energy source inside this volcanic island, so as an extinct volcano, it can emit heat. Moreover, moisture can be condensed from the air, so strange rootless hot springs have appeared, and bathing in them can relieve fatigue. And, the higher the upward, the higher the efficiency and the better the water quality. So from the bottom to the top, there are exactly 7 laps. The center is not counted, because there will be Arthur's Royal Special. There are also 5 commercial islands, but these islands are not very special. There are 3 fighting islands, which are 11 square kilometers, 14 square kilometers, and 9 square kilometers. These islands all have one thing in common, that is, the texture is very hard, but relatively light. Arthur planned to divide the island into 3 levels according to the hardness of the island, and then let Jessica harden the ground to withstand the intense aftermath of the battle. According to the distribution of strength, there are probably 3 levels below Major General to Lieutenant General, and Lieutenant General to Quasi-General. There are 2 food islands, one island the mature Boeing Islands, allowing people to freely enjoy the food from the natural world. Of course, there is a charge for entering. After all, Boeing Islands is a special plant that relies on those food to attract prey and then devour it. In order not to hurt people, Arthur can only feed them artificially. In this case, he must charge a high fee per person. There is also a strange island with an area of 110 square kilometers. This island, named Food Island by Arthur, no matter what is planted on it, it will be exceptionally rich in nutrients and taste better. Therefore, on this island, Arthur is planning to invite some chefs who can make unique food flavors to station here from all over the world, as well as the first and second half of the Great Route. It becomes Donghai District, Beihai District, Xihai District, Nanhai District, New World District, and Paradise District. Then there is a food paradise in the middle, including top foods from various places. There is also one that Jessica considered to be the most beautiful after searching thousands of islands. And this island will be Arthur's back garden. At that time, it will be perfectly integrated with the current Island of God. Of course, an island named Las Vegas by Arthur must also be mentioned. Gambling, human hobby. This island only existed at the time of the plan, and Arthur was certain that it would bring terrible benefits to himself. As for Tazolo, just ignore him, and if you dare to come and ask for something, you will abolish him. Golden fruit. Leave it with him temporarily. Seeing that Treasure Island was transformed by the angels, a huge bubble slowly appeared at the bottom, and Arthur did not continue to wait for the birth of the first floating island. Pulling Jessica, Arthur flew back to the Angel Kingdom, and the next big plan should begin. 103. Chapter 103. Hai Yuan Calendar 1518. December. In the discussion hall, Arthur sat high on the throne. Below are the important officials of the 8 islands, as well as the heads of the kingdom's medical department, police department, defense department, transportation department, and so on. 3 days ago, I went to the world government to go to Gang Cole, who had just returned from Marijoa. When I came back this time, joining the world government was a foregone conclusion, because the certificates and rules and regulations that belonged to the world's participating countries were taken back. Sky Island, with the title of Angel Empire, was added to the franchise sequence by the world government. After the new year passes, this matter will be officially announced to the world. As for the subsequent stationing of the Navy, after consultation with the representatives sent by the Navy, it will be decided to place it on an island within the Empire. Except for the certificate representing the franchise country, Arthur didn't care about any other rules and regulations. Just send the heavenly gold every year. Other matters are the internal affairs of the Empire, and only Arthur can decide. What I want is nothing more than the title of the world franchise, that little gold in the sky, waiting for the completion of his 50 floating islands plan, can earn back dozens of times and hundreds of times. After listening to Gang Cole's retelling of this line, Arthur also began to talk about the reasons for the convening of local officials. I am going to start the nationwide relocation as soon as the new year passes. What? National relocation? Move the country away? What does it mean? As soon as Arthur said this, the hall buzzed into aphasia. Quiet. Arthur frowned. Don't think Arthur is only 19 years old now, but no one dares to offend his majesty. One is that Arthur's strength is too strong, from the inside out. He exudes an aura like a giant. If it is not usual to converge, few of these people can stand here and dare to face the dialogue with Arthur. The second is Arthur's domineering look. Although it is also convergent, it still exudes the aura of a lofty and solemn king. The two are the same. Although Arthur rarely handles government affairs on Sky Island, he rarely manages affairs. But as long as you speak, don't dare to refuse. Now our empire is located above the windless zone, and part of our territory and the gateway to the gate of heaven are in the middle of the first half of the Great Route. This position is very inconsistent with my positioning and vision for the future of the empire. So, I will relocate the Sky Island to the back of the first half of the Great Route. Of course, Appiado and Vine Island will also be moved. They are still in a windless zone, and the other islands will also be moved. At that time, I will put the gate of the kingdom of heaven, on the Great Route, and most of the whole area will be placed in the airless zone. As for the design, I have asked the Design Institute to release the sketches, so please take a look at it. After Arthur finished speaking, he gestured to a beautiful angel who was very intelligent. The beauty knows and uses the video shell to release a picture. In the picture, the first picture is a place with a diameter of about 300 kilometers and the White Sea vacant. The White Sea below is still there. The second picture is this vacant field of the White Sea, with a huge vine in the center. And above the vines, there was the Apolado they were familiar with, but it was completely different from what it looked like now. Moreover, the ratio of that vine is obviously larger than the current one. The current vines are about 12,000 meters. But in the picture, I am afraid it is at least 15,000 meters. In the third picture, it takes Appiado as its axis and surrounds the White Sea with a width of 3 kilometers around Appiado. Around the White Sea there is a circle of slightly higher circular island clouds blocking the edge of the White Sea. In the fourth picture, many floating islands of various colors appeared suddenly. The locations of these floating islands are carefully designed. From the shadow expression above, it can be seen that these floating islands are interconnected and will not affect each other. In other words, the shadow of a floating island is very clever, rarely covering another floating island. However, the White Sea below was in the shadow, but due to the height of the floating island, it is not very dark. The fifth picture shows the many beautiful, reasonably located, interconnected large and small clouds between these floating islands. The large cloud channel communicates with the main floating islands and is up to 200 meters wide. There is a strip of island cloud 3 meters wide and 5 meters high in the middle that divides it into two halves. The small cloud road is even more. It is only 80 meters wide. And there is also an island cloud in the middle that divides the cloud road into two. There are also many road signs that they can't understand, etc., which Arthur borrowed from the Earth's traffic rules. These floating islands are not all interconnected. First of all, Arthur's shrine was at a height of 15,000 meters. There are no islands in the surrounding area, and 500 meters below it is the same place as before, where the guards of the shrine were located. The only thing that changed was that Arthur's office was also moved to this floor. Around here, there are 10 floating islands of 2 square kilometers in size. Each island has an exclusive mark, and this is the barracks prepared for the 10 army. 1 kilometer further down is the headquarters of the various government departments of the Angel Empire. Around here, about 10 kilometers outside the range of Appiado, a small number of floating islands of various kinds began to appear. These floating islands are of different heights and are arranged in an orderly manner in the air. Most of them are floating islands with high-end functions among the 50 islands selected by Arthur. These floating islands are not connected to Appiado. 1,500 meters further down is Apolado, whose appearance has changed drastically. There are 8 empty islands at an altitude of 500 meters around Appia. The 8 empty islands have been inhabited by the aborigines of the empty islands. Below it, outside the area flush with Appiado, 5 kilometers outside the Ring Sea, and about 200 kilometers away, are all kinds of floating islands. There are 2,500 meters below Appiado, which is 2,500 meters above the White Sea. There are also some floating islands here, but the grade is the lowest. On-star and toaster hotels in the sky are also at this height. However, this level of floating islands are all 10 kilometers away from Appiado. All these floating islands are connected in a circle, and then lead to 8 Angel Islands. The 8 Angel Islands have medium-sized clouds leading to 3 floating islands, with a radius of 200 kilometers, from the 7,000 meter altitude of the Bay by Sea to 15,000 meters. The arrangement is not close, but it is not sparse. The arrangement has a degree of relaxation, is very reasonable, and looks even more dreamy. After the 6th, it was the bottom of the Vine Island, which was originally expanded to 250 square kilometers, has now returned to its previous area, which is almost 50 square kilometers. There are some ships on this, all with the sign of the Angel Empire. On Vineyard Island, an army is stationed here. As for the original missing islands and the alien beasts on it, Arthur planned to place it outside the Red Ring planet as a satellite of this world. At that time, Jessica will not need to control all the time. Just let him stabilize on the sky above the island and follow the planet's revolution without any effort. In this way, training soldiers can be sent to the huge transport ship constructed by combining the science and technology tree outside the World Temple and the various shellfishes of the Sky Island. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And this island is on top of Arthur's head, and Arthur, who has seen and heard the domineering and exaggerated, can also feel it at any time. The 7th picture is an island where the army is stationed, with many ports. In the picture, some boats are parked, and the people on it float up to the sky in a cable car cabin pulled by bubbles. Others were tied with ropes, and even the boats were pulled up into the sky. The 8th picture is that some boats that have been pulled into the sky have their lassos removed, pay at the gate of heaven, and then go in slowly by themselves or be caught and sent in by express shrimp. The 9th picture is on 8 empty islands with a large dockyard, where many ships are parked. Then a group of people walked into the exchange office in Sky Island and exchanged Bailey or gold for Sky Island's exclusive coins. After that, a yacht or speedboat and motorboat were rented out and drove out. The current Sky Island currency is directly the setting that Arthur borrowed the RM currency. 1 dime, 5 dime, 1 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 20 yuan, 50 yuan, and 100 yuan. The money is 10 times Bailey's exchange rate. In other words, 1 yuan is equal to 10 Baileys. Although the currency value is not the same as money, the purchasing power in Sky Island is the same as in King High. And good enough, Arthur is going to stipulate that in Sky Island, only yuan can be used, and pel cannot be circulated unless it is gold. At that time, there will also be an exchange office on the gateway of King High. Before going up, you can exchange gold or Bailey for yuan. Of course, you can also exchange it on the Sky Island. Then leave from the empty island. You can also exchange it into pel on this island. But don't think about gold. Even if they are exchanged for yuan with gold, they can only be exchanged for equivalent Baileys when they leave. These were formulated by Arthur for the gold reserve and the circulation of the yuan in the King High Sea. After reading these pictures, although they were only drawn, they still shocked all the officials. Not only because the Angel Empire painted is too dreamy, but also because the amount of work is really not small. But under Jessica's fluttering fruit, all this has become much simpler. The relocation of the whole country is not a difficult task. In order to plan the relocation of the whole country, Arthur held a half-hour meeting again, so that everyone would notify the residents of Sky Island, and then make preparations to move immediately after the new year. P.S. I feel dissatisfied with the writing of this chapter. I have never studied aesthetics or design. The design of this futuristic Sky Island is really terrible. Look at it this way, if you have a good imagination, you can probably imagine a little bit. It's almost 3 hours, and am working on this chapter. 104. Chapter 104. P.S. Joining the world government is just one step in the protagonist's plan. Joining will not condescend to others, and will not kneel down to heaven and dragon people. You will understand when I write about the World Conference. IUN calendar December 31st 1518, 11:59 p.m. In the last 6 seconds, the golden bell was rang. With 12 melodious bells in a row, the tens of thousands of Sky Island angels who will gather here every year are immersed in that wonderful sound. Everyone was immersed in it, feeling this Cyril-like feeling. This New Year's Eve, which is of special significance by Arthur's wealth, is the most grand festival every year. And this time this year is even more special, because starting from today, they will be known to the world. In addition, he must leave this place where he has survived for 800 years and go to another place. Fortunately, they are not moving, but moving to the country, moving away with the island where they live. As early as when Arthur told the officials and asked them to go back and notify the people, Jessica had already sent the alien beasts and extra islands on Vine Island into space. At this time, the Sky Training Base, named Test Island, was floating quietly 500,000 meters above the ground. The Red Ring planet, that is, the world of One Piece, drives the revolution. Jessica only needs to correct the direction occasionally, so that the Trial Island does not float away from the place where Arthur is going to move. In fact, it's very simple. Jessica doesn't need to bear the pressure to float the island, just tow it. As for the Angel Island, Jessica sent it to the moon at this moment and made it a moon's satellite, to ensure that IQ grass is absolutely not available to others, and it is also convenient for the scientists above to conduct research. On January 1st 1519, a piece of news spread throughout the world. Such a scene has appeared in the 4 seas in the southeast, northwest and northwest. Seagull, who had been in charge of delivering and selling newspapers, was stopped by someone, then collected a bailee, dropped a newspaper and left. And it didn't take long before I heard an exclamation. Located on the empty island on the Great Route, the Angel Empire joined the world government under the leadership of its king god Arthur. Become a new franchise country? The person who got the newspaper saw the eye-catching news on the front page, then turned to the second page and read the entire report. Wait. Sky Island? Angel? There will be islands in the sky? No, right? I was really surprised by the existence of angels, right? Angels in fairy tales actually exist. Wait, that's not right. It really matters more about why there are islands in the sky. What the hell is going on? Why are there islands in the sky? Why are the creatures in stories like real angels? This scene took place in the 4 oceans, and similarly, many people wondered about the Great Route. Sorrow Island, Angel. Isn't it a legend? It's true. Of course, there are some greedy people who read the newspaper. For example, the traffickers in the shampoo field. Angels? The kind of angels that can fly? The traffickers carefully looked at the pictures in the newspaper. Among them was the moment when Arthur spread his wings and landed on the ground. That was taken by a navy inadvertently when Lieutenant General Crane and the Green Pheasant arrived on the island. Arthur knew he was photographed, but didn't care. This kind of creature, I am afraid it will be very valuable. Those female angels will definitely bring a huge amount of wealth. The traffickers showed greedy smiles one by one. As for the Angel Empire is a franchise country, who cares about this kind of thing? Even if it's a franchise country, this business is not wrong. After reading the newspaper, many nobles were all excited. There are people of all ages, men and women. Some are for showing off, while others are for Arthur's appearance. Even in Mariajoa on the Red Earth continent mountain, after seeing the newspaper, some Tanlong people immediately clamored to buy some female angels for collection. However, the older generation of Tanlong people still have a bit of brains. They are already a member of the country, so they can't arrest the opponent's nationals and become slaves recklessly. Of course, if it is in the auction house, then buy it instead of catching it personally. All these ugliness, in fact, Arthur is very clear. But, Who cares? Dare to come to you to try? Dan Longrun will not let it go. Moreover, the current angel family, under Arthur's order, had already completed the census. In this world, there are computers. Coupled with the discovery of the moon base, and the technological island where the wise angels stayed. With the blessing of the two, the computers in this world have been upgraded a lot. Moreover, although Arthur doesn't understand this aspect, he can give some suggestions of his own. Who has not played with the computer less? Therefore, on the Sky Island with just over 6.71 million people, the elderly who are dying of old and the fetuses who are more than 3 months pregnant are all recorded in the book, and ID cards are issued. Who dares to abduct angels, then try to be chased by a world's top powerhouse? Moreover, after the relocation of the empty island, surveillance insects will be spread all over the streets and alleys, allowing robots to monitor. The manufacturing technology of those little robots on the moon has been cracked out. After all, the moon is where they are manufactured, and there are even production lines, so it should not be too simple to manufacture. However, in order to be more humane, Arthur ordered the remanufacturing of the standard robot and was only responsible for monitoring one piece. All surveillance robots cannot be given emotions. In this way, these are just machines that need to be replenished occasionally. If something happens, the robot connected to the local central computer will immediately sound an alarm, and the emergency according to the intelligent judgment is equivalent to selecting the alarm level. Those who are not too dangerous will notify the police in the street area. If it cannot be resolved, a first-level alarm will be triggered and the local police will be able to rush to the scene quickly. If it is not an opponent, a secondary alarm will be triggered and a stronger and larger number of troops will be dispatched. If it doesn't work anymore, it is a 3-level alert, and the 10 major legions will be dispatched quickly. As for no matter how high it is, that is the invasion of the 4 emperor ranks, and Arthur will dispatch directly, Urgi, Anilu, Weber, these 3 will be dispatched when the time comes. Of course, there may be more than these 3 emperors' combat powers. In short, with the strength of Arthur and Sarashima a year later, a 4 emperors pirate group can't help it. There will not be any 4 emperors so idle that they will come to invade themselves. Whitebeard won't, red hair as a friend won't, hope there are ants of different races living in harmony in the country won't. Kaido, the only one who knows, is not so stupid. Otherwise, he said that he wanted to commit suicide so many times. Why didn't he really go to death? I really thought that Kaido didn't have a way to kill himself. Therefore, the security of the future Sky Island, Arthur arranged clearly. Furthermore, those alarms were prepared for Arthur's absence. Arthur is here, a matter of thunder. Anyway, idle is also idle, chopping and playing. Even Arthur is already ready. After the World Conference, he is going to find Kaido and do a good job. Let the world know that he is a real 4 emperor level combat power, the world's top powerhouse. The offender will undoubtedly die. Things about Sky Island and angels are still sweeping the world. Arthur didn't know that Jack, who had been hit by the drought, was reading the newspaper at this time. This bastard is the guy more than half a year ago. HMPH. He'll kill you when I'm free. Jack threw the newspaper aside, picked up the hip flask and drank. Yuan calendar on the morning of January 1st, 1519. At this time, it is time for the empty island to move away. Vine Island plus Apayado, as well as the surrounding 8 empty islands, as well as the island of the gods where Arthur and the others lived. Jessica was nothing at this time, not to mention an empty island made of island clouds, which is 4/5 lighter than an earth rock structured island of the same volume. I made this up. With some vibration, everyone felt their feet tremble, and then there was a feeling of movement. The Sky Island, where it stayed for 800 years, has since disappeared. And near the end of the first half of the Great Route, a dreamlike kingdom like heaven is about to be born. 105. Chapter 105. After the bell of the New Year's Eve, Jessica flew to 8 islands early the next morning, as well as the Gate of Heaven and Apayado, as well as the Vine Island where vines grow. After touching them one by one, Jessica activated her fluttering fruit ability. A total of 10 islands, after a tremor, completely separated from King Hai and the White Sea. The 8 empty islands add up to 2 earth rock structures of the same volume. With the addition of Apayado and Vineland, there are only 4 islands in total. There is no difficulty for Jessica. All islanders are strictly forbidden to move around the edge of the island, but can move freely on the island. Since the center is to be moved to the windless zone at the end of the first half of the Great Route, the starting route is also over the windless zone. People in King Hai can't see it. This time, the Sky Island will completely shrink into the windless zone. We'll find or create an island on the edge of the Great Sea Route as a gateway to the empty island. On the Bai Sea, you have to sail into the windless zone. A large yacht will be built after 10 kilometers in the windless zone. 2 kilometers above the Bai Sea, which is 9 kilometers above King Hai. Will place the Gate of Heaven there. All the empty islands are floating 1 kilometer above the White Sea at this time. Mantang Island left King Hai and floated onto the White Sea. Because there are still apayas above the vines, be careful not to damage the vines. Because the vines are too huge, their roots are not very large. The entire Vine Island is basically uprooted from the seabed. This ensures that the vine will not be broken. So now, the entire Apayado has been topped at an altitude of more than 20,000 meters. The reason for this is that Arthur is preparing to move the location of the empty island to another windless zone to the south. The windless zone is closer to Murloc Island, and the great underwater prison Impel Down is also on the edge of the windless zone. Going along the big whirlpool, it is the marine headquarters marine fodder. Therefore, the windless zone between the South China Sea and the Great Sea Route is more geographically in line with Arthur's future layout. At the same time, there are some plans for better implementation here. Therefore, in 2 days, the Sky Island traversed the Great Route from the White Sea to another windless zone of the Great Route. Next, it will take 4 or 5 days to reach the desired location. 4 days later, nearly 1,000 kilometers away from the pre-explored location, Mantang Island was replaced under the Bai Sea, only 3 kilometers high from King Hai. In the past few days, it seems that due to lack of water, the color of the vines is not as emerald as before, and it is slightly yellowed. Arthur, who was startled, quickly asked Jessica to lower the Vine Island in the windless zone, soak the lower part in the sea, and give up the idea of flying directly to the destination from high altitude. For this reason, Arthur has been sitting on the edge of the Vine Island, turning on the domineering look and hearing to cover the entire sea area below the island. This is to prevent the giant sea kings in the windless zone from colliding with the island, so Arthur can only be on the Vine Island, ready to use the domineering deterrence at any time. After all, the windless sea kings all have their own territories and many of the same races live together. In case anyone feels that the island floating over their heads infringes on their territory, it will be no good to bump into it. The sea kings in the windless zone are very terrifying in size. There are a lot of people with a body size of several kilometers to 10 kilometers. It can also cause a lot of harm to the island. It's also fortunate that Arthur thought of this. There is indeed a giant sea king who just woke up, or was uncomfortable seeing the huge black shadow on his head, or was preparing to come out to let the wind or sunbathe, and found that there was a one on his own territory. The island is floating, blocking its way. This has just been put into the sea and walked 300 kilometers, and there are more than 4,000 and nearly 5,000 kilometers to go there, and this encounters a wave of sea kings. One by one, the heads of the Tauran around 7,000 meters, the body of the Sea King, roared tombs, and one head was ready to go up. Fortunately, Arthur released the Overlord in time, frightened him, and then retreated. If there was no Arthur, after this trip, I am afraid that the lower part of Vine Island would be gone, and even the roots of Vine would be seriously injured. Because there are people on the 8 Sky Islands and Apayado, and the Vine Island are connected by vines, the speed of the flight is not very fast. It can only travel 1,000 kilometers in a day. In this windless zone, It took only 2 days to fly more than 2,000 kilometers, and it was nearly 3,000 kilometers away from the destination. After another half day, a red boat sailed slowly on the windless belt. In a windless zone where there is no wind, the sailing of this ship is obviously not driven by wind. Sure enough, on both sides of the ship, there were 2 giant pythons nearly 150 meters in length, dragging the ship forward with their bodies on both sides of the bottom of the ship. On the mast of the ship, a flag with a skull wrapped in a 9th snake that looked like the sun was hanging quietly because there was no wind. This is a pirate ship, but the strange thing is that all the crew on the ship are beautiful and ugly women with different sizes and big differences in height. And behind these women, there is also a cloak of justice, a coat dedicated to the Navy. This pirate ship is the pirate ship of Boy Hancock, the pirate queen known as the world's most beautiful woman. On the boat, a group of female crew members were laughing and talking about the harvest happily. Occasionally, a female crew member looked into the distance and seemed to have discovered something, and then took out the binoculars and looked over. Pop slap, the telescope fell to the ground and the lens was broken. This sound attracted the attention of other crew members. What's wrong? Green, a female crew member with very long legs and a height of nearly 4 meters, asked suspiciously. I saw the female crew member who used the binoculars to look into the distance and said in horror, a huge island with sky-reaching vines is floating in the sea. Huh? The female crew member who asked the question frowned and looked in the direction pointed by the female crew member called Green. The other female crew members who stopped talking and heard this also looked at them one after another. What is that? A group of people also found that there was a line between heaven and earth in the distance. Because the distance is too far, they can only see the very thin line, but can't see what it is. So a female crew member took out a binoculars and looked over. What is that? That island is drifting? After all the crew members with binoculars watched them, they were shocked one by one. An island with huge vines is not so strange. After all, the world has all kinds of strange islands and phenomena. But what is strange is that such an island, which is not small in size and has vines growing to the sky, is moving fast in its direction. The crew without binoculars took the binoculars from their companions and looked at them one by one. Then one by one opened his mouth wide, a little shocked. After a while, I saw that the line became clearer and thicker, and a tall woman with green hair and an unusually big head hurriedly went to the cabin today. Big sister, come out and see. An island with sky-reaching vines is coming towards our sailing direction. I'm afraid it will collide with our country. Slap slap slap. There was a crisp sound of high heels stepping on the ground, and a woman 2 meters tall walked out of the cabin. The female crew members who were still panicking or composing on the ship instantly screamed like NC fans. Master Snake J. It's so beautiful, I'm going to suffocate. Amidst the screams, the woman walked completely into the sun. The pirate empress, Boy Hancock, a woman with a dignified appearance, and those who were robbed by her, are basically willing to give things away. At this time, she seemed to be woken up because she was resting in the noon. She was particularly unhappy, frowned slightly, and her face was a little gloomy. But the amorous feelings revealed are still popular. After getting out of the cabin, Boy Hancock looked at the already obvious vines and frowned suspiciously. On Vineland Island, he concentrated on perceiving Arthur under the island with his sight, hearing and color, but he did not find the 9 snakes and pirates 100 kilometers away. P.S. Suddenly I found myself on that fan hot push, so open the forest, step up the code word. Friends who like this book can rest assured that the protagonist will not condescend, nor will he kneel and lick the Dan Longrun, and the Dan Longrun will have to hold hands in front of the protagonist. So, if you can, give a custom order. If not, then vote for it. Flowers, reviews, monthly tickets, everything you see. Thank you. 106. Chapter 106. On the Vine Island, Arthur is always paying attention to the movement of the seafloor and several kilometers around the island. He found that suddenly there seemed to be no movement from the Sea Kings. 30 kilometers away, Snakejir looked at this vine island, getting closer and closer. Her brows wrinkled and tightened. On the side, a very fat woman asks in a low voice, "Eldest sister, what should I do?" We are less than 300 kilometers ahead, and this is a 9-snake island. This strange island just hits the edge. On the side, the tall woman with blue hair who had called Snakejir out of the cabin before nodded and said, "Yes, big sister. Our strength is not enough to destroy this area of the island. What should we do?" Snakejir frowned her pretty brows and lightly opened her lips and said, "This kind of island is a soil and rock structure. If there is no supergiant sea king to drag it, it must be a fruitful person. And on this island, there is no supergiant sea king dragging, so there must be a fruit-capable person. Come close to the past. Let's go up and take a look." When Snakejir was 10 years old, because of her outstanding talent, she was able to follow the previous 9-snake emperor to become a pirate, although she was arrested and worked as a slave for several years when she went out to sea for the first time. But after returning to 9-snake island again, practicing hard, and becoming the new 9-snake emperor, he has personally taken the pirate group activities for 7 or 8 years, so it is natural to have a lot of knowledge. Within a few words, it was determined that this island must not be a peculiar phenomenon, nor was it dragged by a supergiant sea king, but by the devil fruit ability. Snakejir's 2 sisters opened their eyes in surprise. What ability is this to make an island move? Will the opponent be very strong? No matter how strong the other party is, can you bear to hurt Lagia? Snakejir proudly raised a faint smile, tossed her hair, causing a scream from the surrounding crew members. On Vineyard Island, Arthur turned his head in astonishment. Just now, was someone screaming? No, how can the windless belt meet people? Under doubts, Arthur slightly expanded the scope of seeing, hearing and coloring. A group of ... women? 1 is very strong, 2 are weaker, and ... 2 giant snakes. Perceiving these 5 auras, Arthur took a breath. He always felt that he might accidentally run into another one of the world's 3 beauties, the Empress Snake. Is it such a coincidence? A smile came up from the corner of Arthur's mouth, and he decided to go over and take a look. He had seen Baixing. His face was against the sky, but his age was a bit younger. No, it's a bit bigger, and M is too big. On the boat upstairs, Snakejir frowned slightly, and she felt as if she was being spied on, seeing and hearing the same good looks. It seems that my guess is good. Although the range of seeing and hearing is not very large, the intuitionist Snakejir still concluded that the other party has noticed herself and others. At this time, the distance between Luquan and Manteng Island was only 20 kilometers. When Snakejir was about to order the ship to be put on board, she stopped suddenly when she was about to go to the island and explore. Just at this moment, a thunder light flashed over the upper ship. Zizither appeared 10 meters above the ship in the thunder and lightning, and levitated there relying on electromagnetic force. Wow! The crew members who were shocked by Arthur's sudden appearance immediately stood on guard and took up bows, arrows and swords. Who are you? Why did you appear near 9-snake? Did you move this island? Orange-wood hair, very fat, that is, the designed 3rd sister boy Mariglood holding a big sword, one pointing to Arthur, he asked. However, Arthur ignored her and looked at Snakejir. At the same time it drifted down slowly and stepped on the edge of the boat. Fortunately, I have seen Baixing before and have some immunity. Otherwise, with such a beautiful woman standing in front of him, it would be hard for Arthur to believe that he could not show the appearance of Brother Pig. You are the famous pirate female emperor, Snakejir Boya Hancock. Sure enough, she is beautiful in the world. Arthur looked at this face that had to make him admire, and his heartbeat speeded up a bit. How dare you call the name of AI's family? What a rude man. Snakejir raised her chin arrogantly, with a trace of contempt in her eyes. On the side, the previous questioning was not answered, and some angry Marigruda stared at Arthur, as if he was about to slash him at the next moment. On the other side, Boy Sundasunia, the second child of Snake's sister, looked at Arthur in a calm manner at this time, without speaking. There was some suspicion in her heart, and she always felt as if she had seen this person somewhere. While thinking about it, she suddenly remembered the newspaper she had read a few days ago. "Which Sky Island's king are you?" Sundasunia exclaimed unexpectedly. "King of Sky Island?" Sundasunia said, and the people on the boat, including Snake, immediately thought of the photo that hadn't collected her wings after landing. "It turned out to be you, huh? Surrendered to the lackey of the Dan Longrun." Snake suddenly remembered her face, which also felt a little proficient, and her complexion became even worse. "Huh?" Arthur frowned. "Don't talk nonsense, Snake, or I will make your memory long even if you are a woman." Although he knew the painful experience of the other party, Arthur was also uncomfortable when he was said to be the lackey of the Danlong people. "Ha! Impudent man! Kiss the gun!" The self-willed Snake heard the words, without saying anything, and touched her lips with her slender fingers. Then a little pink beach heart appeared in front of her face. She gently poked Peach Heart with the tip of her finger and pointed it at Arthur. Bang! The little peach heart, like a bullet, penetrated Arthur's body directly. Arthur didn't know whether he could resist the beauty of Snake, not being petrified, and simply being directly elementalized. Finding that her moves were useless, Snake naturally didn't believe that her charm was useless, so she frowned and looked at it. Seeing that there was thunder and lightning flashing in Defan, who was hit by Arthur, she instantly thought of a possibility. "Natural ability person?" "Yes, I am a Thunder Man who ate the fruit of the thunder. This kind of attack is useless to me." Arthur sighed in relief. If he was killed by beauty, it would be embarrassing. Grave accent Diarus's fragrant feet. Nothing worked. Snake wanted to attack, and she suddenly appeared next to Arthur's head with her beautiful legs carrying the fruit. Slap! Snake's ankle was grasped by Arthur's arms and domineering hands. The touch was silky and delicate, and Arthur couldn't help but sway. Then Arthur was shocked and hurriedly reduced his mind. "You woman, that's enough. If you hit me again, I'll fight back." Arthur's face turned black when his mind was almost lost, and he stared at Snake's face seriously. He didn't want to look at this face, it was so beautiful. And under the blessing of Lian fruit, there is a very powerful sense of charm, and my heart is beating when I look at it. But I can't help it. When I lower my head a little bit, I get my chest, and when I lower my head again, I reveal my fat lower body. He didn't dare to bow his head at all, otherwise, the proper petrification was here today and was thrown into the sea. "Let go." Shiju was furious when she was caught by her ankle and had such close contact with a man for the first time. "Then don't attack me." Arthur looked at the angry Snake, and it felt so beautiful. "Let go of Aegea." Snake's voice became even colder this time. At the same time, a shocking momentum was released from her. Overlord. Feeling this momentum, Arthur smiled. "Come on, so isn't this another super achievement in the world besides seeing and hearing?" "I have it too." Boom. The Overlord, who was controlled by Arthur and confined within 2 meters of her and Snake's body, was domineering, violently impacting Snake's mind. Click, click. The decks within 2 meters in diameter cracked and shattered one after another, and then were blown away by the strong wind. Snake only felt the same origin as her own, but even more terrifying, as powerful as the sea. Then his breathing was stagnant, and the long black hair that had grown over his waist was still dancing with vigor. What a terrifying Overlord look. P.S. The Empress made her debut in 1522, 29 years old. For a reason that everyone understands, the age of the Empress was specially adjusted. That is 22 years and 27 years old. Now 19 years is 24 years old, 5 years older than the protagonist. At the same time, Tiger was liberated from Maria Jo 13 years ago in 22 years. After the adjustment, 13 years ago, it was 14 years old. Caught as a slave for 4 years, that is, was arrested at the age of 10. I became a slave when I was 10 to 14 years old. You know. By the way, all kinds of requests. Chapter 107. being directly impacted by this domineering power that directly possesses a certain amount of physical damage. Even if she also possesses the domineering power, Snake J still feels suffocation and atrophy of will. Arthur and the red-haired overlord clashed aggressively. In the midst of a collision, the red-haired retreats steadily, and Snake J. At the moment Arthur enveloped her with domineering color, she was quickly repelled like a collapse. How is it possible? This kind of domineering. Snake J opened her red lips slightly, her pupils contracted inward, and she felt a little lost and enlarged. On the side, Sonda, Sonia and Mary Grow discovered that the eldest sister was in a wrong state. Although the two of them often see the elder sister's domineering look, they have never seen this level of domineering. Therefore, because the domineering did not affect others, the two of them thought it was an attack of some kind of fruit ability. Anxiously, the two rushed forward with weapons to prepare for the eldest sister. Huh? Arthur rolled his eyes while staring at Snake J's face, and looked at the two sisters. Boom! The two sisters only felt a basin of icy cold water pouring down, shaking all over, and losing control of their bodies. Although he did not use the domineering look of the overlord to attack the two, but when Arthur released the domineering of the overlord, he still released a relatively powerful state. Just a look is enough to defeat the mind of ordinary people. It's not that the other crew members haven't seen the overlord's domineering, but like the two sisters, they haven't seen this degree, and they have regarded it as some kind of attack. Seeing that the two sisters began to tremble inexplicably, most of them attacked as Arthur, so they rushed up in anger. Damn, man. Let go of Lord Snake J. Insolent person, let go of Lord Snake J. Arthur raised his brows and was about to expand the domineering range, when he heard Snake J's charming voice. Enough. Stop. These words were spoken to Arthur again, as well as to her crew. Feeling the power to reclaim on Snake J's legs, Arthur let go of his hand. It won't work if you don't let it go, and you dare not look down. Even if he is no longer the first brother, but under this kind of face and charm. Thinking about how I haven't lived a married life recently, it's really a bit uncontrollable. Snake J put her legs down, and then said to the person next to her, go down. This man, you are not opponents. The crew of the 9 Snake Pirates group looked ugly, but retreated obediently. Even Master Snake J said that he was not an opponent, so what else? I can only hope that there is no real fight. However, they all did not put down their weapons one by one, but kept a posture capable of attacking at any time, staring at Arthur vigilantly. Looking at the islands getting closer and closer to here, Snake J frowned and said, Ruddy man, leave AI's boat. Don't let the island touch my country. After hearing this, Arthur knew how to meet each other there. I also know why the other party stopped here and was preparing to land on the island. Arthur thought the Amazon Lily was on the windless belt before the Sky Island, but he didn't expect it to be here. But it's right to think about it. In the original work, Snake J took Luffy to the underwater prison in a very short time. If on the other side, this is obviously impossible. But by coincidence, when I explored here last time, I didn't find it. But also, Arthur was on the edge of the windless zone, not deep within 300 kilometers of the windless zone. The Amazon is also in the center of the windless zone, nearly 1,000 kilometers from the edge. Unleashing the color of sight and hearing, the domineering instantly enveloped a radius of 350 kilometers. In the current heading, as long as it is less than 300 kilometers further forward, the Vine Island will crash past the edge of the Amazon Lily. Seeing this, Arthur's electromagnetic field covered vertically, using electromagnetics to transmit the sound. Jessica, move the Vine Island 20 kilometers to the left. There is an island inhabited by humans 280 kilometers away. After talking for a while, Mantang Island began to slowly move diagonally. Snake J was shocked again. This island was indeed controlled and moved by someone. How powerful is the ability to easily move islands? She thought it was the rude man in front of her who was moving the island, but she didn't expect that there was someone else, who was still a woman by name. But a woman with such a terrifying power has never heard of her name. The island moved away, and the surprised Snake J had nothing to say, but looked at Arthur a little unpleasantly. Arthur smiled, and then said, I heard that you are the emperor. Although I am called a god in our sky island, but the meaning is similar to the emperor. I have time to be a guest here. After all, Arthur slowly floated up, adjusted his direction in the air, and then looked at Snake again. He smiled and said, as expected to be the #1 beauty in the world, it really deserves its reputation. We will see you again. And next time, you will definitely become my woman. Ha 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 ha. A string of laughter echoed here, and Arthur had already flown away. Listening to Arthur's seemingly domineering declaration, Snake snorted disdainfully, turned and walked into the cabin. Aside, her 2 younger sisters immediately followed. In the cabin, Snake sat on a python, squinting lazily. Sonya said, eldest sister, that man is also a man with that kind of aptitude. Hearing that, Snake recalled the kind of violent overlord look just now, and she frowned and nodded. That man, it's terrible. His overlord look is the strongest I have ever seen. It already possesses the domineering physical damage. Rumor has it that only red hair can do this. Sure enough, the 3rd sister Marigrude on the side recalled the look in her previous eyes, still feeling cold all over, and she was terrified in her heart. The same goes for Sonya. What's his purpose? Moving with an island? Mary Grout was the one who spoke. I don't know. Just watch the changes. If it's the last juncture, Hydra will not be afraid to fight. Even if he is very powerful. Snake is indeed a woman with the Overlord's aptitude. On the other side, Arthur returned to the island again and continued to sit on the edge of the island, watching the Sea Kings on the seabed. On the one hand, he was also remembering Snake Humphrey. Arthur let out a low laugh. Snake the pirate empress, one of the 3 beauties of the pirate. This must be one. 3 days later, it was about 9,000 kilometers from the entrance of the Great Airway and nearly 3,000 kilometers from the end of the first half. Located within 300 kilometers of the windless zone, Mantang Island is slowly lowered here. The Amazon, on the other hand, is 8,000 kilometers away from the Great Route. In other words, it is only more than 1,000 kilometers away from the current Sky Island. It's just that the Amazon is located in the center of the windless zone, and the Sky Island is on the edge, so the distance is longer. The current address is the address that Arthur and Jessica had determined before. Vineyard Island is not put directly into the sea, but is combined with a small desert island here. The history of the Sky Island. The history of the Angel Kingdom is gone forever. Located here is the Sky Empire named Angel Empire. It is a powerful country that ranks among the top in the world. 108. Chapter 108. The Angel Empire actually changed the position of the country, but this matter was not known to the world government and the Navy for the first time. This matter was not reported to the world government until the new location stabilized and the major renovation of the Sky Island began, only to be notified. Due to the sudden occurrence of the incident, the world government was also caught off guard. However, there are already bloated institutions nowadays, and the corrupted world government does not care too much about this matter. There are too many islands in this world. As long as it is a non-participating country, or a deserted island, you can occupy it whatever you want. Moreover, this place is also more than 1,000 kilometers away from the underwater prison, and it can be reached from a distance. Change the place, and also change the place. However, neither the world government nor the Navy, which learned the news later, did not expect that the so-called migrating country would directly. Even the islands were moved away. So after identifying a new place, the world government did not care. Although the Navy was a little concerned that its current location seemed a bit close to the big prison, it didn't think too much. As a result, the matter was calm and did not cause any disturbances. However, what Arthur didn't know was that at the end of the second month after the relocation of Sky Island, a ship sailed all the way from the White Sea in the New World to the original site of Sky Island. Its captain is one of the 3 plagues of drought. The drought originally wanted to come over to avenge me, but when I ran over, I found that there was nothing but nothing. After venting on some flowing clouds for a while, he returned to the New World. As one of the cornerstones of the Beasts and Pirate group, he couldn't just run around. Of course, Kaido is different. After nearly a year, the islands quickly became floating islands under the efforts of the floating island technicians, and then under Jessica's control. Their positions were arranged. There are a total of 51 islands, one more than expected. From a distance, the current Angel Empire is like a fantasy world in a dream. In addition, 8 empty islands, as well as the island of the gods where Kaido and Arthur's family live, have also been transformed. It is a world of difference from 1 year ago and 6 years ago. It is beautiful. Even the angels with a more peaceful mood are all excited. In this year, Arthur has not been idle either. In addition to the inevitable training, he also took the time to take a trip to Mirai Island, which is the hometown of Vegapunk. Out of caution, Arthur hid well, did not trigger the alarm, and was not discovered by anyone. All the materials in it were not taken away either. Instead, I took pictures one by one using the image shell, and then sent Jessica to the Technology Island and the moon in the windless zone of the New World. At the same time, Arthur also carried out the third conscription. More than 2 years ago, there were 200,000 conscripts, but in order to select elite fighters, too many were eliminated. In the end, only 100,000 were left, and over 5,000 of these 100,000 were selected into the reserve of the 10 Angel Legion plan. These 5,000 people basically came out of the elite training camps in Biku and Gaia. After the launch of the 10 Angels project, 1,000 people became War Angels of the 10 major legions, and the remaining 4,000 people were used as guards and reserves. The other more than 90,000 are used as the standing army. Because there were no suitable candidates, this standing army was replenished to 100,000 yuan, and then served as a subordinate army of the 10 angels. As for this conscription, Arthur directly enlisted enough 600,000 troops. The usual army of 300,000 is distributed on 50 floating islands, 8 empty islands, 1 vine island and 1 facade island on the edge of the Great Sea route. For the remaining 300,000, Arthur found 3 larger islands in the windless zone and placed them on them for training. Then every other month, the 30,000 troops guarding the floating islands or islands are replaced. In this way, a full round can be replaced in 10 months, and the remaining 2 months will be used as holidays. At the end of the holiday, the rested 300,000 were replaced with another 300,000. 10 months later, the army who had not rested before rested. As for food, don't worry at all. There are too many things to eat in the sea. And because some island animals are scarce in the windless zone, Arthur went straight to destroy all the animals on it. Then a big fire burned all the trees on the island. After that, Jessica took the shot, and the island was directly turned into flat ground, much higher than the sea level. Then, using his power again, he arranged the seeds neatly and stuffed them into the soil. Then Army, who had been studying astronomical science for a year, took the shot, and a heavy rain fell. It was convenient and unnecessary, because there are too many deserted islands like the windless zone. So Arthur found 5 islands in the windless zone with few birds and no ships passing by. Then the 5 big fires and the 5 islands combined. A full 200 square kilometers of islands became special granaries. In order to protect the island from accidental birds, Arthur also used the latest technology. 0 fine flowers 100,000 robots are placed on each island, all of which can move freely by relying on solar energy. This is the first time, so Jessica helped to plant it. And these robots will be responsible for farming in the future. In terms of food, this is a solution. It is worth mentioning that 10,000 of these robots are also equipped with automatic rifles. This automatic rifle is Arthur's credit. The science and technology tree in this world was originally very strange. They obviously had the technology to make bullets and shells, but they only made some primitive guns and ammunition. So Arthur proposed the automatic rifle. Although he doesn't know a lot, he has at least played games. Arthur just said roughly that the scientists and researchers immediately understood what was going on and what to do. After that, Arthur used his lightning metallurgy ability to constantly get out the automatic rifle in his mind. Then, under the research of scientists, the parameters are perfected bit by bit. In the end, the automatic rifles that came out felt no worse than those on Earth. However, Arthur does not intend to mass-produce this gun because it is not necessary. Get it out now, just in case. You can get it out anytime when you use it. At present, this gun is mainly used by robots to prevent birds. As for why this gun is not mass-produced, the reason is simple. Arthur has a better choice, and it won't take long to get it out. In the past year, most of the work has been prepared. These things are worth mentioning as Arthur has done this year. The next thing to do is to go to the New World and bring Nolan and the 10 legions back. In fact, during the period from 2 months ago to a month ago, the commanders of the 10 major legions on 10 islands successively received news, saying that the evolutionary goal was achieved and they could already lead the legions to return. But Arthur refused because there was still some time for them to see if there was room for improvement. A few days ago, Arthur called back one by one again to make sure that these people had no room for improvement, and then he was ready to pick them up. Except for the Thunder Legion, Arthur of the other legions asked Jessica to help bring them back. Because of the Thunder Legion, there is now a dragon. And Arthur is also preparing to make a good appearance in front of the world before next year's World Conference. Nolan is a good opportunity and display. Second. Chapter 109. Yuan Calendar 1520, February. At this time, there are still a few months before the meeting of the world government. At this time, everything in the Angel Empire was ready, just waiting for an announcement to the world. But before that, the 10 major legions must first come back and sit in 10 of their exclusive military camps. After discussing with Jessica, she flew to 3 extreme islands in the first half of the Great Route. The 6 legions of the New World will pick them up later. And Arthur also drove his own yacht to the Merlick Island. In the past this time, I want to talk to Neptune by the way. On the one hand, talk about the new site of the Empire, on the other hand, let it go together when it is ready for the World Conference. Originally, Fishman Island, which only participated in the World Conference in 1524, had its history changed early due to Arthur's intervention. Arthur, who already has the top combat power, doesn't care about the plot or the plot, although he never cared about it. Now White Star and Dragon Palace are no longer threatened by Van der Decken. The crisis hidden under the undercurrents was solved by Hody Jones, and even the fact that he killed Princess Ottoheim was made public. After Princess Ottoheim died, the 3 brothers never stopped collecting signatures, and the misunderstanding was resolved. Coupled with Arthur's help and alliance, more merfolk and Murlocs signed their names after listening to the 3 brothers' speeches. 2 days later, Arthur appeared on Merlick Island. The people who were found greeted each other immediately, and then notified Dragon Palace. After that, Baixing came first, and Neptune and the 3 princes also came over, and kindly invited Arthur to be a guest in Dragon Palace. The hospitality was difficult, but after spending a day in Dragon Palace City, Arthur left the Fisherman Island under Baixing's somewhat dissatisfied gaze. Thunder Island was originally a small town with hundreds of people, but because of the O2 neighing and roar of beasts that appeared on the island 1 year ago, a behemoth was found on the island, and all the people in that small town were frightened and ran away by boat. After that, there were only a few angels suffering from thunder and lightning and a giant python that gradually changed to look like a dragon. Seeing Nolan again, Arthur couldn't believe it. Nolan, who was originally only about 500 meters away, has doubled in size. It was no longer what the giant python looked like before, but became a giant dragon with dragon horns, dragon claws, dragon scales, and dragon tail. The whole body of the dragon is the same as before after Nolan's dragonization, but it's just a reduced version. Moreover, there was a faint flash of thunder and lightning on Nolan's body. The pair of white jade dragon horns was glowing blue and purple at this time, and thunder and lightning wandered from time to time. I am afraid that the attack power has also increased a lot. On the side, the dark-skinned Weber's eyes flickered, and his aura was much stronger than before. The other angels too. All of them have the level of Rear Admiral or Brigadier Admiral. The deputy commanders and the team leaders are even more stable at the level of Lieutenant Generals and Elite Major Generals. In addition, although the wings of all angels are white, they always feel blue and purple. Sometimes when they move lightly, thunder and lightning strikes on their wings. This discovery made Arthur really pleasantly surprised. Looking at the leopard, this legion has an elite lieutenant general, 2 lieutenant generals, 10 elite major generals, and 100 quasi-major generals or major generals. Then all the 10 major legions together, a rough calculation, basically equal to 10 elite lieutenant generals, 20 lieutenant generals, 100 elite major generals, 1,000 quasi-major generals or major generals. This power really cannot be underestimated, especially now that Weber, I am afraid that after some actual combat, he will be able to become a figure of the quasi-general level. If he eats a good fruit, the strength of the quasi-general will be safe. And Urgi, Anilu, Yana, etc. I'm afraid the same is true for the top talented guys. This is only a rough calculation. The actual situation is much better. For example, in the Thunder Legion, the 2 deputy commanders are faintly close to the elite lieutenant generals, and the 10 captains are similarly close to the lieutenant general. In this way, after another 2 years and 2 years of actual combat, I am afraid that the strength will be further strengthened. Moreover, this year, more than 2 years, I have also collected a few good devil fruits, and it will be up to them who will eat it. Taking a good look at Weber and the Thunder Legion, the joy in Arthur's eyes could not be concealed. However, the purpose of coming this time is not the angels, but to show up arrogantly. So Arthur jumped on Nolan's head, stood between the dragon's horns, and said to Weber with his head down, "Weber, wait here for a few days, Jessica will meet with you in 2 days, and it's not time for you to show up in the world. By the way, remember to take my boat back." Having said that, Arthur said to Nolan at his feet, "Nolan, can you maintain this size and use the ability of the dragon fruit to fly?" Roar. The original neighing sound now turned into a domineering dragon roar. "Well, it seems that you have done a good job this year. Not only did you become a dragon, but you also mastered thunder and lightning. The fruit abilities are all very good." Arthur understood Nolan's meaning and was a little happy. Head, praised a lot. Roar. This time Nolan's response. Almost everyone can hear the pride in his voice. Fortunately, it was Dragon Face, who couldn't make too many expressions, otherwise Yanni would have to get up. "All right." Arthur smiled and stomped lightly. "Then maintain this body shape and fly. Declare your existence to the world." Roar roar. This time the dragon roar became agitated. I saw Nolan's dragon twisted, 4 golden auspicious clouds appeared under his feet, and then the whole dragon uttered a dragon chant and rose into the sky. At this time, Nolan has already used the Jelong fruit very well. At least there is no need to make clouds in the air like before, crawling on them. Now, the auspicious clouds at Nolan's feet can take Nolan forward for several kilometers before it dissipates. At the same time as it dissipated, in conjunction with Nolan's dragon-like movements, the next group of golden auspicious clouds would appear in place. In action, it looks much more beautiful. It's also closer to Arthur's imagination of the dragon. That day, Arthur rode Nolan in the sky for a long time before he stopped Nolan and walked back. Presumably, after flying in the sky for a long time, someone should have taken a picture, right? I hope that the technique of taking pictures is better and the pictures are clearer, as Arthur had expected. After flying in the sky for more than 3 hours, someone indeed found it. After all, the New World is a more active place for Morgans and it has many connections with the underground world. Moreover, the New World is prone to big news, so there are many newspaper members here. So it happened that this scene was captured by a reporter from a newspaper. Blubberoo on an island in the New World, in a large and luxurious office, a big bird who seems to be a fur clan picked up the phone. Before he spoke, he yelled first inside. "Big news, President. We got big news. Just now in the area of Thunder Island at the entrance of New World people, a reporter caught a picture of a flying dragon with a person on his head. This is the angel who joined the world government last year. King of the country. The series of words made Morgans a little overwhelmed. He stroked it a little, and his bird's eyes almost stared out. "What did you say?" Morgans yelled into the phone. "A flying dragon? The king of the angel kingdom is standing on his head?" Morgan's head buzzed when he got the two key messages from it in an instant. Dragon? Thinking of someone, Morgans couldn't believe it, and shook the bird's head vigorously. That guy Kaido, let alone being defeated, will not be ridden on his head even if he is facing death, and he is still a rising star. There must be some reason for this, right? Is there a photo? Morgan suddenly remembered and hurriedly asked. "It's been passed to the president," replied across the phone. When Morgans heard it, he dropped the phone worm and ran to the fax phone worm. In one photo, a 1,000-meter-long indigo blue dragon is flying in the air, with 4 golden clouds under its feet. And between the 2 dragon horns of the dragon head, a young man with short black hair stands on it with his arms folded. Inexplicably relieved, Morgans said to himself that it was not Kaido. But what's the matter with this dragon? The golden cloud under the feet proves that this must be the devil fruit ability. But how can there be 2 dragon fruits? Morgans really couldn't figure out the reason for this. However, now is not the time to think about these things. What matters now is to send this news right away. This must be a big news that shocked the world's attention. Morgans laughed and quickly ordered to start preparing the front page news for the next day. At this time, Nolan had taken Arthur from above the White Sea, across the Red Earth continent, and flew towards the Angel Empire. On the second day, newspapers were bought by people as usual. Then, the whole world was shocked. In the New World, on a white whale-like ship, an old man of 5 or 6 meters tall with a white beard like a crescent moon is drinking wine while reading the newspaper. He is known as the strongest white beard in the world. Coola la 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 funny kid. I don't know where to get a devil fruit in the shape of a dragon. I really want to see how the idiot Kaido reacts. Daddy. The man on the dragon's head seems to have fought with red hair and lost a little bit. I am afraid that he is stronger now. Aside, the middle-aged man with moxie haircut, Marco said. Well regardless of him, it seems that another amazing guy has appeared in this world. On the Whitebeard's boat, a fat man also looked at it with a newspaper in his hand. Thief, ha 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 ha. This guy is really majestic. I wish I could get such a handsome mount. Thief, ha 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 ha. Another part of the New World, where there are many races. Everything on the island, like a fairy tale, is exquisite and delicious food. In a huge palace, the pink-haired aunt was eating frantically while reading the newspaper. Perospero. Why is there still no angels on my island? Huh? Some red eyes looked at a man with a long nose and strange clothes. The man immediately sweated coldly and said in fear, Mom, we went to find it, but the island has disappeared. They seem to have moved away, and we are still looking for their current address. Hurry up, there must be angels on my island. The aunt retracted her gaze and continued to eat frantically. Red-haired territorial waters. At this time, every few people in the group of red-haired pirates looked at it with a newspaper. Redhead and his carders also read the newspaper. Unexpectedly, this guy Arthur has a dragon as a mount. It's so handsome. Ah, I am really envious. In another sea area adjacent to the red hair, on an island, the atmosphere is indeed stagnant at this moment. Dragon? Kaido looked at the picture in the newspaper, and his anger soared. He actually dared to stand on the dragon's head. Find where he is, I want to kill him. Bring the dragon back. Kaido Overlord broke out, and the surrounding people rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. The Navy headquarters, Sengoku, Ka, Lieutenant General Crane, and the 3 generals also read the newspapers. Even with their intelligence network, they couldn't figure out where the dragon-shaped fruit came from. Shenlong fruit. Didn't Kaido eat it? What's the matter? Only Carp was still careless. It may be the fruit of the dragon, after all. The dragon has the fruit, and the dragon should have it too. Lieutenant General Crane deserves to be a wise general who always consults in the warring states. Period. World government. Mary Jo. Wu Laoxing looked at the newspaper on the table and didn't care very much, just where the strange dragon-shaped devil fruit came from. However, it's just a little strange. They have been in charge of the world for many years, and they don't care about many things. And in an unknown place, a man in beach pants and a white coat was also reading the newspaper. Could it be that the failed product I made was obtained? This person is Dr. Biggerpunk, who claims to be 500 years ahead of the world. For a time, the entire world, large and small organizations, from ordinary people to nobles, were basically discussing this matter. After all, a dragon that belongs to the legend is still very strange. Although Arthur, who flew back, did not read the newspaper, he knew that as long as this matter was reported, the world would pay attention. This is a great opportunity for publicity. P.S. Sorry, it's a bit late. However, more than 4,000 words are basically equal to 2 chapters. Chapter 110, when Arthur came back standing on the head of a beautiful dragon, even though he had seen it once before, and this time it was still a little smaller, the Sky Island angels were still shocked. Nolan came to his new home for the first time and found that it had changed too much. At a loss for a while, hovering among the 60 islands. However, after a while, Nolan, who understood under Arthur's explanation, became excited. Obviously the new home is better than before. Although it is said that the land that originally belonged to Nolan on Apia has been redeveloped and utilized. But the new island of the gods is not small, and these sightseeing floating islands Arthur also allowed it to stay, as long as it doesn't hurt people, damage the environment or hurt the animals on it. After that, Arthur allowed Nolan to move around here freely, and he went to the new Parliament Hall. Now the top 10 legions are coming back, leaving only the 7 legions of the New World. He wants to arrange all the propaganda plans of the Angel Empire in advance. At that time, Morgans will be contacted through channels and announced to the world. For several days, the remaining 7 legions also returned one after another. The Shadowstream Legion is the only one without a legion commander. After the Shadowstream Legion came back, Arthur was a little surprised. The original white wings of the angels turned black, and there would be no reflection of the sun on them. It was like a glance at a black hole, and it felt that that piece of space was missing. In addition, their pupils have become more pitch black, and the whites of their eyes have also become pale black. The skin was faintly gray, and they also acquired the ability that Arthur hoped them to obtain, mimicry. They will have a very convenient concealment ability in the dark night. When the light is not obvious and prepared in advance, ordinary people will not be able to see them. It can be said to be equivalent to the weakened version of the transparent fruit or the animal lizard fruit chameleon form. What surprised Arthur was that all of their 3 deputy commanders had reached the level of an elite lieutenant general for the first time. In the end, jointly recommended by the 2, the strongest Dark Angel named Yude won the position of Legion Commander. It has to be said that it is a small surprise. The Shadowstream Legion is the only one with 3 elite lieutenant generals among the top 10 legions. In the other regiments, Urgi's King Kong regiment had a deputy commander who reached the level of an elite lieutenant general. This is also an old man who came out of Bika a long time ago. Then Wald's mighty army also had a deputy commander who broke through to the level of an elite lieutenant general. Of the other 8 legions, only the commander is an elite lieutenant general, and the deputy commanders are all lieutenant generals or close to the level of an elite lieutenant general. In addition, a total of 11 squad captains in the 10 major legions have reached the level of a lieutenant general, and after some actual combat, they have reached the level of a stable lieutenant general. 143 ordinary war angels reached the level of elite major generals. Counting this down, the top 10 legions have a total of 14 commanders and deputy commanders with the rank of elite lieutenant general. There are a total of 27 deputy heads and team leaders with the rank of lieutenant general. There are 232 war angels with the level of elite major generals. All other members, a total of 857 people, are all major generals or brigadier generals. I believe that within a year, these 857 people will all become major generals. It is worth mentioning that none of the top 10 legions are over 30 years old. The oldest is only 29 years old. In other words, this army may have extremely terrible achievements in the future. All lieutenant generals. It is not impossible. The tremendous changes brought about by IQ grass really made Arthur stop stunned. If there is no evolution brought by IQ grass, these people only rely on their original talents. I am afraid that 10 people can reach the lieutenant general, and it is thank God that only 1/10 of the remaining people can become major generals. You know, the Navy recruits troops from the entire world, but it is only a few times more powerful than Arthur's 10 Angel Legion at this time, but it is all piled up by the number of people. The Navy obtains human resources from billions and billions of people, and Arthur has only 6 million people. IQ grass, a grass that evolved according to the environment and subconscious needs of living things, is really against the sky. Fortunately, Arthur was smart. He thought of this thing at the beginning, and it is now listed as the top secret. Now the top 10 legions, as Arthur had originally expected, each possess different abilities. Thunder Legion. The white wings of the angels have not changed, but they are blue-violet, and occasionally there will be arc flashes. Judging by the power Arthur released from their full power, it was probably between 15 million volts and 25 million volts. However, afterwards, everyone will be equipped with a 50 million volt reserve of lightning shells. The team leader has 35 million volts to 40 million volts. Weber has 50 million volts. At this time it was already very impressive. Their thunder and lightning are all converted by the physical strength of their bodies, and the stronger their bodies, the higher the intensity of thunder and lightning. However, Arthur speculated that the maximum might be about 70 million volts, which should be the limit. Glorious Legion, after Raki, who hadn't seen him for more than a year, came back. The so-called Little Love wins the newlyweds, and the two had a crazy night. The current Radiant Legion, each of its wings glowed golden. The wings can emit a strong light, and at the same time have the characteristics of scorching heat and high-temperature combustion. The King Kong core, one by one, has a tiger-backed waist, and its wings are like two pieces of metal. The muscles of the body are curly, glowing with the bleak color of metal. They can harden the skin and muscles when needed. The degree of hardness is comparable to the high level of the 6-type iron block. With the addition of armed colors, I am afraid that everyone is no worse than an elite lieutenant general in terms of hardness defense. The Legion of Gods and Powers, originally sturdy muscular men, are now even more massive. Originally, the angels were all about the same size, and most of them were about 1 meter, 7 meters and 2 meters away. But these guys in the Shuai army have a head of 3 meters and 5, and their arms are thicker than ordinary people's waists. Even their wings can see the muscles on the wings from the texture of the feathers. Although their defensive power is not as good as the King Kong Legion, they are also not to be underestimated. What is even more frightening is that their power is basically around 50 tons. Of course, there are still too many gaps compared to real geniuses and monsters. For example, Sauron, when he was a child, could do push-ups with a stone on his back. When on the ship, about 10 tons of barbells are used for swinging. This kind of movement can't be done without 10 times the arm strength. The Virtual Air Force Regiment, these people have become beautiful. Everyone's wings became colorful and very beautiful. Even the skin has become a little colorful. Around them, the air is slightly distorted. It seems to be surrounded by poisonous gas, so no mosquitoes approach. The Ice Legion led by Yana, who was devoted to Arthur, basically had a bow and a knife. This whole female angel army seems to have become more beautiful one by one. Everyone's wings are light blue, surrounded by icy mist, and the feathers on their wings are like those carved by ice. Coupled with light blue hair, white eyelashes, and blue eyes, the face value has become very high. All of them look like the goddess of winter. There is also the Glorious Legion that seems to have changed a lot in the same appearance. They and the Ice Legion stop here, and the other legions next to it frequently cast their eyes. This made Arthur couldn't think of riding sister. How did these women look higher? Especially Laki and Yana, who used to have only 7 points, have now become 9 points. When Laki came back, Arthur almost didn't even dare to recognize it. The Flame Legion, who used to be very skinny, now his red hair like flames and wings like flames. This guy didn't know what to think, and he could breathe fire out of his mouth. The body can also secrete a lot of inexplicable liquids, which can make the body burn and turn into a raging fire. But I am not harmed. The members of his team are basically the same as him. At first glance, I only felt that it was a fire burning, and it looked arrogant and domineering. Ainila led the Super God Legion. Each of these guys are like future warriors, specially evolved card slots on the wings, and installed special wing-shaped armor. Above is the lift and thrust with 3 turbofans of different sizes. There is also a nitrogen-propelling device behind it. The armor on his body has multiple functions, and he wears infrared glasses on his eyes. Good, just like those mechanical warriors in the movie, you can roughly distinguish the opponent's combat power, whether they are carrying weapons, and can also track heat sources and X-rays. At the same time, there is also a large amount of personal information input into it, such as well-known pirates, government officials, navy, kings and nobles of various countries, etc. Their bodies are still complete flesh and blood. The angels of the Streamer Legion became thinner than before. At the same time, the wings became larger and slender, and the legs became longer. Their wings are very streamlined and very tough and sharp. The flight speed is 3 times faster than the other legions. This 3 times is 3 times that of the Super God Legion, which has the second flying speed among the top 10 legions. However, there is still a lot of room for improvement in the Super God Army relying on technology. After testing the data of these angels at this time, Arthur's heart only hears the word happy. The combat power of the Angel Empire has definitely skyrocketed more than 10 times. It has become one of the most powerful countries in the world. But the next thing to do is to trade Arthur with Doflamingo through the intelligence department in the past 2 years. There was also an auction and a few devil fruits that were obtained from the South China Sea after receiving news and distributed them to everyone. These fruits, which are very suitable for some of the army commanders, will definitely bring high-end combat power improvement. Chapter 111, High in the Sky. 10 islands only lower than the Island of Gods have already built training places and single-family apartments for rest. Because each legion counts everyone, there are only 113 people in total. So the base covering an area of 4 square kilometers is already very huge. The bases of these legions have their own different styles and different marks. For example, a pair of wings exuding golden light and guarding the shape is the symbol of the Glorious Legion. A pair of folded, but ice blue wings that are about to unfold, with a pair of ice bows and arrows in the middle, is the symbol of the Ice Legion. A heavy shield with metal wings. There is a vine on the shield. There are a total of 4 islands on it. They are Appiado, the Tolea Cloud Island, and the Island of Gods. This is the logo of the King Kong army. A 4-pointed star representing energy, followed by a pair of very stiffy mechanical wings. This is the symbol of the Super God Legion. A pair of wings carrying an island flying in the sky is the symbol of the mighty army. A pair of very large and sharp wings dragging the streamer, in the form of rapid flight, is the symbol of the streamer army. There is a sword in the middle, a balance is placed on the sword, and a pair of wings flashing with thunder light at the back. This is the emblem of the Thunder Legion. 2 knives in the middle and a pair of burning wings at the back are the emblems of the Flame Legion. There is a cloud of mist in the middle, and a pair of radiant wings is looming in it. This is the symbol of the Void Air Force Regiment. The last one is a wing on one eye. If you don't look closely, you can only see the black wings. This is the mark of the Shadow Stream Legion. The logos of the 10 legions were all designed and supervised by Arthur himself when they came back. In addition, there are 9 different styles of armor for them, with the logo of the legion printed on them. Because Arthur was going to give the 4 fruits he had obtained through 4 channels to their masters, After a collective review of the top 10 legions, he ordered the deputy heads to take their respective legions to the prepared ones. Base. The deputy commanders took their members and flew towards their respective bases. In the windless zone, in that kind of extreme single environment, they never even slept well. When I came back this time, I found that my country had reached another position, and that the change was so great that one individual Titus was excited. So after they came back, they have been wandering around on 60 islands. I also saw Nolan, who lives on the Boeing Islands and can't stop eating. For this foodie, Arthur was also helpless, so he had to let people feed a lot of Boeing Islands every day. Otherwise the island would have to be eaten up. The 10 major legions left under the leadership of the deputy commanders, and Arthur led the 10 legion leaders to the military headquarters on the 3rd layer of Island Cloud. I haven't sent a few devil fruits to them before, just to let them not be distracted and do the current thing well. Wait until their evolution is complete, and then eat the devil fruit, and concentrate on developing the devil fruit ability, so that they can make no mistakes. When we arrived at the military conference hall, Jessica was already waiting here. On the conference long table, there are 4 boxes on it. Seeing these 4 boxes, except Urgi and Danilu who had eaten the fruit, almost everyone swallowed their saliva, and at the same time there was a look of disappointment in their eyes, because no matter what, there must be 4 people today who still can't get the fruit ability. Waiting for everyone to sit down, Arthur said, "There are only 4 fruits found this time. The other fruits are all very ordinary animals. That doesn't meet my requirements or your positioning. But you can rest assured, although there are 4 people who can only continue to wait today, I have already figured out suitable fruits for them. However, it will take some time." Except for the 2 who have eaten the fruit, everyone nodded to express their understanding. Arthur opened the 4 boxes one by one, revealing the 4 devil fruits with different strange patterns inside. "Naz, you are very lucky this time. Because of some transactions between me and Doflamingo, I finally exchanged some empty shell materials from him for this fruit that is most suitable for you." Arthur pushed the box to Nathan. "Hereby, just thinking about whether these 4 devil fruits will have their own share." Naz was shocked to hear his name. After confirming that he had called his name and gave him the fruit, Naz was a little surprised and a little unbelievable. "God, what is this?" "You'll know when you eat it. The fruit that suits you best is not just casual." Naz picked up the fruit and was about to ask Arthur, but Arthur interrupted. Click. Naz bit down, then his face was painful, and he was about to vomit. Gudong vomit. After finally swallowing the fruit, Naz directly retched. "It's so terrible." Panting heavily, grabbed the water glass on the table, and Naz started drinking. Aside, Urgi and Dana looked at each other and laughed. They knew how unpalatable it was, and they would never forget it in their entire lives. After eating the fruit and drinking a few sips of water, Naz felt that there seemed to be some changes in his body. Then a kind of enlightenment rose from his heart, and he instantly understood his ability and how to use it. Naz suddenly turned into an afterimage and moved around the room. However, because of the first use of fruit power, I hit a lot of tables and chairs. A little awkwardly stopped. Naz scratched the back of his head and smiled. Mistake. God, this quick fruit is really the most suitable for me." Arthur smiled and nodded, and said, "Don't try it here. After you go back, you will practice hard." "Yes, God." Naz was excited, but sat down obediently. He also wanted to know who else would gain what abilities. "Weber, this is yours. It's also very suitable for you. You can ask me if you don't understand. This is for all of you. After eating the devil fruit, I will give you advice and guidance to help you develop the fruit ability." After pushing the box to Weber, Arthur said to the others, "Weber is a relatively straightforward person, with no twists and turns in his heart. However, most Sandia people also have this character." This is also why Arthur asked Weber to be the commander of the Thunder Legion responsible for the penalty. Weber bit on the fruit with one bite, and then the veins on his forehead rose. Gudong, however, Weber was also considered hard, and swallowed the pulp in his mouth without saying a word, then took a few sips from the cup. and closed his eyes to feel his own power. Electric shock fruit. Can electric current be used? It really suits me, God. Weber raised his right hand, and the arc wound on it, making a squeaky sound. Thunder and lightning? The power of God. How is this going? The others opened their eyes in astonishment. Raiden is obviously a god's ability, but why does Weber have it? Is it his evolved ability? Seeing everyone's surprise and confusion, Weber took the initiative to explain. God's ability is the fruit of natural thunder. It is the ability to control the celestial phenomenon and control the thunder and lightning outside. At the same time, it can be elementalized and can also use a part of the body as an attack. Fight out. And my electric shock fruit is a superhuman fruit. It can't control external lightning, nor can it be elementalized, nor can it use part of the body as an attack. I can only control all the fruit abilities in the body to issue lightning attacks. It's like God's electric discharge, lightning strikes, etc. I think, if I develop to a certain level, I can borrow part of God's moves. After speaking, Webb looked at Arthur as if to verify. Arthur smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Weber is right. This fruit is equivalent to the lower level of my ability. However, it is also very scary if it is used to the extreme. If it can be awakened, in addition to not being elemental, basically it's almost the same as the fruit of thunder. However, he has an upper limit lower than that of the thunder fruit. It is not clear how many 10,000 volts the upper limit is. After all, this is a superhuman demon fruit. It will only find supplements in other aspects, not the same as the thunder fruit. Completely coincide. Hearing this, Weber shook his head. He hasn't developed it to the extreme, and he himself doesn't know much about it. However, he is still very happy, because this fruit is the most practical for him. Just like Naz's speed fruit, it just added his speed and the direction of his evolution. The same goes for Weber's electric shock fruit. After he evolves, he can also use lightning, but he can only use it by wrapping it around his body and hitting out short distances. But now, he does not have this distance limit. You can also freely control the lightning in your body. Moreover, he originally had 50 million volts. After eating this fruit, he immediately reached 60 million volts. Only need to practice and develop for a period of time. He can use thunder and lightning attack freely. Aside, everyone else looked at Naz and Weber enviously, especially Raphael. He was the most envious. Looking at Weber's smile, he almost died of soreness. He came back early, probably 10 days ago. Before, I was looking through the previous newspapers to learn about the information I had missed this year, but I found a new pirate. Porgas middle.d-middle.ace, the natural ability person who eats the natural burning fruit, known as the new star of pirates, Firefist Ace. At that time, I saw that he almost didn't make him jealous. He wished he had the fruit, and then it was majestic. Both Naz and Webb ate the fruit. Everyone else turned their eyes to the last two fruits. Yana, this one belongs to you. Arthur pushed a nice blue fruit in front of Yana. Yana glanced at Arthur with big, resentful eyes. She didn't say anything. She picked it up and ate. She didn't have any expression when eating something so unpalatable, but she glanced at Arthur from time to time, as if she was saying that no matter how unpalatable it was, she didn't feel uncomfortable. Raki on the side smiled when Yana was like this, then rolled her eyes at Arthur. After eating the fruit, Yana's cold body became even colder on Monday. But in the next instant, the air conditioning was condensed, and even the coldness that had been felt before was gone. Frozen fruit? Yana's mouth curled up, showing a very good-looking smile. This fruit is very good, very suitable for me. It seems that the potential is also very strong. Arthur nodded and said, yes, this fruit is the lower fruit ability of the natural frozen fruit. It is the relative fruit ability of the Superman hot fruit. This fruit is basically the same as the frozen fruit of the green pheasant, except that it cannot be elementalized and cannot be attacked by body parts. Others, developed to the point of awakening, are almost no worse than the frozen fruit. 3 fruits in a row were eaten, and the remaining 5 people looked at the last fruit. The expectation and anxiety in their eyes were undoubtedly revealed. The last fruit belongs to Lucky. The rest of you can only wait for a while. It will be up to 3 years, and you will all get the fruit that satisfies yourself," Arthur said to the 4 disappointed people. After a sentence, he handed the fruit to Lucky. After eating the fruit, Lucky felt it for a while, and then said to Arthur in surprise, "Arthur, this fruit is really powerful. It's almost the same as the natural fruit." Of course, the news of this fruit was discovered by Jessica's intelligence organization. It was cherished by a nobleman and was never shown. But he accidentally leaked the news. After I heard the name of fruit, I personally went to Nanhai. For this reason, all the people who knew the news were killed by me. In Arthur's plain words, there was a hint of blood. Huh? Lucky covered her mouth in surprise and looked at Arthur. Okay. This fruit is too important. I have to do this. This fruit is no worse than the shining fruit. Although it is a Superman, it is a special Superman. As Arthur said, poking his finger at Lucky's forehead, he said, "Use your power." Lucky's head was pierced. All of the people present suddenly changed their faces and stood up in disbelief. But as Arthur retracted his finger, they were shocked to find that a hole with white light appeared on Lucky's forehead. This is ... nature. Everyone was surprised. No, Arthur shook his head. This is a special superhuman series, but it is no different from the natural series, and its development potential is no worse than that of the Navy Admiral Huang Yuan. It is basically equal to another shining fruit. At this moment, Lucky, whose forehead had recovered, walked to the window. Then he stretched out his slender fingers and pointed in the direction of nothing outside the window. The light flickered between Lucky's fingers, and then a laser shot out and disappeared into the sky. This move is the same as the move that Huang Yuan was about to attack Luffy, who was rescued by Telanan, but was stopped by Beckman in the battle for the top. Lucky, this fruit is very important and powerful. You could only become a lieutenant with your best efforts, but through evolution, you have become an elite-level powerhouse. But your potential is exhausted and you can only reach the level of a general, basically hopeless to surpass. But this fruit can push you to the level of a general. Although it may not be as good as the 3 Navy generals at this time, the weaker general is also the top power in the world. Arthur looked at Lucky solemnly. In fact, when he got this fruit, he was also hesitating whether to give Lucky to it. But in the end, he decided to let Lucky eat it. Because of his own guidance, this fruit will definitely not be wasted. The 4 fruits were all divided, but the remaining 4 people who did not eat the fruits breathed a sigh of relief. There is certainly disappointment, but they also know that the 4 fruits are indeed the most suitable for the 4 people to eat. Okay, you all go back. After spending nearly 2 years on those extreme islands, relax again. You will do what you should do in 3 days. The 4 of you don't rush to develop the fruits immediately. Let your spirits slow down and let your body rest and rest. During this period, consider the development and utilization of your fruits. If you don't understand, you can ask me. After speaking, Arthur took Lucky away, leaving a bitter look in his eyes. But now, Arthur has no time to consider the love of these children. What he has to do now is to publicize the affairs of the Angel Empire. Tell the world that there is a fairy tale dream tourist attraction here. As long as you have money, then you can come. However, in this matter, Doflamingo has to help. After all, Morgan's, the #1 newspaper man, didn't know him. P.S. I am speechless myself. A big chapter of nearly 5,000 words. Forget it, I won't talk big. This chapter counts as 2 chapters. Till right when I wake up, I feel my body is hollowed out. Also, please ask for a ticket. Various requests. Give me what you have. Chapter 112, Blubberu on a table. There were more than a dozen telephone worms, and one of them was carrying a pair of small wings at the back. The snail's face was stern, and some funny telephone worms rang. Doflamingo was sitting on the sofa downstairs. He saw the domineering turn on and discovered which phone bug was making the noise. This guy won't contact me for nothing. What will happen? Doflamingo stood up, as if there were steps in the air, and stepped directly upstairs. Click. The phone worm was picked up, and Doflamingo showed his usual, somewhat nasty smile. Arthur, you guys haven't called a few times, what's the matter? On the opposite side, it was Arthur who was sitting in the office on the second floor of the island cloud and calling. HMPH, I need your help for something trivial. Arthur replied with a smile. I want to contact Morgans. There are some things that need his help, but I don't have his contact information and channels. Okay, no problem. I will send your phone worm to Morgans to let him contact you. Next time your people come, I will bring another phone worm. Doflamingo happily back road. Opposite, there was a smile on Arthur's face, and the phone worm showed the same expression very vividly. Also, Arthur, are the empty shells you gave me defective? Can you give me better? Doflamingo frowned slightly. The sales of empty shells are very good. Those kinds of empty shells that can attack and fight and can also be used as hole cards for self-defense are deeply loved by the nobles of some countries. After all, these people are afraid of death. Basically, countries that have a deal with Doflamingo, and others, are asking for this kind of shells. However, Doflamingo also knew that this must not be a good thing. Arthur must have better ones, and he wanted to get these better shells. He hopes to trade a lot with Arthur. These shells are sometimes more useful than guns. If possible, he would like to get some good stuff to arm his Don Quixote family. You know, his Don Quixote family. In addition to the carders, there are many ordinary people and others. If he can trade in a large amount, he can equip those people, and if the quality is better, it would be the best. Doflamingo, isn't this obvious? Arthur replied lightly. Okay. Haha, then I want to increase some trading. Now 3 months, all kinds of shellfish add up to more than 1,000, which is too few. Doflamingo put away smile. Arthur frowned, thought for a moment and said, these shells need time to train, and the soldiers of my country also need equipment. Doflamingo's face sank slightly when he heard this. But since you have spoken, it's okay, then I will double each on the original basis. A total of 2,000. This is the limit, and I can't give it any more. Arthur felt, afterwards when Doflamingo is used, I'm afraid there are still some defective products that were harvested early. Add a little and add a little. Although it still felt a little bit less, but doubled it. Doflamingo thought it was pretty good, so he showed his nasty smile again. Double it? It's okay. I'll send the phone bug to Morgans in a while, and he will call you after a few hours. Doflamingo smiled lowly. Okay, I'll contact you next time. Click. Arthur hung up the phone. For Doflamingo, Arthur has always had some doubts. If he doesn't change the plot, or if he doesn't want to change the plot, Doflamingo probably will be killed by Luffy as the protagonist. Killing Doflamingo actually didn't matter to Arthur at all, but Doflamingo knew the secrets of the Draco. The secret of the Tanlong people is the secret of the demise of the D-clan. In other words, that is the trump card of the Tanlong people, making them so arrogant and domineering now. Even if they are as stupid as a pig, they can still master the big secrets of the world. And Arthur, I really want to know what this secret is. At that time, do you want people to stop the ship and bring Doflamingo back? Blubru. Unknowingly, Arthur had been in deep thought for a long time. The phone call to Doflamingo rang and interrupted Arthur's thinking. Huh? Arthur looked at the phone worm and picked it up smoothly. At this time, the phone worm changed from the image of Doflamingo wearing red sunglasses to the appearance of an eagle-billed eagle face. Hello, Morgans. Arthur knew that the caller was Morgans, who had more or less contact with the world government, the underground world, the 4 emperors, and so on. Looking up to the name for a long time, Lord Arthur. Doflamingo said, you have something to do with me. I don't know what it is. Morgans was a little confused. He didn't have much contact with Arthur, but the other party asked to talk to himself. Yes, there are some things that need your help. Arthur nodded and began to talk about his own affairs to Morgans. After an hour, Morgans had understood. So he asked, that is to say, you want me to help you promote your country, recruit chefs from all over the world, gambling kings, top groupiers, and elites in the service industry, beautiful women and handsome men, and other talents. Then announce the meeting. After the World Conference, the country is officially open? Yes, at present, the construction of my country is completed. As long as all kinds of service personnel are in place, I can face the world and let everyone feel the beauty and richness of my empire. Arthur nodded. No problem. But because of the publicity, this time the scale is so large, I am afraid that the printed newspapers will be much more than usual. In terms of costs, I am afraid it will not be too low. Don't worry, in terms of costs, you won't suffer a loss. Arthur nodded. Now Shandora's gold still has more than 1,300 tons. At most, it's a trivial matter. The opposite Morgans heard the words and let out a strange laugh, and then said, if this is the case, then there is no problem. When your country begins to officially open, I will definitely go to see it. Welcome to you. Arthur nodded with a smile. After that, I will send you all the photos of my country, and I'm up to you for the promotion, and I must do it more beautifully. No problem. Click. When the phone was hung up, Arthur was relieved. Propagating this matter, it was considered complete. It is most appropriate to help yourself propagate by the means by which the other party can send the newspaper to the world. After a full day, the angels from the Design Institute took photos of 50 floating islands, 8 empty islands, and Apayado. But there are many photos, 4 to 5,000. Therefore, with the efforts of everyone, we selected more than 300 photos with the best shooting angle and the best overall look, just like artistic photos. These photos are not just pictures of islands. There are also some special or very nice partial photos on the island. In addition, there are photos of various buildings on the island, plus some internal photos inside. Just here, there are still many places that have not been photographed inside. But that's it. All the photos are taken, but there is no sense of expectation. These photos will be promoted for a week. In order to have better publicity results, Arthur also requested that these photos be made into poster specifications. In this way, the beautiful landscape paintings will be collected by people instead of throwing them away, which is tantamount to a continuous publicity. 2 days later, Morgans, who got the photos, looked at these exquisite photos and sighed, saying that he must go and have fun when he opened up. On the third day, the news of the Angel Empire covered the whole world. Everyone knows a beautiful air empire, a paradise country like a dreamy fairy tale world. Some croupiers who think they are good at cooking, skilled in gambling, and skilled, as well as some elites, beautiful women, handsome men, and other talented elites are attracted by the scenery in the picture, and they follow the requirements of the newspaper and write about themselves. CV. 1 month later, Arthur will send people to 4 seas, the first half of the Great Route, New World, a total of 6 locations for on-site assessment. Once passed, after being hired, you can obtain a single house or apartment on the Sky Island according to the level, and have the qualifications to join the Sky Island. 0 middle dot middle dot find flowers middle dot middle dot. Of course, this is just qualification. Without working for 5 years, or without special contributions, no one can become a resident of Sky Island. Attracted by the beautiful and unearthly scenery of the Sky Island, the whole world became hot. After the meal, people were talking about it, and all the capable people were preparing their own resumes as required. Then wait for the list published in the newspaper at that time, and then go to the island notified to participate in the assessment. Such a place on Earth, I must go. Bring wives and children to enjoy a better life. Isn't that the reason why people are willing to work hard to improve themselves? In the world, many big people have also paid attention to this matter. The Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard looked at the pictures, and was the first to get interested. He accompanied his sons to read one by one while laughing. "Garalalalala, this kid's the country is so beautiful. I hope I can go there one day." On the side, Diamond Jaws said, "Daddy, look, it said that anyone can go as long as he doesn't violate national laws and tourism laws in his country. This is the same as that of Tazalo who ate golden fruits." "The same." "Garalalalala, silly son, I have a white beard. Even if I can go, can anyone rest assured?" "K la 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 la. Dot. 0 on the boat. There is also a young man with freckles on his upper body, wearing an orange hat and freckles on his face. This person is the Fire Fist Ace, who has recently gained fame. At this moment, he was also looking at the newspaper with a wry expression on his face. In addition to the white beard, the other 3 emperors also saw the newspaper. The aunt was a bit amazed and wanted to take her as her own, but she couldn't go to the first half of the great route called Paradise, and the navy would inevitably besiege her. The red hair laughed and said, "When it is open, you must go over and take a look. Food from all over the world, you must taste it, especially the food from hometown, which has been missed for a long time." Kaido, on the other hand, was looking at the newspaper and his anger soared. The last time I saw the dragon, the guy who defeated Jack was on the dragon's head. As a dragon fruit capable person, he felt like he was insulted. He was so angry that he could hardly suppress it. He wanted to bring the dragon back, but he didn't know where did the empty island move. But now, he knows it. World government. Mary Jo. Looking at the newspaper on the table again, Wu Laoxing was also a little surprised. Actually, I saw the news of that newly joined country again. On the other hand, they don't know how many years they have lived, but they are also a little surprised by the scenery. However, it was only a surprise. They have lived for so many years and they are too knowledgeable. And the Danlong people in Mariajo shouted one by one to go to this country, take it as their own and only allow themselves to play there. Such beautiful scenery should not be let anyone experience it. There should be them who belong to the descendants of the Creator. Even, there are already some Dracos who have asked their men to prepare ships to go to Arthur's country. The Navy headquarters, Sengoku, Ka, Lieutenant General Crane, and the Green Pheasant who once again had his turn in the headquarters also had a newspaper. This is really a splendid scene in the world, it's so beautiful. After the old man retires, he is going to go here on holiday. The Warring States period looked through the photos with amazement. The Warring States period is right, I want to go too. The Boeing Islands and Food Island seem to be very good. Food from all over the world, I really look forward to it. Carp nodded in agreement, but his focus was obviously it is not the same as the Warring States period. Aside, Lieutenant General Crane also nodded in praise. This child, the country before was very beautiful, but now the country is even more beautiful. After retirement, I think I will settle there. The Green Pheasant yawned, it's a very beautiful place, but it's a pity that it will become a tourist attraction. If you go there to sleep, it might be a bit noisy. This propaganda, even the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army stopped what they were doing, read them together, and admired them. On Xinkong Island, Arthur is now guiding the 4 newly obtained fruits to develop their own fruits. Second, Chapter 113, it's the 3rd day of a week of publicity. Near here, resumes have already been sent. In this One Piece world, there are actually express and mail companies. But the only one that shines in the original and is famous is the courier company run by the Bucky Pirates of Kyu High. In the past 2 days, Arthur has been instructing Lucky, Yana, Weber, and Naz to use their fruit abilities. Naz has a good talent, but through evolution, he can only barely reach the Quasi General after eating the fruit. But it should be a little too close. But this was also very unexpected. When he came back this time, Arthur also had a deeper understanding of the effect of IQ grass. Except for Naz, Weber is very talented and has the talent to become a lieutenant general or more. Through evolution, he has become a leader among the elite lieutenants. Electric shock fruit, which is extremely compatible with Weber's fruit ability, has no problem pushing him to the rank of Quasi General, that is, the Emperor's deputy level. However, it can only stop here. As for the rest of Raki and Yana, Yana is more talented, and can reach the level of an elite lieutenant by herself. And the evolution of IQ grass directly stabilized her to the level of the best in the elite. Eating the frozen fruit, as long as 1 or 2 years of development, it can basically match the Quasi General. However, this royal sister will have to take it sooner or later, and she who will have more life expectancy at that time. She does not know where the limit is. And Raki can only become an ordinary lieutenant general. After evolution, it has reached the level of an elite lieutenant general, a bit worse than Yana and Weber, but the potential of the special superhuman line of laser fruit is too strong. A special superhuman system that is no worse than the flash fruit. The potential is undoubtedly the general level. However, due to the fact that Reiki's talent is not very strong, I am afraid that within a few years, he can only become a brigadier general, the level of the Emperor's deputy. But this is already very good. After the last 2 or 3 years, the Angel Empire will have 6 brigadier generals and powerhouses at the Imperial deputy level. Among them, Urki and Anilu may become stronger than the 3 generals at this time. Jessica's talent is no worse than Yana, and Anilu is also a similar talent than Urki. Coupled with the powerful fruit of Piao fruit, within 3 years, there is also a chance to become the 3rd general level powerhouse. But this is not necessarily true. But it is certain that she will definitely become a strong quasi-general. Just as Arthur knew a few people, a luxurious ship was approaching the Dengshan Island more than 30 kilometers away from Arthur's gateway to the Sky Island on the Great Route. On this ship, there is a symbol that is hated by countless people in the world, the hoof of the flying dragon. This is a dragon boat. On the boat, there are 3 dragons wearing bubble heads, 2 tall, 1 thin, 1 fat, and 1 short, also very fat. The 3 people are talking together happily. That guy named Arthur is really disgusting. Such a dreamy temple of heaven actually wants those untouchables to have fun. That's right. What a stupid king. That country, let's take it as our own. As for the king, let him do something good. Saint Charlie is right. And those angels, I want to get some slaves. It's just the same inferior race as the group of Murlocs. 3 idiots who don't know the heights of the sky are talking about the sky, while urging the ship to hurry up. These 3 Tanlong people just set off relatively quickly. Behind them, there are 4 more ships. A total of 11 dragons are coming towards Dengshan Island. Half an hour later, Arthur frowned and stopped guiding Naz and picked up the phone worm. What's up, God? No good. The world noble Danlong people are here, and you want you to come down to pick him up. Just now some people who didn't know the rules were beaten by the Danlong people's bodyguards because they didn't kneel, and 1 was shot. A string of anxious voices came from the phone. The corners of Arthur's mouth twitched slightly, his brows throbbed, and blood vessels burst into his forehead. This group of pigs. He'll be there soon. Arthur's face was pale, and he decided to teach these sand sculptures a lesson. Him going down first. You continue. After Arthur finished speaking, he was about to go to Dengshan Island. Larky pulled Arthur and said, Arthur, don't be too impulsive. I heard that those people have been hurt. You can call the Admiral to help them. Don't worry, it's just a lesson. It won't happen. Arthur nodded and disappeared into a thunder and lightning. Malign Fodor. At this time, the Navy headquarters suddenly fell into urgency. Snapped. The warring states patted the table fiercely, and stood up and stared at the colonel who reported the news in front of him. What are you talking about? Kaido disappeared in the New World for 3 days and now appears on the Great Route. The colonel was shocked by the coercion of the warring states period and stammered, report to the marshal that Kaido suddenly jumped into the sea 3 days ago and has not been seen for a long time. The supervisors thought he was committing suicide again. Maybe he was drifting away in the sea, so he is now looked for. But more than 2 hours ago, a ship discovered that Kaido suddenly appeared a Great Route, swimming towards the north and south. It is currently speculated that it may pass through Dengshan Island. Dengshan Island? What's that place? Zango frowned. On the side, Lieutenant General Crane, who had arrived because of the urgent news, frowned and said, that is the gateway island of the Angel Empire on the edge of King High. Huh? Warring states frowned. Kaido's goal is the Angel Empire? Why? Lieutenant General Crane suddenly brightened his eyes and said affirmatively. The child had a dragon. It is said that he used to be a giant python. Later, the child found the dragon fruit and gave it to the giant python. Kaido must be for the dragon. Yes, that must be the case. Kaido is a dragon fruit capable person, known as the Kaido of the beasts, and will definitely not put any dragon as a mount for others. But that guy is also really generous. and he actually gave such a precious animal species to one. The python eats it. Lieutenant General Crane did not answer, but frowned, thinking, and then spoke. Now, the Angel Empire is also a member of the world, and we need support. At least, the great pirate Kaido is the responsibility of our navy. Warring states also frowned. Kaido is really difficult to handle. The navy also caught him several times. However, there was no way to execute him, and he finally escaped. They dare not even put Kaido in the undersea prison, fearing that more people will be released. Kapu, Green Pheasant. You too, let's go. The Warring States period looked at Kapu, who was dozing aside, and the lazy blue pheasant with his legs up snapped. The bubbles on Kap's nose burst, and his face was blank. What's wrong? What happened? The Warring States face turned dark, and he was about to hit him with a punch. After making a noise, the Warring States period said it again. Hearing this, Kap nodded seriously, and it was indeed their responsibility to defend against pirates for the franchise. As for the appearance of Kyuhai, it is the pot of the world government, not their navy. The strength of the child is not weak. I am afraid that he has the top combat strength, not weaker than the general. For a while, Kaido may not be able to help him. You go now. There should be no irreversible consequences. Hizong will speak to Kap. Here, Kap and the General King Pheasant boarded the boat and set off towards Dengshan Island under the order of the Warring States period, while on the other side, Arthur had already reached the Dengshan Island with a black face. Upon arriving at Dengshan Island, Arthur first appeared next to the angel whose breath was declining in perception. At this time, an angel soldier, belonging to an ordinary war angel with wings, was holding his stomach, and fell in a pool of blood in pain. Discovering that there was no life-threatening situation, Arthur was relieved. Step by step, he became the god of unifying the Sky Island and the king of the franchise, but it was not for his own citizens to die for it. After inspecting the injured angel, Arthur did not take care of the 3 dragon fevers on the side, but said to the people around him, well, you will all go to the island by boat, and quickly heal the injury. At this time, the 3 heavenly dragons on the side could no longer suppress their anger. As a world nobleman, he was ignored by a king who had just joined the world government. Hey, you guy, the king of an angel country, dare to ignore our existence? The tall and fat guy among the tan long people said. Arthur turned around with a gloomy face, and looked at the 3 celestials blankly. On the side, CP0, wearing a white coat, saw Arthur's appearance and became vigilant. Hey, you king of untouchables, I'm talking to you. The tall fat man said again. CPO only felt that the figure of Arthur in front of them flashed, and their bodies were ready to shoot, but Arthur was not visible in front of them. Arthur stood in front of the 3 celestials, staring at them with gloomy eyes, and said angrily, you 3 bastards, how dare you come to my country to go wild? Bang! The 3 heavenly dragons cried out in pain, and flew out. The blood in their mouths sprayed into the inside of the bubble, stained with blood red. What? You guy, dare to attack the Dragonite? Looking for death. Several CPOs were unbelievable, and the Dragonite was beaten out under the eyelids, and he vomited blood. Just as several CPOs were preparing to do something, arrow spread throughout the island. Arthur, you bastard! Give that dragon to Lao Tzu. At this time, Kaido, the beast, appeared on Dengshan Island. 114. Chapter 114. Arthur, you bastard! Give that dragon to Lao Tzu. A loud roar came suddenly. The CPOs who were just about to start all stopped, surprised. On the side, the 3 wailing celestials were all attracted by this sound, and their voices became much smaller. Arthur frowned, and instantly expanded the scope of seeing and hearing. He hadn't paid attention to the movement before because of the 3 celestials. With this careful perception, I discovered that a powerful aura had landed on the shore from more than 10 kilometers away. This Dengshan Island originally only had a radius of about 15 kilometers, but Arthur asked Jessica to help him expand it to a radius of 30 kilometers. Perceiving this powerful aura like a violent beast, Arthur jumped out of his mind. Drought Jack. This breath is similar to that of Drought Jack, but it is more violent, stronger, and more unscrupulous and domineering. Immediately, Arthur flashed a name in his mind, and lost his voice. Beast Kaido. On the side, the CP0s, who were also surprised, heard Arthur's whisper, and their expressions changed drastically. No! Quickly escort the three adults away. CP0, who seemed to be the leader of the team, hurriedly shouted. The three heavenly dragons over there are also scared right now, but Kaido and the others know that they are the fierce big pirates in the world. The three of them got up in pain, while giving Arthur a vicious look. Commanded CP0, take that kid away. I want to torture him. How dare to do something against the great descendants of God. I want his country to belong to us, and demote him to a slave. CP0 heard the words and glanced at Arthur. From that moment before, they knew that this seemingly ordinary person was very powerful. Oh, moreover, now that Kaido is here, how can there be time to do this? My lord, Kaido is here, it's too late. Presumably he can't survive either. CP0 whispered while supporting the Tanlongrun. Arthur sensed that Kaido was rushing here, and he looked at the Tanlongrun with a cold eye, and said, if Kaido hadn't come, I must teach you pigs a lesson today. Zizitha was covered in thunder and lightning and raised his fist. From Kaido's posture, Arthur already knew that today I am afraid that he will not be good. Booming, the earth seemed to have been heavily oppressed, and the dust was flying. The houses that had been built were also crushed one after another. A violent man with a height of nearly 9 meters and horns on his head rushed out. After seeing Arthur, Kaido roared, you kid, dare to stand on the dragon's head and die for me. Kaido's fist was like a shooting star, slamming it at Arthur fiercely. Arthur knew that his physique and strength at this time were not Kaido's opponents. However, the first move is to hide by themselves, which I am sorry for Zunya, who is the king. Under the horrified gaze of the Dragonite and CPO, who hadn't walked far on the side, Arthur raised his fist trapped around Legwang and fiercely paired with Kaido. A stupid brain full of muscles, just because you want to kill me. Arthur's loud shout spread throughout the island. Boom! The violent collision, the violent wind. The entire island trembled under the impact of this terrifying force. The ground under Kaido and Arthur's feet was instantly fragmented. Huh? Kaido's eyes flashed with surprise. Although only 70% of the force was used for the punch just now, most people couldn't hold it. Although this kid had fought with Jack before, in Kaido's view, the ship had originally limited Jack's combat power. In this way, the two will be a tie at best. And Jack, with his punch, is absolutely impossible to catch it without retreat. In fact, Arthur's physical strength at this time was only 70% of Kaido's. It would be difficult to catch this punch even with full strength. But Arthur had spread the electromagnetic field in a 5-kilometer radius before. He used electromagnetic fields to add traction in front of his fist, and behind his elbow, to add propulsion. Therefore, it can be said that Kaido's punch is fighting against a spatial electromagnetic force field. Boy, not bad. Kaido made a low voice. Where is that dragon? Give it to Lao Tzu. Kaido's fist-sized eyes looked at Arthur viciously, full of brutality. Idiot, who do you think you are talking to? Although it was much lower than Kaido, it was like an adult to a few-year-old child. But Arthur's momentum is not weak at all. Little devil, do you think you can talk to me like this by taking a punch from me? Kaido roared and punched him, and at the same time a terrifying aura broke out. It was Kaido's domineering look. But domineering looks domineering. Will Arthur be afraid of Kaido? Do you have it? Arthur choked back and raised his fist to meet him. Booming, the collision of power and the domineering collision of the Overlord color made the entire island tremble. A few hundred meters away, the Tanlongrun, who hadn't walked far, softened their feet, lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Several CP0s looked at the sky in shock at this time. In the sky, due to the aggressive collision of Arthur and Kaido, The thick clouds were divided into two halves. That guy is too strong, he can actually shake Kaido head. I'm afraid it is a general level powerhouse. Several CP0s looked at each other, picked up the dragon on the ground, and ran towards the boat. It was a little far from the shore, but the slaves of the Tanlong people crawled on the ground, very slowly, and it was too late. Once again blocked by Arthur, even the domineering look was also blocked, and even slightly lost. Kaido's face was darker and more angry. You actually have a domineering look stronger than red hair. It seems that I underestimated you. But today, you have to die for everything. Kaido's eyes full of surprises were full of murderous intent. But Arthur did the same. His eyes were full of killing intent. This Kaido suddenly came to smash the scene, or when he was very upset, even if he couldn't kill the opponent. He still had to teach him a lesson. Stop talking nonsense. Let's see who will die first. Arthur spit out these words coldly, his arms instantly wrapped in a powerful armed look domineering. Drink. With the help of electromagnetic fields, the power of this punch is terrifying. Even Kaido dare not care. The two collided frantically, and the whole island kept shaking. The seaside cities that had been built were shattered by this terrifying force impact. 1 kilometer away, on the trembling shore, CP0 looked ugly at the boat on which the Tanlongren came. The half of the house that fell from the sky just now sank the ship directly. What to do? One of the CP0, who was holding a dragon, looked at their team leader. We are all capable people, and there is nothing we can do about it. Help. Let the Navy send a warship over. We went to the other side of the island, and the aftermath of the two of them couldn't be beaten for a while. CP0's team leader said. Immediately a group of people changed directions and ran wildly, saying that nothing would harm the Tanlongren. This is a basic rule that they knew when they entered CP0. On the other side, Kaido, who had been fighting Arthur for a long time, was shocked to find that this little man was not less powerful than himself. This played for a long time, and I didn't take advantage of it at all. Kaido was even more angry. His eyes were red, and scales gradually appeared on his arms. Arthur also noticed that there were dragon scales floating on Kaido's arm, knowing that the other party was in real fire, and was ready to go all out. It has been a year and a half since fighting against the red hair. At this time, Arthur's strength and then can be said to have turned upside down. For the development of Xiangli fruit, it has officially reached 700 million volts. In addition, he has mastered the electromagnetic field, gravitation, repulsion, high temperature and other incidental abilities to a certain extent. This is also why Arthur can fist against Kaido with the help of electromagnetic fields. This is all the help brought by the micromanipulation of the electromagnetic field. Kaido came from the sea this time, without his weapon mace. For a moment, I realized that the fist was not cheap, so I grabbed a big tree from the side, threw off the branches and leaves, and wrapped it with a domineering arm, and it turned into a powerful weapon. Upon seeing this, Arthur held a virtual hand in his right hand, and a flashing electric sword appeared from the palm of his hand and appeared in Arthur's hand. 100 million volts, Thunder God Sword. Also entwined with the armed color domineering, the thunder and lightning materialized into the Thunder God Sword, turning purple and black. The two collided together again. After a while, Arthur succeeded in a sneak attack and knocked Kaido into the sky. In my heart, I chose to hit Kaido to the center of the island. Kaido is not afraid of water, but he is afraid, if the opponent succeeds, he will be hammered into the sea. Bang! Amid Kaido's roar, he was beaten more than 10 kilometers away, tumbling constantly on the construction site under construction. This time, from the side of the island, the battlefield was moved to the center of the island. Immediately, Arthur disappeared into a thunder and appeared in the heart of the island. Kaido, who also stood up at this time, had his eyes flushed and bloodshot. This is simply a shame. Having crossed the sea for so many years, he was actually beaten into the air by a 20-year-old kid. After a loud roar, The two struggled together again. The fierce battle was the worst since Arthur was born again. There are not too many fancy moves. One is fighting with Chun's physical strength. One is fighting with the aid of the physical body and the electromagnetic field. You come and I go with each other, each will win or lose. Hit from the center of the island to the west of the island, and then to the south of the island. The entire island is reduced to their battlefield. Every time one person succeeds, the other person will be beaten several kilometers or even dozens of kilometers away. However, Arthur, who was caught in a fierce battle, didn't even notice. When he succeeded in another attack, he happened to hit Kaido in the direction where CP0 was fleeing with the dragon. Kaido, who was comparable to the falling of meteorite, killed 3 CP0s on the spot, 2 of which happened to be carrying 2 celestials on his back. Because he was carrying a dragon on his back and couldn't dodge, both of them were smashed to death. Kaido, who jumped up, saw these people and discovered that they belonged to the world government. He grabbed the trunk of a big tree, wrapped it with a stick and swept it over. With 10 CP0s, there were only the last 3 left in an instant. And there were still 1 handicap, 1 serious injury and 1 minor injury. And the last Tan Longren who had escaped by chance before was also smashed into flesh. After that, Kaido didn't pay any attention to the last 3 CP0 desperately desperate, and roared, not caring about the 2 who were killed by Arthur and the 1 that he killed, and rushed into the center station again. Chapter 115. 50 kilometers away from Dengshan Island, a dog-headed warship led the way and hurried forward violently. After that, there were 10 large warships. Looking at the rank of leader on them, all of them were lieutenant generals. This is the fleet that can only be assembled by the Demon Slayer order. Originally, after Carp and the Green Pheasant were on the road, they were also rushing here. But the Green Pheasant knew that Arthur was not weak, and wanted to see Arthur's strength. So he didn't ask for full speed forward. However, as he walked, the general's exclusive phone worm rang. The phone worm, who usually only contacted him by the admiral or the military and government agencies, this time it was the world government's timing governor, the 5 old stars. When the Green Pheasant, who was wondering why Wu Laoxing called in person, learned that 3 celestials had actually gone to Dengshan Island, and all of them are dead at this time. Even Carp was shocked by this incident. Then 10 warships followed. A few kilometers away from Dengshan Island, the 3 undead CP0s were all sitting on a giant tree, looking like a dead grey face at the island not far away that was constantly quaking. They knew that when they went back this time, no matter what they said, they were dead for whatever reason. At this time, a large crack appeared on the island of Dengshan, which was originally 30 kilometers in radius. About a quarter of the island has been split. Kaido is the strongest in the world, and his physical strength, endurance, resilience, strength, and explosive power are all stronger than those of Sir. The battle lasted for more than 2 hours, but there was no sign of exhaustion, but the more fierce he fought. As for Arthur, only speed and reflexes are stronger than Kaido, and others are about 30% weaker than Kaido. But at this time, in the barbaric and primitive battle, there was no wind at all, and the battle became more and more frantic, and there was no sign of exhaustion. On the contrary, his face turned red, and he felt more and more excited. Boom, boom, boom. Booming. The 2 people were like disasters, bringing natural disasters to a not small island, and the whole island was groaning. 2 people. One of them held a thunder sword wrapped in purple and black by armed domineering, and the other held a big black trunk wrapped in armed domineering. Chop, 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 chop. There are only these 2 actions, but its destructive power is the world's top. Even if the white beard does not use the fruit-shaking ability, it is at this level. Kill you, kid. Kaido roared wildly, fighting a 20-year-old junior in such a situation. This kind of unprecedented shame made him almost lose his mind. The momentum of the whole body is no different from that of a crazy beast. Contrary to Kaido, the more Arthur gets happier. This proves that he has truly become the world's top combat power. Ha 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 ha, Kaido, You a beast full of muscles, are you capable of this? Huh? Arthur laughed wildly, provoking Kaido. Because Arthur knew that this was not Kaido's full strength, and this is not my full strength. He has only used 60% of his force now, and the remaining gap is made up by the gravitational and repulsive force of the electromagnetic field. Arthur's words were like a catalyst, destroying Kaido's little reason again. Boy, who do you think Lao Tzu is? Lao Tzu, but the beast Kaido. Drink it. Kaido's body swelled again. The dragon scales on his arms were fully manifested, and some dragon scales appeared on the body as well. The head is slightly deformed. This is about to undergo the second stage of the transformation of Shenlong fruit, transforming into a dragon. Seeing this, some changes occurred in Arthur's body. He used a paragraph of Thunder God Huashan in an instant. 100 million volts of electricity flooded the body, making Arthur's size soaring out of thin air. All of a sudden, Arthur's strength and physical strength increased by 10%. Don't underestimate this ratio. The increase in this ratio increased Arthur's combat power by 20%. Boom! Arthur disappeared under the tree trunk, avoided Kaido's blow, and then appeared beside him. Supernova slash. With a high temperature of over 6,000 degrees, the Thunder God sword severely slashed on Kaido. However, Kaido reacted extremely quickly, and the powerful arm domineering directly caught the slash. Bang! Then with a backhand, he flew Arthur out and rolled about 5 or 6 kilometers away, plowing the ground into a deep scar. Little devil, you are still far away. Kaido roared and walked out of the ground where Arthur was instantly melted into magma when Arthur slashed with high temperature before. The lava was flowing on him, but it did not cause him any harm, and even his hair was not damaged at all. With his legs bent slightly, Kaido rushed towards Arthur a few kilometers away with a slight jump. At this time, 3 or 4 kilometers away, a fleet of warships came here. Carp and the Green Pheasant, as well as the lieutenant generals who came to Carp's boat, looked at the terrible movement on the island with solemn expressions. This guy can actually fight Kaido like this. This is probably the world's top combat power at the general level. Lieutenant General Huashashan looked at the scene on Dengshan Island in shock. At this time, Arthur happened to hit him before, and punched Kaido who had rushed to him. Then, relying on the speed of thunder and lightning, he appeared behind Kaido again and smashed Kaido into the ground vertically. On the side, the other lieutenants nodded in agreement, and everyone was shocked. It's not that this scene shocked them. They became a lieutenant, and they have gone through countless battles. It's not that they have never seen such a scene. What shocked them was that a 20-year-old young man who was only half their age, a young man who was about the same age as their child, could actually be like this with Kaido. Mole said, "General Green Pheasant, doesn't it mean that the king of this newly joined country is a natural fruit-capable person?" This is not very similar. Hearing this, the Green Pheasant was solemn, and there was a hint of wonder on his face that did not seem to be lazy. That's true. He is the Thunder Fruit ability and the owner of the Tricolor Domineering. And he saw that the Domineering color should be the strongest in the world, and the Domineering color may also be the strongest in the world. If he really had a year and a half ago, and if you win the red-haired overlord's domineering impact, what? His domineering look might be the best in the world? The lieutenants on the side were shocked. The red-haired overlord look domineering. They have also been felt by some people. Mr. Carp, shall we not go up? Aside, the ghost spider asked Carp. Carp frowned, and suddenly said, "Huh? Do you want to go? I think the fight is evenly matched." The Green Pheasant thought for a while, and finally said, "After all, Arthur is the new king of the franchise, and Kaido is our responsibility. We still have to go and help. It's good to subdue Kaido early." The lieutenant generals on the side hesitate. Do you really want to intervene in the battle between two terrifying monsters of this level of combat power? They don't seem to be able to get in touch. On the side, Carp rarely got serious. After hearing what the Green Pheasant said, he said, "Green Pheasant, you go up first and make a battlefield. The island is about to be sunk. After that, you and I will practice." Kaido arrested. "Allah, it's a headache. Do you really want to catch that monster? The green pheasant had a headache when he heard that he was about to catch Kaido. Didn't he have never caught him before? He had participated in the arrest operation, but it was useless. However, despite saying that, the green pheasant jumped off the boat. The green pheasant whispered softly when it touched the sea. Ice Age. Click. The entire sea with a radius of nearly 100 kilometers froze instantly. Upon seeing this, Carp ordered, "You are all waiting here, and I can go with Kyuzan." With that, Carp jumped off the boat and rushed to the center battlefield with the green pheasant. At this time, Arthur and Kaido, who were in stalemate, sensed two powerful breaths approaching at the same time. The two recovered a little from the frenetic battle. Although the movements of the two remained the same and they were still fighting frantically, they burst out of their own horror overlord look at the same time. Boom! The two domineering forces do not give way to each other. Arthur's domineering has the upper hand, impacting Carp and the green pheasant coming here. The clouds in the sky were divided again, spreading from the central station to the two. Carp suddenly received this degree of domineering, because it was the two at the same time. Even the movements of the two of Carp couldn't help but stiffen for a short time. However, both of them are general-level powerhouses, the world's top combat power. Although he was hit by two strong and weak overlord colors, it was just a little uncomfortable in his heart. "Get out!" Kaido yelled, but it wasn't for Arthur. At the same time, although Arthur didn't speak, his domineering look was even more terrifying. Huh? Carp stopped. Aside, the green pheasant stopped when he saw this. "What's wrong, Mr. Carp?" The green pheasant looked at Carp. As a result, Carp turned around and left, digging his nostrils, and said uncomfortably, "The kid didn't want us to be near the central station, so they let them fight. The kid couldn't insist that we go up and help him." The green pheasant looked back, rumbling, and even the sea that had just been frozen in ice shook the central station with a huge crack. "Let's go, Kyuzan." That kid might be thinking of a good fight. Carp clasped his nose and didn't stop. Island Heart, aware of the arrival of the departure. Arthur took back his domineering look, and so did Kaido. In the next moment, the two men had recovered their senses and were flooded with fighting intent and killing intent. "Little devil, I admit that you are very strong, but I will definitely kill you. That dragon must also be taken away." Kaido roared, completely transformed into a dragon. His strength skyrocketed instantly, much stronger than before. Arthur stared at Kaido, his body gleaming with thunder. Question. Second paragraph. An electric current of 300 million volts raged in his body, and Arthur's size instantly soared to 3.5 meters, becoming a muscular man. "You've already said a lot of big talk. Want to kill me? Are you a foolish fool?" Boom boom, the earth cracks and the sky changes suddenly. The battle between the two is like a battle between two gods, and everything around them is affected by them. The war has been going on until the 6th day. All the methods that could be used between the two were used. The armor on Arthur's body was shattered, his upper body was fruity, and his pants were a bit torn. A pair of wings was a little embarrassed, and the feathers were tangled up. On the other hand, Kaido didn't wear a shirt, so it was basically the same as before. But in fact, he has been hit hard many times. But under the resilience of horror, it can't be seen. On the 7th day of the battle, the two basically played all their cards. The original Dengshan Island had disappeared at this time. The ice sheet with a radius of hundreds of miles before the green pheasant was frozen. Now it has also turned into floes. Arthur flew in the sky, breathing heavily. Had it not been for the help of electromagnetic fields, he would have been exhausted. In the past 7 days, in the raging battles without rest, Arthur can say that most of his cards have been exhausted. Gravity, repulsion, high temperature, electromagnetic, thunder and lightning, physical confrontation. These have all come again, and what is left is the final trick exploded. And Kaido, the same is true. After the dragon became a dragon, he also did his best, but he didn't even take a lot of points. At this time, the island is gone and the ice sheet is gone. Arthur was forced to fly in the sky. Fortunately, flying in the sky, he is also very free. no different from fighting on land. Kaido can't fly. After being attacked a few times, Kaido reluctantly roared and used his complete body directly. Shenlong appeared in front of the world. As early as the day of the battle, Morgans, the leader of the industry, had already sent someone over to start broadcasting. So now the battle is being watched by the whole world. Kaido's transformation made many people exclaimed. Now all countries in the new world are watching. Whitebeard, Red Hair, Aunt, Doflamingo, and underground kings are watching. In the world government, the 5 old stars, government officials, and even the Tanlong people are also watching. In addition, the Great Sea Route and the 4 Seas also broadcast this unprecedented world-class war. Seeing the Kaido dragon flying in the air, Arthur knew that the final battle was coming. Grave accent Diarus is 550 million volts. 3 stages of transformation. Arthur's body soared again, from 3 meters to 5 meters to a little giant. His combat power increased to 70% in all directions. This is his current combat power on the verge of the limit. 400 million volts. We are Zhuang Thor armor. After becoming huge, Arthur gave a low drink again, and thunder and lightning walked away from him. Immediately condensed to purple-black armor. Even the wings became purple-black, and the feathers were as hard as iron stones. Kill. Roar. The two screamed at the same time and rushed towards each other. Boom, the world rumbling and humming under such impact. Boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. The aftermath of the battle continued to spread. Every time the two played against each other, there would be a loud noise between the heavens and the earth, and the strong wind was like a 12th typhoon, setting off waves of anger. The sound of the fight, like a sonic weapon, is transmitted to the distance in a transparent corrugated shape. 2 more days passed, and the two became more and more tired. Even Kaido was a little tired. In the past, if you were injured, you could recover quickly, but now it is getting slower and slower. The mane on the dragon's body was scorched and dropped a lot. The dragon's scales were also black and purple, and even the dragon scales were knocked off in many places, and blood was leaking out. The flesh and blood slowly healed under the resilience. And Arthur was no good. There were scars all over his body. There is also a stammering deep mark on the abdomen, which is left by Kaido dragon claws. Finally, the 10th day of the battle, after the last madness, Kaido roared unwillingly and fell from the sky. Kaido, finally exhausted. At this time, Arthur still had some spare energy, but he could only support him in fighting for another hour and a half. After that, he will do his best to defeat. Dressed coarsely, Arthur tried to keep his mind sober. Watching Kaido transform from a dragon to a human again, breathing violently on a piece of broken ice. Arthur was so cruel in his heart, he had to be cruel to him no matter what. Fly down from the sky and stand beside Kaido. Arthur has to slow down a little bit, so that Kaido will have a long memory. As if seeing the cruel good look in Arthur's eyes, Kaido smiled lowly and said, "Little devil, I really underestimate you. I didn't expect you to have such a combat power. But you want to kill me? Stop dreaming. No one in the world killed me, nor can I." "Really?" "I know, so I don't want to kill you, but I want to leave you a rescue." Not far away, seeing the end of the battle, the warship drove over here. On the bow, Car, Green Pheasant, and Lieutenant General looked at the two people on the floating ice. There are still some unbelievable feelings in my heart, just like a dream. The 4 emperors Kaido, the world's strongest creature by sea, land and air, actually defeated the North. They were horrified, and when they approached here, they suddenly noticed an unusual movement. Standing next to Kaido, Arthur felt a little relieved, and then raised his right hand, put his right hand into a knife shape, and then the thunder and lightning began to gather and sound. Gradually, Arthur's right hand became a scorching light source, like a small sun resting on his hand. "Kaido, remember, this mark is left to you by the god of my angelic empire, the king of angels." God Arthur. Other right hand, which emits a high temperature of 40,000 to 50,000 degrees, slammed Kaido's heart fiercely. Kaido stared and felt some crisis. Although not dying, but I am afraid there will be a lot of hurt and pain. Condensing his last armed dominance on his chest, Kaido resisted Arthur's attack. Squeak like a knife cut on a steel plate. Arthur's right hand and Kaido's chest made a harsh sound. Finally, Arthur's right hand pierced Kaido's armed collar severely, and slowly pierced half of his palm into it, and then only advanced the last half an inch, unable to get in any more. The meat on Kaido's chest became scorched and stinking in an instant, but Kaido, who was accustomed to injuries, only twitched his face. Arthur knew that being able to leave this mark on Kaido was probably already a limit. He pulled out his hand and sat aside, regaining his strength. Not far away, the warship came quickly. Not hurry up. Kaido, a very resilient guy, might be able to jump again. P.S. Knowing that some people don't like watching battles, I just write about it quickly, but the number of words is still large. I will go for more than 5,000 words, and it's hard to write me. 116. Chapter 116. Bang! Carp and the green pheasant jumped on the ice floe and glanced at Kaido, who was panting and fainted from exhaustion. Afterwards, the 10 lieutenant generals all rushed up, each holding a large Heilu stone chain in shackles. Suddenly, the sleepy Kaido was locked tightly by the chain, and then tied up by the lieutenant generals on a huge raft pulled by the warship. Next, what will happen to Kaido? Even the Navy themselves don't know. Let it go. You can't live up to it. Grab it, but nothing else. So far, Kaido has been arrested by the Navy 4 or 5 times. Isn't it helpless? Anyway, the undersea prison cannot be put in, so it is possible that all the criminals in it will be released. Standing on the ice floe, the green pheasant looked at Arthur, who was breathing heavily, constantly calming himself down and recovering some strength as soon as possible, ready to say something. But Arthur spoke first. Jessica, the King Kong Legion, the Power Legion, the Ice Legion, the Flame Legion, the Super God Legion, come down immediately. Fortunately at this time, because of watching the battle, the top 10 legions were all in the distant clouds. If you're on the Sky Island and you're in a bad state at the moment, it's really going to take a bit of effort. The green pheasant who was about to speak raised his brows. 5 legions? What is Arthur going to do? Carp on the side didn't know when he got a bag of senbai, and he ate it with chuckles while looking at Arthur. This 20-year-old young man is probably about the same age as Ace. How old is Ace? Carp suddenly fell into thought. The green pheasant glanced at Carp, then made a gesture, and the seagull carrying the image worm in the sky flew away, and the next words could not be transmitted right now. After making the gesture, confirming that the seagull was flying far away, the green pheasant said, Arthur, on your island, 3 dragon people have died. Hearing this, Arthur raised his brows. Denon, dead? Ha ha, those 3 stupid pigs, dead. Actually want to take my country as my own. Let me and my people be slaves. Ha! The people here are a group of very powerful people. The lieutenants on the ship and the inexplicably thinking Carp heard Arthur's words, and they all looked over in surprise. The green pheasant curled his lips. Although he thought so, he couldn't say anything. Moreover, even the 5 old stars were so angry about this incident, which can be said to be a major event that shocked the world. The imminent impact of this incident is extremely bad. Many Tanlong people are very angry. Someone has already proposed to withdraw your qualification to join the country. Arthur was expressionless, sitting there listening, and then snorted coldly. So what about the 5 old stars? They wouldn't be so stupid, would they? The corners of the green pheasant's mouth twitched again. And some people actually felt the reluctance of the senior Navy general, so to speak, of Wu Lao crossing. If it hadn't heard it really, the green pheasant couldn't believe it. Puff ha 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 on the side. Carp laughed unscrupulously. To him, it doesn't matter what the world government, the Tanlong people, and the 5 old stars do. Anyway, He is just a seaman who maintains the stability of the sea. You have a great responsibility for this matter. I'm afraid you can't excuse it. King Pheasant didn't know what to say. Is it possible to say that the 5 old stars might be preparing to kick Arthur and the Angel Empire out of the franchise? Or to judge the King of Arthur, call them? Arthur's face was gloomy. No matter how you talk about this matter, it has nothing to do with yourself. The green pheasant thought for a while. He didn't know what to do about this matter. It's better to let Arthur and the 5 old stars communicate, because even the 5 old stars are hesitating right now. Originally, Wu Laoxing's order was to arrest Arthur and send it to Judicial Island to wait for trial. The deaths of the 3 celestials were really of great importance. Even Wu Laoxing felt a bit tricky. But then, after a series of news, and the battle scenes from the image worms, no matter how you look at it, this is a top powerhouse who is not weaker than the 4 emperors. This time you have to be more cautious. The sea needs to be balanced, and Arthur, a top powerhouse who suddenly appeared, may easily break this balance if he doesn't handle it well. In particular, the opponent is still a person with the ability to naturally tie the Frout of Thunder. When the opponent is awake, it is basically impossible to catch it if it has not fallen into the ocean or is locked by the stone shackles of the sea tower. Blubberu blubberu, the phone worm rang with his eyes closed, and Arthur sat on the ice floe, looking at the phone worm on the ice table made by the green pheasant. Click, the phone worm was picked up, but there was no sound. The picture of Wu Laoxing seeing the image bug is gone, and now he doesn't know what the situation is. But he expected that he could not catch Arthur. 5 older stars, Arthur said. After a while of silence, an old man's voice came from the phone worm. King of the Angel Empire, God Arthur. It's me, Arthur replied. There was silence on the other side, and then another voice came out. 3 celestials died on your island, do you know? Arthur nodded and said indifferently, Admiral Green Pheasant just told me. Then, since you also know that it is in your country, then you will be responsible for the death of the Tanlong people, and the anger of the Tanlong people must be subdued. Responsible? Calm the anger of the Tanlong people? They ran to find death by themselves. What is my business? Are you making fun? Arthur raised his brows and sneered. Pay attention to the way you speak, Angel King. A voice mixed with anger came from the other side. What? Did I say something wrong? Those 3 idiots came, and Kaido also came. What does it have to do with me to die on the island? Arthur said, without giving up. Anyway, they are all dead on your land. This matter, you can't get rid of the relationship. You need to accept the judgment of the world government to calm the anger of the Tanlong people. Judgment? Arthur's voice rose sharply. Don't tell me you don't know the purpose of those idiots here. Dare to say in front of me that you want to take my country as your own, and take me and mine. The people are their slaves. I didn't kill them directly. I already gave you a lot of face for the world government and the Tanlong people, and I want to judge me. Arthur's voice was angry, even if it was just a phone bug in front of him. He couldn't help staring fiercely. Just at this time, the legions who were watching the battle during the war were already waiting on the sidelines. Without waiting for the 5 old stars to react, Arthur turned his head to look at the 5 angels. Alki, Anilu, Jessica, Yana, Wald, Raphael, you can go to the realm of the New World Beast Kaido. Destroy his lair for me. Some people in this world look down upon me and the angels. It's time for you to show your edge and tell the world, angels, no one can deceive. Arthur's domineering look was released suddenly, and the phone worm was instantly crushed. The floating ice beneath him was suddenly shattered into pieces under the domineering color of the overlord who possessed physical damage. Fortunately, the green pheasant immediately activated its ability to stabilize the floating ice. On the side of the warship, the soldiers also rolled their eyes and fell to the ground one by one. Feeling this terrifying domineering look, all people's faces changed drastically. Arthur didn't even notice that his current domineering look was a little stronger. And this has a lot to do with the fact that he defeated Kaido and truly believed that he was on the top of the world. Previously, Carp and the green pheasant had also felt it, but it was definitely a different feeling from Atla's range outbreak. especially Arthur's domineering look has increased a little bit. Even Ka, a veteran who has been crossing the sea for more than 40 years, was shocked by it. Locks, Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, Big Mom, even the red-haired domineering is far inferior. This young man's domineering is so terrifying. Yes, it is the first time to set out a task to show the world the hard work and achievements of these people over the years. All people are full of war spirits. Remember, sink all the 3 plagues to the bottom of the sea. Yes, all the angels lined up neatly in the air, and responded neatly. On the side, the green pheasant, Ka, and all the navy looked at the 5 legions in the sky in shock. Almost everyone can feel that kind of power. A corps of all major generals. There are 8 elite lieutenants, more than 70 elite major generals. This army is so strong. King Pheasant's face is solemn, and so are all lieutenants. And Ka, who was also surprised by the overall quality of the 500-strong army, was more focused on Jessica among them. Without wings, floating in the air. Could it be ... How could this be possible? Jessica, take them quickly. A quick fight. Don't give the Kaido pirates time to reflect. This time, I want the Kaido pirates to be hit hard. Arthur finally looked at Jessica with a serious face and a little excitement in his eyes. Yes, Jessica was not as lively as before, but replied very seriously. She knew that Arthur was really angry this time. Immediately, under the shock of the navy and the green pheasant, in Cap's comprehensive and complicated eyes, the fragments of the island that had been sunk by Arthur and Kaido flew out of the sea. Then it quickly gathered and condensed, and was shaped into a flat stone slab. All the angels stood on the stone slab. Jessica looked back at Arthur, activated her ability, and flew to the new world with the 5 legions. After 10 days of fighting, although Arthur still had enough energy, it took a lot of physical energy to play on Kaido before. Although he had a rest for a while, his body was no longer able to support him. He desperately needed a rest, and he had persisted for a while with his willpower. Arthur, who had made up his mind to go back to rest, glanced at the green pheasant and Ka, there are more than a dozen boats, and looked at himself shockedly, and the navy who had not yet dizzy. Arthur said coldly, in this world, no one has the right to judge me, and no one has the right to judge me for a group of stupid pigs. General Green Pheasant, please tell me this sentence to the 5 old stars. If I make up my mind to kick my angel empire out of the world government to join the country, I won't be afraid. After speaking, Arthur flapped his wings and rose into the sky. Not long after flying, a giant dragon emerged from the clouds and took the initiative to carry Arthur on his head. Carp was back in his heartless state now. The green pheasant glanced at the direction where Arthur flew away a little worried. He didn't want the world's top powerhouses like Arthur and his country to be forced into enemies. Although he didn't want to admit it, the green pheasant felt that he might not be Arthur's opponent. Moreover, the opponent's subordinates actually have that kind of army. I am afraid there are other hidden powers. There may be a part of that kind of army. According to the aura of perception, if the Angel Empire had more than half of this army, it would be able to catch up to a third of the Navy's headquarters. And the Major General level of that kind of strength is almost equal to 2/3. If once the enemy becomes an enemy, the opponent may easily gather a group of 4 Emperor's-level pirates, and there will be a powerful pirate group to take refuge. In other words, the opponent joins the ranks of the Revolutionary Army, which is even worse. In any case, he didn't want the Angel Empire to be forced to become an enemy. Especially this time, it can be said that it has nothing to do with Arthur at all. Once it is spread out, it may be detrimental to the image of the world government. The original image is not so good, it may be even worse, which will greatly affect other franchise countries and the franchise countries that want to join. Back on the ship, the green pheasant ordered to return immediately. He wants to retell this matter in detail to the Marshal of the Warring States as soon as possible. The Marshal of the Warring States period can talk to the 5 old stars, and hope that things don't go in a bad direction. P.S. Oh, it's a bit watery to update these 2 days. although the number of words is more than 8,000. After moving, I haven't used broadband, because I used someone else to pull it before, but I didn't use it. So my computer has no internet, and I don't know what's going on. The files in the computer can't be found in the mobile phone, or they can't be opened when they are found. So I used QQ to take photos and recognize text in the picture. This resulted in typos. Although I checked, there were still omissions. Sometimes anxious, there are more omissions. As a result, some book friends have a bad sense of reading, so I apologize for not seeing here. Tomorrow I will go to telecom to get broadband. After that, the typo should be gone. Chapter 117, If there were no deaths from the Dracos, perhaps the battle between Arthur and Kaido would be added to the news and reported again. But there is no if. The 3 Tanlong people died. They died in the early stage of the war. This matter was like an atomic bomb, and a mushroom cloud was exploded in this world in an instant. After the approval of the world government, the causes and consequences of this incident were selectively reported. Why did the Tanlong people reach the Tandao Island through the Gateway Island of the Angel Empire? That's because I sighed the beauty of the Sky Island and wanted to see it first. How did the Tanlong people die? It was when Arthur and the Dragonite met for the first time that Kaido happened to strike. In the sudden outbreak of the war, Arthur, as the king of the Angel Empire, tried his best, but failed to save the Dragonite. But in the battle, the king of the Angel Empire fought Kaido for 10 days and nights, and Kaido was defeated in the end. The king of the Angel Empire, God Arthur, became the world's top powerhouse with this battle, and was called King Arthur. Afterwards, the king of the Angel Empire, the God Arthur, felt very guilty and regretful for the death of the dragon people, and said that the Angel Empire in the future would first open up the heaven in the sky for the dragon people. A basically fabricated news, except for the content of the war between Arthur and Kaido. The rest is basically the compromise of the world government and the concession of Arthur. The reason why the world government compromised is because after the Green Pheasant returned to the Navy headquarters with Kaido, he immediately approached the Marshal of the Warring States period and explained the whole story. At the same time, the Green Pheasant also told Arthur's Angel Army to the Warring States period. On the other side, Carp will also see Jessica flying freely out of thin air, and allowing objects to fly, telling the Warring States about her ability to shape her. When the Warring States heard this, there was a moment of silence. Although Golden Lion Shiji is an enemy of the world government, as an old opponent, it is inevitable that he feels a little frustrated when he learns that his fruit power has been obtained by another person. Unexpectedly, the fellow Golden Lion died unexpectedly. I still remember this thing in my heart, for fear that the Golden Lion will come back and die. There is one less enemy of our time. Sengoku sighed, and then went to Mary Jo. Regarding Arthur's matter, he must have a good deal with the 5 old stars. First of all, such an extremely powerful top combat force should not be an enemy. No, it's driving the opponent into a hostile camp. Because of the opponent's strength and the background of the opponent's country, he can instantly become the 5th Pirate Emperor, and even with his record of defeating Kaido, he can recruit more pirates to join. Or, such a top combat force was forced to join the Revolutionary Army, although this is not within the jurisdiction of the Navy. But the biggest headache for the world government is the Revolutionary Army. Once this happens, it will definitely be more uncomfortable. If such a terrifying top powerhouse joins the Revolutionary Army with his powerful national army, the Revolutionary Army will inevitably increase its strength. And those empty shells, which are special products in the Sky Island, will definitely bring a lot of convenience to the Revolutionary Army. Warring States clearly explained the stakes of these things. Although he knew that it was not difficult to think of these things with the wisdom of the 5 old stars, explaining it by himself would always make the other party feel more difficult and urgent. Known as the Straight Down to the Warring States period, the art of speaking in the Warring States period is also very powerful. Otherwise, it would not be possible to do today's step, and the Navy would almost be independent from the world government. Sure enough, when he heard that Arthur might become the fifth emperor of the pirates, no weaker than the Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. The 5 old stars were not very moved. But after the Warring States period talked about the convenience of joining the Revolutionary Army and the convenient combat specialties of the other side, Wu Luxing suddenly hesitated. But they didn't think much about it. A news made them completely determined, ready to persuade the Danlong people to calm down. And the news was that 3 days ago, 5 legions sent by Arthur and a person with the ability of fluttering fruit attacked Kaido's lair. After a great battle, Jack was hit and sunk to the bottom of the sea in the drought a day and a half ago. However, the fire cinder, relying on the power of the devil fruit, turned into a wind god pterosaur, and escaped from a serious injury a day ago. The epidemic slaughter was also captured by the people who gathered afterwards, and after discussion, it was decided to hand it over to the Navy of the New World. When this news came, Wu Luxing's silence time became longer. When the Warring States period heard the news, his heart was full of joy, and it came at the right time. But immediately, the heart of the Warring States also fell into silence. An Angel Empire not only possesses a world-class combat power at the general level, but also has a few legion commanders who are close to the strength of a quasi-general, and its legions should not be underestimated. Given some time for these people, I am afraid that they will be able to compete against a 4-emperor-level pirate group in terms of strength without anyone joining. And what is shown now, is it all? Warring States do not believe it. Even the Navy has never really shown its full strength. Would a Sky Island god who has gradually ruled all the Sky Islands over the first half of the Great Route from the age of 11 will reveal all his whole cards, based on the experience of the Warring States for many years? The opponent will definitely have hidden power. If we can't completely wipe out the other party, we can't and cannot hold the other party accountable. In fact, the other party has nothing wrong with it, so we can only take a step back in this matter, the Warring States said in a deep voice. Afterwards, he recounted all his inferences and guesses. It is also very clear that the opposing legion can fly. There are even a few people who are at the general level of strength. In other words, if the 3 generals launch a ranged attack, most of them will also be blocked. And most of the angels who escaped are likely to become real confidants. After thinking for a while, the 5 old stars had to admit that there was really no other way than to take a step back and try to preserve their face. And this kind of thing has really been done in recent years. Warring States, we are going to negotiate with the Tanlong people, and you are responsible for negotiating with that bastard guy. This matter must bring Tanlong down this level in a human face. Wu Luxing gave an order to the Warring States, and then the Warring States left Mary Jo. The Warring States period was still in a pretty good mood for the purpose of basically achieving this time. Then, meet this Arthur by the way, and talk to him about the cooperation of Kongbai specialty products. Once most of the warships can be promoted by the Kongbai, then the efficiency of chasing pirates will definitely be greatly improved. At least the 4 seas will be more stable. As early as a year ago, the Warring States period wanted to conclude this transaction, but Arthur moved and left no message. When the situation of the Sky Island is known again, the other party has moved to another place, and Xuanqing will not open until 9 months later. This matter was so delayed. And now, exactly 9 months have passed. In the Sky Island, Arthur lay on a soft island cloud in the shrine, watching the development and practice of the fruit abilities through the image bug, and using the radio waves to guide him from time to time. Behind him was Nuokigao with blue hair and slightly dark skin. Nuokigao was gently massaging Arthur's body at this time, watching curiously the practice scene broadcasted in the video insect. For more than a year, Nami went to the moon, except for the last time she was brought back to help Arthur create a cloud and rainy weather. Basically not here. She had a good impression of Arthur, and gradually fell in love with Arthur. Now, the two have basically done everything except the last step. Arthur was still very satisfied with the surprise attack on Kaido's territory and the great success, only to run away from the embers. After all, they had always been fighting against each other, or fighting with those fierce beasts and strange beasts. This is the first time to fight against a real strong man. It is normal to have some deficiencies. The result now is very unexpected. Presumably, the world government that received the news should also weigh 1 or 2. In the same windless zone, close to the Amazon Lily Island in the middle of the first half of the Great Airway, Snake Gisraeli looking at the newspaper seriously at this time. Grave accent Diarys's 3 dragons died unexpectedly in the hands of the king of the Angel Empire and Kaido. Seeing this news, Snake J, who had always been arrogant and calm, instantly covered her mouth with her slender hands, her eyes full of excitement. On the side, the 2 sisters Sonida, who had already seen this report, saw the appearance of the eldest sister, and once again curled their mouths, tears turning straight. 3 damned dragonites died at one time, and they were really fortunate that this happened. Sister, according to the news we got from Chambord Island, the 3 celestials who died did not go to the Angel Empire with good intentions. I heard that they wanted to take the Angel Empire as their own. Aside, 3 Sister Mary Gruder said. Huh? Snake J frowned her good-looking eyebrows, and said, it seems to have done something with the world government. This is the usual trick of the world government. Humphrey, that damned man, so powerful and bold, actually make a dog for the Danlong people. Snake J felt a little unhappy when she remembered that her overlord color was directly crushed by the opponent a year ago. At the same time, in the whole world, the death of the 3 dragons was frantically mentioned, and it became a topic for people to talk about when they met. The fact that Lian Yagudinufse defeated Kaido was put aside. Dan Longren died unexpectedly. This is something that hasn't happened in 800 years. Many people are gloating in their hearts, but they dare not show the slightest expression on the surface. New World, the white beard, Big Mom, red hair who got the newspaper and laughed at the news report. Similarly, Doflamingo, who was in the heights of King Dressrosa, also looked at the newspaper while he let out a wanton and malicious smile. Those idiots, did 3 die? It seems that those few celestials did stupid things in this matter. They are both Tanlong people, although they are no longer anymore. But he had a good grasp of the psychology of those people, and when he saw the news, he knew that apart from the battle with Kaido, there was basically no truth, and he probably knew what those people did. But having said that, Arthur is such a powerful father. After Doflamingo laughed, his face became gloomy. Kaido is a character that even he fears, but now he is defeated by Arthur, which makes him a little hesitating for a while. This is a news that shocked the world, a super news of 800 years. In the past, most Dracos had only been beaten, but this time, 3 died directly. This event is simply a big event that can be recorded in history. Chapter 118, Malign Fodor, the underground prison of the Navy headquarters. This is the prison where Roger the pirate used to stay. In the last period of his life, he stayed here, and at the same time asked Carp to help him, so that his son Ace had the right to live. The degree of defense in this prison is no worse than that of the Great Undersea Prison. To a certain extent, it is stricter here, except that there is no torture of the Great Undersea Prison. And now, Kaido is locked up in the heavily guarded prison here. In order to make this monster wake up a little slower, a large amount of poison gas, nerve gas, and anesthetic gas filled it. Just here, the Navy controlled machinery to fill Kaijuo's mouth with medicine. But this is just a delay for Kaido, who has developed the animal demon fruit to the limit and is himself a powerful demon. Moreover, this delay will gradually lose its effect, because Kaido's body will quickly develop immunity to these things, just like Luffy is already immune to most of the poisons after being poisoned by Magellan's venom 2 or 3 times. If there is no more poisonous thing like Magellan's alive, he just not afraid of poison. Same. Above the prison, originally sitting in the Navy headquarters building, but because of Kaido, the Green Pheasant can only sit and stay in the office above. After the warring states came back from Marijoa, he explained to the Blue Pheasant and took Lieutenant General Crane to the Sky Island. Now the true strength of the Navy headquarters is Kapu, King Pheasant and Zephyr, who have resigned from the position of general and become instructors. Kaido's breathing became heavier and heavier. Except for the first scar on his body, there was now another scar that was much smaller, which was left by Arthur. In addition, Kaido's body has completely recovered. Kaido, who had only been lethargic for 3 days, began to move slightly. With Kaido's movement, the chains creaked slightly. The Navy soldiers' complexions changed instantly when they heard it. They glanced at the sturdy Kaido that was tied up inside, and then found that there were real signs of waking up, and hurriedly all ran out. This place is no longer where they can stay. Bang 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 bang. General Green Pheasant. It's not good. Kaido is about to wake up. A soldier rushed into the house and shouted to the sleeping Green Pheasant. The Green Pheasant frowned, raised his blindfold. His face was full of helplessness and impatience. Allah, this guy finally woke up, but it's really troublesome. The Green Pheasant disappeared into the room. The 3 generals, such as the King Pheasant, were extremely powerful in physical skills, except that they were not as good as the pure physical skills such as Carp and Zephyr. Even the Yellow Ape, the weakest of the 3 of them, could use physical skills to fight against most lieutenants. Standing at the entrance of the underground prison, the Green Pheasant could easily feel the terrifying aura inside gradually growing stronger. Kaido woke up. In the prison, the sturdy Kaido suddenly opened his eyes. He was sober in an instant. He was not surprised at his situation. He knew that the Navy was nearby and he was defeated, so he would definitely be arrested. But so what? Did the Navy get him? Click, click, click. With great effort, Kaido broke all the Heilu stone chains on his body little by little, and then sat up. Heilu stone, known as the hardest substance, seems to have no effect on Kaido. That kid can beat Lao Tzu. Damn. Obviously it is a natural element, and the physical strength is not worse than that of Lao Tzu. What is going on? Kaido, as a strong man who has reached the top of the world in pure body, has always been the most conceited of his body and strength. But now he was defeated by a kid with strength, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Damn, kid, I must kill you. Kaido yelled and shook the walls of the prison, and the electric lights were blown to pieces by sound waves. With a roar, Kaido stood up and walked out. He wants to go. Can the Navy stop him? At the gate of the prison, the Green Pheasant was even more disgusted when he heard Kaido's roar and the burst of air currents. What a trouble, this guy. Bang. Kaido flew the door with a punch, then squinted in the dazzling sunlight and walked out of the prison. Allah, you monster ran out. Kaido looked at the Green Pheasant, then disdainfully said, does your Navy still want to trap me? Boom. Kaido attacked when he said that he attacked, and hit the Green Pheasant with a punch. Slap. The Green Pheasant was instantly broken into broken ice, but then it condensed again. Freezing time capsule. Click, click, click. The ice condensed all the way. Kaido, who had not yet retracted his fist, was instantly frozen. However, this kind of move is okay against the lieutenant generals and below, and it is useless for Kaido at all. Click. The ice was broken instantly. What I hate most is you natural bastards. Kaido roared, his fist trapped in armed color, and he slammed the Green Pheasant viciously. But the Green Pheasant reacted extremely quickly, and instantly entered elementalization. Although he has strong physical skills and his physical body is not weak, but he fights with Kaido. Let's forget this. A kid dog was not so stupid to sit faintly in the position of the first strong admiral. Except for the inexplicable Thunder Fruit ability. Got Arthur. Ice time. To avoid Kaido, the Green Pheasant is another trick. But these attacks are just perfunctory postures. In the distance, from the Navy headquarters building, a sturdy old man with grey hair rushed out, walking towards this side on a moon step so skilled as to walk in the air. Fist bone, iron ball. Boom. Kaido was smashed and flew out, rolling on the ground. Kyuzan, don't dare to beat him out of Marineford. After waking Kaido out of Marineford, this is the goal of the Navy this time. The experience of many times made them very clear that this guy currently has no good solutions. Next, the Green Pheasant and Carp cooperated and beat Kaido on the edge of the headquarters. Finally, he drove into the sea, and then stood on the shore to prevent him from coming up. These images have already been taken by reporters who have explained to them, and they will be used for subsequent press releases. Kaido was not a fool. Knowing that there was a powerful old man named Carp and General Green Pheasant, he couldn't get anything cheap by himself, so he glanced hard at the people on the shore and walked away unwillingly. That day, a piece of news spread all over the world. The Navy headquarters, under heavy watch detention, Kaido was sober and rushed out of the dungeon. However, under the joint hands of the Navy Admiral Green Pheasant and the Navy hero Carp, although they severely suppressed the opponent, they eventually caused K to escape with multiple injuries. When people who didn't know the truth saw it, they were a little disappointed. But only those who know Kaido and the Navy know that this is just a trick. If Kaido could be killed, how could he be allowed to roam in the hands of Admiral Blue Pheasant? Find flowers in the shrine. The resilience is not as good as Kaido, and Arthur's injury has not healed, but it is almost there. Moreover, in order not to leave scars, Arthur has been performing subtle electric shocks with thunder and lightning. However, the impact on combat power is basically not much now. The strength of a body can be at least over 80%. After a delay of 2 days, they all replied. So these 2 days, Arthur has been thinking about one thing. Do you want to go to Dressrosa and ask Doflamingo to come over? Anyway, he is not his own opponent either. The Emperor's deputy is just a little bit overestimated. Blubberu the phone worm kept thinking about it. Arthur has never liked this phone worm very much. Although it is very interesting, it has too many limitations. Arthur picked up the phone worm. God. Marshal of the Navy and Crane are coming, and they want to discuss something with you. Okay, I get it. Take them to the shrine. Is God. 3 days ago, Jessica and others were sent by Arthur to the site of Kaido in the New World. Half a day ago, Jessica and the others came back. By the way, Jessica also brought a new medium-sized island with a radius of 50 kilometers, and the scenery is also great. It was an island that was previously included in the Floating Island project, but it was wiped out. So, now Dengshan Island has appeared again. Now some angels have begun to work. As for the warring states, they just happened to be here. On the Great Route, Kaido has been swimming in the sea for a long time, feeling so hungry, so he went to an island to find food. The residents on the island saw a huge figure from a distance, and found that it was the 4 emperors, Kaido the Beast, as mentioned in the newspaper, and they hurriedly fled outside the town in fright. As a result, a small town of tens of thousands of people quickly became empty. Kaido walked on the street, found a rotisserie at random, and started to eat barbecue by himself. As he ate, Kaido glanced at the newspaper and found the newspaper opened on the side. He didn't care about it, but suddenly saw the words 100 beasts and pirates and sneak attack. Take a look at the newspaper. The pirate group of beasts was attacked, 3 plagues and 1 sinking into the sea, 1 fleeing with severe injuries, and 1 severely injured by the Navy. Kaido domain was crazily eroded by the influx of numerous pirate groups. What? The 3 plagues? Damn it. Boom. Booming boom. 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 After reading it, Kaido's eyes were blood red, and he smashed in the town frantically. Damn kid, I won't let you go. Kaido wreaked havoc in the town and roared up to the sky. The barber kid continued to eat regardless, and now he quickly returned to his turf to wipe out all the pirate groups who dared to take advantage of the fire. That was what he wanted to do more. Arthur sent a legion to attack, which certainly made him angry. But this defeat also allowed him to put Arthur on the same position as himself. But the trash-like bugs dared to take advantage of the fire. This is the real reason that made him angry. No matter what happens between the king and the king, this is the opponent, this is the enemy. Enemies of equal status. But a group of little pirates with a bit of status came to take advantage. And that wouldn't work. What Kaido wants to do now is to go back and screw off the heads of those pirates. P.S. Chapter 1. Second. Chapter 119. Above the White Sea, a warship was sailing, and an angel was leading it on board. The warring states has lived for so long, and I can say that I have seen everything in the sea, but I have never been to the Bay by Sea, and I have never been to the Sky Island. So sailing in the White Sea, even he found it a bit strange. 10 minutes later, the warship successfully entered the gate of heaven from the sky above the island and sailed towards the core of the island. From a distance, 50 floating islands are located in different locations, floating in the air very reasonably and beautifully, very beautiful. At a glance, it is completely a dream country. Oh yeah, this place is really beautiful. It's totally two feelings to see it in the photos and to see it like this. Lieutenant General Crane looked at the heavenly beauty on Earth, and was even more surprised. The warring states standing by the side also widened their eyes. Oh, it's more shocking than the picture. It's not an exaggeration to say that a place like this is a paradise on Earth. The angel who led the way stood aside, proudly. The words of Lieutenant General Crane and the warring states period made him proud from the inside out. Such a paradise on Earth is their residence. After a while, under the shocking and yearning gaze of the Navy, the warship entered the ring-shaped White Sea from the Yun River. Marshal of the warring states period, please take this ship, and we will take you to the first Cloud Island. The angel leading the way pointed to a luxury yacht beside him and said, "Your god is on the second-level Sky Island?" Warring states glanced at the second-level Sky Island. No. The leading angel shook his head, then pointed to a higher place, and said, "The second floor. That is the place where the guards of the island of the Patron sent and the office of the gods. The gods are on the higher island of the gods." The warring states and Lieutenant General Crane heard the words and looked higher again, only to find that there was an empty island with a large area on the top of the vines 500 meters. "You lived so high." The warring states period was a little surprised. He felt that this style was a bit like a dragon. Separate yourself from the general public completely, and stand above you. How to get up like that? Lieutenant General Crane looked at Yun, which only reached the first empty island. "Fly up," the leading angel answered honestly. Lieutenant General Crane was ashamed. Indeed, angels have wings, so of course they can fly up. The warring states period looked at the height of the island of God, which was about 2,500 meters away from Apia. If it goes upward from the second layer of island clouds, it is also 2 kilometers in height. Unless it is a flying angel, and the fruit of the flying animal or the fruit of the Superman, it can go up. This in itself is a very convenient sky moat, plus the soldiers on the first and second layers of Cloud Islands. The defense is even stronger. Then, the warring states period looked at the 10 island clouds that were level with the second layer of island clouds, and he felt the aura of more than 1,100 strong men on them, some of which were equal to the ups and downs of the Brigadier General's aura, some the meaning of breaking through. Of the 10 island clouds, 4 are extremely close to the Quasi-General, 2 are on the edge of the Quasi-General, and 2 are slightly worse. 10 elite lieutenants, 34 lieutenant generals. Originally there were only 27. After this sneak attack, the elite major general squad captains of the 5 legions who were already close had 7 more talented and best talents and reached this level. 287, close to 300 elite major generals. Of the remaining 800 auras, more than 500 are at the level of major generals. More than 300 Dao is close to the major general's level of brigadier general. Feeling such a powerful aura, the warring states could not help but be secretly shocked. These are the 10 legions of the Green Pheasant, right? This is a powerful force that can completely resist the Navy. In addition to the Navy's 6 generals, 30 elite lieutenants, and nearly 300 ordinary lieutenants, these high-level combat capabilities are more than that of a corps, and the elite major generals are just equal. To be honest, those lieutenants who have real lieutenant's combat power are only half of them. Most of the others are at the level of elite major generals, or slightly stronger, but the military merits are there, so the upgraded military ranks are only. So speaking, in terms of ordinary major generals, there are no more navies than Sky Islands. Don't think that the Navy controls a small part of the first half and the second half of the Great Route. There are still 4 seas, but those who can join the army and have the level of major generals, that is, 700 or 800 people. More major generals are the ranks of military merits. This is a country much stronger than a single four-emperor group. I am afraid that the overall national combat power should be the strongest in the world. The Warring States period made this judgment in his heart. At the same time, he was grateful that the other party was a member of the world. And he was also grateful that he had made the right choice to go to marry Ijoa. What was most fortunate was that he went to marry Ijoa and successfully persuaded the 5 old stars. Once such a country becomes a non-participating country, then it is in the first half of the navy that has not fully controlled the Great Route, which is a great threat and restraint to the navy. And if the opponent becomes a pirate group, plus the various large and small pirate groups that have heard the wind, they can instantly rise to the strongest pirate group in the world. And if you join the Revolutionary Army, then the Revolutionary Army will be more difficult to deal with. After all, it can be in the sky and move at any time. The girl with the fluttering fruit ability mentioned by Carp hasn't forgotten the Warring States period. This means that the opponent has a mobile headquarters and mobile barracks, and the difficulty of dealing with it increases tenfold in an instant. In addition to these 10 legions with all members above the brigadier generals, those 4 will inevitably become the existence of brigadier generals and a king who is already the world's top combat power. Silently speechless, the Warring States period withdrew his gaze. While walking towards the luxury yacht, the Warring States period issued an order. You just wait here, and you will be back soon. You have to go back to the Navy headquarters today. Yes. All the navies responded in unison. Aside, Lieutenant General Crane followed silently, and when the Green Pheasant returned to retell the 5 legions, she was also 0. Moreover, she is also called a wise general. As a Lieutenant General Staff, because of his resourcefulness, he was called the Great Staff Member and was firmly in the position of the first staff member. Its resourcefulness can be said to be above the Warring States period. How could it be possible that the Warring States period could not think of it? Thinking back to a year ago, although the child was not as powerful as he is now, he was still at the level of a general. And now, it is even more firmly in the level of a leader in the general level of combat power. In its country, those legions seem to be either hidden or in training, but now they are showing their minions, which is really shocking. The yacht started, and went along the Yun River towards the first layer of island clouds. Soon the 2 of Warring States came to the 2nd floor, and the buildings here were very majestic and majestic. This is when Arthur felt that the previous 2nd floor was not high enough as the political center of the country after the relocation. So he used lightning to simulate the appearance of the ancient building complex in the celestial style, let the designers slide down, add and change the design and then build from. All of a sudden, the forced frame improved a lot. Brilliant like a torch, majestic atmosphere. The distribution of government functions is also perfect. Military, national defense, education, tourism, public security, police, transportation, medical, entertainment, etc. It looks like an advanced government agency. Warring States couldn't help but said to Lieutenant General Crane next to him. Lieutenant General Crane retracted his gaze and nodded with deep approval. Such clearly defined responsibilities and well-divided management methods are indeed more advanced than most countries in the world. The leading angel on the side arrived here, said please wait and left. The 2 of the Warring States period looked at each other, thinking about how to go up. Should you use you? A beautiful woman flew down from the sky. Warring States Marshal, Lieutenant General Crane, hello, my name is Jessica. I will take you up to see Arthur. Jessica nodded politely to the 2, and then touched the pillar next to it. The entire pavilion of carved beams and painted buildings flew up. It turns out that this pavilion is all in one, and it is specially used to receive important visitors from other races who can't fly. Because the Warring States period and Lieutenant General Crane have a high status and are important guests. So although Arthur did not invite him, he still sent Jessica. After a while, the pavilion stopped on the Island of Gods. The 3 of them walked out of the pavilion, and the two of warring states glanced, feeling even more. This island is the perfect combination of the former God Island and a very beautiful island. The beauty of the scenery is completely beyond those floating islands. Looking at the buildings, carved beams and painted buildings, they are more artistic, majestic, and shocking than the ones below. In the banquet room of the shrine, the warring states too were led here by Jessica, and Arthur is waiting here at this time. Secondly, a bit of Kavan, just straightening out my thoughts. I will continue to update in the middle of the night, after what I said. Chapter 120. I have heard of his name for a long time, but I haven't seen him. It's an honor to meet you, Marshal of the Warring States. As soon as Lieutenant Generals Warring States and Crane entered the door of the banqueting room, they heard a young voice. Looking at it, it is the god of the Angel Empire, the god Arthur, who has been seen many times in the image. Thanks for the award. I am honored too. Looking at Arthur, Zango couldn't help but flash in his eyes. A young man. It is said that he has just been around 20 years old, but its combat power is already at the top of the world, at the same level as his own generation. It has established such a huge country and gathered so many talents. It's also nice to see you again, Miss Crane. Arthur looked at Lieutenant General Crane, who had met once again, and nodded very gracefully. After saying a few polite words about the scene, Arthur asked the two of warring states to sit down, and then ordered the maid to bring some souvenirs from the sky. As soon as the warring states sat down and waited for the specialties of the Sky Island to be on the table, he said straightforwardly, King Arthur, this incident of Kaido attack on the island was caused by our intelligence agency. Regarding this matter, it is to maintain the stability of the sea. I'm ashamed of the Admiral of the Navy. There is also the death of the Dragon people. I have also heard the purpose of the Dragon people coming here and the excessive remarks. But after all, that is only a small part of the remarks. The world government still hopes that another race will join, and it does not want this. The incident harmed the relationship and interests of both parties. Regarding this matter, after the green pheasant repeated it to me, I went to Marego immediately to meet the 5 old stars. The so-called accountability is just an excuse for the 5 old stars to calm the Tanlong people. After all, the Tanlong people are the descendants of the founders of the world government and enjoyed the highest power and glory. This is also recognized by all the participating countries. For this, Arthur could not refute. Because of becoming a franchise country, that is to admit this. Although he has his own plan, to join the world government, you have to recognize the rules of the world government. But, what about my anger? Who will calm down? Arthur frowned, his eyes sharp, seeming to be full of anger and humiliation, staring at the warring states. Actually, where did Arthur's anger come from? Those 3 idiots are already dead, and it's useless to be so popular. Can't rush to Mary Jo and kill the Dragonites, right? So at this moment, it was just that Arthur saw one thing coming back this time and wanted to make use of the topic. The warring states also hesitated for a while. My own conversation with Wu Laoxing only said that Wu Laoxing went to persuade the Tanlong people to look for trouble, but he persuaded Arthur to give the world government and the Tanlong people face, and give them a step down. But who knows, the other party is not on the road. What about your anger? What do you want? Can't let the Tanlongren apologize, right? The warring states was a little helpless. Aside. Lieutenant General, he frowned and glanced at Arthur. Now the opponent is the king of the franchise country, or a personal combat power at the top of the world, and the country's overall combat power is also at the top of the world. So Lieutenant General Crane is not as casual as before. So, what do you mean, King Arthur? Lieutenant General Crane spoke for the warring states. Anyway, the warring states dominated, and it wouldn't be a big deal to ask yourself. The warring states could not recognize it. In this matter, in any case, it is the fault of the dragon people, and their deaths have nothing to do with me. Kaido is attacking. It is not surprising that there are so many deaths on this island. And when they died in battle, there was no time to take care of them. On the contrary, It was the purpose of their coming, which is a threat to the franchise. I heard that afterwards, there will be other Tanlong people coming to the Sky Island, only to get news. It's just returned. If it weren't for me to defeat Kaido and have enough force to deter, I guess it wouldn't be the Marshal of the Warring States period to come here to talk to me right now. Well, this matter, we should calm the anger of the franchise. Then, King Arthur, what do you want to do? After listening to the Warring States for a long time, he heard something. Give me benefits, otherwise I won't give you a step, no matter what the world government is after. I am not afraid, but you are weighing it up. I know, the Marshal of the Warring States period, you are a wise man. You are called a wise general. What is my combat power and the national strength of my country? You too can see it. Whether you are a pirate or your most vigilant revolutionary army, you will all have extra headaches. Warring States' complexion changed, but Arthur continued to say, originally, because of the attitude of those Celestials, I also wanted to withdraw from the franchise. With the special geography of our Sky Island, it is quite difficult for you to find trouble. Not to mention that I can become a pirate. I am strong enough to attract large and small pirate groups to take refuge. Even I can join the Revolutionary Army, and with my ability and the country's combat power, I can also rank as a deputy leader, and increase the threat of the Revolutionary Army by more than 10 times. But since the Marshal of the Warring States period came personally, presumably the government is also unwilling to lose a good and powerful franchise country. Well, I heard that the Navy has a physical skill called Navy 6. It's impossible. The Warring States Marshal's expression changed, and he immediately interrupted Arthur's words. Navy 6th form is a secret technique of physical skills unique to the Navy and the world government. It is impossible for any joining country to obtain the 6th form practice method. This is impossible. Please ask King Arthur to change it. Is it impossible for the Navy Type 6? Okay, then change one. Then let me choose 5 natural fruits from the world government's NECU. Arthur was not annoyed when he was interrupted. On the contrary, after listening to the words of the Warring States period, Ming-Wu nodded his head, and made another lion's open mouth request. At first, I thought that this person was reasonable, but the other party's next request came out. If there were so many natural sciences, if there were, they would have found someone to eat by themselves. Why place it? This is not to say that the world government or the Navy does not have natural devil fruits to treasure. There are, and there are more than 5. But the devil fruit is not 6 forms. 6 forms still need to be practiced, and they may not be able to cultivate as powerful as possible. Devil fruits, especially natural ones, let the opponent pick it. If it is better to pick it away, it will increase national strength in a short time. Moreover, those fruits are more than 5, but also no more than 10. Whether it is the Navy or the world government, they will collect devil fruits with powerful abilities. This is all for the world government and Navy to choose the right people to eat the fruits when they are in the dark, increase high-level combat power, and deal with the dangers at sea, such as one of the 3 major generals. As for the one of the 3 Navy generals, I am afraid that his fruitful ability is obtained from the internal pool of the world government. That's not okay. What about the 5 humans? As soon as the Warring States period was over, Arthur said again. The corners of the Warring States mouth twitched. The humans species are more rare than the natural fruits. Okay. Watching Warring States this time, he didn't even say anything, but shook his head, and Arthur frowned. Neither does this, nor does that. I don't need other things, so please come and go. As for the choice of our country, you don't have to worry about it. After Arthur finished speaking, he got up and made a bid to see you off. The meaning of wait, the Warring States hurriedly said. This can't help but worry. Once you join the Revolutionary Army, the world government will almost have to bear at least 10 times more pressure. This matter is very important. I need to talk to Wu Lao Xing. The Warring States expression was a little ugly. Now that the other party has a reason and is confident, he must make some choices. If he didn't come here, it would be fine. He might not have too many thoughts in his mind. But when he came here and saw the strength of this empire, he had to be cautious. Please. Hearing this, Arthur sat back again, and gestured to the side room next to him. Then, Warring States signaled Lieutenant General Crane to accompany Arthur here, and he went to the side room. After entering, the Warring States released to look at it, and found that there was no eavesdropping. Then he took out a phone bug from his arms and called Wu Lao Crossing. But he didn't know that because of the Kaido attack, Arthur had arranged instruments throughout the Empire to avoid being attacked, and covered all 300 kilometers in the electromagnetic field. In this way, you don't need to bother with Arthur, you only need to connect the ability to the electromagnetic field to know the situation of the whole country. Therefore, this is not within the scope of ability and cannot be detected. Arthur did not need to use too much power and knowledge. He could monitor the entire country by placing electromagnetic fields around his body. Therefore, the dialogue between the Warring States period and the 5 old stars, Arthur is absolutely clear. The Warring States rushed to say Arthur's request on the phone, and the 5 old stars were very angry and bluntly said that he would destroy Arthur's country. But then the Warring States recounted the situation in the Angel Kingdom carefully, and Wu Laoxing was silent. A top combat power, a fluttering fruit ability, 4 or more inevitably brigadier general level combat power. This is not a small threat to the world government. Once you join the Revolutionary Army, the consequences can be described as disastrous. In the end, Wu Laoxing agreed to the Navy's 6-style deal, but it could only be used by soldiers of the Angel Empire and was not allowed to be spread. Hearing all this, Arthur was very high-hearted, but he didn't show any expression on the surface. After the Warring States came out, I felt heavy. However, as a marshal for 20 years, the city still has this point. The Warring States period promised that he would complete the 6 forms in Arthur's hands within 3 days after his return. Regarding this, Arthur only made one request, that is, the 6 forms that include the return of life. Although the Warring States period was very reluctant, he could only pinch his nose to admit it. Afterwards, this matter was even turned over. The next thing the Warring States would say is about comb for empty shells. What the Warring States period wants is all types, especially empty shells that can support combat types. That would be a huge increase in naval power. In contrast, the 6 types that require cultivation and may not have high accomplishments are important, but they are not as convenient and efficient as Kongbili. In this regard, Arthur naturally opened his mouth again, seeking the benefits he needed. The Warring States did not know the specific situation of Kongbili. Although the world government had records, it only explained some of the characteristics and functions of Kongbili, and many of them were indeed not recorded. Therefore, Arthur, who knew King Hai very little about Kongbili, was naturally a fool. Empty shells are hard to come by, and attack ones are even more rare. If you want it, it is not impossible, but the price is very high, and the quantity is not too much. In the end, Arthur made the first deal with the Navy with some conditions and a low price. However, the Warring States period did not feel that this transaction was a loss, but it had some benefits. He and Arthur reached a consensus on this incident, and both sides regressed. He didn't suffer a loss in the transaction. On the contrary, there were certain benefits, and the Warring States period was fairly satisfied. Rejecting Arthur's invitation to host a banquet, the Warring States hurriedly left from the island and headed to Maline Fodder. He is the marshal. It is okay to leave Linlingfo for a short time, but not for a long time. Not only is his existence the Dinghai Shenzhen of the Navy headquarters, but there are also many things that need to be handled by him. I don't know what happened to Kaido. After the Warring States period, Arthur returned to the harem happily. This time I got a good harvest. Although Kongbili didn't buy any money, he got the Navy 6 type, and the conditions he offered were also promised by the Warring States period. How to say it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone? No. Count the carvings. In contrast, empty shells are nothing more than something that can be farmed. Besides, it won't sell the best for the Navy. For an empty shell, The one that has matured in 10 years is the best. You can sell it for 7 years at most, not more than 8 years, and at most 5 years outward. And for 10 years, it will be collected from the farm unless needed, otherwise it will be kept. 10 years of maturity, but the longer you live, the better the natural quality. Arthur, who had been thinking about the Navy 6 style, was very happy. Although the 10 angel legions were all selected from hundreds of thousands of middle-level people, they have been fighting against each other, or fighting beasts and strange beasts to increase their skills. But their skills are just like that, belonging to the wild way. This is not to say that there are no skills on the island, but the skills that Arthur has developed are all inferences and imitations of all kinds of kung fu on the earth. Although some of the moves are very good, they are naturally much worse than the nonsensical physical skills of the previous 6 styles, let alone those moves that are not systematic. If the top 10 legions learn these 6 forms, although they will not intuitively enhance their strength, but these skills can make up for many shortcomings and give them a lot of points in terms of combat power. Not long after the Warring States period returned, the fact that had been tampered with was released. Naturally, Arthur apologized and regretted, and at the same time made a promise that he could let the Tanlong people come here to play first. Subsequently, Kaido's escape from Milinfodo was also published in the newspaper. P.S. Thirdly, fellow is really ... I'm kneeling recently, and I don't know when it will be ready for uploading. Yesterday so many times, the subscription dropped and the number of visits dropped. It's really miserable. I will go. Chapter 121. Arthur didn't even read the things published in the newspaper. They were all told by the Marshal of the Warring States period. He is now just waiting for the Navy 6 form to start, and then practice it himself. Regarding the Navy 6th form, even if he hadn't gotten it yet, Arthur had already developed his own development direction based on the various abilities demonstrated in the original work. Of course, all of this is based on the Navy 6 form of cultivation method. Maybe you don't have any talent for cultivation of the Navy 6 form. While waiting, a warship appeared on Dengshan Island early in the morning of the 3rd day. After that, the phone worm rang, and Arthur picked it up. As expected, the Navy sent someone to send the Navy Type Vi. So Arthur sent Naz out to get things. The 6 Navy style is a unique skill of the Navy, which is why it is called the 6 Navy style. As for the world government, it will naturally be used for its own purposes. Therefore, this time Arthur Lyon spoke loudly, weighing and intimidating to get the Navy 6 forms. Naturally, no one would guide the practice. It would be great if they did not modify or delete them. Half an hour later, Naz ran in from outside the shrine with a book. God, this is what the Lieutenant Admiral asked me to give you. Arthur took the book and looked at it. The surface was unremarkable. There was not even a cover, and nothing was written. The content was only available after opening it. Looking through it roughly, the Navy Type 6, shaved, finger gun, rim foot, iron block, paper painting, moon step, and the life return that Arthur cared most were all great. A smile was raised from the corner of Arthur's mouth. With this thing, even the soldiers of the ordinary legion can increase their combat effectiveness. Moreover, the physical skills of the 10 major legions can also be one step closer, and more people must reach the level of major generals. God, what is this? Naz asked curiously, looking at Arthur's excited smile. He was curious about it just now, but after all, he didn't open it to read it, but gave it to Arthur first. Arthur turned to look at the Navy 6 style without even raising his head, but only replied, "This is the Navy 6 style." What? Navy Type 6? Naz lost his voice louder. The Navy actually sent the Navy Type 6. This ... This is really great. God, teach me. Naz was very excited. He knew the Navy Type 6. These are the 6 unique physiques of the Navy. If you can practice all of them to the proficiency, you can safely become a strong one. Arthur gave Naz a white glance. I'm just watching. What can I teach you? You go back first, I'll let someone copy this, and then you army commanders will practice first, and pass the training to the War Angels. Make sure that within 2 years, all members will be able to perform 6 poses. Yes, God. Naz nodded excitedly, using his speed fruit ability to instantly disappear into the shrine. Well, let me see first. What's the situation with this first move? Shave. The muscles and blood of the legs are under special control, and the frequency and strength of the first 9 stompings are changed slightly in the control of muscles and blood. Until the last moment, the accumulated power bursts out one at a time, so as to achieve the purpose of instantaneous high-speed movement. Refers to the gun, which can be said to be the local hardening of the iron block. In an instant, all the muscles and blood are tightened, so that the fingers can become indestructible in an instant, and there is a way to control the muscles and blood flow. Iron, for the same reason, the muscles of the flesh are instantly energized, bursting power from their whole body up and down from the inside out, and the blood flow will also be specially operated in a way similar to shaving, and then it will produce steel-like hardness to short-term physical defense. However, compared with the armed and domineering, this trick is still a lot worse. The paper painting. Under the attack of the opponent, the air current that is driven changes, like a leaf opened by the wind. It dances with it. This move is probably a move that runs counter to the shaved connection. However, the shortcomings of this trick are also obvious. Enemies who are too fast are difficult to resist with this trick, and range attacks are difficult to resist, and they cannot attack when using paper painting. Paper paintings and iron blocks are actually very similar to the two domineering. The iron block is like the effect of the armed color domineering, but it is weakened a lot, and the defense power is far inferior to the armed color domineering. Paper painting, like seeing and hearing color domineering, anticipates the enemy's opportunity. But it can only be dodged under an attack that can drive the airflow. If you hit Arthur, you can easily make a supersonic attack. Paper painting is impossible to avoid, because even the air can't react to wind up the breeze. Arranged feet, high-speed kicks, special control of muscles and blood, condensing power, condensing the air into a chopping wave and launching it. The technical content is not too high, but it is difficult to be proficient. Moon step, pedaling at high speed in the air, until the air is too late to escape. Theoretically, if you can step down and quickly break through the speed of sound, you can do it. This trick can be said to be a derivative technique of shaving, but it is listed separately. When using the moon step, the sound and white smoke are too fast, almost breaking the speed of sound. In layman's terms, it uses the sound barrier as a fulcrum to move in the air. At super high speeds, the air will also become sticky, and this is why Moonwalk can move in the air. This is the general situation of the 6 formulas. It is a pure physical skill that looks simple but is extremely difficult to actually operate, and what caught Arthur's most attention was undoubtedly the return of the life that could perfectly control himself. If you can do it yourself, there will be a small leap in strength. The so-called return of life can be simply understood as the control of the body to the smallest degree. Every muscle and nerve in the body can be controlled freely, so that life can be returned. It's easy to say, but it's actually terribly difficult. In the original work, only the nasty-looking geisha man will use it at the moment. After getting the 6 forms, Arthur did not rush himself to try to practice first, but now took photos of each page, and then he copied a few copies and sent them to the commander of the top 10 legions. Everyone can practice together to confirm each other. For Arthur, the only thing worth cultivating here is the return of his life. However, the description here is very general in the face of this point. It is said that it is the 6-type mastery that it is possible to slowly master the return of life. Arthur didn't know whether it was true or not. Anyway, he had practiced the 6 formulas first, and he didn't suffer anyway. 3 days later, Arthur stood in front of an iron cloud. Grave accent diaresis point to the gun. Arthur's fingers were like bullets, easily inserted into the iron cloud. For ordinary people, if the finger gun can be inserted into the stone, then it is considered as a good practice. But is Arthur an ordinary person? The body strength has reached 70% of Kaido's, which is no joke. The power is okay. unless it's a derivative technique. Otherwise this trick is of no use to me. Let's practice the hardest shave. Arthur thought for a while and decided to practice the most basic of the 6 forms first, and also the basic shave of the other 6 forms. After practicing shave, even if the ability is contained, he can move at high speed to avoid attacks. Ability is contained. Arthur noticed this suddenly, and then a bright light burst into his mind. Perhaps I can try. If I do, then I'm really fearless. Arthur remembered the thought that he had suddenly generated in his heart, and then started goods out to practice the 6 shaves. Bang 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 again and again, like a person who touched the switch, stomping his feet, as if to please the upper body of the gods. In short, practicing shaving is a bit funny. In stomping the feet again and again, the muscles and blood control became more and more adept. From the occasional shave, the distance was very short, and slowly began to be used frequently, and the distance became longer and longer. Gradually, a week passed, and the shaving was basically mastered. Any distance and direction Arthur can use the shave to move. In the next item, Arthur is going to practice the foot. This trick is still more useful for Arthur. Arthur had to stop for a while after practicing the foot. Recruitment all over the world is about to start on-site testing. Of course, Arthur didn't care about this either. His idea needs to be tried, so he wants to go to the moon. With the help of that group of scientists, the probability of success will be greater. P.S. Fourth more. I sleep, get up and then code words. It's also embarrassing. A little bit Kevin. Chapter 122. It has only been more than half a month since the Navy's 6th form. Arthur has learned and mastered the 3 tricks of finger gun, shave, and feet. Arthur also fully realized how difficult it is to practice Navy 6. If it weren't for Arthur, as a Thunderfruit-capable person, he was born with extremely strong ability to control the body, and now his body is too strong. I am afraid that he would not be able to learn the 6 Navy poses in a small half-year. But if you want to be proficient, you don't have to think about it for 2 years. After getting a big iron box of 50 cubic meters, Arthur filled it with seawater, and took some sea tower rocks that he had finally collected and flew into the sky. As the development of the Fruit becomes stronger and stronger, although it cannot fly autonomously for some reason, but as long as there is iron, Arthur can fly freely as if he has eaten fluttering fruit, and can drag hundreds of tons for mid-range flight. Presumably one day, if you break the final bottleneck of natural fruit, you can manipulate objects at will like a golden lion. On the moon, there will be 50 scientists who were originally robbed from the golden lion, and they are all dedicated to studying IQ grass. These scientists, although they are scientists, are relatively mediocre ones. But Arthur, who successfully produced pure gold from the belly of the lantern anglerfish, was a top-level scientist. So when he got to the moon, he soon became the general manager here. The group of astronomical scientists who came later were only interested in astronomical phenomena and the natural phenomena of the universe. In addition, I just showed a little interest in IQ grass, but didn't mean to study. This group of old men is a group of very pure people. Under the leadership of Ashai, the research on IQ grass has progressed rapidly. Just over a year, almost equal to the research results of the Golden Lion in 5 or 6 years. But in this way, the team of nearly 50 people is a bit bloated. So the 50 people were divided into 3, and one group was led by Ashia and continued to study the IQ grass. A group of them randomly select one person by themselves, and then study the various technologies of the moon. In fact, the science and technology of the moon are all proficient. They only thoroughly research the theory and manufacturing technology. Relatively speaking, it is not as complicated as studying IQ grass. The other group also elected the group leader on its own. They are specifically responsible for researching weapons. Basically, these weapons were not invented by themselves. As mentioned before, Arthur visited the moon once in the year after the relocation of the island and got out the automatic rifle with scientists. At that time, I studied with this group of scientists, and this group of research can also be said to be readily available. The first is the Technology Island, where the Super God Legion from the Windless Zone of the New World has been practicing for more than a year. The second is that Arthur surreptitiously took photos from Vegapunk's hometown, the laboratory closely monitored by the Navy and the world government on Mir Island. Therefore, in addition to the IQ Grass research team led by Ashiya, the other two groups do not have top scientists like Ashiya, but their research speed is much faster than that of Ashiya. The so-called predecessors planted trees and descendants to enjoy the shade. Now these two teams, due to a large number of cracks on the Moon technology and the Skyland technology, which were originally mediocre due to the accumulation of such a large number of cracks, have become much stronger than before. At present, because of Arthur's brain, many things have been made and can be put into use. However, it is not the time yet. When Arthur came to Sky Island, none of these people who indulged in research had any actions and focused on their own research. Arthur was not surprised at this, nor irritated. The more focused these scientists, the happier Arthur. Arthur also intends to give them pure gold when they get some impressive achievements. A group of long-lived scientists. Just how terrifying is the accumulation of reserves and technology? After waiting for a while, seeing these people forget about sleep and food, and didn't mean to take care of himself at all, Arthur was helpless to get into a frenzied research, and Ashai pulled out of the research. "Oh, you are here. What's the matter again, God?" Ashiya is no longer obese, but has become a little thinner, and his appearance has recovered a lot because of this. After being pulled out by Arthur, he asked, and without waiting for Arthur to speak, he said excitedly, "This IQ grass is really amazing. I have studied these time and found that it has the ability to recover from any disease. But this ability to treat diseases has a huge flaw, that is, it cannot be directed. Just like golden flowers, only subconscious or environmental factors can produce evolutionary effects, so only people with a strong desire to survive can take it. IQ grass regains health. Also, I found that IQ grass also has the ability to perfect creatures, but a very small amount of violent factors in it can never be solved. The reduction to 6% seems to be the limit of the current research stage. This makes this possible is completely restricted. If you want to continue to suppress that violent factor or even completely remove it, I guess Vegapunk will not work. That violent factor seems to be an inevitable element of IQ grass, and if it is missing, it will lose its evolutionary effect. But so far it is perfect. Next, I want to try to see if it can be reduced and localized, so that people all over the world can treat the disease without letting the body evolve. The district gets rid of the virus alone. Also, we are trying to turn the IQ grass into an evolving potion to accelerate the rate of evolution. On this basis, to suppress the violent factor, then if mass production, it can almost strengthen the body of people all over the world. Ashai's eyes were frenzied, and he kept talking as soon as he opened his mouth. There were many professional terms in the words that Arthur ignored. Although Arthur can understand the general meaning of this, the various professional terms are really at a loss. It was originally a scientific blindness on the Earth, but in this world where the science and technology trees are crooked, it is even more blind. Seeing that Ashiya still didn't mean to stop, Arthur had to interrupt. "Uxai, I didn't come here to look for you for IQ's stubborn thing. Take this thing slowly, don't worry." It's not for IQ grass. What is that for? Ashiya asked strangely. Clang! Arthur threw the leather bag on the ground that was used to insulate the seafloor stone. Here this time, hoping that you can extract a substance from the seafloor stone and the 50 cubic meters of seawater. I think as a top scientist, do you know what it is? Pyrobrone. What do you want to extract this substance for? The extraction of this substance is extremely difficult. Ashai frowned, holding the seafloor stone in the leather bag and watching. He hadn't seen Heilu stone yet, he had only known it before, and knew a little bit about it. But for the sake of his daughter, he has been studying pure gold. Later, pure gold was researched out, and he also entered the belly of Master Lantern and was cut off from the world. Do you want to use that substance to restrain those with other fruit abilities? This is a good idea, but it is difficult. The degree of extraction of pyroboron is the most difficult to extract among the substances. Someone has been studying this for the first 500 years, presumably this research has not stopped. Arthur heard the words, "That was before." Now, the Lunar Research Center not only has the research samples of ancient ultra-high technology more than 800 years ago, but also the research samples on the Moon 800 years ago. It even claims to be the leader. The world's 500-year-old world's first scientist, Douglas Punk, has all the research data when he was young. Based on these scientific and technological research foundations, I think it can be done. I will find a way to get a large amount of seafloor stone to help you crush and grind the seafloor stone. As long as the seafloor stone powder can be made into nanomicron particles, the substance can be extracted. Even if you can't extract it, you can remove the useless magazines and improve the purity of the seafloor stone. This matter is important. I hope you can give up most of your research energy on IQ grass and devote most of your energy here. The seawater will be enough for a period of time. If it is not enough, please call me. I will bring it to you personally. Seeing Arthur's serious expression, Ashia knew that this matter could only be done. The other party has great kindness towards him. Now Olga is living happily on Sky Island, and he is staying at the home of a friendly couple of angels. For Ashia, it was an even greater kindness than getting himself out of the belly of Master Lantern. By the way, I can tell you a good news. I recently remembered something. There is already a way to make your daughter heal, so that she doesn't have to wear pure gold anymore, and her body grows slowly. Arthur remembered this incident. Said it by the way. Before, I had forgotten the villain all the time, and it was only recently that I remembered it. That princess man surely, but the effect is huge. It's just that Arthur didn't know whether he should destroy the partnership with Doflamingo Underground Trading. What? Ashai exclaimed. Can Olga be healed? This is really great. Ashia was startled, and immediately burst into tears with excitement. In this case, I can also see Olga get married and have children one day, which is great. Thank you, God. You don't need to care about it. You just have to study the sea water and the substances in the sea tower for me, which is a lot of good rewards. Arthur waved his hand helplessly, not to see women crying, not to mention men crying. Okay, I will help you research it out. Ashia wiped away his tears, his eyes determined. Well, okay, you go and do your job. Let me see what I said they have researched out. Arthur nodded, a flash of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Okay, then you'll be busy. Sorry, I said, and immediately hurried away with Heilashi. Ashia returned to his research group, and Arthur walked away to the other two groups. It's been time for some things to be put forward by themselves. With so many advanced technologies in front of them, they must be by analogy, and it is not difficult to get them out for yourself. If you have the things you want, then, hey, he will gather funds frantically and completely control the flow of funds in the world. P.S. Everyone may have noticed in the book review area recently, and many people have complained about it. It is said that this book has farming dog heads and selling lamb loaded with B, so I adjusted it a bit and decided to slow down the plot and write more farming content. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Please wait and see. Don't abandon the booking, it is too painful. Really? Finally, please subscribe. I'm going to make that fan hot push soon, so I still hope that everyone can look forward to it and follow up. There are also 2 days of updating that are not as good as it is because the plot has changed after thinking about it. However, as soon as I have written these 2 chapters, I have been much smoother. Chapter 123. In the remains of the moon, all scientists are conducting their own research on the site of their choice. Almost all of their daily lives are taken care of by the robots originally in this lunar ruins. Those robots have recognized Arthur as their master since they were activated again by Arthur's electric shock. But their fighting ability is too low, and they are intelligent creatures that understand human nature. They don't feel much use. They are ruined and inhumane. After all, they are emotional things. Even Arthur would not kill animals at will. These sentimental intelligent robots are not easy to destroy, so they are left here to help various scientists and scientists. At the beginning, there were about 500 such robots discovered here. This does not include Lieutenant Spacey and his fellow soldiers. Therefore, each of these robots is roughly divided into 5, 2 take care of daily life, and 3 serve as small helpers for experiments. They are very easy to use, and there is a lot left. Entered the second group to go to this time, which is to study the lunar ruins, the ruins of the Science and Technology Island, and the research materials of Burgerpunk, plus those projects that Arthur proposed for them. This time, Arthur went in and didn't disturb the others. Instead, he wandered around and inspected the various laboratories. Then, it was not until after the mealtime passed that these scientists noticed that there was one more person today. God. After seeing Arthur, the team leader of the second group came to the room where Arthur was staying and respectfully greeted him. They have been here for several years, and these people have become accustomed to indulging in research every day, and even becoming more and more addicted. Yeah? Arthur nodded lightly, then raised his chin, motioning for the other person to sit down. I asked you to study several technologies that must be researched. How are they now? When I heard asking myself to study the above things, the team leader instantly entered the state. God, we have basically solved the mobile phone you mentioned. Now we are preparing the final inspection procedure and whether it can be put into use afterwards. It can be roughly judged. Oh, Arthur's eyes lit up. He had always wanted to get the phone out. This is a hugely profitable industry, especially when there is no such thing in pirate world. There are even computers in this world, and mobile phones are just a layer of window paper. As long as you are willing to poke and someone can act as your stick, then it is not difficult to get it out. After all, robots in this world that even the Earth can't make have come out. There are also laser beams. This kind of weapon cannot even be produced by the major powers in the arms race and cannot be put into use. But in this world it can be free. This technology tree is not crooked. Just like the Naruto world, there are planes, but the daimyo travels in horse and ox carts. There are also telephones and wireless devices. You can be anxious and be patient, but the communication depends on the eagle to transmit the letter. Weird and don't want it. Great. So when can we start the final test? Arthur looked at the group leader. The team leader hesitated for a moment, thought a little, and said, after about a week, the first test can be started. Arthur nodded. He was not very clear about the above. How many times do you need to test? 3 times. The first time was to drop satellites on the Barracks Island, and then to talk to here. The second time was to drop satellites on the moon, and to talk to here on the other side of the moon. The third time was to talk to here on Sky Island. If the phone can be used for 3 times to ensure good communication, then it can be officially put into production. If it fails, you can accumulate experience and check for deficiencies as soon as possible. Arthur listened, nodding constantly. The meaning of this statement is very clear. 3 launches can determine whether this technology can be put into use. Even if it fails, technical loopholes can be fixed in a short time. Very good. Arthur uttered a compliment. However, the various islands of the Red Ring Star have unstable weather, and the magnetic field changes are also very complicated. So, you have to have the 4th test, which is to test separately on the 10 islands of the Red Ring Star. The distances from far to near. Make sure that every link is perfect. Yes, God. The group leader nodded seriously. This thing that God called a mobile phone made him really amazed. With just a mobile phone, you can talk to anyone who knows their personal number, even video. If it weren't for God to tell him this kind of thing and order him to make it out, he couldn't believe it would be such a magical thing. Except for mobile phones, the cameras and projectors you mentioned, these kinds of things are not difficult in technology, and they have now been completely produced. The clarity can also reach the level you want. However, that 3D shooting and projection technology still needs a lot of time to be successfully researched. The team leader was a little nervous, because he felt Arthur's expectations for these things at the beginning. Now that it is not done, he is afraid that Arthur will be unhappy and angry. Unexpectedly, Arthur just nodded casually and didn't care too much. What about the TV and VCR? As soon as Arthur talked about this, the group leader instantly relaxed, and a confident smile appeared on his face. God, these two things have been completely manufactured. You can start manufacturing at any time. This time, the smile on Arthur's face was even stronger. With a TV and VCR, then he can make a lot of money. TV sets, cinemas, mobile phones, these things that will be necessary in the future. I slowly take them out one by one. Not only can you make a lot of money, you can also open the company to the world, and use the company to lay hidden lines all over the world. Many shameful things can also be carried out quietly. Moreover, he can easily manipulate the fishing vessel and economically. Once you have mastered these two things, you can even influence the political direction of the world government on certain things in the future. This is the really important thing. Very good. Very good. When this world conference is over, you will come to the Sky Island and prepare to build the production line. As for the workers, let's get some intelligent robots. Arthur thought for a while, and then ordered. 0 middle dot middle dot find flowers middle dot yes, God, the group leader replied. After hesitating, the team leader spoke again. God, we only have more than 50 scientists in total now. You also know that with the exception of Professor Rashai, the skills of all of us are relatively average. So, I hope you can find some more scientists to share our pressure. If there are more scientists, then our grouping and research can be more detailed. Nowadays, among the 50 of us, basically every one of us has 3 things that need to be studied. It's really a little lackluster. Hearing this, Arthur was silent for a moment. Indeed, there are only more than 50 scientists in total to support a country's reserve scientific research force. As for the other 30 astronomical scientists, except for those that have not been studied, and the individual bubble technology, the overall situation is not very helpful to Arthur's Sky Island. Okay. Arthur nodded and agreed. 0 This matter, I really need to think about it, and find a way to find some people. Anyway, this is the world of One Piece. As long as you don't know it, it's okay to kidnap and rob some people. God. Then I will go back to work. I hope you can bring more partners to join us in the research. The team leader nodded respectfully, and then left. Arthur came out of the talking hut, wandering around the lunar ruins city, thinking about the scientist in his heart. At present, there are only 3 scientists in the One Piece world that Arthur knows, and Vegapunk, known as the world's #1 scientist. There is also the natural gas fruit ability person, Caesar, who wants to compete for the name of the world's first scientist. In addition, there is only the current leader of the Vinsmock family, Vinsmock Gage. But these 3 are not easy to handle. Vegapunk didn't need to think about it, it was not clear where Arthur was now. And that Caesar, Arthur also didn't know where. Maybe it has been hidden by Doflamingo? This is the greatest possibility. It is also possible that Caesar at this time has already returned to Punk Hazard, helping Doflamingo to study the artificial devil fruit. As for Vinsmock Judge, this person didn't even need to think about it. The other party is a very ambitious person. It is impossible to do things for himself sincerely. Even if it is brought to the moon, the opponent may have a chance to return to the Red Ring world. It's not a good deal to catch this person. It's not good to expose the background of the Sky Island. Except for these 3 people, Arthur basically didn't know any scientists. It seems that when I go back this time, I have to pay close attention to this matter. Arthur returned to his senses, looked up, and walked to the vicinity of the 3 groups responsible for weapon research. I don't know how the research they said last time is now. Go in and have a look. P.S. There is one more chapter to check, modify it and upload it. The 3rd chapter is also in the code. It was posted in the middle of the night, no one watched it, and recommended. I have to cherish every opportunity for exposure. Second. Chapter 124, Bang, Boom. Here, the three groups of research sites are obviously different from the quietness of the group, and the second group of various mechanical roars. Here, from time to time there will be explosions, small-scale vibrations. However, Arthur is used to everything here. He was here half a year ago and had a good gun addiction. Arthur's entry was not noticed because of the endless roar. Those people wouldn't come over even if they saw it, unless Arthur called out in person. Otherwise they would just bury their heads and work hard. Go through this area all the way and walk deeper. The roar combined with the sense of vibration is getting weaker and weaker. Finally, after entering an automatic door, those sounds were completely cut off. Compared with the weapons outside, the weapons studied in this laboratory are more dangerous and important. This is why Arthur made an automatic rifle in the first place, but only gave those farming robots to shoot birds and protect crops. The technology secretly obtained from the island of the future, the most promising at present, is naturally the laser light weapon where Frank got it. Compared with firearms, laser weapons are more environmentally friendly and more convenient to supplement. You know, this guy Frank can use laser weapons by putting 3 bottles of Coke in the small cabinet in his stomach, so there is no reason why Sky Island can't do it. Raiden Energy must be Coke. More than 1 star in the top 100. And don't forget that there are electric shells and lightning shells too. According to research and testing, 1 electric shell of 1.5 million volts can fire 300 rounds of laser bullets. This shot is the energy consumed by the laser light in 1/10 of a second. Entering the development site of the laser gun, there is a huge white space inside. Here, a total of 5 scientists are responsible for laser weapons. This is almost the largest research project group in the second or third group. Arthur's coming in brought noise to this quiet environment. All the 5 scientists frowned and looked over at the same time. Huh? The 5 scientists saw that God came in, and their expressions changed immediately. The leader of the laser weapon research team was surprised, and then a smile appeared on his face. God, you are here at the right time, and we are preparing for the final stage of testing the laser gun. As long as there is no problem with the test, then it can be put into mass production immediately. The Thunder Legion, the Super God Legion, and the War Angels of the Glorious Legion can be equipped with laser weapons. Oh, Arthur was taken aback when he heard the words, although he came here to see where the research on this laser weapon project has reached. But I didn't expect it to catch up. It's really early, it's better to come by coincidence. Arthur's eyes were full of surprises, and there was no need to say more about the power of the laser weapon. Moreover, my country has specialties like free shellfish. The 3 legions add up to 333 people. Of course they must be equipped with the best lightning shells. 1 person is equipped with 2 high-quality lightning shells. 1 lightning shell is 25 to 30 million volts, and 2 are at least 50 to 60 million volts. With this huge amount of stored electricity, the laser gun can basically be used arbitrarily. Everyone has tens of thousands of bullets, which is terrible. And the Thunder Legion, they themselves can also send out thunder and lightning. In this way, the combat effectiveness of these 3 legions can also be improved a lot. After all, it is a laser weapon. Even if a lieutenant-level master is caught off guard, it will suffer a big loss. Great. Let's test it now. Arthur waved his hand and walked towards the laser gun test area by himself. The test area for laser weapons is different from the test area for other weapons. Laser light is an extremely powerful energy. Experiments with ordinary weapons can cause damage, but can recover. The damage caused by laser weapons is difficult for ordinary people to recover. Therefore, it can be regarded as secondary recycling. The laser weapon research team specially modified the test area to absorb energy and transmit it to the lunar relic city. It can not only test weapons, but also power the city. It can be described as the best of both worlds. When they arrived at the test area, several scientists placed their own large boxes on the table. and then took out a collection of laser guns of different models. The leader of the laser weapon research team took out one of the guns with a cool appearance, just like those weapons in science fiction movies, and then installed an electric shell on a special card slot. Wing the laser gun made a special sound, and then some azure bar lights on the gun lighted up. The team leader handed the laser gun to Arthur, and then said, "God, this is a KS-1, a laser gun. It is a pistol among these types of laser weapons, which can only be attached to electric shells. There is only one electric shell in total. It's 1.8 million volts. So it can fire 360 times." While talking, the team leader pointed to a sliding button under the barrel and said, "This is a mode choice. There are only 5 choices. The innermost one is to minimize the power, and the attack issued is only an fifth of the power of a normal attack, and the range is only 300 meters. People burn. The second gear is half the normal power, with a range of 800 meters. Within 500 meters, it still poses a fatal threat to ordinary people. The third gear, this is normal power, with a range of 2000 meters, and within 1500 meters, the lethality is basically not weakened. Furthermore, it has lethal lethality to the rank of ordinary Navy colonel. Within 300 meters, even a strong man equivalent to the naval elite rear admiral level will be hit with 5 shots unsuspectingly, and he will be seriously injured. The fourth gear, this gear has no change in power. It is still a normal attack, but it can be fired 3 times in a row within a third of a second. The power is very impressive. The fifth gear, this gear is basically used to deal with fatal threats. The power of the laser gun can be increased by 3 times. In the same situation, 5 shots are enough to kill an undefended ordinary lieutenant general, if the opponent is not defending. Because of the material of the laser gun, there is always a bottleneck that cannot be broken. Therefore, the fifth gear can be fired 10 times. After 10 times, the gun will be scrapped and the electric shell will be destroyed. Arthur nodded after listening, and said, "I see, you guys get out of the way, it'll dry." After the other party finished the introduction, Arthur told them to move away, then aimed at the smooth wall like a mirror, and practiced pulling the trigger again and again. While firing, Arthur kept using those 5 gears to change use. Finally, Arthur will force to the maximum power, and then launch again and again. The power change. Even the sound made is not quite right. After firing a few shots, Arthur felt the gun body shake, and Cassie quickly heated up. But Arthur didn't care and continued to shoot. Sure enough, the 10th shot was not fired yet, and the KS-1 laser gun exploded directly in Arthur's hand. The electric shell stuck on the gun was also blasted, and bursts of thunder and lightning entangled Arthur's body. After the elementalization of Arthur's hand was restored, he turned to look at the 5 scientists next to him and said, "This gun is very powerful. It can be used as a basic weapon for the Legion and Army. What about the next one?" Arthur looked at the other laser guns again. "The one I just experimented with was only the smallest of them, only the size of a pistol. And the remaining ones, one more cool than the other, seem to know that one is more terrifying than the other. This one is the KS-2, which is a short-medium continuous fire laser gun. It is equivalent to the automatic rifle you made. Unlike the KS-1, it has 6 gears. However, because this is a complete war use, there is no power to weaken this design. 1 gear, 2 pulls backward, it will become single-shot mode. Power." Before he finished speaking, Arthur interrupted him. "Well, you can just talk about the gun type and gear mode of each gun. If it is powerful, I will watch the result report of this test later." Yes, God. In second gear, flip it back and it will turn into a 3-shot burst mode. Third gear, a 7-shot burst in the field regular mode. Fourth gear, a burst mode. Press trigger, it will fire until the energy is exhausted. 5 gears, the power is tripled, and it can be fired continuously for 5 seconds. After that, it will be completely scrapped. 6 gears, this is the normal power, but we call it the light cutting mode, which can emit a light. the length of which is determined by the time of pressing. You can hold it for up to 30 seconds at a time, and then it will be scrapped. Yeah? Arthur nodded, raised his chin toward the remaining 3 types of laser weapons, and said, "I'll talk about those 3 together." Yes, God. The group leader nodded and introduced the remaining 3 sub-meanings. KS3 type, ultra-distance optical telescope sniper laser gun. This gun, like Barrett, is a medium-sized sniper. With the nearly half-meter-long optical telescope above that can be adjusted, you can see the enemy 25 kilometers away as long as it is at the vantage point. Even if he is a lieutenant general without armed defense, he will be killed by a single shot even if he uses an iron block 20 kilometers away. Of course, Ka, Zephyr and other physique masters may not be necessary. Who knows the level of these 2 old men's iron bars? KS4 type, laser hand cannon. This can't be called a gun, but a gun, because it is enough to emit a laser light of the thickness of a fist. However, due to material limitations, it can only issue 4 rounds. Moreover, every time it is fired, 100,000 volts of electricity will be consumed. In other words, as long as the material problem is solved, this KS4 model can only be fired 15 to 20 times with electric shells installed. The last one is also the one that Arthur thinks is the most powerful. KS5, Thor Oars. This heavy machine gun looks very similar to Vulcan Gatling. On it, there are 6 card slots. At least 6 electric shells or lightning shells have been installed. Each shot of laser light requires 10,000 volts of lightning. Although a single shot is far less destructive than the laser hand cannon, 100 shots per second is enough to make up for this and far exceed it. Judging by Arthur's judgment, I am afraid that the power of this thunder god should not be much worse than that of Huang Yuan's Bakai Kyangu. Of course, that wasn't the 8-foot Kyangu jade that Huang Yuan used in the shampoo field and the top war. It was purely a serious stroke. The power of Thor's roar was far stronger than the attack that Huang Yuan performed in the war on the top. However, the shortcomings are also obvious: too much energy consumption. This Thor roared, unless it was for his own use, or Weber who had eaten the fruit of the electric shock. Otherwise it would not take long to use the 600 million volts of lightning shells. 100 rounds per second, 1 round of 10,000 volts of electrical energy. 6 lightning shells of 100 million volts can fire a total of 60,000 rounds. But 100 per second? 100 seconds is 10,000 rounds. 60,000 rounds is 600 seconds, which equals 10 minutes. If the previous laser weapons made Arthur very enjoyable, then this Thor roar in the end simply made Arthur upset. After testing all the 5 types of laser weapons, Arthur happily patted the team leader on the shoulder. Very good. Good job. By the way, the materials of these guns are indeed not very good. I will find a way for this matter. Don't look for Ashia because of this. He has other important things. The reason for saying this is that Ashia is a scientist who belongs to materials science, especially metals. The current metal material used to make laser guns was developed by Ashia out of time. Although it is indeed appropriate to find Ashia for this matter, there is a more suitable candidate in Arthur's heart. P.S. After thinking about it, the 4th chapter is later. It's too early now. Excuse me. There are also today's 4 changes. I will try my best to complete them before 12 o'clock. 125. Chapter 125. In fact, in addition to these 5 types of laser guns, there are also 5 types of laser guns with different calibers. It is the laser cannon that can replace the current backward cannonballs. Said it is a laser cannon. In fact, it should be said that it is a laser beam launcher, because the guns shot out are basically beams of light ranging from 200 mm to 1000 mm thick and from 5 meters to 15 meters long. Even the lowest diameter of 200 mm will consume 1.5 million volts of electricity at a time. And 1000 mm, the energy consumption is huge. One shot is 30 million volts. Basically, a 200 mm diameter consumes an ordinary electric shell at a time. 1000 millimeters, consume 30 million volts of lightning shells at once. And the power of the laser beam sent out was comparable to that of Huang Yuan's ordinary attacks, and the more serious and powerful attacks. The unlimited diameter beam of light does not seem to have been used by Huang Yuan in the original work. And this kind of power is absolutely unimaginable. The world and the Navy government are not impossible to find out, this is completely possible. After all, Arthur's laser research materials were all stealing from Vegapunk when he was young, and it was very convenient for them to make a large caliber. However, the limitation lies in energy. If you want to launch a powerful laser attack, it consumes a lot of energy. And this special shell on Arthur's Sky Island solved this problem perfectly. However, the energy problem was solved, but the O2 that followed was another focus. The material of the laser light gun needs to be extremely high temperature resistant, rich in energy transmission, and hard and tough. But now the Angel Empire does not, and this kind of material is probably rare in the world government. Therefore, the laser cannons of various calibers are basically disposable items. After firing once, it will be severely overloaded, the whole body is about to melt, and the core of the gun is burnt. Even the cherished thunder and lightning shells will be damaged or destroyed directly. And if the thunder shell is destroyed, if there is no thunder and lightning, then forget it. If there is, then it will bring back a violent eruption of thunderstorms. The power is so powerful, I am afraid that the people in the gun and money will not be spared. You must know that the energy capsule of the laser gun will use the energy transmission device to put the lightning beaker on the card slot in advance, and then stuff it into the energy inner capsule. The entire energy transmission device is divided into 5 layers and 5 sides. There will be a total of 25 lightning shells inlaid, and once an accident occurs, it is no less than Arthur's use of a big move. After spending most of the day on the moon, Arthur finally went to the place where the old men of Visalia stayed. Since it's here, let's go see Nami. I haven't seen it for months, and I really miss it. By the way, this little girl is not even 17 years old now, but she is ruthless. What's the matter with that excessive figure? It's too exaggerated. While thinking trivially whether Nami had not seen her for a while, she was even more ferocious, and Arthur entered the little Visalia on the moon. Because old men are not accustomed to living in ruined cities on the moon, they are all made of science and technology, and the entire city is made of steel. Therefore, the old men who have always lived in earthstone wooden houses are a little uncomfortable. In the end, Arthur asked Jessica to help bring a huge residence from the Red Ring star. There are too many mysteries in the universe. These astronomical scientists, who are almost idle all day long in the world below, regain their passion for learning as soon as they come to the universe, in order not to die too early for these old men. Arthur gave them one of them even as he knew everything. They just didn't tell them what it was, only that it was a ring that could keep energy. Then these old men never rest unless they are tired. For this reason, Nami's studies were shaken and no one cares. Some Visalia's advanced knowledge is basically impossible to learn without a professor. Nami has taught herself for a while, although she has made progress, but it is extremely slow. Angrily, Nami knocked down 2, and the old men took turns leaving one to teach Nami every day. In a beautiful little room, Nami was holding a book, listening to the absent-minded old man opposite, asking questions from time to time to get answers from the other party. Neither of them paid attention to Arthur's arrival. Seeing Nami's intellectual appearance immersed in learning, even if she knew that the other party didn't even have 18, Arthur was still eager to move. Huh? She seemed to feel her gaze staring at herself. Nami stared at the book, her frowned brow stretched out, and her eyes looked over. Ah, Arthur. Nami dropped her book and rushed over. Bang, what a fierce hug. Arthur took 2 steps back slightly, removed the impact of the impact, and held Nami's hips involuntarily with both hands. "I'm so boring here, I'm the only one, I can only study every day." Nami hugged Arthur tightly, and said with grievances, "Really? You are almost finished learning, right? When you are finished, I will take you back. You have to become the goddess of the empire. I have been looking for the two fruits. As long as you find them, you will be too. Become a famous strong woman on the great route," Arthur said distressedly, sniffing the good smell of Nami's body. After more than a year, I had a good impression of Arthur, and knew Okigao fell, and Nami, a bold girl, was no exception. "Okay, you go back." "Really? Teach me." Absent-mindedly, Nami stepped off Arthur and said rudely to this boring old man. After more than a year, even if she understood it early, she couldn't be polite to deal with these old men. Hearing that, the old man whose turn to lecture today suddenly became vivid. The lifeless face frowned, happily put down the book and swayed out with his hands high. Seeing its direction, it should be to the research center. Seeing that the old man was gone, Arthur was no longer depressed, and pulled Nami, who had come down from him and stood aside, into his arms, feeling the amazing curve of the other party. Nami bit her lower lip, enduring Arthur's rude movements. Except for the last step, there are basically no secrets between the two. Don't. Stopping Arthur's last move, Nami reached out and held down little Arthur not to let in, then gave Arthur a coquettish look, stepped back and squatted down. "Well, that's okay." Arthur calmed down the breathing and burning flame helplessly. Nami didn't want to be distracted, because she was afraid that she could not stay here, so the last step always stopped. 10 minutes later, under Arthur's deliberate control, Nami clutched her rosy red lips, rolled her lovely eyes and ran into the bathroom. "Nami, Vesalius Astronomical Science. How long will you be able to go to the teacher?" Arthur sat on the sofa, Nami leaning on the side. Hearing that, Nami shook her head and said, "I don't know how to be able to become a teacher. But for now, I already know about all the weather of the Great Route. If I have the right weapon to control the air pressure and different air currents, I can create different celestial phenomena, all." Arthur couldn't handle the weather sticks that appeared in the original book. "It seems that we have to find time for the scientist to help. Are you all?" "That's about it. As long as you understand the climate change of all the islands of the Great Sea Route, you can create a normal celestial phenomenon in nature. I won't let you run around the world. You just give me a kid." "Housekeeper, prepare to count the money every day." Arthur squeezed Nami's Kyung nose in fondly. Nami's eyes lit up, and there seemed to be an extra money symbol in her eyes. "Is the sky paradise about to open?" "Yes." Arthur nodded and explained, "In 1 week, there will be on-site recruitment from all over the world. Once the recruitment is over, they will be trained for 3 months immediately. The World Conference in 3 months. After I finish attending, the Sky Paradise can be officially opened. At that time, making money is like flowing water. At that time, you will be the goddess of climate, who will bring us different climate changes." Arthur smiled and looked to Nami, who was dreaming about making money like flowing water, and laughed helplessly. Because the Sky Island is located above the windless zone, although it is not completely windless above 7 or 8 kilometers, the breeze is so small that it can't bring any climate change. Therefore, if Kojima wants climate change, he has to rely on the astronomical knowledge that Nami has learned. The 4 seasons of the year have the beauty of the 4 seasons, and every kind of astronomical change also has the beauty of celestial changes. If it's just an empty island, it doesn't matter if it changes. But with 50 floating islands known as paradise in the sky, it still has to be changed to be more perfect. 3 hours later, in Nami's reluctant hug, Arthur kissed Nami's forehead and flew to Sky Island. This time, there are 2 important things that need to be resolved. First, we must strengthen the scientific research team, reduce the burden on the original scientists, and at the same time achieve faster research speed. The second is to solve the problem of metal materials. If this problem is not resolved, then those laser weapons that can eliminate too much trouble for themselves in the future cannot be officially put into production. Moreover, in addition to these 2 more important things, Arthur had other big and small things to deal with. After all, the World Conference is very close. Chapter 126. After returning to the empty island, Arthur did not find the scientist the first time. In this matter, except for the more powerful ones, or the ones that are not easy to deal with, Arthur will take the shot himself. So let the intelligence organization search secretly in the dark, and then let the Shadow Stream Legion take action, and select a part of these scientists to abduct them. Aren't they just doing this specifically? Not at all, because that is too obvious, and it is easy for the Navy and the world government to be highly vigilant. Although it may not be possible to find out, there are still many obstacles to Arthur's next plan. After all, I will slowly come up with some special technologies that belong to the Sky Island, so that it is easy to be noticed by the world government. For the Heaven in the Sky and recruiting from the world, there are a total of 6 interview halls. All those who were selected had to find a merchant ship or some ship to go on their own. As for the New World, because the seas were too ferocious, Arthur sent a legion to respond. In this matter, Arthur will not intervene at all, and the government departments of the Empire will be jointly responsible. So Arthur has time to do what he should do, and the first thing he needs to do is to go to the Navy headquarters to find someone. The current Angel Empire is not completely completed. Jessica, let's go, Arthur yelled when he returned to the Island of Gods. After a while, Jessica, who straddled these 2 knives, flew out. After landing, Jessica looked at Arthur, wondering where to go. Don't you want to practice swordsmanship? Well, I'll take you to the Navy headquarters. This time there is something wrong with going to the Navy headquarters. By the way, let me tell you where you can practice. The Navy headquarters has a lot of kendo masters. Arthur replied, that's great. It can be seen that Jessica loves kendo very much. After a while, the 2 figures flew from the Island of Gods and headed straight to the headquarters of the Navy, and Malign Foduo left. At first glance, it seems that 2 people are flying freely. Arthur seldom uses wings to fly, although it's cool to use wings. But the 2 wings are too big, a bit procrastinating. Therefore, unless he was in battle, Arthur would put his wings away. This also has an advantage, that is, when a pair of wings suddenly appear in the battle, there is still some increase in more or less. At least it can make the opponent a little unprepared. The distance between Malign Foduo and Sky Island is very long. If you take a boat, you can go straight to the destination without any hindrance. Calculated at the speed of sailing ships in this era, it is about 3 days. The yacht on the Sky Island can be shortened to 1 day. As for the 2 flying, the speed can be directly shortened to 2 hours. There is still no rapid flight, otherwise Arthur will only need a few minutes, and Jessica will only need less than an hour. 2 hours later, the 2 could already see Malign Foduo, the island where the Navy headquarters was located. As they approached, a Navy soldier finally noticed 2 people flying over in the air. 2 flying humans were found at 11 o'clock ahead. 2 flying humans were found at 11 o'clock ahead. The soldiers shouted loudly in an instant, and the Navy below immediately became alert. What's the matter? One of the people in the Cloak of Justice asked loudly. Major General, a man and a woman are flying over. The Major General frowned, picked up the binoculars and looked in the direction the soldier said. That's ... King Arthur, jeer. Now you are in charge of this, and I will report this matter to the Marshal of the Warring States period immediately. The Major General put down his binoculars, gave a command to a colonel next to him, and then used his shave to disappear from the spot. The opponent is not only a franchise king, but also a top powerhouse. More importantly, the opponent has a record of defeating Kaido. When such a person visits, he must call the marshal as soon as possible. However, he didn't wait for him to get through the phone. The 2 people who were still a few kilometers away have arrived over the Navy headquarters. Slap. Arthur and Jessica fell to the ground. Don't be too arrogant when you come to other people's territory. At this moment, Arthur's face has been habitually kept in the outside world at any time to open the habit of covering a radius of 50 kilometers. Arthur and Jessica, one tall and handsome, one tall and beautiful, standing together are a pair of bi people. The surrounding soldiers watched this Arthur, who was younger than him, with vigilance and awe. He was a Navy boy, but he became the world's top powerhouse. The gap was not too big. Just like Arthur did not go to meet the warring states, as the host, the warring states would naturally not come out. After a while, the Major General who had finished the call came back. "Your Majesty King Arthur, please hear." The Major General made an inviting gesture. Arthur was more than 10 years old, but he respectfully guided Arthur. "This is the law of this world. Strength is respected. When the resulting strength and national strength reach a certain level, more privileges can be obtained." The closer to the Navy headquarters building, Arthur felt better. But it can only be said to be good, because the government headquarters of Sky Island is better than here, comparable to Maria Jo. Entering the headquarters building, various Navy wearing the ranks of Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel, and Major General ran back and forth, looking very busy. Arthur's arrival only made these people stunned, and then quickly left in shock and awe. Dang, the door was knocked by the Major General. "Marshal, His Majesty King Arthur and his wife have been brought here." Squeak! The door was opened, and Lieutenant General Crane stood at the door, smiling and saying, "Oh yeah, I'm seeing you again so soon, King Arthur." "Oh, this little girl is here too." Lieutenant General Crane looked at Jessica again. "Hello, Miss He." Arthur smiled and nodded. He had a good impression of Lieutenant General He, an old lady who looks kind and kind. "Hello, Miss Crane." Jessica also politely used the etiquette of the nobility, looking elegant and generous. Entering the room, the Warring States period sat on the sofa in the room, next to Ka, an old man who only cared about eating. "Meeting again, King Arthur." The Warring States stood up politely, and the other side said it was the king who had joined. In theory, the status is inferior to one's own. However, the opponent's status as a strongman needs to be taken seriously by the Warring States period. Especially Arthur's Angel Empire is really strong, and the king himself is the world's top combat power. On the side, Carp saw the Sengoku stand up and grabbed the senpai of the Sengoku. "Asshole, you." The Warring States period was so angry that his face turned red. There were so many things today, and there was no time to eat. In the morning, for convenience, the things I bought on the way here were prepared to eat at noon, but Carp robbed half of it. I didn't have time to eat, and finally took advantage of the visitor to take a couple of bites and was snatched by Carp, a veteran. Arthur was watching him. The Warring States period was not easy, or else he would have to punch Carp. Carp smiled and didn't care, and he nodded to Arthur casually. "Come on, sit down." He said it as if he were the master. With a blue vein on the forehead of the Warring States period, he glared at Jin Cap and asked Arthur to sit down. After Arthur sat down, the Warring States period asked, "I don't know what King Arthur is going to do this time." With the publication of the newspaper, Arthur's name in the world became King Arthur. For this title, Arthur is quite satisfied. At least it feels like King Bather is strong. Arthur replied, "Marshal of the Warring States period, I am here this time to borrow someone from the Navy. By the way, please ask me something." Borrow someone? The Warring States period was puzzled. Apart from Carp, Lieutenant General Crane also had some doubts. Who borrowed? Speaking of this person, he is still with the former General Zephyr, and heard that he is a member of the elite training camp. Arthur replied, "Zephyr? A member of the elite training camp?" The three of the Warring States would be a little strange. Zephyr is an old friend, life and death partner of the three of them. They will care more about things related to Zephyr. Could it be that when a certain student had a feast with King Arthur, the three of them are a little puzzled? "I don't know who you are going to borrow. I can ask Zephyr for you." Warring States began to ask. Grave accent diaresis. Arthur thought about it carefully. In the original book, this person also remembered it because he felt that the fruit power was too funny, but he didn't remember what he was called. "I don't know what this person is called, but he seems to be a ninja who ate the lush fruits." "Lush fruit?" Binz. Carp called out his name in one mouthful. He is not like the Warring States period and Lieutenant General Crane, busy dealing with various things every day. He wandered around the Navy headquarters one day, and Zephyr didn't go the less often. Binz. The elite of the elite training camp, What can you do with him? Warring States heard Carp's words, turned his head and glanced at Carp, and then asked, I need his ability to help me do one thing. Because I can't find a natural tree fruit ability, so I can only look for this lush fruit ability named Bins. Well, please wait a moment, I'll call Zephyr and ask him to bring someone over. Zango said, got up and walked behind the desk. Okay, excuse me. Arthur nodded. At this moment, I was also a little worried, wondering if Bins could do what he wanted him to do. Hey, Zephyr, you brought that young man named Bins from your training camp to my place, and there is something to look for him. On the side, Zango was talking with a low, depressed voice, and soon hung up the phone. After the phone call, Zango came back and sat on the sofa and said to Arthur, wait a minute, he'll be here soon. After a while, less than 10 minutes, the people in the Warring States office were opened. A man with purple hair, dark skin and strong muscles, over 2 meters tall, walked in. Behind him, followed by a tall man who was dressed weirdly, wearing a black background with yellow flowers, you got it, and carrying a green knife in a red and pink mesh suit on his back, walked in. Warring States, what can I do with Bins? Zephyr asked the Warring States as soon as he opened the door. Huh? As soon as he finished speaking, he found Arthur and Jessica sitting across from the Warring States. You are the king of the Angel Empire who defeated Kaido recently? Zephyr also paid attention to this matter during this period. When he learned that a young man who defeated Arthur was only 20 years old and was still a natural thunder fruit ability, he was very disappointed, but also very disappointed. Fortunately, the disappointment is because it would be great if there were such people in the Navy. Fortunately, such a terrifying young man is not a pirate, but a king who has become a member of the world. Zephyr, this is the king of the Angel Empire, this time he is here to find Bins. The Warring States introduced Arthur and told Zephyr that there were other people who were looking for someone. Zephyr was taken aback, glanced at Arthur, and then at Bins, who was also taken aback behind him, puzzled. Hello, General Zephyr. This time I asked this soldier named Bins because he asked him to do something for me with his ability. Arthur stood up and said to Zephyr, for this man, Arthur knew nothing better, a poor man with a kind heart but always shrouded in tragedy. P.S. Always update too freely. Now let's fix the time. It is the updated time point of the day today. 2 changes in the morning and a little later, and the other 2 changes remain the same. In this way, the bottom line will be resumed for the 4th time. Chapter 127. In the marshal's office, Zephyr glanced at Bins, who was also puzzled behind him, and turned to look at Arthur. I don't know what King Arthur is asking Bins to do. Does it give birth to plants? Seeing Zephyr's question, Arthur nodded and said, yes. There is a huge sky-reaching vine in my country. I think you all know it. Now that the sky is rebuilt, the height of that vine is no longer enough, so I plan to find those with fruit ability in the plant system to give birth to it. Hearing this, several people were dumbfounded, especially the Warring States and Lieutenant General Crane. Both of them have seen that vine, which is a giant plant that is more than 12,000 meters long. If Bins was allowed to spawn that, it would be choking. Even if it could be done, it would have to be exhausted. Zephyr was not very clear about this, nor did he care about the somewhat weird expressions of Sengoku and Lieutenant General Crane. Instead, he said to Arthur, it's okay to just spawn vines. However, Bins is an elite training camp. I'm afraid I won't be able to spare too much time. Don't worry about this. Sky Island is only 3 days away from here. While he is helping us, I will also give him some appropriate suggestions on cultivation. What do you think? Arthur took a look at it. Bins promised. When the few people in the office heard it, their eyes lit up. Although the opponent is only a young man who is only 20 years old, his combat power is actually standing on the top of the world. What fruit ability person can become a top-level powerhouse so quickly? Presumably there are many different opinions on fruit ability and personal cultivation. Even after entering the door, Bins, who was not talking after a salute, chinned. During these hours, He paid much attention to Arthur. To be precise, the students in the elite training camp were very concerned. After all, the training camp is a group of young people. They are all young people, but young people of the same age, even younger, have become the world's top powerhouses. There must be some reason for this. However, there is no doubt that this person must belong to the top genius. In this case, Zephyr frowned and hesitated for a while. Zephyr, it's better than this. The training camp you are responsible for can't always be behind closed doors. It's better to go to the Angel Empire with King Arthur this time. As one of the world's top powerhouses, King Arthur must have a lot of cultivation skills, unique experience. You go this time. On the one hand, you can help King Arthur. On the other hand, you can also communicate with each other. King Arthur, how do you think this is? The Warring States period is a ghostly and shrewd person. The strength of the 10 Angel Legion has always made him care about it. Since the other party can cultivate such a strong army, it must have some unique experience in training. In addition, the opponent's development of the Thunder Fruit is also very powerful, and perhaps has a very unique view of the Devil Fruit. It won't take long to go to this trip, but maybe you can get some benefits from it. You must know that being able to become a top-level powerhouse is not because people like yourself are trained in a unified way. So there must be a lot of uniqueness in cultivation. Zephyr knew that the Warring States period was a resourceful person, and he was not stupid. He immediately understood the thoughts of the Warring States period, so he nodded readily and said, "In this case, I have no problem here." I don't know what King Arthur thinks. Xin said that these navies were really cunning guys, but Arthur nodded with a faint smile on the surface. If the elites of the navy are willing, there will be no problem. As long as the time comes, it will not be misled and delayed because of me. No, King Arthur has achieved such an achievement at the age of 20, and he must surpass that of ordinary people. With a kind smile on the face of the Warring States period, his heart said that as long as you don't talk nonsense and give pointers seriously, how can you be misled and delayed? NS. The Marshal of the Warring States has passed the award. Now that this matter is finalized, then I have one more thing to ask you. Arthur was humble, and then prepared to mention Jessica's matter. Oh? What request? Warring States asked. This is my fiancée, a person with fluttering fruit ability. She likes kendo very much. I have heard that there are many kendo masters in the Navy, so I hope that Jessica can stay in the Navy and follow the swordsmen of the Navy to practice swordsmanship. Arthur pointed to Jessica, who hadn't said anything by his side, and said, as for Jessica's joining the Navy, Arthur was very deliberate. One's own plans for the future must be taken step by step. For such a powerful and violent agency as the Navy, it is better to insert a nail earlier. And Jessica, who wants to practice kendo now, has no resistance to joining the Navy. Instead, she expects to learn to fight against the swordsmen of the Navy. Zheng Jin's dream of Jessica was adventure, but in the past few years, following Arthur, the more and more knowledge she learned, but the adventure is not interesting, the goal is too small. What she wants more now is to become a powerful female swordsman, the world's top swordsman. If you can become the strongest in the world, it would be the best. But Arthur also told her that even if he can't dominate in one era, he can dominate countless eras with a long lifespan. With such a long lifespan, it is not too simple to become a top swordsman. Follow the swordsmen of the Navy to practice swordsmanship. Several people looked at Jessica, those with Piao fruit ability, the abilities of their old opponents. They still don't know how the golden lion died or when the fluttering fruit was secretly obtained. They never gave up searching for the golden lion and the fluttering fruit that may appear due to the death of the golden lion. But this terrible ability appeared again. But it was the ability of a girl. Yes, it's okay to join the Navy. As long as she likes it, you don't mind. It's okay to be in the Navy or just study with Jian Hao in the Navy. Arthur didn't care. Join the Navy? Several people's eyes lit up again when they heard this. Those with the ability of floating fruit, if you join the Navy, you will almost immediately increase the combat power of a lieutenant, and the role it can play is definitely not what an elite lieutenant can have. It is definitely not inferior to the role of a Navy admiral. However, the opponent's loyalty to the Navy and the pursuit of justice may have some flaws. There was no change in the expression of the Warring States period. He picked up the tea on the table and drank it, looking like he was just thirsty. But in his psychology, he began to weigh the matter. Lieutenant General Crane, the chief staff officer next to him, did the same, thinking in his heart. A person with fluttering fruit ability, from the aura alone, is almost a powerhouse at the elite level of a lieutenant admiral. And the fruiting ability of the opponent, I am afraid that the combat power is stronger than the displayed. Such a seed with the potential of a general, but now only 22 or 3 years old, even in the Navy, is a terrifying monster. The 3 generals of the year, at this age, are almost like that. In this case, why not just follow Jian? But Jian's kendo is not weak, and it is also a commendable swordsman in this world. At this time, Lieutenant Jura said to the Warring States as if it were a proposal. Huh? The Warring States period looked at Lieutenant General Crane, then showed the expression that your proposal is very good, and said, yes, Jian is indeed the most suitable. Then let your fiancé follow the Lieutenant General of the headquarters, Jian. The child of Jian is just 31 years old this year. As a female, his strength is almost not weaker than that of a general. His kendo skills are indeed very solid. Jessica is indeed the most suitable for following Jian. King Arthur, look. The Warring States gaze looked at Arthur as if searching. In fact, the Warring States had not thought about this matter in his mind. He was still weighing whether to let the fiancée of a king who threatened the world government to join. But Lieutenant General Crane suddenly opened his mouth, seeming to recommend a suitable candidate to him, but in fact he was telling him that this matter can be agreed. Therefore, the Warring States period seemed to be thinking about which naval swordsman Jessica should follow, and agreed with Lieutenant General Crane's recommendation. Think about it, too. The current Admiral of the Navy is not even a member of the franchise. Hasn't he also become a general? Besides, with people like herself, what can a girl who can only be used as a general with fruit ability? Moreover, the other party's fiancé is still the king of the world's franchise. On the other hand, as an old partner for many years, from when I was young, to the present, a few of them have been together for 50 years. Even though they don't know what Crane thinks, they still believe in Crane's judgment. Jian, I've heard of her. She is young, but she has become a strong man close to the top combat power. She is also a great swordsman. Jessica is indeed the best choice to follow. Jessica, yours. What do you mean? Arthur nodded in agreement as if he didn't know the silent and tacit interaction of Sengoku He, and then asked Jessica. Okay. I have also heard of Lieutenant Admiral Jian. She is indeed the best person to guide me in the Navy. If Lieutenant Admiral Jian is willing, I will have no problem. Jessica nodded happily and looked at the Warring States period. Lieutenant General he said seriously. Okay, I'll call Jian to come over. The Warring States period gestured to Lieutenant General Crane, who would take out a pink phone worm from his pocket. On the side, Zephyr saw that he had nothing to do for the time being, so he said, Warring States, Crane, Cap, King Arthur. Now that our affairs are settled, I will take Bins back to prepare for a while, and then I will wait in the port. Yours, King Arthur. Okay. I'm going to trouble you this time. Arthur nodded at Zephyr. Well, welcome. Zephyr nodded and left the marshal's office with a little excited Bins. Now, only after he almost became a general in the original book, the Navy headquarters Lieutenant Admiral Jian came over and confirmed Jessica's affairs, and Arthur could return. To resolve this matter, Arthur had to complete the last construction of Sky Island before the end of the recruitment conference. After all, the World Conference is very close. The opening of Heaven in the Sky is also coming soon. Chapter 128. After the call was made, a hearty and pleasant voice rang. Even Arthur, who has seen the world's 2 top beauties, can't help but shine. This voice is really good. Hanging up, Another 10 minutes of waiting. Then there was the crisp sound of high heels stepping on the ground outside the door. A tall, full-bodied, wavy-haired beauty with a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth walked in. Marshall, Sister Crane, Mr. Cup. Huh? King Arthur. After Giant came in, he greeted the three of them, and then was surprised to find Arthur, who she had been paying attention to in the past 2 days. Speaking of which, when Giorgi confessed to him again yesterday, he was still holding the newspaper he was reading, and pointed to the handsome Arthur on it to block his shield. At this moment, he was cultivating with gritted teeth watching the newspaper. Thinking of what happened yesterday, Giant's face flushed slightly, and he nodded politely, saying, "It's an honor to meet you, King Arthur." With a smile on his face, Arthur made no secret of his appreciation for the other's appearance and strength. "Me too, Lieutenant General Giant. I've heard of your reputation before, the strongest military flower in the Navy. Thanks to the award, I must be a little bit weaker for your strong strength." Giant's blushing face has not faded yet, with a humble smile on his face. "It is not a charm." "Ahem, Giant, I have something to ask you when I come over this time." Lieutenant General Crane looked at Giant a little strangely, and then interrupted the conversation between the two. "Yes, Sister Crane, what can I do for you?" Giant turned his head, then walked to sit next to Lieutenant General Crane and asked affectionately, "This is Jessica. The person with the ability of fluttering fruit, is the fiancée of King Arthur." For some reason, Lieutenant General Crane used the 3 words fiancé hard. "Jessica is a kid who likes kendo, so I want to join the Navy and find a strong kendo teacher. King Arthur asked us to give Jessica this, and we thought of you." "Fiancé?" Giant glanced at Jessica and found that the other party was a noble girl. "It's so beautiful. Your name is Jessica?" "Yes, Lieutenant General Giant. I have heard of your reputation for a long time, and I hope you can accept my request and teach me stronger kendo." Jessica was very serious at this time. As a swordsman, she keenly felt that this tall woman had a very strong sword training base. "So you want to join the Navy?" Giant asked. Jessica nodded and said, "If I can, I will join the Navy." "Well then, from today, you will practice kendo with me. But don't be your kendo teacher. Let's make progress together." Giant did not hesitate. She knew that she knew Lieutenant General Crane. "Since I called myself, I hope I can agree to this matter." "That's great. Please take care of it in the future." Jessica's face was full of joy, and Arthur couldn't help but a smile on her face. Aside, the Warring States Marshal spoke at this moment. "Miss Jessica's strength is not weak. She can serve as a lieutenant admiral. But she just entered the Navy, without any military merits in hand. Should not be given too high a rank. How about the tentative rank of major? With Jessica's strength, soon you can have enough military merit to be promoted." Although the words were addressed to Jessica, the eyes of the Warring States were indeed looking at Arthur. Arthur didn't speak, just looked at Jessica. Upon seeing this, Jessica said modestly with a polite smile, "I just joined the Navy as a major. Isn't it a good idea?" "It's okay to start from the beginning." "Haha, the major is already very low. If you are a major, no one will say anything." Warring States waved his hand and said with a smile, "Then, there will be more Sengoku marshals and lieutenant generals and Giant." "Of course, I also want to thank Lieutenant General Kaput Crane." After speaking, Arthur stood up and said, "Since the purpose of my trip has been achieved, then don't bother. Presumably General Zephyr is already waiting in the harbor." "Jessica, I will come back to see you later when I have time." "Yeah?" Jessica nodded. Several other people also stood up. "Zhang Guodao, don't stay for a while?" "I'm still going to let Carp show you around the Navy headquarters." "Huh? Visiting the Navy headquarters?" Arthur couldn't help but look forward to hearing the words. "In a hurry. You won't be able to rush this or 2 hours. If it's convenient for you all." Arthur looked at Carp inquiringly. "Puff, ha 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 ha, convenient, very convenient. The old man has nothing to do anyway." Carp laughed, looking like an old naughty boy. On the side, the Warring States could not help but said, "Of course it is inconvenient if it is someone else. There is no time." "But this guy Carp has a lot of time." "King Arthur, Then Carp will show you the Navy headquarters. Okay. Then it's troublesome. Arthur nodded. Let's go, boy. Arthur. Carp grinned, not caring about the identity of King Arthur, and walked out the door as he spoke. Arthur looked at Jessica, said goodbye again, asked Giant to take care of Jessica, and then left with Carp. Walking on the road, after a while, Carp clasped his nostrils and asked suddenly, boy Arthur, the old man has always been weird. Why did you go to the East China Sea 5 years ago? Why did you go to the East China Sea 5 years ago? Arthur looked at Carp, wondering why he asked this question. Yes, the old man has always cared about this. Carp rubbed a piece of nose on his finger, his face full of doubts. But his eyes were full of seriousness and suspiciousness. I'm going to the East China Sea. Arthur was shocked, then replied casually. But 5 years ago, in a country near the windless zone in the East China Sea, someone saw a lot of huge golden flying slashes flying out, cutting the sea open. According to the golden flying slash described by that person, with the 50 years of experience of the old man in the sea, only one person has it. That is, the golden lion Shiji. And then the girl appeared. Her ability and her wear the sword is only owned by golden lion Shiji. Do you have anything to do with golden lion Shiji? Arthur appeared abruptly in the East China Sea twice, then appeared strongly, defeated Kaido, and became famous all over the world. This makes Carp feel confused and vigilant whenever he thinks of Arthur's 2 trips to the East China Sea. Well, I really just wandered around. It's just that I came across a flying island in the windless belt, so I wanted to go up and have a look. I didn't expect the blonde old man to recruit me. I didn't want to, so I started fighting. His strength seems to have been weakened so much. It can be seen that he was very strong before. But fortunately, his strength was greatly weakened, so I was able to kill him. I wanted to take away his sword, but I didn't expect to find a fruit later, so I took it back together. Find flowers. After Jessica ate it, I found out that it was actually the golden lion's fluttering fruit ability. I have to say that this is really a coincidence. Very lucky. Arthur said the facts were 7 points true and 3 points false. For a moment. That's it. Carp frowned, still suspicious in the depths of his eyes. What about the second time? The second time. I have a good relationship with Fishman Island. I heard that they had a group of evildoers in the East China Sea, so I went over and took a look. After all, Neptune always wanted to become a franchise, and was caught by a group of stupid fish people have a bad reputation for corruption. So, as a friend, I helped them clean up the dregs. This time, it was 3 points of truth with 7 points of falsehood. Thinking of Arthur seems to have done a lot of things on the Fisherman Island, and from the information they collected, Arthur has helped the fishermen a lot on the Fisherman Island, and he is still an ally of the Fisherman Island. That said, it is indeed possible. I felt that these 2 times were indeed a suitable reason, and Carp didn't know for a moment whether he should believe it or not. Huh? Carp and Arthur turned a corner and ran into a strong man who was walking this way. Arthur saw that it was the strongest red dog among the 3 Navy generals. Carp doesn't like the red dog because of the red dog's style, because he thinks the red dog is too extreme. Therefore, even when he saw the red dog, Carp did not speak. On the contrary, it was Arthur who saw the red dog and took the initiative to speak. General aka Inu, hello. Aka Inu stood in front of the 2 of them, dangling a cigar, looked down at Arthur, who was nearly 1 meter shorter than him, and said, "So it's you, the king of the Angel Kingdom?" Yes, Arthur nodded. Occasionally, Arthur was a little surprised when he encountered the red dog. For the red dog, he couldn't say whether he liked it or not. It can only be said that if there are doves in an army, there must be hawks. What are you doing here? Aka Dog was a little strange. During this time he also paid attention to that battle. Aka was also surprised that the opponent was able to defeat Kaido and left a mark on him. Although there has not been a real confrontation before, Akakin knows that Kaido's body is extremely abnormal. Even if it is oneself, it is not so easy to defeat Kaido. As for leaving scars, Akinu felt that he was not absolutely sure. Faced with the question of Akaha's seeming impoliteness, Arthur did not show any displeasure, or the majesty of the strong, or the self-esteem of the past. The opponent is the admiral of the admiral. The status can be said to be higher than the king of a franchise country, and this person is probably speaking like this. I came to the Navy headquarters and needed help from the Navy for some things. Yeah? Akagi nodded, said very busy and left. Arthur turned his head and watched the red dog disappear in the corner, then turned around and Carp went on to visit the Navy headquarters. After that, Arthur followed Carp to the town and training ground behind the Navy headquarters. Then 2 hours later, Arthur, who was about to wander around, made his way to the Bayport. There was already a ship waiting for Arthur. On the boat, there are a group of young people, and the beautiful woman among them is probably Alain, who has the ability to regress fruit. In the headquarters, I said hello to aka Inu, because for the future Marine Marshal, aka Inu, Arthur felt that he should find a chance to make a good relationship. Maybe this will become a good move in the future. Second. Chapter 129, On the sea, a warship braved the wind and waves and moved forward at a speed that the sailboat could not reach. At this speed, it is estimated that the original 3-day journey will be shortened to 1 day. On the boat, the elite students all looked at Arthur with admiration. Even in front of the cabin, Zephyr, who was hunting in a justice cloak, looked at Arthur in surprise. He didn't expect that it was clearly the fruit of thunder from the natural system, and the superhuman magnetic force was actually developed, and it's not weak. It turned out that after leaving the Navy headquarters on a warship, it took about half an hour to walk. Arthur felt that the speed was really a bit slow, so the sails were put away. Although he didn't understand why Arthur asked so, Zephyr agreed. So the unidentified crew members, under Zephyr's sign, obeyed Arthur's instructions, put all the sails away, and then stood on the slower and slower warship and looked at Arthur inexplicably. Then I saw an artillery on the warship flew up inexplicably, and then I saw thunder and lightning appeared out of thin air on the artillery, and then the metal-made artillery slowly turned red, and finally red glowed, and then it was as if a pair of big hands were in the air. The plasticity is average, it becomes a huge iron net, the grid is very small. Then, this metal net flew outside the warship, wrapping up the entire warship. After that, the warship was as if it had been beaten in blood, and it was galloping all the way frantically. At this moment, even Zephyr was surprised, because even his eyesight and experience of traversing the sea for many years can't see what happened. So under Zephyr's inquiry, the curious elite training camp students heard Arthur's explanation. Magnetic force. They are not unfamiliar with this term, and Zephyr had heard that the magnetic fruit appeared in the South China Sea before, but he hasn't heard it for some time now. Furthermore, Arthur had already determined that he was a person with the natural thunder fruit ability. Even if he obtained the magnetic fruit, he would not be able to eat it. So after hearing Arthur's explanation, even Zephyr was shocked. He didn't expect that the 20-year-old young man in front of him would have used a fruit to such an extent that he actually developed derivative abilities. Such people are not uncommon. But almost all of them are people who are at least 40 years old and cannot develop such seemingly unrelated abilities. Facing a group of scientific blindness, Arthur didn't know how to explain it. It can only be said that electric current can produce magnetic force, and he has mastered the ability of magnetic force through electric current. Seeing Arthur's talent for fruit development, the few people on the ship with fruit ability all looked at each other with fascinating eyes. Afterwards, under Zephyr's sign, these people stepped forward to ask Arthur one by one. Instructing these people to develop the fruit is simply too simple for Arthur. All kinds of weird brain holes are thrown out. It sounds absurd, but they are all feasible. This made Zephyr, who was listening silently, couldn't help sighing repeatedly in his heart. This trip was worthwhile. While queuing up one by one, the warship quickly approached the Sky Island. In the end, the warship rushed through Dengchen Island and headed towards Vine Island without stopping. Zephyr stared and wanted to stop it, but after thinking about it, he and Arthur were on board. enough to deal with the dangers of the windless zone. What's more. Zephyr glanced at Arthur, who was calm. He also heard of Arthur's domineering look from Carp a few days ago. At that time, Carp told him that perhaps the most terrifying overlord in the world was possessed by this young man who was only 20 years old. The horror of his qualifications far exceeds that of red hair. If you follow this momentum, wait for the death of Baby Ad. The next era may be called the Arthurian era. It is not uncommon for the trainees of the elite training camp to enter the windless zone, but never once dared to be so violent. Generally, they drive at a slow speed in a windless zone, so as not to alarm the Neptune class. After all, sea kings live in the sea, and even if humans are very powerful, it is more troublesome to deal with. Moreover, in some places, Neptunes live in groups. Once it comes out, it's a nest. Arthur still told the students about cultivation indifferently. There are only 3 or 4 people with fruit ability. After the lecture, those students who don't have fruit ability also come to ask for advice. Now that he has agreed, Arthur has nothing to hide, and he will talk about everything that can be said, and only stop if he can't. In this way, about 15 minutes after entering the windless zone, a huge sea king rushed out of the sea angrily, rushing to the warship that had run several hundred meters. This sea king is the only overlord of 10 kilometers. As a result, I just thought of it before and got a breath. I didn't know something and passed from the head. When I came out, I found that the thing with the breath of the sea had broken into its own domain. The angry sea king immediately wanted to rush to the ship and crash it. After Zephyr found out on the boat, he was ready to shoot. But at this time, he heard a word from Arthur: roll. The sound is not loud, but everyone can clearly hear it in the howling wind and the angry roar of the sea king. Then, they were surprised to find that the sea king suddenly stopped, plunged into the sea with a panic in their eyes, and dived into the bottom of the sea. Zephyr, not far away, looked at Arthur in surprise. Although he didn't feel any overlord's breath, but the will contained in that word could feel that he could not resist. Has the overlord's dominance been controlled to such a degree? Doesn't it affect others and frighten opponents? It really is a terrible talent. I'm afraid the redhead's most domineering title is about to change hands. Zephyr muttered to himself as he looked at Arthur's young face. At the same time, he was a little unwilling. Why didn't such a talented man join the Navy? But then I thought about it. With the courage of the other party, I wouldn't let people command it, so I'll condescend it. It takes more than an hour to reach Mantang Island in the windless zone of the Great Waterway, a distance of 200 kilometers. At this time, starting at 5 o'clock in the afternoon at Milan Fodor, it is now more than 8 o'clock in the morning of the next day. The students and Zephyr also saw the huge vines that opened up to the sky not far away, and each of them opened their mouths in surprise. Suddenly, Zephyr raised his brows and looked at his student, Bins, with some sympathy. And Bins, the funny-dressed ninja, woke up from the joy of Arthur's guidance before, and looked at the vine dully. Yeah. Arthur. King. What you said. Vine, shouldn't it be the ... isn't it? Bin's eyes were desperate for survival, strong, looking forward to watching Arthur say no, but yes. Arthur smiled and nodded happily. Bin's looked desperate. He looked at the warm smile on Arthur's handsome face, but he felt bitterly cold. Is this the devil's smile? However, Bin's desperate eyes did not impress Arthur, but made Arthur make up again. This vine is now more than 12,000 meters high, less than 13,000 meters. My goal is let it grow to 15,000 meters. Bin's almost wanted to vomit blood. How could he do this kind of thing? It's too big. This is in accordance with Arthur's request. For the next month, he will be exhausted to death every day before he can do it. Is there really no room for reversal? Bins stared blankly. Yes. Arthur also looked at Bin's funny look, somewhat amused. Bin's eyes lit up and looked at Arthur. It would be even better if there are natural wood fruits. Bin's mouth twitched. His eyes dimmed, and the whole person seemed to be suddenly shrouded in shadows. The other students all smiled and looked at Bins. Even Zephyr, who hadn't smiled from his heart for a long time, had a smile on his face. Bins, this matter is up to you. If you can do it, your strength will definitely increase by a large margin. Arthur looked at Bins seriously. If he didn't pay attention to the smile in Arthur's eyes, it seemed that he really thought Arthur was serious. Well, I will work hard, Bins replied feebly. Bins, the potential of lush fruits is not wrong, but your development is too weak. If you develop to a certain level, you don't have to dance to give birth to plants. If you can achieve fruit awakening, you only need with one thought. All plants in front of you will receive your control. Think about Bins. No matter how many enemies want you to rush, but as long as there is a piece of ordinary grass in front of you, they can only be wiped out. This is the true power of the lush fruits. After Arthur's words, Bins flushed with excitement and his eyes blurred. Obviously, Arthur's description plunged him into a strange fantasy. On the side, all the students were shocked by Arthur's general description, and then looked at Bins. The previous thoughts of mocking his fruitful ability disappeared without a trace. Lianzifer's eyes were bright, and he imagined that powerful situation. On that day, in the eyes of everyone who once again felt that the lush fruit was funny, Bins walked towards the huge vines and began to swing and dance. Arthur looked at it for a while and couldn't help but laugh. The conditions for the activation of this lush fruit are too strange. If you let yourself eat it, maybe if you can't describe it in your life, then you will never use this fruit ability, right? Because I didn't know where I saw it in my previous life. The unique element of Hyalu stone has the effect of making living things huge. That's how the children who were experimented by Caesar grew. With the idea of giving it a try, Arthur put the 2 or 3 kilograms of sea-building stone powder that he had tried so hard to get into the vine. It doesn't work. It won't matter if you try it. Chapter 130. After spending 3 days in Vine Island in a row, Arthur found that the huge vine had really grown a bit under Bins's best efforts. However, there are only a few tens of meters at present. It is a long way to go if you want to grow up to 3 kilometers. However, under the limit state of Bins, the fruit ability is also rapidly increasing. So, this is nothing. Just a little more time. After earnestly and wholeheartedly instructing everyone here for a few days, enough for them to practice for a period of time, Arthur explained to Zephyr that he had some other things and he had to leave for a while. As fast as 1 week, as slow as 2 weeks. In short, when everyone has digested what they explained, they will definitely be able to come back. Zephyr nodded and agreed. Although it was considered a condition to come over at the beginning, Arthur helped guide for a period of time. But in the past 3 days, Arthur said too much, too detailed. For those students who are not very qualified, they have to digest them in a short period of time before they can fully understand the content of Professor Arthur. Therefore, it is fine to stay here. If the other party has something to do, let the other party do it. With Zephyr's approval, Arthur turned into a thunder and lightning and disappeared on Vine Island. He is now going to a country in the first half of the Great Route. That island is called Drum Island. This is exactly the one that appeared in the original, the island where Chopper was on the Luffy ship. That fruit is the ability to swallow the fruit, which can combine what is swallowed. Even a capable person can fuse 2 people even if they swallow it. This ability is really weird. Moreover, this ability is also very convenient for Arthur. Different metals are eaten by him in different proportions to produce alloys. It's much faster and more convenient than scientists researching slowly. In the original book, the Drum King Volbo was defeated and finally seized the throne. But when he was about to starve to death, relying on the ability of Tantan fruit, he made rare metals and made a lot of money in an instant. Later, with 3 or 2 kittens, they ran to the World Conference. So, this time, Arthur is here for the Drum King who has the ability to quickly research and make alloys. As long as God kidnapped him unconsciously and sent it to the moon to make him obedient, the alloy of the laser weapon can be quickly researched out. As for the question of whether he listened or not, Arthur was not worried at all. If it was someone else, Arthur might have this doubt. But the Drum King who ate the fruit of Tantan, Arthur did not have any doubts, because he knows that the other party is a bully who is afraid of hardship and death. because the other party is also a king of the franchise, so Arthur's actions must be a little more secretive so as not to be discovered. After all, once targeted by the world government, Arthur has basically no choice but to join the revolutionary army or become the fifth emperor of the pirates. As for the hard steel world government, that is only possible in new novels, although I don't know how much the world government has, but vaguely, Arthur has already felt the horror of the other party. A day later, Arthur was hidden in the clouds above Drum Island. Because he was not sure whether the Drum King would return to the palace during this time, Arthur expanded the scope of his knowledge and experience, found a small flowing cloud lying on it, and then began to monitor the sea. Because here is relatively high in the first half of the Great Route, Arthur is not afraid of any strong ones. But seeing and hearing is still quite obvious, and someone who is strong may be noticed after passing by. So Arthur chose to cover it with electromagnetic fields. It's just that the electromagnetic field covers the surveillance, and if you don't use it for other things, Arthur can almost always cover it for several months, as long as there are ships with more than 50% metal materials passing by. Arthur will take a closer look. Because Arthur saw Volbo in the original work, the boat he was riding in was a submarine. Since it is a submarine, although I don't understand the crooked neck technology tree of this world, but Arthur is still very sure about the high iron content of the submarine. In this way, for a full week, Volbo was silent. There is no intention to return to the Drum Island at all. This makes Arthur also speechless. Even if a king wanders around, you at least get the country up. Arthur, who was planning to wait another week to return, finally sensed an anomaly from the sea on the 12th day. A metal probe stretched out from under the sea surface, and then the metal object was completely exposed from the sea surface. And Arthur immediately let go of his sights and smells and induced them in accordance with the electromagnetic field. During the induction, a submarine got out of the sea and came towards the Drum Island. Arthur dived into the submarine and heard the word king. At the same time, he also sensed a fat man who was constantly stuffing his mouth to eat. That kind of appetite, or the speed and amount of eating every time he opened his mouth, even Luffy couldn't reach it. The ability to swallow fruits. It seems that it is him. Arthur melted the thunder in an instant, disappeared from the flowing cloud over 7,000 meters above the sky, and appeared on the submarine. Bang bang bang. Arthur walked toward the submarine's hatch, stepping on the steel plate to make a crisp sound. Huh? What's the matter? Someone on it. Inside the submarine, everyone was blinded by the crisp footsteps above their heads. What's the matter? A stocky man in luxurious clothes with a chin that seemed to be iron-skinned and glowing with metal, listened to the inexplicable footsteps and asked suspiciously, "Crunch crunch, someone is opening the hatch. Go and see what's going on." The people inside the submarine got up anxiously and hurried to the hatch. Volbo pulled the detection mirror from his side, turned in a circle, and looked at the hatch. Huh? Who is that? How did it appear? Dive down, dive down. Volbo always felt something bad in his heart. No, it's too late. If we dive now, we will all be drowned. Asshole. I want to see who it is. Volbo cursed bitterly, and turned to the cabin door. Maybe you have seen me. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared behind Volbo, and everyone in the boat was shocked. Volbo was shocked and turned around as if he was facing an enemy, muttering to himself, "When did you come in?" What? As soon as he turned around, Volbo saw a very familiar face. Some time ago, Volbo returned to the palace of the Drum Country to watch the 10 Days and 10 Nights broadcast of Arthur vs. Kaido. King Arthur. Volbo's breathing almost stopped. Huh? What are you doing on my boat? Suddenly, Volbo remembered that the other party was also the king of the franchise, and so was himself. Between the franchise countries, you can't do it casually. Thinking about it this way, Volbo, who felt that his calf was pumping menstruation, suddenly felt a little emboldened. Because you are capable of swallowing fruits. Arthur sat in the chair where Volbo had eaten before and glanced at the things on the table. Screws, steel nails, dinner plates. Is this a stool leg? Knives and forks, shells. The corner of his mouth twitched silently, and Arthur also admired it. Is this really a hereditary king? What happened after eating a devil fruit? Able to swallow fruits? Volbo was dumbfounded, a little bit confused. Arthur retracted his gaze on the table and looked at Volbo with some joy in his eyes. Grave accent diaresis tun fruit can quickly synthesize various metals. I need to make some alloys with excellent performance. What does that have to do with me? Volbo asked, puzzled. It's very simple. Starting today, you have to work for me. Make all kinds of alloys. Arthur said these words for granted in everyone's shocked eyes. Volbo almost stared out his eyes. What are you kidding? I am the king of Drum Country, so how can I work for you? So, you were kidnapped? Arthur gave a playful smile. Huh? Everyone seemed to have a question mark on their heads. And then their eyes were dull and their mouths opened wide. You, am the king of the franchise. The world government forbids the franchise to war against each other. Volbo knew why he was upset this time. When encountering this matter, the opponent is so strong, and can't beat it. No one feels energetic. So from today, the king of the Drum Kingdom has mysteriously disappeared. Arthur's playful smile did not change, but he activated the ability to control the metal submarine with electromagnetic force, closed the hatch, and dived into the bottom of the sea, heading towards the windless belt. Go. If you fly directly to the moon here, you will be spotted if there is no unevenness. When there is no wind, you will directly take the submarine to the sky. In other words, the 20 doctors on this ship are a powerful scientific research force. Although he is a doctor, there is nothing wrong with studying IQ herb. The scientists who studied IQ grass before can all be liberated. Got it? Because these 20 top doctors in the world can basically be said to be top scientists in the fields of biology, botany, pathology, virology, bacteriology, and so on. Handing over IQ to them is much better than Ashiya, a top scientist. No, you can't do this. You can't do this. I can work for you. You let me go. I'll make alloys for you. Volbo yelled and rushed over. The others were indifferent, and his two loyal officials did not dare to move. The other party, but the world's top powerhouse, is not a person who can shake him. It's so noisy. Go to sleep. You'll be there when you wake up. Arthur frowned, kicked Volbo before he jumped, and then a thunder and lightning struck his head. Then he saw Volbo twitching all over. His hair turned into explosive heads, black smoke, foaming and falling to the ground. The harvest this time, not to mention just a Volbo, has many uses. Just say that the doctor is 20. This is a huge scientific research wealth. Such a group of talents is a bit wasteful in the hands of Volbo. This group of doctors can sew people who can only breathe a single breath and can sew up their broken bodies to save life. With excitement and the mood of picking up the treasure, Arthur controlled the submarine from the windless zone to the sky and flew into the sky. Chapter 131. Wow! Volbo felt in a daze that someone splashed water on his face, and under the icy stimulation, he immediately woke up. Asshole, who splashed me with water? Huh? Opening his eyes, Volbo didn't even know what kind of bad situation he was in. He didn't even remember being kidnapped. He immediately aroused the king's temper. As soon as his eyes opened, he felt that something was wrong in a daze. The environment he was in was completely a strange place, not his own palace, nor his own submarine. This is, by the way, I was kidnapped. Like. At this time, Volbo remembered that he seemed to be kidnapped. Remember? Arthur sat aside and watched, then spoke. Upon hearing this unusually familiar voice, Volbo cast his sights immediately. Sure enough. Is it really a nightmare? Volbo's heart is full of fear. What do you want to do? We are all the kings of the franchise. Are you going to defy the orders of the world government and allies not to attack each other? Of course not. Arthur shook his head. This made Volbo's heart bright, and his eyes were instantly full of expectations and hopes. But Arthur's next words completely interrupted his fantasy. That's why I said that. The world government joined the national magnetic drum country. King Volbo, missing. From today, You will stay here and study metal for me. Of course, it is not without reward. Arthur Dan. He stood up with a smile and walked to Volbo. Originally Arthur was about 2 meters tall, but now he has grown another 20 centimeters. He was already much taller than Volbo, a chubby guy, and now he was sitting on the ground and Arthur was standing. It showed a huge difference at once. No, you can't do this. I want to leave here. I want to return to my country. And my O2 country can't live without me. I'm the hereditary king. Volbo looked at the condescending Arthur, his eyes full of fear, and Fierce backed up. Back to your country? Are you saying there? Arthur pointed out. Hearing this, Volbo turned his head and looked. Through the window, he saw an extremely dark world. Far away, there was a planet the size of a basketball. We are on the moon now. If you want to get out of here, you basically can't do it without my order. Unless you can fly freely. What? The moon? How is this possible? Volbo got up, ran to the window and looked outside. Really? Is it in space? Of course, that blue planet with a red ring as big as your head is our world. So, obediently develop various alloys for me here. Arthur's words seemed cold and merciless. No, you damn fellow. You dare to kidnap the king of the Allied Nations. Volbo seemed to lose his mind. At this time, his desire for freedom made him forget the difference between the strong and the weak and rushed towards Arthur. Ziploc Volbo, who was leaping in the air, was shocked by an electric shock, and he was suspended in the air for a short time before falling to the ground with a plop. Asshole, let me go. Let me go back. Arthur didn't use much lightning, but only 3 million volts, and this kind of electricity can only bring him pain to a person like Volbo, who can be regarded as a little powerful, but can't stun him. There was another thunder and lightning, and Volbo screamed frantically, convulsing like epilepsy. The violent paralysis and the burning heat made his body uncontrollable, and he couldn't even roll instinctively. The flickering thunder and lightning made Arthur's face gloomy, and his cold-looking face was like a demon. In this world, strength is respected. You are still so waved without strength. Now I need your ability to swallow fruits to help me do things. This is your qualification to live. Don't think about rebelling against me. Be obedient. The thunder and lightning gradually dissipated, and the tortured Volbo burst into tears and was somewhat incontinent. Gasping for breath, Volbo felt despair for the first time. For the first time, he strongly regretted that he had eaten a devil fruit. And the power of this demon fruit is what this demon-like guy needs. How? If you don't want to, I will torture until you want to. Surrender. Do things for me, or 2 years later, it will be your death date. Arthur looked at Volbo coldly. He knew that Volbo, a guy who was greedy and fearful of death, was already scared. It is impossible for him to go against himself. This is the suppression of hierarchy. No, I do. Hearing this, Volbo nodded immediately after thinking of the unpleasant feeling just now. He didn't want to die, let alone endured kind of pain. Very well. There will be a research team leader who will take you there. You will be responsible for cooperating with them in the development of alloys. Arthur nodded and walked out. Outside is the waiting research team, which is responsible for materials. They have been studying the synthesis of materials, but the results are very small. But now with Volbo, all this is not a problem. Leaving this room, Arthur went to another one. Inside, there are 20 top medical scientists who are a little worried. Crunch. Arthur pushed the door open and walked in. All 20 people in the house looked over. Seeing that it was Arthur, he quickly retracted his gaze, with a look of fear on his face. Faced with these sounds, Arthur would naturally not treat Volbo the way he did. Volbo relies on fruit ability, and he is very ZZ. But this group of people is different. They are top talents. Don't be nervous, everyone. The idiot of Volbo doesn't understand the rareness of your talents. I think you can surrender to me and do things for me. This is completely different from Volbo's men. You can do a lot of research and experimentation in your field of expertise. I will also find for you all kinds of knowledge that you have not seen in line with your professional knowledge. I only need you to do one thing. and that is to follow my orders. Research something for me. After Arthur finished speaking, the 20 silent doctors rolled their eyes and looked at each other. It seemed that the attitude of the person in front of him was indeed better. Unlike the way he treated Volbo, an old man who appeared to be in his 50s stood up. After a salute, the old man said, "King Arthur, as long as we don't hurt us, we are willing to surrender." Ha ha ha. Arthur laughed. "It is impossible to hurt such a precious talent as you. Except for you staying on the moon and not being able to go back, everything is free. You can still do the research you like. Here, there are the astronomical scientists in Visalia. In addition, there are more than 50 scientists working for me. So your worry is unnecessary." Visalia, that little sky island? The old men who study astronomical phenomena? Although it is not a major, the top scientists have all heard of each other. Yes, the astronomical scientists of Visalia are also here. However, they were invited by me, and you were kidnapped. However, I think you must have been tired of following Volbo. If you have family members, you can tell me and write an autograph letter. Next time I will bring your family. As Arthur said these last words, most of these scientists' eyes lit up. They do all have families, but the guy Volbo always takes them around in the sea, causing them to get together less and more. If I can reunite with my family here and do the work I love, it is indeed very good. King Arthur, is what you said is true? The old man before was trembling. Since being led by Volbo, he hasn't seen anyone in a while. His sons are married, and I don't know if his grandson has given birth. Although it was said that he was willing to obey at the time, the guy Volbo prevented those who disobeyed from being doctors or expelled. How can they, who love medicine and their hometown, want to leave? Of course it's true. I can bring all your immediate family members, but only immediate family members. And when you get to the moon, you may not be able to go back within 10 years. Arthur nodded and added, "Is that so?" The 20 doctors each thought about the credibility of this. But after thinking about it, the other party is the famous top powerhouse in the world, and there is no need to harm yourself. Even if I didn't say anything about my family, everyone in the drum country knows about myself and his family, and you can find them all by looking up. Thinking of this, the 20 doctors made up their minds in their hearts. King Arthur, I am willing to surrender. I am willing. I do. I hope to bring my wife and children here. All of a sudden, 20 medical scientists agreed. This made Arthur very happy. It was not the same to persuade and persuade, to actively surrender. As far as I know, Volbo chose your 20 top doctors at the beginning. I want to know about other doctors. I hope you can recommend some of the same excellent doctors, not too many, just 10 or 20. Enough. Arthur suddenly remembered that there are not only these 20 excellent doctors in Drum Country in the original book. In addition to these 20, there are some doctors who are also top-notch. After that, Arthur called Ashia and asked Ashia to tell them something in detail. Sure enough, the magical plant of IQ grass surprised and pleasantly surprised them. Such plants are simply too professional for them. That day, Arthur took the doctors to write down the names and appearances of the doctors who had been out of the house besides them. There was one of the doctors who painted well, so he included 20 portraits, together with their family members. In the end, they probably brought more than 100 people. But it doesn't matter. 200 people are fine. The moon is so big if it moves by itself, the entire relic city can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. After defeating Volbo, he subdued 20 doctors, and received another 20 not inferior news. In this way, the IQ Grass project can basically be handed over to these people with full authority at that time. With a good mood, Arthur flew towards the Sky Island. It's been almost 2 weeks, and it's time to go back. In addition to doctors, there is another place I want to visit to bring back a few talents and unique technologies. P.S. It's so embarrassing that no one joins the group. Then forget it. Don't want the group. Chapter 132. Coming off the moon, Arthur returned directly to the Island of Gods. Since letting them eat the fruit, it hasn't even passed a month. Although Raki is relatively ordinary in this respect, unexpectedly, all 4 of them have very good control of the fruit, especially Laki's laser fruit, as a special superhuman line. This fruit is more against the sky. To be honest, the attack power and destructive power of the laser fruit is slightly better than that of the flash fruit, and it can be as elemental as the flash fruit, because the laser fruit and the yellow ape's flash fruit are highly overlapped. Raki, who has the weakest talent among several people, is the fastest. This is to be attributed to Arthur, who specially collected all kinds of information about the general yellow ape for her, for Raki's reference. When he came back, Arthur noticed that the vines are now about 500 meters higher than when he left. This discovery was delightful on the one hand, and surprised at Binz's growth. Binz's potential, to be honest, is not very strong. The lieutenant elite is almost his end. This is also the reason why the Navy has failed to pick up some people, because since the three generals, there have been few outstanding figures in the elite training camp. This is also related to the times. Most of the monsters in the Navy come from the era of the great pirates that has not yet begun. If you think about it, you will find that whenever a powerful monster appears among the pirates, the Navy will correspondingly appear as a genius. It is not known whether there is any intervention by the world government. Originally, after Arthur returned, he planned to go to the organ island that appeared in the theater version. Brought back the young man named Lachette, but after thinking about it, he finally gave up. In the original work, this person's ability to invent is not bad, and being a researcher is definitely more than enough. But unfortunately, this man does not look like a man willing to condescend. In the end, because of other things, Arthur did not go to the organ island. The World Conference is getting closer, and recruitment in 6 places around the world is just over. After the recruitment, these people were taken back to the Sky Island to start training, preparing for the opening of the Sky Paradise to the world. Since job advertisements spread all over the world, there have been many aristocrats and rich people who want to come here to splurge and enjoy, waving banknotes. But the opening date is after the World Conference, which makes them have to wait. Originally, the human traffickers who wanted to come to the Sky Island to hijack the Angel and sell them to the auction house to make money were also terrified because of the war between Arthur and Kaido. Later, they saw information about the Wu Dejun regiment, and they didn't even dare to come to the empty island to look for things. And the Sky Island is not open, and they can't come up. However, they didn't give up. They just looked forward to the Angel's departure from the Sky Island, and then they took the opportunity to catch the abduction. When it's time to sell, who knows, they did it. At this time, it was May 1520 on the High Yuan calendar, and there were still 3 months left before the World Conference. Soon after the recruitment to the world was over, the entire island suddenly increased by nearly 100,000 people. However, the sudden increase in population did not cause any confusion to Sky Island. First of all, these people are selected through layers of selection. Secondly, with Arthur here, no one dares to make trouble unless he is the world's top powerhouse or is confident that he can survive under the hands of the world's top powerhouse. Moreover, the government functions of the Angel Empire are clear, and each is in charge of its own. Even if the inevitable overlap of functions is inevitable, the priority of law enforcement will be judged according to the emphasis. And these 100,000 people were immediately distributed on 50 floating islands. Although there are no tourists yet, the 3-month internship will allow them to cope with everything. In mid-June, Binz finally gave birth to more than 3,000 meters of vines. The reason why it was a lot slower was because Binz was cultivating and practicing in the later stage. Because this daily limit of using the fruit has made his ability a lot stronger, he needs to practice his control well. Therefore, what could have been done in May took another half a month, but it didn't matter, because the commission has not been completed. Zephyr and the elite training camp are also here. So when Arthur has nothing to do, he will go to Vine Island to give some guidance. But after Binz completed Arthur's commission, Zephyr resigned. The guidance the students have received is enough, and what is needed now is a battle at sea. So as soon as Binz completed the commission, they were sent out by Arthur from No Wind. In mid-July, less than a month before the World Conference, Many participating countries around the world have already begun preparations. In the previous period, Arthur had been to the moon 3 times. In addition, I went to Dressrosa specifically. Going to Dressrosa, naturally, was for Olga, the daughter of Ashai. And this time, it was also the first time Arthur saw the villain. To be honest, when I was on Earth, as a young man who liked the second dimension, I couldn't stop seeing the little human race. It's just that it's still cooperating for the time being, so it didn't make a move. But for the villain, Arthur was also concerned, and sooner or later he would get them all. From working with Doflamingo to the present, the penetration of the underground dark world has not been completely completed. Furthermore, the underground intelligence organization established by relying on the other party will be more or less known to the other party. Only when the underground organization is completely established and freed from the other side can you gradually become completely independent and not be restrained by the other side. Besides, the first time I went to the moon was to send scientists who were willing to take the initiative to take refuge on the moon. By the way, I would see if Volbu did a good job. The second time, according to Dr. 20's information, he found those medical scientists with strong medical skills from the Great Airway and the surrounding countries of the Drum Country. This time, he also sent the family members of the medical scientists on the moon together with these people. For the third time, nearly 100 scientists and their families who were quietly kidnapped from all over the world were sent to the moon. One Piece's world is not small, about 24,000 kilometers in a circle, which is slightly larger than the Earth. Although the population is not as large as the Earth, the proportion of scientists is not as large as the Earth. But after all, it is a researcher selected from the whole world quietly surveying. Compared to a total of 300,000 and less than 400,000 scientific researchers, this is just drizzle. This is also not clear to Arthur before, thinking that there will be very few scientists, but in fact not. After Arthur returned from the moon at the end of April and gave the order to kidnap scientists, he learned that there are many people in this world who can do scientific research. It's just that there are very few geniuses. Moreover, as long as it has some reputation, it has been taken away by the world government. However, even these leftovers were enough for Arthur to quietly kidnap hundreds of people every year to expand his scientific research capabilities. Anyway, it's not for people to take the initiative to invent something, just the research of Vegapunk's youth, the technology in the Lunar Relic City, plus the technology of the Technology Island. These are enough for these people to digest for a long time. NS. It is worth mentioning that in addition to Ashiya, 4 top scientists were added to this action. One of them is one of the people recommended by Dr. 20 called Lad. This person has superb medical skills and has very good accomplishments in biology, botany, and genetics. At the beginning, he was unwilling to seek refuge in Volbo, and was unwilling to give up his responsibilities as a doctor. So he left with his family and went to another island to continue his research in medicine. When he found Radar, he was still unwilling, so it belongs to one of the kidnapped people. But after Rad was sent to the moon, he learned about the magical plant IQ grass, and immediately disappeared any dissatisfaction. Because his talent is the strongest among all medical families here, Arthur let him be the team leader and be responsible for all projects in this area. In addition to him, he also found a top scientist in the 3 departments of physics, mechanics, power, and material mechanics from B-High. This person's name is Doro Adams. When he was young, he followed Gage Winsmock to the future Technology Island, where he served as a follower for them. He himself is also a genius, but he was too young at the beginning, only 20 years old, and not as talented as Burgerpunk and the others. Later, Burgerpunk was arrested and Gage Winsmock fled, because he was a little silent at the time, so fortunately he left. After returning to B-High, he didn't want to work for the Winsmock family, so he returned to his hometown alone, doing research alone. After more than 10 years of study and sub-research, he has become the world's top talent in the 3 departments of physics. Similarly, he also has the ills of top talent. Originally, He was also unwilling to go to the moon. Seeing scientific and technological materials and unknown technological creations from 3 different places, he immediately fell into a frenzy. In addition, in the New World, I also found an unknown top scientist, Morsedi. This person is a science-obsessed character. He likes to study intelligent robots very much. And he didn't have any position or anything. When he was kidnapped, he was thinking about issues. After sending it to the moon, it was ecstatic to see that those little robots were actually full of emotions. After getting the information about artificial intelligence and robots here, it is even more like a fish in water. The AI intelligence group that didn't exist before was also set up specifically for him. The last one is a scientist from Xi. This person is called Tom Kirk, and unlike other scientists, he is very obsessed with the study of devil fruits. He has been studying the source of the devil fruit's abilities, and the ability to confer, and why the 2 abilities cannot coexist, and why the devil fruit abilities are restrained by the pyroporone substance in the sea, and rocks. It's just that progress has been slow for many years. After being sent to the moon, Arthur suddenly remembered the information he had obtained on Future Technology Island, so he called the person over to him. As soon as he saw the information, this guy suddenly felt awkward, and he figured out many of his previous questions. This also made Arthur very fortunate. Not to mention that one day it will be able to crack the shortcomings of the devil fruit ability that cannot coexist, and obtain multiple abilities. It's also very important to just empower weapons. In addition to these 4 windfalls, there are now a total of 40 top medical-related talents on the moon. There are more than 140 other types of scientific research personnel. These people are divided into 5 groups, led by 5 top scientists, doing various research. Every time I think of all this, Arthur's heart is unstoppable joy. If you want to achieve your ambitions, these scientists can't be few. Chapter 133. In a blink of an eye, it was the end of July. There are still about 10 days left before the World Conference. Regarding the Charter of the World Conference, I had already obtained it when I went to the World Government to discuss joining. Kings participating in the World Conference can bring their family members. You can also carry guards, but you can only bring a few people. There are more than 170 countries in the world that are members of the World Government. But at each World Conference, only about a third of them will come, that is, the 50 nations. These 50 congresses represent all the participating nations. Other countries will not be able to participate due to various reasons. In short, Arthur also didn't know the conditions for participating in the conference in this country. After all, in the original work, Volbu has re-established a Dark Drum Kingdom. The whole country is 3 or 2 kittens, but also went to the World Conference. At this moment, Arthur was in the shrine, looking at a few women, wondering who would take them, or all of them. This bowl of water can be leveled. Even Nami, Nyokigao, and Yana, who have not yet fully paid into the harem, have to be taken into consideration. After all, Nami specifically ran down from the moon in a floating boat, which was clear enough. But after thinking about it, except that Yana and Raki now have certain self-protection capabilities, Nami and Nyokigao are both very weak. Although they have also practiced since they came to the Sky Island, but now they are at best the strength of a Navy Lieutenant Colonel, nothing more. This is because there is a strong man like Arthur who is instructing, otherwise even the Navy Lieutenant Colonel would not be able to do it. But this time Arthur went to marry Ajoa, and to be honest, he wasn't sure if there would be any trouble. In the event of an accident, it would be inconvenient to have 2 Namikigo. I'm not sure what the situation is when I go to marry Ajoa this time. Nami, Nyokigao, the strength of the 2 of you is too weak. In case something happens, I am afraid you will have an accident. This time, let them a few strong ones. I will definitely take you next time. Arthur looked at the 4 women over there who seemed to be indifferent, chatting happily, and said, "Huh?" Nami turned her head. You frowned slightly, and said, "Also, what you said makes sense. We will go next time in Nyokigao." After speaking, he didn't turn his head, and continued to talk and laugh happily. But Arthur clearly felt that Nami and New Ogio's interest suddenly fell a lot. "You too. I have already figured out what fruits to eat for you. It's just that I'm still looking for it. Once you find it, you will become strong too." Arthur stepped forward and touched both female head. "Oh?" New Okigo's big flashing eyes looked at Arthur. "What fruit are you looking for both of us?" The question of New Okigo interested all the 4 women except Jessica in the Navy headquarters. But Arthur would not say it now. "I won't tell you. Anyway, Nami's fruit ability is suitable for her. New Okigo's words are not suitable, but it is a very powerful fruit. If you two work hard, you will stay in the sea, under your prestige." After deciding to only take Lucky and Yana to marry Jaoa this time, Arthur began to wonder which legion leaders should be taken. The Angel Empire must have a few strong ones, and he must also bring 2. Currently, in the Angel Legion, Urki and Anilu are already the proper brigadier generals, while Weepo is slightly inferior. However, he got a very suitable electric shock fruit, and his strength was also rapidly improving. In 1 to 2 years, Weepo could reach the level of a quasi-general. And Yana and Weepo are basically good at each other now, and they can be said to be exceptionally talented. As for Raki, she ate the special superhuman laser fruit because of various bonuses to achieve the lieutenant elite, and her potential was once again improved, and she is not weaker than Weepo and Yana now. Speaking of how difficult it is to deal with, because the laser fruit can be elementalized, it is still above these 4 people. In addition, Wald, Rafi, Naz and others are also elite lieutenants, and eating the right fruit may be able to reach the peak of lieutenant generals. But if you want to reach the brigadier general, these few people may be a bit worse. This time, I will take Anilu, Weepo, and Wald. With Lakiana, this lineup is still very strong. After the decision was made, Arthur disappeared in the shrine and went in the barracks of the 10 legions. "You mean, take me and Weepo Wald to marry Ajoa?" Anilu looked at Arthur with a little excitement in his eyes. "Yes, you go and inform them both. Let them prepare. Half a day before the World Conference, we will leave." Arthur nodded and ordered, "Yes, God." Anilu nodded and disappeared in front of Arthur in an instant. Feeling this speed, Arthur not only raised the corners of his mouth. Shave. This high-speed movement method has been learned by the commanders and deputy commanders of the 10 major legions. Those squad captains who have good talents and have reached the rank of lieutenant general have also learned. Even the major general level members are about to learn all. In addition, the legionnaires also learned to lay foot or moon step. In less than 2 years, it is estimated that the commanders of the legion will use the 6 styles, and the whole legion will probably be able to use the 3 necessary moves: shave, moon step, lay foot. These 3 6-style moves are all Arthur's requirements must be learned. Shaving is to move at high speed on the ground, and it is also the basis of other moves. Anju. It seemed that it was useless to the angels. After all, they could fly one by one. However, Arthur considered that the wings might be injured in the battle, so he asked Weepo to learn too. And if you learn the moon step, when the Angel of War is fighting, it is equivalent to being able to shave in the air, which is not a small advantage. Landing feet, long-range attacks. This greatly made up for a shortcoming of the angels. And if you can use your wings to send out a haze, I am afraid it will be a big trick. Having decided on who to go to marry Joe, Arthur did not sit idle. 10 days later, the World Conference begins, and the conference lasts for 7 days before it ends. After the end, the Angel Empire will open as soon as possible. I'm afraid that in time, there will be countless guests flocking to it. This is the advantage brought by publicity twice a month in the past few months. Even the blind who can't see the photos can get news of the Angel Empire and Heaven in the Sky from various channels. I had a 3-day meeting with Gankol and other important ruling officials, setting out the regulations of various sizes, and discussing the opening matters after the World Conference. And it was time. 0 middle dot find flowers middle dot on the 9th day, Some countries in the world's franchise countries have reached the small town below Mary Jo ahead of schedule. Arthur was not in a hurry. After all, it took only half a day to get to Mary Jo from here at the speed of the angel. At this time, Arthur was talking to Neptune and the others. "Tomorrow, I will probably arrive at 11-12 o'clock. Arthur replied. "Really? It seems that we have to advance a little bit. Why don't we postpone it a bit?" Meeting with Mr. Arthur in the town below Mary Jo. This sentence is the opposite. After a moment of silence, I heard a very flat voice. "That's fine, Mr. Arthur. Is the old man really going to give up his identity as Kyuhai?" It seems that Jinping still has some doubts about Arthur's proposal. With his identity as Kyuhai, he sheltered Murloc Island for many years. Of course, after the World Conference, no matter what the decision is made at the conference, I will take you to the vicinity of the Angel Empire. To humans, we are all alien races, and we must be united. Arthur nodded definitively. In Dragon Palace, the phone worm also nodded his head, imitating Arthur's actions. "Really? That's really looking forward to it." Neptune's voice came out. "Some are low, some are sad. It seems to be thinking of something." "Well, it will." Arthur nodded. "Surely. For the Mermaid Island and the Murlocs, he has a lot of plans. When the World Conference is over, Arthur will retrieve Jessica and move the Murloc Island directly. Soon, it was the day of the World Conference. On the Island of Gods, Ani Road, Weeper, and Wald did not wear the exclusive armor of their respective legions, but waited here in a white suit. After a while, in the shrine, Arthur came out in a black suit and a cloak with a black outside and a red inside, with Laki and Yana wearing a formal dress. The two girls have high looks, especially Yana. And since they returned from the top 10 extreme single islands, their inexplicable appearance has been much higher. It is estimated that their heartfelt desire to become beautiful has allowed them to unknowingly evolve their face, body and skin. Several people went to Arthur's exclusive etiquette on Sky Island. "Well, everything is ready, let's go." Arthur glanced at the three of them, feeling very satisfied. The only flaw is that their wings can only be shrunk behind their backs, and cannot be directly elementalized and put away like themselves. But if I hadn't had a thunderbolt inlaid on the piece of clothing at the base of the wing behind me, I couldn't put it away. After all, there is no thunder and lightning shell. It can only be purely elemental, letting a thunder and lightning entangled around. Although the special effects are very handsome, but I always feel that it will be more secondary. "Nolan," Arthur whispered, but the voice reached Nolan on a tourist island dozens of kilometers away. Roar! A dragon roar sounded immediately on the tourist island. Because I was still taking IQ grass, my body was still growing slowly. Now the dragon, which is more than 1,100 meters away, stepped on the golden cloud and rose into the air. P.S. Coin is over. Start to reply. Second. Chapter 134. In the sound of the dragon, Nolan spanned dozens of kilometers and quickly came to the sky above the Island of God. After circling twice, Nolan slowly fell down. This time to go to the world government. Sitting by the dragon is the most appropriate. To force the grid to be high and different. It also demonstrates Arthur's domineering and domineering. In the world, there is no one who has a mount, but Arthur is the only one who can be so chic. After Nolan fell, a few people shot onto Nolan's body. However, Arthur was standing between the two corners above Nolan's head. Yana and Laki are standing behind Arthur. As for the three of Anilu and others, they stood at the neck under the head. Dragon head. Only Arthur can stand. This is a default rule. Since Nolan transformed the dragon, his arrogance gradually did not allow others to stand on top of his head between the two horns. Let's go. Nolan. After several people went up, Arthur gently ordered. Immediately, Nolan seemed to be suffering from a disease that prevented him from flying without a roar. With the dragon cry again, golden clouds appeared under his feet, surging constantly, lifting Nolan to above the sky. Nolan's ability to fly is becoming more and more proficient, and his control of Jinyan is also becoming more and more arbitrary. The figure of more than 1,000 meters now is the figure that Nolan has not transformed. It is the dragon body and size evolved from Miku grass, which belongs to Nolan's eternal appearance. Therefore, the three-stage transformation of the animal devil fruit only has a huge effect on Nolan. Now, Nolan can use golden clouds freely and skillfully without changing his body. When flying, there is no sense of stagnation. On the contrary, the posture is graceful and full of authority. This time, Arthur did not let Nolan fly in the windless zone or the White Sea, above the White Sea, and above the clouds, but in a position where he could be seen with great fanfare above the Great Root. Along the way, Nolan's speed was extremely fast. It really has electricity, and occasionally you can see the electric flowers flickering in the golden clouds. Although Nolan's flight speed is not as fast as Jessica, but the speed is not weak. As for Arthur, Nolan couldn't compare at all. Even Arthur didn't know how fast his full flight speed would reach, and he probably flew out of the Red Ring planet without paying attention. The speed of the electromagnetic continuous ejection is very terrible. Now, if Arthur dares to say that he is the second fastest flying speed among One Piece, no one would dare to be the first. Not even Yellow Ape. Huang Yuan's speed is very fast, but he has limitations and can only move in a straight line. Otherwise, he can only use the 8-foot mirror to reflect the light emitted by the 8-foot mirror to move at the speed of light. These are the only two ways he can move at the speed of light. Because he moved directly at the speed of light, he would appear in an unknown number of kilometers in an instant. In other words, although his speed is the speed of light, it does not mean that his reaction speed can keep up with his fruit ability. Huang Yuan's reaction power is definitely the top one among pirates. However, Arthur's thunder fruit has a stronger effect on reaction power than him, so Arthur's reaction power is even more terrifying. Therefore, Huang Yuan's movement speed is still higher than that of Arthur, but because his reaction power can't keep up, he can't play the speed of light. Except for the 8-foot mirror, he rarely moves at the speed of light. Otherwise, if Huang Yuan can use the speed of light to flash and move in a short distance, then he will be invincible. Even the white beard in the peak period has to be slapped in seconds. Having said that, the Arthurs marched towards Mary Jo and Nolan, but they couldn't do it all the way. But everyone who could see it was shocked, and many people took out their cameras and took them. 4 hours later, starting at 7 o'clock in the morning, it is exactly 11 o'clock now. 10 kilometers away, the Red Earth continent had clearly appeared in front of everyone. With a few people all evolving, the eyesight stronger than the eagle can already see the small town there. At this time, more than 10 kilometers away, in the small town directly below Maregoa, it was the time when the people were active. One by one, the kings slowly walked towards the airship amidst the cheers of the people. Huh? What's that? A man accidentally noticed that there was something flying towards this side in the sky from a distance. His size seemed not small. The man whose attention was drawn here looked at the rapidly growing figure, his mouth opening wider and wider. What are you doing? The other person beside him was confused by the man's actions. Dragon. The dragon is flying here. The man who first spotted Nolan's figure pointed to a dragon that could be seen clearly in the distance and flew in the air. The questioning man turned his head inexplicably, and immediately found a giant dragon that was already close. Less than 2 kilometers away. There are dragons. At this time, many people's eyes were attracted by the movement here, and then they found an indigo blue dragon stepping on golden auspicious clouds flying over here. Everyone exclaimed. And here, the guards belonging to Mary Jo were immediately on high alert. This is a world conference that only takes place every 4 years, so you can't be disturbed by others. On the other side, The Navy here is also on alert at the same time. Don't worry, Arthur and the others are here. A stunning beauty in a cloak of justice said with a smile. On the side, a taller, perfect figure, and a beauty mole on the corner of her mouth, heard the words, "King Arthur's appearance is really majestic." These two people are Jessica and the future Peach Rabbit. Jian. Ha, King Arthur. It's really pretending. Next to him, a squinted man wearing a brown mesh suit, a gentleman's hat, and a pendant on his neck, said in disdain. This person is exactly the T-Dolphin who almost became one of the generals in the future. When Jessica heard this, not only was she not angry, but she chuckled softly while covering her mouth. While smiling, he looked at Toto Jian. Toto Jian was originally a bold and generous woman, but under Jessica's playful eyes, her face turned a little red. Cough. With an awkward cough, Jian moved his eyes away lightly. And this time, although some panic-stricken people react after see the newcomers, has begun safety comfort at propaganda, gradually calm their guards down. Don't panic, everyone, the one who came is the king of the Angel Empire. Got Arthur. Marijoa's exclusive guards explained aloud, and began to prepare for the reception. The coming isn't just a king of a franchise country. The other party is still the world's top powerhouse in the legendary world, King Arthur. Finally, the small town below Marijoa arrived, and Nolan hovered in the sky after a dragon chant. Everyone below looked at this rare dragon with excitement. They all know that Kaido, the pirate overlord in the New World, went to the empty island for this dragon, but they did not expect that Udunction Island would be defeated, and even his own turf would have been trapped for a period of time. Confused. What made them even more excited was the few figures they had seen on the dragon. 5 of them have white wings behind them. Angel. That's an angel. It's so beautiful. There are indeed angels in this world. Everyone was excited. Arthur gave Nolan a word on the dragon's head, and several people flew down from the dragon's head. Nolan also waved his tail with the dragon and flew back to Sky Island. If this meeting goes well, there is no need to go back and ride Nolan again. Arthur, who was flying in the forefront without wings on his body, seemed to fall slowly from the sky without being affected by gravity zero. Behind him, Laki, Yana, and Analu also followed Arthur, spread their wings, and flew down. Slap. Arthur fell to the ground and looked behind him. He had already sensed it when he got here just now. The Neptune family and the one in Sping are now by the sea, and Lieutenant General Carp is also with them. They actually came this half an hour ago, but they didn't go ashore, waiting for Arthur to arrive on the shore. It just so happened that Lieutenant General Carp in the Navy was responsible for sending them, so they stayed together and chatted for a while at the beach. Seeing from a distance, Arthur was coming, and they went ashore and came here. In a short while, several Neptunes with fish tails, of different sizes, were sitting in bubbles and floating towards this side. People are still lamenting the magic of angels and the beauty of Laki and Yana. Those on the other side surprised them even more, or shocked them. That is that the mermaid princess Baixing? I have long heard that she is a beauty who is not inferior to the empress in the world. I never thought that a real person would be so good looking. Why do you want me to see her? Oh, how can I see other women? How old is this? Is it so beautiful? It's so beautiful. Master Baixing, I love you for a while. The place became frantic because of Baixing's beauty. Baixing, who was still a little frightened in his heart, didn't expect that he would be so welcomed. Even the joy of seeing Arthur was dissipated a little. His lovely face was reddened, and his smiling eyes narrowed. Hello. Baixing waved happily. Baixing is really welcome, Father. Sharkstar looked at the people here in awe and cheered enthusiastically. I felt a lot more relaxed in my heart. If everyone is like this, then we will come to the world on the sea. It is very hopeful. All of a sudden, the hearts of the 4 father and son opened up a lot. Haha, Master Arthur. Finally, floating in front of Arthur, Baixing cast his eyes on Arthur, cheered happily, and bowed his body to say hello. Long time no see, Baixing. Sing. Arthur nodded at Sing with a smile. Yeah, long time no see, Lord Arthur. It's great to see you. The smile on Sing's face grew stronger. Mr. Arthur. Neptune and his son He Jinping nodded to Arthur. This time, they can finally enter the world government and participate in the World Conference in Marijoa. And they also have the confidence to step on the ground, and have more confidence on the ground to protect themselves, protect their people, and live with good people. And all this was brought by the man in front of you. Neptune and others are very clear about this. They know more clearly that as long as Arthur helps them, with Arthur's strength, they can avoid a lot of trouble. Mr. Carp, meet again. Arthur nodded at Carp. Carp clasped his nose, and said, you brat, you are so majestic, standing on the dragon's head and flying over. The old man has never seen such a majestic thing before. Ha 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 ha. Arthur talked with Neptune, Carp and others. And Raki and Yana also approached Sing with amazed eyes. For a time, a few people walked and talked, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. King Arthur, King Neptune, please come from here. Under the guidance of the guards, Arthur and others separated from Carp, boarded the airship, and waited for the lift. Soon they will go up there, to the place where Mary Jaioa, the descendant of God, lives. And Arthur is full of expectations for all this, and fear. Chapter 135. Bubble pod number 1 is about to take off. With a notification, the sound of activation sounded, and the bubble pod of unknown technology began to rise. On the huge bubble pod, several people on Fishman Island looked into the distance, feeling a lot of emotion in their hearts. When it reached a certain height, Sing looked at the bright sun and said excitedly to his brother and father, the sun, an ordinary daily phenomenon, is a shining existence in the eyes of this group of Murlocs living deep in the sea. Master Arthur, do you live in the sky? Do you look at the sun like this every day? The white stars flickered and came to Arthur's body. The envy in the tone was undoubtedly revealed. Arthur nodded and said, we live on an empty island. The weather and climate are almost sunny, and occasionally there are cloudy days, so almost every day is sunny. Really? That's really happy. Sing's eyes were full of longing. Even the Neptune and his sons on the side were a little yearning. Yeah, such a beautiful world. It's really too happy. Sing's emperor brothers also nodded. On the side, Neptune also opened his mouth and said, the light of the sun tree can't be compared with it at all. Fortunately, it's not necessarily. We watched every day and didn't feel anything. On the contrary, your Fisherman Island is even more enviable by the world. The best is what you can't get. Arthur heard the words. He shook his head and said the truth. Is it the best if I can't get it? Aside, Neptune and Jinpei were chewing on these words. But, if it can be done, Lord Father, Lord Arthur, I want to live on the ground. I want everyone in the kingdom to see this sunny world. Tears rolled down Sing's eyes, but his pink mouth was with a charming smile. Neptune smiled and said, please, please, we are here for this. Hearing that, Arthur floated on the side, took a pat next to Sing's head, and said, don't worry, it will definitely be possible. You can still live in the sky at that time. This time, you will definitely be able to come to the sunshine world, I promise. Yeah, Lord Arthur, I believe you. I also want to go to the island to take a look. Lord Arthur, my father, and the Emperor brothers have all seen the pictures of the island. It's really beautiful! As beautiful as heaven. Sing wiped the tears from his eyes. Excited. Neptune, the three princes and Jinping also nodded. Speaking of which, the newspaper was still brought down by Shiping. At that time, he was on the Whitebeard's boat, and when he saw it, he let it go. When I went to Fishman Island, I showed it to the Neptune family. Not long after, the bubble pod arrived at the entrance port on the top of the Red Earth continent. Everyone has worked hard on the long journey. Please pay attention to your feet. The group walked down from the bubble pod together with several other kings and royal families. Because these Murlocs are really huge, Arthur has been floating in the air. Just a few steps, a few guards came over and stopped everyone. Everyone of the Merman tribe, because there is already a bubble of climate airspace, please use this enhanced bubble. Okay. It may be the first time I saw the world on the sea. Human beings have been very friendly to her, and Baixing has always had a happy smile on her face. A few people changed the bubbles and continued to move forward. Ah, it's big. Baixing looked at the huge staircase in front of him in amazement. Even Arthur was a little surprised at the scene in front of him. However, what Arthur marveled at was not the ladder, but the luxury of people like the dragons. One by one, they actually live in such a place. I really regard myself as a god. Following the unknown number of stairs, a few people arrived outside the door of the holy place Marigoa. The huge white door was slowly opened, and the scenery in the Holy Land Marigoa also appeared in everyone's eyes. People who haven't seen the scenery in front of me can't help but marvel at it. But Arthur is okay. After all, Sky Island today is no worse than here. The Island of God, where Arthur lived, is better than here. Ha! It's so beautiful. Are those green forests? Baixing asked the guard beside him. Yes, but those are artificially planted forests. The guard replied truthfully. Masters, please stand on the sidewalk here. One of the guards made a please gesture and invited everyone to the sidewalk. Then another guard brought walking sticks of different sizes and said, My sirs, please use the connecting rod to insert it into the pothole in the sidewalk. After everyone was ready, people suddenly started to move. Arthur knew that there were all slaves below, but he was flying, so he didn't say anything. But as in the original book, Shark still has a bad feeling in his heart. As a result, a group of people left the moving sidewalk and started walking on the ordinary sidewalk. In front, there are several guards leading the way. Marigoa is very huge, so the distance from the gate to the social square in Pangu City is not short. Huh? Arthur glanced to the right inadvertently, and raised his brow slightly. 15 minutes later, several people walked outside Pangu City under the leadership of the guards. Open the door. Under the shout, the gate of Pangu City was slowly opened. After entering the gate, an old man wearing a red shirt and a white cloth circle on his head was waiting. When he saw Arthur and his party coming in, he walked over. Hello, Angel Empire, King Arthur. Please come with me. Huh? Why don't I go up with them? Arthur looked at the old man strangely, and everyone else stopped. No, you have other things. Then you can go to the social square with them, said the old man in red. That's it. That's okay. Arthur nodded, turned to Raki, Neptune and others said, you go up first, it'll be the later. Okay, see you later, Mr. Arthur. Neptune nodded, and led a group of people into it under the leadership of the guards. Arthur followed the old man in red and went in the other direction. Seeing the direction almost diverging from the social square on the top floor, Arthur couldn't help asking, where are you taking me? The old man in red replied, I want to take you to the true power center of the world, the Void Throne. Hearing what the old man said, Arthur remembered that there was indeed such a scene in the original book. The righteous brother of Sabo, Staley, followed the old man to the throne of the void. In the world government, every newly joined king and king newly ascended to the throne must first go to the hall of the void throne and insert a sword on the platform below. This is a ritual and an oath. On Arthur's side, follow the old man to the true center of the world. On the other side, a group of people took a huge and luxurious elevator to the social plaza on the top of the building. At this time, many kings and their families have gathered here. The arrival of angels such as Lucky Arthur and the mermaid tribes such as Neptune instantly attracted a lot of attention. Not long after, Neptune had a smile on his face and happily communicated with the kings of the various royal families here, taking the opportunity to get closer to each other and preparing for the migration of his country to the sea. On the side, Baixing was surrounded by many kings and their sons. But Baixing is an innocent little girl. How does he understand politics? In the face of everyone's marriage proposal, a sentence that is not my type made the royal family face frustrated and angry. Her 3 emperor brothers were busy behind to put out the fire. Even Yana and Laki were surrounded by kings and princes to show their courtesy. These people are either for themselves or for their sons. However, Yana, who had a hot temper and a cold appearance, said that we are the women of King Arthur, which scared these people away and fled to the side. They know very well what the world's top powerhouses represent, the powerhouses who defeated the 4 Emperor Kaido. If you dare to show courtesy to other women's, it is simply a death. In this seemingly harmonious discussion, an uninvited guest came towards Pangu City. P.S. I'm sorry, but I suddenly remembered that there was a discrepancy in what I wrote. Quickly modify it. The number of words has remained roughly the same, and people who have read it will not pay for it again. If you want to add the novel group, add QQ:1934731937, she will give you the group number chapter 136. In the fortified hall, 2 rows of heavily armed guards stood on both sides of the red carpet. The old man in red asked Arthur to choose a beautiful sword from a room, then held it in his hand and led the way. Angel Empire, King Arthur. Please. Entering the huge hall, Arthur saw the high throne at a glance. Even though the aesthetics did not agree very much, Arthur felt very clear about the supremacy of power. Powerful. Noble. Only such a person can sit on the throne of the void. Following the old man in red, Arthur walked to the front of the steps and stopped, and a little higher, it was the first platform with many swords inserted. Then, please swear. The old man in red looked at Arthur and said. But Arthur didn't speak, just looking at the void throne, his eyes twinkling. The throne, who is sitting? The old man's face changed drastically, and he said very seriously, even if it's just a joke, it will never happen. No one is allowed to sit on the throne. It is the throne of the void. It symbolizes the equal status of all franchised nations, and the oath symbol of all kings regardless of superiority or dictatorship. The throne of the void, guarded by the 20 weapons that created the world government, is the absolute center of this world. The throne that the 20 gods have sworn to protect, and no one can stand, represents absolute peace. Just like the heavenly dragon, the 5 elder stars of the highest status divide the power into 5, instead of being held by one person. In this world, there is no king in charge of the world by one person. Arthur looked at the void throne quietly and listened to the serious words of the old man. Is there no one person in charge of the world? Of course. The old man answered decisively to the question that Arthur seemed to mumble to. Then please swear, King Arthur, said the old man. But Arthur didn't take his eyes back, but asked, what if I want to put the sword in there? Arthur's hand pointed to a higher place. That is impossible. Only the swords of the Tanlongren, who are world nobles, can be inserted in such a place. The old man looked at Arthur in shock, as if he could not understand why Arthur had such thoughts. Hearing this, Arthur glanced at the old man and said nothing. Take the old man's hand, and then swear an oath with the old man. After that, Arthur stepped up the steps covered with the red carpet step by step. Here, there are hundreds of rusty swords. A royal family can only insert a sword, and his descendants don't need to continue inserting it unless the kingdom's royal family has no successors. And finally the son-in-law or relative of a different clan inherits the throne. Then a new sword will be inserted here. Arthur stuck the sword on the ground at will, glanced at the highest throne and the 20 swords around the throne, turned and walked down. Then, King Arthur, please go to the social square. The world conference will be held soon, the old man said to Arthur, and then called a guard to lead Arthur. Walking on the road, Arthur was still thinking about the void throne. It stands to reason that the 5 old stars are also Tanlong people, and are the highest status among the Tanlong people. In the original 20 families, the Neferutari family chose not to move into Marijoa, and this is also called the betrayal by the 5 old stars. This means that there are 19 families in the Tanlong people, and the 5 old stars have been in control of the world until now. It is not known how many years. From beginning to end, the highest control of the world is the 5 old stars. Whether these 5 people rotate among the 20 families is still unknown. But Arthur felt that the 5 old stars should take turns. I just don't know. The truth, will it really be like this? In this silent thinking, Arthur once again came to the previous position, ready to sit on the elevator. The moment he was about to step into the elevator, Arthur suddenly stopped, then his face was gloomy, and a faint domineering look spread out. Arthur disappeared from the place. I just felt the pressure on Arthur's body, which made his very uncomfortable guards instantly startled. Looking around, Arthur was no longer visible. On the social square, Baixing was caught by a giant wearing a headgear and fell to the ground, preparing to put on shackles. Next to him, a fat man with a runny nose, looks like he is in his 30s, but behaves and speaks like a child with mental retardation. I is shouting excitedly, "I found the treasure! I found the treasure!" On the side, all the kings hid in fear. Even the kings who had had a great chat with Neptune before were far away from Neptune, who had a gloomy face and clenched fists, fearing that the pond fish would be harmed. Beside Neptune, Baixing's 3 older brothers all clenched their fists and wanted to rush up. But Neptune stopped a few of them to death. "Father." Baixing Shark stared at Neptune anxiously, his face full of worry, anger, and distress. How can such a barbarous and rude behavior be tolerated? "Father King." Neptune didn't speak, but his utterly horrified face was full of anger and disappointment. On the side, Raki and Yana were also surrounded by some branded slaves. But these people were all hit. The Tanlongren cheered that he had picked up the treasure, and he could catch a huge mermaid and 2 beautiful angels. But when he saw that all the slaves he had bought had been knocked down, his face was immediately full of anger. "Damn it, CP0, catch those angels for me. I want them to be my slaves and collectors." The celestial man angrily rushed to the side CP0 and ordered. CP0 hesitated for a while. The 5 angels were all following that person. "Hey, didn't you hear? Catch them for me." Seeing that CP0 didn't rush up immediately, the Tanlongren ordered again. Unhappy, CP0 looked at each other, and finally decided to take action. After all, this is Mary Jo, and the instructions of the Tanlong people, they must abide by it. At this time, Anilu and the other 3 were already standing beside Raki and Yana. Each of them looked gloomy, hesitating whether to take action. Ziz. At this time, the sound of thunder and lightning sounded abruptly. Raki, Yana, Anilu, Neptune, and the very equal people who are ready to take the shot are all happy. Bang! The giant clutching the white star was instantly knocked off, smashed the wall from Pangu City, and flew out. What? Everyone was frightened. Someone dared to do something here? Huh? The Tanlongren turned around and saw that the slave who had helped him catch the giant mermaid disappeared. But what appeared in front of the mermaid was a human with his back facing him. "Huh? Who are you? Where is my slave?" Arthur didn't pay attention to the Tanlongren behind him, but asked Baixing softly, "Baixing, are you okay?" Baixing's eyes were full of panic. Seeing Arthur appeared, he calmed down a lot. He resisted the urge to continue to cry, wiped his eyes and said gratefully, "Master Arthur, I'm fine." "Yeah, that's good." Arthur nodded and turned around. Before that, CP0, who was about to do something against Lakayana and other 5 people, had a big change in his face, and he was instantly guarded by the celestial body. Charlotte Saint, "Be careful, this person is the world's top powerhouse." The CP0 gates are like enemies, but this Tanlongren didn't realize it, but he kept shouting in anger to take these angels and mermaids away. "Charos, Saint." Arthur frowned as he thought back. In other words, isn't this dog who was beaten by Luffy in the original book and was beaten by another Tanlongren here? The history is surprisingly similar. Sure enough, as long as this guy sees the white star, he will definitely not let it go. In fact, Arthur knew very well that as long as Baixing was noticed by the Dragonites here, or Lakayana and the others were noticed by the Dragonites, then there would definitely be Dragonites coming to hit the place. Therefore, he specially brought Anilu, a Comrade General level powerhouse, Weeper, who is close to the Comrade General, and Wald, who is almost at the peak of the elite Lieutenant General. And I told Jessica earlier that during the time of the World Conference, don't get too close to the Navy powerhouse. Once he transmitted his voice, he immediately distanced himself from the Navy powerhouse, and looked for an opportunity to destroy the Red Earth continent below Mary Jo. In addition, Yana's strength is close to that of a quasi-general. And Raki, the special superhuman laser fruit ability, relying on the ability of the fruit and the flash fruit to be comparable, and almost the same strength as Yana. Even if he can't beat it, he can quickly escape. All this had been anticipated by Arthur, but what was unexpected was that the dragon man who appeared here was actually Charles Rose in the original book. Grave accent Diarus is you guy. Who is it? Actually dare to stop me from arresting a slave? Sky Dragon Charles looked at Arthur angrily, while still urging the CP0s around him constantly. Hearing Arthur's words, he couldn't help holding his forehead. So how did the 5 old stars tell you? Do you remember to eat or not? Dan Longrun ... You fool. A suffocating aura slowly appeared, and the turf on the social square was blown away. The stone floor below cracked little by little and was blown aside. And this range is gradually expanding. And these people who were not exposed to the radiation also felt that they were not breathing well. King Arthur, what does he want to do? What a terrifying domineering. Does he want to do something against the heavenly dragon? Don't involve us. Damn it. The faces of the kings of the participating countries changed drastically, and they were terrified. At this time, Chareth, the Draco, also felt something was wrong. I felt dizzy and fainted at any time. What do you want to do? I am a celestial. I am a descendant of God. The CP0s on the side were also under great pressure. Faced with the horror overlord color that gradually enveloped them, they said with difficulty, King Arthur, this is Mary Jo. Stop your behavior. Don't make unforgivable mistakes! Humphrey Arthur sneered and disappeared instantly. Not good. The CP0 door's face changed drastically, and he quickly started to shave, and walked towards the Tan Long Run. Bang! But at this time, a golden light flashed, appearing here instantly from a distance. There was an explosion in the social square, and the strong wind blew all the unfixed objects around. Immediately afterwards, the figure of Arthur who had just disappeared reappeared a few meters away from the previous position. And his legs, entwined with the wandering thunder and lightning, lifted high, against a foot that was shining with golden light. Arthur raised his head and looked at the man who had forced himself out of the elemental form, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Meeting for the first time. Hello, General Huang Yuan. P.S. Again, there was a major mistake in the previous chapter. I made a direct mistake in the original content, so I urgently revised it. You can already watch it. However, the number of words is the same as before, so there will be no extra charge. People who have seen it do not need to resubscribe, because the second half of the chapter is almost completely different from when it was first released. So please go back and read it again. Of course, it's okay not to watch it. Sorry everyone. Chapter 137. Because he was in Mary Jo, Arthur didn't turn on the domineering. Mary Jo didn't know how many secrets there were. If she unscrupulously opened up her knowledge, she might invite the strong to come. Especially Master Yim, who doesn't even know whether he is a male or a female, whether he is strong or weak. The other party can make the Tan Long people who are the real power controllers of the world bow their heads to them, not to mention other people. The strength is bound to be an extremely terrifying existence. And Arthur, who hadn't even developed the Thunder Fruit to the extreme, how could he have the confidence to deal with the person who could sit on the throne of the void? Therefore, before the elevator, it was only because of the sensitive hearing and the increase of the Thunder Fruit, so a little sound was caught in the air. Therefore, Arthur did not expect the sudden appearance of Huang Yuan. This is in the elementalization, directly forced out of the body by the opponent. But even so, Huang Yuan was still shocked. His shot can be said to be a sneak attack. Especially the light speed kick just now was to interrupt the opponent's elementalization, and it was deliberately entangled with armed domineering. But such an attack was actually noticed by the opponent instantly, and even in the kind of attack that almost no one had reacted to, he recovered his figure from the state of elementalization and also wrapped his arms around his feet to resist his attack. Huang Yuan felt that this kind of terrifying reaction power was inferior to the opponent. If you can have the reaction power of the opponent, I am afraid that the strength will be stronger. Oh, it's terrible. It's blocked. But what did you just want to do? Huang Yuan's face was wrinkled, and it seemed to be very wretched. But it is very strange, but it gives people a sense of majesty and toughness. Terrible. I almost didn't react. And Arthur glanced at the sky dragon Charos behind Huang Yuan, and said, I just want to chat with him. With an innocent appearance, Arthur looked at Huang Yuan seriously. Let's lie less. Huang Yuan sneered. Attacking the Tanlongren? But it's a big crime. Attacking the Dragonite? How could I attack the Dragonite? I found someone messing up the World Conference and openly capturing members of the royal family, so I shot him off. Seeing the Dragonite, I just wanted to protect it. Arthur looked at Huang Yuan, with some eagerness in his eyes. At that moment, Arthur knew that he still underestimated Huang Yuan. Oh, it's a lie. Huang Yuan still had that strange accent. So, do you want to go to war with me here? Arthur laughed. How come? How do you say it is the king of the franchise country? Huang Yuan looked like you were less joking, and slowly shook his head, but the strength on his legs was not weakened at all. Really? Arthur's smile remained unchanged. But in his lap, the strength is getting stronger and stronger. Just kidding, it was relying on his own control of the fruit to use the electromagnetic field to just overtake Kaido in power. With Huang Yuan's physical power, it's not as good as Kaido. Huang Yuan felt the more and more amazing power on his legs, and his eyes became serious. He feels that if he continues to increase his strength for a few seconds, he will not be able to withstand this terrifying force, and it will cause damage to the surroundings. Oh, it's really scary, this weird force. Huang Yuan glowed a harsh light all over his body as he spoke, then dissipated, then appeared on the side and condensed again. On the side, the Tanlongren who had been frightened by Arthur before saw the General Yellow Ape, and he was suddenly excited. Huang Yuan, grab this nasty guy for me. Dare to confront my opponent. Huh? This can't work. St. Charles Rose? This guy is not weaker than me. I can't beat it. Huang Yuan turned his head and spread his hands helplessly. What? Damn it. Sky Dragon Charos jumped on the spot angrily. At this time, another Tanlongren appeared here. Came here with a mace. Huh? Both Arthur and Huang Yuan looked strangely at the other heavenly dragon who appeared here. However, there was a little more clarity in Arthur's eyes. I saw that the dragon man lowered his head that day, walked through the crowd without saying a word, and walked in front of Charles Roth, bang in the horrified eyes of everyone. That day the dragon man shot Charos out. What happened? Dragon was beaten? Have you infighted? A group of kings whispered in shock. Arthur raised his brows, and immediately thought of who this Tanlongren appeared here was. Think about it too. From the original work, the other party must have known the arrival of the royal family on the Fisherman Island, and will come here immediately. The crisis of Neptune, Baixing and others in the original work is also relieved by this. Watching this scene, Huang Yuan's always wretched face couldn't help but twitch. The group of CP0 who had originally protected Charoth, the dragon, also stood blankly on the spot one by one, silently speechless. In the struggle between the Danlong people, they are not qualified to participate in and persuade them. Oh, it hurts. Huang Yuan glanced at the Danlong Charos who was lying on the ground not far away, and squeezed his eyes and said, "It feels very painful." Arthur's mouth curled up, and he smiled and agreed. In the shocking eyes of everyone, they hadn't recovered yet. They were shocked once by this newly arrived green-haired heavenly dragon. Tanlongren, kneel down. The Tanlongren who came here were Don Quixote Muscar Lutheran, who was rescued by Princess Ottoheim about 8 years ago in a shipwreck. As a Tanlong person, I feel very ashamed. I'm sorry everyone. Please forgive me. Sorry, everyone. This idiot has brought fear and confusion to such an important social occasion. In the puzzled eyes of all the kings, even the yellow ape, this Musgar Luther solemnly apologized to everyone. Afterwards, in the doubtful eyes of Neptune and others, The Tanlongren talked about the past. And knowing the truth of this Tanlongren's behavior, everyone was shocked. Among them, the deepest feelings are none other than Neptune and Jinping. For the first time, they felt that the actions of Princess Ottoheim could actually have such a gain. At this moment, their hearts were moved and missed. Arthur walked slowly to Musgar Luther's side, bent down, and stretched out his hand in CP0 and Huang Yuan's doubtful and vigilant gaze. Slap, huh? Everyone, including Musgar Luther sent himself, was a little confused. At this moment, Arthur clicked on Musgar Luther's heart, and uttered a word from the corner of his mouth. Here, there are people's hearts, you are the only one. After speaking, Arthur straightened up and looked at Huang Yuan. So, General Huang Yuan, I don't know how to deal with things here. Arthur was fearless at all. Even if this is the place of the Tanlongren, he is not afraid at all. Because, long before he came, he issued a series of orders. No one knows here. 300 kilometers above Mary Jaioa, a full 1000 caliber laser cannons are pointing here. In the event of an accident, even Arthur didn't feel that these laser cannons would bring any great threat to certain existences, but there should still be opportunities for people like himself to escape. As for why Arthur arranged such a terrifying firepower in the space more than 300 kilometers above Mary Jaioa, there is still no certainty. This is because of the characteristics of the world of One Piece. The strong are too strong, and have a variety of fruits with peculiar abilities. Even the terrifying ability of time and space, in such a place as the center of world power, said that there is no strong person with the top defensive fruit ability. Arthur himself does not believe it. Well. Wu Laoxing wants to see you, King Arthur. Huang Yuan scratched his temple and thought about it carefully before thinking about it. 5 old stars. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. It just so happens that I also want to see the 5 old stars. The 5 people who have mastered this world are really known for a long time. Oh, it's terrible. It sounds like you have some ulterior ambitions. Huang Yuan's wretched face seemed to be smiling, as if joking. Arthur chuckled lightly and said, Is General Huang Yuan wanting to put something out of me? Then you may be disappointed. I don't have any ulterior ambitions. Who knows? All right, King Arthur. Let's go. Don't let Wu Laoxing wait for a long time. Huang Yuan waved his hand to Arthur. Yu Lao leads the way. Arthur nodded, glanced at Lakayan and Ipton and others on the side, nodded and signaled, as Huang Yuan left the social square under the gaze of the kings and royal families of many kingdoms. The place where Wu Laoxing is located is also in this huge Pangu city. This huge castle called Pangu City is actually just a huge building. But because of its huge size, it is called a city, and its scale does live up to the name of the city. In a short while, Arthur followed Huang Yuan to a huge door on the upper level. And behind this door, is the world's bright-faced master. 5 old stars. Crunch. The door was opened by the guards. After Huang Yuan gestured inside, he turned and left. This time, he is only acting as a messenger at 0 hour. His main responsibility is to protect all the kings and royal families of the World Conference and make the World Conference go smoothly. Bang bang bang. Arthur's footsteps were in this huge, luxurious, magnificent room. Meeting for the first time. Hello, 5 old stars. Arthur walked to the sofa in front of 5 old stars who were different in size and height, and sat down gracefully. Chapter 138, Facing the 5 old stars. Arthur remained calm. Sitting on the sofa, Arthur glanced around and looked at the 5 old stars. In Arthur's perception, these 5 people don't seem to be very powerful. But Arthur's intuition felt that the strength of these 5 people was not simple. However, the general level is the ceiling. King Arthur. The 5 old stars who resemble Europeans and Americans looked at Arthur with a serious expression. The last time CP0 reported that you assaulted 3 Dragonites, but then gave up the investigation because of Kaido and other reasons, but this time, at the World Conference, you have this intention again. A franchise country means to recognize the identity and status of the Tanlong people, but your actions completely violate the basic conditions of the franchise country. Another Wu Laoxing with a black turban and white curly hair interjected. Arthur sneered and said, "What if I want to hit them? That kind of idiot." Enough. This is Mary Jo. It's the world government. As the king of a franchise country, you are not qualified to speak bad words. The 5-old star who has been holding a terrible long knife on the side turned and reprimanded. Arthur snorted coldly, leaning back in his chair, and said, "The world government is supported by our franchise countries. Without us, what are you?" "We admit that they are the dragon people." "We don't admit it." "What are they?" "Time and time again. I want to take my country as their own, as their back garden. I want to demote me to a slave in front of me." This time, at the time of the World Conference, I rushed to the social square to capture my woman, go back to work as a slave collection. Is this contempt for all the franchise kings? Are all the franchise countries treated as dogs by you, so you can take whatever you want and play around at will? Arthur's voice echoed in this empty hall. An overlord color mixed with anger was lightly released. Wu Laoxing's face was gloomy, and to be honest, they also had a headache, because the Danlong people's behavior at certain times is indeed too much. But as Danlong people, they naturally want to protect the Danlong people. However, Arthur's words have not been spoken yet. No one can sit on the Void Throne. I don't even believe this. When Wu Laoxing heard this, his face changed drastically, and he stared at Arthur one by one. The 5-old stars who wiped the knife with the knife instantly squeezed the knife. At that moment, Arthur felt a fatal crisis. However, as the king anyway, Arthur stabilized his mind and expression, but his eyes became serious and vigilant in an instant. No one can sit on the throne, and all rights are divided into 5, which represents the equal status of all the participating countries. And the swords that the 20 founders of the world government inserted around the throne are to protect this oath. Yet twice, the Danlong people trampled on my dignity. Isn't this just sitting on the throne? So I want to know whether to become a franchise country is to become a slave to the Danlong people, who are the nobles of the world. And the dog? Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly, and his grim expression clearly expressed his dissatisfaction. And Wu Laoxing was a little frightened because of what Arthur had said before. At that moment, they even thought that the existence of that adult was known. But Arthur's subsequent words dispelled their suspicion, and then became speechless and became silent. That oath, in fact, is no longer applicable now, and it has become empty talk. However, no one mentioned it. Now, Arthur raised and questions like this, even the 5-old stars didn't know how to answer for a while. No one can be above that throne. Neither can the Danlong people. This is the pledge of all the franchised nations and the Danlong people after waiting. You don't need to worry. This time, there is indeed some overrun, but the equality of all countries is this. There is no doubt about it. The Wu Laoxing of the bald horoscope finally said, "Really? I think why the aristocracy in the world is one level higher than the royal families of other countries." But after seeing them completely trampled on joining the royal family these few times, I thought it was the level of the relationship between the master and the slave. Arthur was aggressive. Do not regress in the slightest. Wu Laoxing's face was even more gloomy when he heard that. No one had ever dared to talk to them like this, especially the kings of the franchise countries. For so many years, the kings who have never joined the country dared to question them. It also left them all at a loss as to how to answer. This is the difference brought about by strength. The national power of the joining countries is weak, and many countries have even completely handed over their national security to the navy. As a result, many countries have become weak as a result. What do you want to do? You are very dissatisfied if you want to be stopped by the Danlongren? The 5-old stars he had obtained questioned. Of course not. Since it has been stopped, there is nothing to say. But I hope this is the last time. Arthur's eyes were fixed on Wu Lao Crossing. I joined a franchise country only because whether it is a pirate, joining the Revolutionary Army, or being a non-participating country, it has no meaning or interest. But if you think I have no way to join the franchise, hope get the protection or recognition of the world government, If there is no other choice, then you are very wrong. I admit that they are the nobles of the world, but because of this they want to override me and become my master. This is absolutely impossible. If things happen again this time, if it happens again, then prepare for its funeral. Enough. Shut up. You are too arrogant. God Arthur, are you reprimanding us? King Arthur, what status do you think you are, talking to us like this? Are you challenging the world government? Arthur's last words instantly agitated the 5 old stars. Blatantly speaking in front of Mary Jo to prepare for the funeral of the Tan Long Run, no matter what the basic conditions were before, this was a contempt and provocation for them. After Arthur finished, he leaned back, sneered, and looked at Wu Laoxing indifferently. Just like your anger now, these 2 times, so did I. If you have this kind of remarks again, we will demote the Angel Empire as an impossible country. Remove its name from the countries that join the world government. The golden-haired 5 old stars finally spit out such a sentence. Really? Arthur glanced unexpectedly at the talking 5 old star. Immediately, Arthur still refused to give in. If you say this again, I will withdraw from the franchise, and regret it. It will definitely not be my Angel Empire. Silence. Silent to silence. The guard guarding the gate felt afraid to breathe at this time, and his heart was beating fiercely in his chest. So far, they have never seen anyone dared to talk to Wu Laoxing like this. I haven't even seen anyone really put themselves in the same position as the 5 old stars to talk to. Today, however, all their inherent ideas have been severely broken to pieces, because they heard the king of a franchise country talk to the 5 old stars like this, tit for tat, even forcing questioning. Faced with such a powerful king of the franchise, the 5 old stars also have a headache. If it is a general franchise country, the 5 old stars will definitely remove it from the world government franchise country immediately, and even let the army attack. But the Empire of Angels makes them very tricky. This country is too strong. The existence of the top 10 legions is one of the best among the more than 170 participating countries, and this is just a force on the surface. In private, it is still unknown whether there will be more legions and strong men. In this country, there is still room for progress. If it's just because of a person with fluttering fruit ability, it doesn't matter to the world government at all. The Golden Lion is so powerful. Has the world government never paid attention to it? The reason for paying attention to it is because the other party belongs to one country, and this country is strong in national power and has the world's top combat power as the king. More importantly, the opponent has several quasi-generals. The existence of these quasi-generals may take a long time to become a powerful general at the general level. Therefore, even with the power of the world government, one has to care about the Angel Empire. Arthur's reluctant, even persecuting attitude made them extremely annoyed, but somewhat helpless. At this moment, they really wanted to take action to keep the nasty guy in front of them. But the opponent, who is the ability of the Fruit of Thunder, can't keep it unless he uses part of the whole cards of the Holy Land Marigoa. And those whole cards are for the enemies of God, and only the D family will be used. It seems that the 5 do not want the angels to withdraw from the world franchise. I think, interracial reconciliation, you also value it. But look at the scene of the World Conference this time. In front of all the franchise nations, Denon people openly capture the royal family of the Angel race and the royal family of the Murloc race. This kind of thing is too much anyway, isn't it? Seeing that the 5 old stars couldn't get off the stage, Arthur smiled inwardly, but he still spoke. My own plan is closely related to the world government. Even if it was tit for tat this time, Arthur didn't just do it casually. For this matter, we will negotiate with the Tan Long Run. Wu Laoxing pulled his face back and said, "That's good, Murlocs and Angels, but they can provide a lot of help to the world government. Therefore, I have another request that is not a requirement." Arthur thought of very flat things. If you don't withdraw from the world government, then the purpose of the Fisherman Island will surely be realized. Therefore, it is meaningless for Jinping to continue to serve as King Yu Hai. Wu Laoxing's face tightened, for fear that Arthur would make any excessive demands, presumably through the world government's intelligence network. You already know that the angels and the Murlocs are joining, right? Arthur looked at the 5 old stars with discretion. Wu Laoxing nodded when he heard the words. They had already known about this. Therefore, they didn't wonder why Arthur wanted to shoot for the Murloc this time. 0 middle dot find flowers middle dot. So, this time, as the more important one among allies, I can be said to be the eldest brother. The royal family of the Fisherman Island hopes to be able to move off the bottom of the sea and move to the shore. So, I will arrange them near Angel Island. This is also to protect the mermaid from being targeted by human traffickers. And my request, is that I hope that Jinping can withdraw from the Kiwu Sea, because he wants to serve as the chief guard and army commander of Fishman Island. Therefore, his Kiwu high status is useless. He is no longer a pirate. Is this a requirement? Wu Laoxing was also relieved in his heart. Just cancelling the identity of Jinping Kiwu high and the identity of the pirate. This does not matter, as long as Jinping's withdrawal from the Kiwu Sea does not lead to interethnic reconciliation, it is not a problem. To be honest, Wu Laoxing is indeed very angry with the contradiction between the angel race these two times. They still value the joining and reconciliation of different races. If you ask for this, you can. In addition, Arthur thought of another thing. Huh? Wu Laoxing's face tightened again. I hate pirates. These people have brought too much instability to the sea. However, in many cases, it is too difficult for ordinary humans to deal with pirates. Therefore, I hope that my army can join the navy. At the same time, there will also be Murloc soldiers. Arthur thought for a while and said this. It's okay to say it, and send it to the province without telling it. It's better to make the Wu Lao Star and the senior navy suspicious, just say it directly. After all, both in the sky and in the sea, angels and Murlocs must be more powerful. Wu Laoxing pondered for a moment, and they did wonder if Arthur had any intentions towards the navy. However, what Arthur said was really right. It's just that, it's okay, but it must be completely under the command of the admiral. Wu Laoxing finally nodded. Of course. Arthur smiled. To join the navy, of course you have to listen to your immediate boss. As long as you don't ask them to die and deal with pirates, it doesn't matter what you do. I won't interfere. Then this matter is so decided. Wu Laoxing was very satisfied with Arthur's request, and did not trouble them. As for joining the navy, as long as you listen to the admiral of the navy, isn't it just your own? Just make sure that Arthur doesn't point fingers at the navy. The World Conference is about to begin, so I won't say much. Since you don't have the idea of being an enemy of the world government or the Danlong people, this is the case. We will talk about this with the Danlong people. Whether it is the Murlocs or the angels, we are equally treated. All kings and royal families are equal. And this is more than just an oath. As long as you recognize the status of the Dragonites and the world government, if you think about it, we will be able to live in harmony. Now, please invite King Arthur to participate in the World Conference. Then, goodbye. Arthur originally wanted to ask one thing, but after thinking about it, it might not be suitable now, so let's forget it. It should be a more appropriate time to wait until the next World Conference. At that time, his strength will be stronger. Under Wu Laoxing's eyes, Arthur left the hall. This guy, he won't give up. But I can also understand the source of his terrifying domineering described in the intelligence. Yes, facing the Tanlong people and facing us are still so strong. I don't know if it is a good thing to agree to his requests. I also have this doubt. But the world government does not need to worry about this kind of thing. Looking at his performance, it seems that he also attaches great importance to the status of a member country of the world government. It's just that he was born strong. Well, it is true. But with such strength and such a domineering person, it is understandable. However, this time he showed his intention to attack the heavenly dragons, so he went back like this. Isn't it good? Indeed, if other royal families join in the future. No. King Arthur has the world's top combat power, and at the same time the overlord's look is so terrible. and the national power is equally strong. He has such arrogance, confidence and confidence, but other kings don't have it, and they know that they have no strength. It cannot be compared with King Arthur. That's right. Well, as long as today's dialogue is not exposed, those kings will not be able to do anything. In Wu Laoxing's discussion, this time the incident was miraculously calmed down. Walking on the road, Arthur couldn't help but sigh. The benefits of his strength. Angel Empire needs to be stronger. P.S. I overslept. I slept for more than 10 hours. There are newer ones. B. Chapter 139, in the social square. The damage that Arthur had made on the ground before has been repaired. On the buffet tables that were blown to the ground due to the strong wind generated by the brief encounter with Huang Yuan, all the food and tableware were newly placed. Mr. Arthur, are you okay? Neptune leaned over and asked in a low voice. At this moment, most kings dare not get close to Neptune and Arthur. What happened just now made them feel a little lingering. Arthur was comforting Bai Crossing. Hearing Neptune's question, he turned his head and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. I have also told Wu Laoxing about the three things. They have agreed, no matter what. The attitude of others at this meeting and whether they can pass the meeting is a foregone conclusion." As soon as he said this, Neptune's eyes lit up and he whispered excitedly, "Really?" Mr. Arthur aside, he heard this very peacefully. The three princes and Bai Xing were all staring at Arthur, their eyes full of expectation. "Yeah?" Arthur nodded affirmatively. "Great." Neptune and others cheered in a low voice. Bai Xing's big happy eyes narrowed. Arthur looked at them and couldn't help laughing. Originally, Arthur just wanted to draw the white star over as one of his whole cards. But now that 2 years have passed, Bai Xing's appearance has become more and more pleasant, and it can be considered as a period of cultivation. Arthur thinks it is better to eat this dish by himself. It really hurts if I just give up. I'm only 12 years old now, so beautiful. Can I wait a few more years? Not long after, the World Conference officially meets. Under the guidance of all the kings, they passed through that huge and wide corridor to the conference hall. Entering the conference hall, there is a huge round table directly opposite. Around the round table are 50 tall high-end chairs. This round table should be replaced for the first time this year. According to the original plot, the last time Princess Vivi of Alabastan came, here should be a long table. Because it is a round table, there is no distinction between seats. Arthur and Neptune randomly found a spot, and then sat together. After sitting down, Arthur noticed the king of Alabastan, Cobra, for the first time. Why didn't come this time? She must have joined the Baroque Jobs Club, trying hard to find clues for the country. I wanted to say a few words with Cobra, lesbian relations. After all, the opponent is the descendant of the 20 kings, and even the world government is the suggestion made by the opponent's ancestors. After that, he was waiting for Pluto, the secret of the celestial dragon in Alabastan. Maybe the other party also knew it. No matter how bad, there can be a clue. Arthur had this idea, but thinking of the other person's personality, I am afraid that his own thoughts are destined to fail. But this thought also made Arthur stunned. Pluto. How can I forget this? At this moment, Arthur suddenly remembered about the Pluto design. Now, the Pluto design should be hidden in Frank's belly. After the World Conference is over, I have to go there after I finish everything on hand. Pluto is something that must be in his own hands. With the addition of the King of Shanghai, except that the King of Heaven does not know what the specific situation is, he has 2 heavy weapons in his hands. Thinking of this, Arthur even felt better at once. Then, this time the chairman of the meeting, whose turn is it? Someone asked a question. Then everyone glanced around the table. A man who looked ugly stood up and said, "This time it's my turn." Except for Arthur and Neptune, who participated in the meeting for the first time, everyone else was stunned. Among them, there is also some helplessness. Why do they feel a little helpless? Arthur raised his eyebrows. However, in the next few days, Arthur knew why the other 47 kings showed helpless eyes. The person who presided over the meeting was too long-winded and spoke slowly. At this time, Arthur recalled that in the original work, when the World Conference of High Yuan calendar was held in 1524, why those kings who saw that session presided over the conference would say, "It's you, it's almost time." It turns out that the person who presided over the meeting was too much nonsense. At the meeting, the discussions were all things that seemed insignificant to Arthur. Except for a show of hands, Arthur basically said nothing. 4 consecutive days have passed since such meetings. On the 5th day, someone asked Arthur, "King Arthur, your country is a new member of the world government, and the national power here is also the top class. Even you yourself are the top combat power in the world. Don't you have anything to say?" When everyone heard this, they all cast their eyes. Indeed, they also paid great attention to Arthur's country some time ago. One is that the propaganda paradise in the sky is really beautiful. One is the battle between Arthur and Kaido, which ended in victory. The third is the opposing legion. In the absence of leading figures on both sides, Arthur's legion attack was completely triumphant. And according to various channels, they even learned that the 5 legions that attacked Kaido were only half of all the Bright Face legions. This kind of terrible national power is recognized by them even if it is the world's strongest country. Arthur glanced unexpectedly at the king who asked him, then nodded, and said, "Since you have all asked me, then I'll just talk about it. This world conference, I do have a few things to say. I thought about the end of the conference, but you have all asked, so I will talk about it now. The first thing is that it has been 20 years since the One Piece King Goldor Roger became One Piece and said that when he was dying. As a result, the whole world is in chaos. As a navy that maintains the stability of the world's seas, its funding is too small. The navy needs funding for every move, and the funding is insufficient, causing them to shrink back in many cases. So, I propose to increase the navy's funding. After all the kings listened, although they agreed with Arthur's words. But what can they do about raising funds? Although Tanshang's gold will not make them unaffordable, it is still a lot of pressure after all. Moreover, the funding for the navy is basically provided by the Tanlong people. However, if they make such a decision at the meeting, the world government will accept the meeting decision and allocate some additional funds to the navy. It's not impossible for naval funds. But how much is appropriate? A king said hesitantly, "The 10th is good." Arthur said, "This is impossible." Indeed, a 10th is too much. The Danlong people will not agree to a 10th as high. Yes, a 20th. It's almost the same. In a 20th, this is indeed possible. Then 1/20th, all the kings discussed it in an instant, and immediately rejected the proposal to add a 10th of the funding to the original basis. They all felt that an 20th was a more appropriate value. Then an 15th, not much more than an 20th, Arthur proposed again. In a 15th, all the kings lowered their heads and thought, and finally felt that an 15th was acceptable. Then it is so decided. Starting this year, we will increase the Navy's funding by 1/20th. In the end, the chairman of the conference finalized the increase. Then, please tell King Arthur to talk about your other things. After the conference leader finalized, he looked at Arthur again. Yeah? Arthur nodded, slowly narrating everything he knew from the Earth. Don't copy this matter. When will you wait? Compared with the Earth, this world is very backward and primitive in many ways. Although Arthur didn't pay much attention to international affairs on the Earth, he still knew a little bit. And at this meeting, it was a good time to bring it up. Presumably many of these suggestions can be supported by all countries. Next, I want to talk about some international organizations that we should set up. These organizations, if they can be established, will help us develop our country. It can make the country prosperous and powerful, and there are many benefits. Arthur's words made all the kings shine in front of them, looking forward to Arthur's amazing words. Chapter 140. Under the expectation of everyone, Arthur brought up what he knew about the World Trade Organization. And this organization happens to have not yet appeared in this world. Everyone, the organization I want to propose is called World Trade Organization. World Trade Organization, Auto. for short. Arthur said that he knew best and was one of the most important world-class international organizations on Earth. Come out. The World Trade Organization, WTO, although a lot of content can be heard from the name, they are not so clear about the specifics. Therefore, the kings thought about each other, and after chewing these terms in their mouths, the chairperson curiously asked questions. King Arthur, this WTO. What are the specific roles and functions of the World Trade Organization? The basic function of the so-called World Trade Organization WTO is to formulate, supervise, manage and implement the multilateral and plurilateral trade agreements that together constitute the World Trade Organization. Next, Arthur began his first long talk at the World Conference. Various nouns and various rules and regulations are all prepared manuscripts. With Arthur's memory now, it is not difficult to write it down. It took about half an hour to talk about the general content of the World Trade Organization. Most of the kings who can sit here for a meeting and who influence the direction of the world are actually not vulgar generations. Although there are still some things that I don't understand, I understand it in general. After listening to Arthur's long talk, all the kings keenly felt that this is an organization that is established, and if you join, it will be of great benefit to your country. If you can join, then the tens of billions of days of gold every year is nothing. Even the poorest of the more than 170 participating countries can no longer worry about the heavens through this organization. All the kings have bright A's, and they are moved all the time. The chairman of the conference gave everyone some time to think, and at the same time he had to think about it. In the end, seeing everyone slowing down from thinking, the chairman of the meeting said, "The proposal of King Arthur is very good. Then, it is up to you to vote by show of hands." More than half of the people agree. Then the WTO World Trade Organization will begin preparations for its establishment. All the kings nodded. Although they have not yet started to vote by show of hands, they all decided that the establishment of the WTO is an inevitable event. So, they are now thinking about where the headquarters of the World Trade Organization should be located. Obviously, where this headquarters is located, there will be benefits. The greatest possibility placed on Mary Jo was never mentioned by the kings. The world government is the world government, which is equivalent to the United Nations. But the World Trade Organization is not. This is another organization that develops the economy. It is related to every country, but it has nothing to do with the world government, which is the headquarters of the United Nations. Moreover, if this organization is controlled by the world government, I am afraid that these countries will have to pay a lot of benefits. Since it is possible to avoid the world government, why do you still mention this? Furthermore, the World Trade Organization is a biennial meeting, and the meeting is not held by the kings, but by the top and third leaders of the commerce departments of various countries. And the world government, the Holy Land Mary Jo, is obviously impossible for the ministers of commerce of various countries to come here for meetings. Even they were only able to gather in the Holy Land Mary Jo only at the time of the World Conference. Then, please raise your hands to vote. After the speaker finished speaking, he was the first to raise a hand. Immediately afterwards, the kings also raised their hands one by one. All members pass. The World Trade Organization can be established. A smile appeared on the chairman's face. Next, it's the place where the World Trade Organization will be established. The chairman scanned for a week. They all want to locate their headquarters in their own country. However, everyone else thought, how can they do it without the support of allies? Arthur, who was also concerned about this matter, naturally did his part and spoke again. Everyone, although our Angel Empire has just joined the world government and became a member country. However, on the familiarity of the World Trade Organization and various regulations, it is obvious that we the Angel Empire has the most say. Besides, I'm not talented. You must know the strength below. Even in the face of the world's top combat power, I also have the power to fight. Therefore, in my country, security can be maximized. Also, I can prepare a floating island specifically for it. In this way, security can be upgraded again. With these two words, Arthur told the kings that it is very safe to put them here. On the other hand, I also told these people that you all know my strength, so there is nothing to say here. If you can't beat me, you can agree. Sure enough, the king's faces changed slightly, but after thinking about it, it was indeed the case. First, the national strength of oneself and others is not as good as that of the other party, and the top-level combat power is not as good as that of the other party. It is really not worthwhile to conflict with the other party because of such a mutually beneficial thing. Secondly, the opponent's strength can indeed guarantee that his place is the safest place except for Mariajoa, the Navy headquarters and other places. After pondering for a while, the conference leader said again, "Then, please raise your hand if you agree to establish the headquarters of the World Trade Organization in the Angel Empire." After speaking, the conference leader raised his hand again. These words came out of his own mouth. "If you don't raise your hand, you will slap your opponent a bit, but if you are resentful, it will be bad." This time, not all members passed. There were only 21 people who raised their hands, including Arthur Neptune. The remaining 29 people all chose to abstain. The king whose country is in the New World has nothing to think about. They know how dangerous their place is. Even if you want to locate your headquarters in your own country, no one will agree. Instead of this, it's better to raise your hand and make friends with such a world's top powerhouse. And no one raised his hands more than Dong Hai, because the East China Sea is also an extremely safe place in the world. Then, 21 agree, 29 abstain. The establishment of the World Trade Organization headquarters in the Angel Empire, pass. In the next 2 days, everyone was discussing and speaking around the World Trade Organization. Finally, when the time came to the last day, Neptune was also preparing to relocate his country and formally raised it. About the World Trade Organization, let's discuss it here for the time being. The specific matters will be discussed at the first World Trade Ministers' Conference after the headquarters is established. Now, who else is going on? The president looked at the 50 kings. They asked. Originally, Arthur was also going to talk about other world-class international organizations, but after thinking about it, the others are good opportunities to improve character, so let's give it up this time. It's better to wait until the time is right to start it. I have something to say, Neptune said in a deep voice. Huh? All the kings turned their heads. Before that, they had never seen a Murloc. Because if you want to see these Murlocs, you can either buy them in the slave market or go to the Murloc Island. Slaves were basically impossible, because they were too rare, and they were bought by the Tanlong people when they appeared. Going to Murloc Island is basically impossible. They are all kings, and rarely run this far except for the World Conference. And in every meeting, they also passed from above the Red Earth continent through the bubble pod. The possibility of going to Murloc Island is basically the same as selling a mermaid. King Neptune, please speak. The chairman glanced at Neptune, then gestured. Neptune nodded, and said that the Murloc Island wanted to be relocated to land. Regarding the relocation of Murloc Island, in fact, most kings felt that they had nothing to gain. However, after all, it is a whole relocation of different races and countries, and it is not like the previous Angel Empire, completely ignoring other franchise countries, and just moving. When people like me know, they have moved for more than a year. I want to say that I don't have a chance, and I don't dare to have a chance. They could see the other party's attitude towards the Tanlong run. This is definitely an unscrupulous master, and it is really unattainable. Next, after inquiring about the sea area where Neptune was going to relocate and neighboring countries, everyone gave the green light to the matter. Anyway, it is not in the vicinity of one's own country, and it has no effect on one's own country. Moreover, they still moved to the waters of the Angel Empire and be neighbors with the Angel Empire. Seeing that the two have always been together, they should be allies. If this is the case, it would be even more meaningless for people like myself to oppose it. As a result, in another show of hands, this proposal of Fishman Island was approved by all members. Princess Ottoheim has been dead for almost 8 years. In these years, although Neptune has done very little on the surface, He has always supported the inheritance of Otto Heim's legacy by his sons. Today, all this is finally about to become reality. Holding back the feeling of wanting to cry, Neptune wiped his eyes quietly, and then gave Arthur a grateful look. This man is the real reason why Murloc Island can realize its wishes so quickly. Thank you, Mr. Arthur. This is the gratitude that Arthur received from the other person when he turned his head to look at Neptune. Arthur smiled and nodded. After that, Jinping's withdrawal from Kyuhai was also resolved smoothly. In this World Conference, Arthur and Neptune's demands can be said to be completely satisfied. If you have nothing else, then this World Conference will end here. The conference leader looked around and determined that no one had anything to say, and finally confirmed the end of the World Conference. Chapter 141. Really, Father, Lord Arthur? Baixing was pleasantly surprised, covering his small mouth. The excitement and longing in his eyes almost overflowed. Next to him, the three princes and Jinping were all pleasantly surprised. The three princes and the White Star, listening to Princess Otto Heim's various descriptions of the sea world since childhood, have planted a seed in his heart that one day can enjoy everything on the sea. Today, this dream will finally be realized. Jinping, because of Kyuhai's identity and also staying with the Whitebeard pirates, everything on the land is nothing strange to him, but his compatriots are not. So he also feels for his compatriots. Happiness from the heart. All people are excited, happy, and longing for the future of themselves and Fishman Island. Mr. Arthur, thank you very much. The Fisherman Island was able to usher in today early, thanks to your help. Neptune was silent and sentimental for a while, probably missing Princess Otto Heim. After the sentimentality was over, he quietly wiped his moist eyes and bowed deeply to Arthur. Seeing this, Baixing, the three princes, and Jinping also bowed to thank you. Arthur smiled and said, Neptune, Jinping, and Shark White Star, you guys, okay, we are allies, aren't we? Ha ha, yeah? Neptune straightened up and replied with a smile. However, his eyes glanced at the White Star next to him, and then at Arthur, which was kind of meaningful. Arthur also noticed this little movement, but was a little embarrassed and pretended not to know. Then, since this World Conference is over, there is nothing important, let's leave. I will move the Fisherman Island away early. But I thought of an important thing, the mermaids of the Fisherman Island. Help. Arthur didn't want to stay here anymore. Continuing here is just a matter of chatting and eating a meal between the kings. Arthur has other things to do. The opening of heaven in the sky, the design of Pluto, and so on. He has to participate more or less. Well, that's okay. I also want to tell the people of Fishman Island early to make them happy. The relocation requires a lot of preparation. Neptune smiled happily. No need to prepare. If you say you need to prepare, then you are ready to leave the bottom of the sea. Arthur smiled and shook his head. Huh? Shark asked, puzzled. Mr. Arthur, there are more than 5 million people in the entire Murloc Island. It does take some time to relocate. Of course not. We will have a good helper who can move the entire Murloc Island away easily. Arthur laughed. You mean, Miss Jessica? Jinping looked at Arthur. When he was in the Whitebeard Pirates, he heard his father talk about Piao fruit, and then he learned about the new Piao fruit ability. The person is one of Arthur's women. That's right. Arthur nodded. With Jessica's help, we can move the Fisherman Island as quickly as possible, and even the living environment that the mermaids are accustomed to does not need to change much. In this case, it would be great. Then I have to ask Mr. Arthur and Miss Jessica. Neptune thinks about it. After all, it is a home that has lived for hundreds of years. It will be very strenuous. Don't worry. There is no problem with this. Jessica is still waiting under Maria Jo. Let's go. Arthur nodded and took the lead to leave first. Everyone followed Arthur to Maria Jo's door. Along the way, Baixing and the Emperor brothers were talking and laughing, and from time to time they drew up to Arthur to talk. Arthur could feel that the hearts of Neptune and others were full of joy and relaxation at this time. However, every time Baixing approached Arthur, The four of Neptune and his son seemed to send out a little uncomfortable emotional wave. Walking out of the door of Mary Jo, Arthur glanced back with a deep thought, and then walked down the steps. "Masters, do you want to leave?" the guard asked in front of the bubble pod. Arthur nodded, and the guard immediately opened the door of the bubble pod. After everyone went up, the bubble pod was activated and headed towards the town below. Below Mary Jo, there is a powerful naval branch, and Jessica is here at this time. After Arthur left from Mary Jo, when he got on the bubble pod, he told Jessica with the ability to transmit, so Jessica told Jian about leaving in advance. After being in the Navy for so long, Jessica had hardly gone out freely, and had been running around with Jian on missions and practicing kendo, so the first time she took the initiative to ask for leave, Jian readily approved it. "My sirs, it's already here, please pay attention to your feet." Not long after, the bubble pod descended from the airport of Marigio to the town. At this time, Jessica was already waiting here. Jessica, Raki and Yana beckoned to Jessica happily. They gathered together and chatted for a few words before they came over to talk to Arthur. After that, Arthur introduced each other to Jessica and Neptune Shinping, and then set off. "Jessica, just find a small island later, a few square kilometers is enough, instead of Murloc Island, and continue to put it on the bottom of the sea." Arthur floated in the air and said to Jessica. Jessica was a little puzzled, and asked, "Why wouldn't it be over if you just moved away?" The following words: "Only where the pirates will pass through." Yes, it's for the pirates. You can't let the new world be deserted. Arthur glanced at Jessica and smiled meaningfully. Once the Murloc Island is removed from the bottom of the sea, there is a low probability that the pirate group will go to the new world, and the probability will probably be even lower. As a result, the four emperors of the new world seemed to have slowly stagnated in strength. But in the same way, there are fewer people doing the right thing with the four emperors. Instead, they can manage the new world more firmly. The situation in the new world will be slightly calmer instead, and this is not what Arthur wanted. A few hours later, a group of people stood on a 5 square kilometer miniature island. The entire island is surrounded by a layer of water that is half a meter thick. Although it is a miniature island, it is indeed too big. Coating is too difficult, almost impossible. So, anyway, even the piao fruit can be controlled by water, so I just made a water film with water. In this case, even if something goes wrong, even if there are people like Neptune, there will be nothing wrong with them and those who are capable. All the way down, there are few unopened fish and sea kings who dare to come over. It doesn't matter if you get it together. Anyway, the water film is a product of ability, and they will only fall in, without destroying the water film. So Arthur didn't even need to release his domineering look. After a few hours, on the bottom of the sea, the beautiful Fishman Island appeared in front of everyone. It is the first time for Neptune and others to appreciate their homeland with another emotion. In the end, Neptune wiped away his tears and went to Dragon Palace City to inform everyone of the incident. Baixing and the third prince went to the Forest of the Sea for the first time, and they wanted to tell their mother and queen the first time they were happy. 10 minutes later, the horn sounded, and Neptune's voice echoed throughout the Fisherman Island. All the mermaids, fish people, men and women, young and old, gradually stopped their movements and listened quietly. Even the babies seemed to feel the great turn of their fate. They didn't cry or make trouble. Quietly, it seemed, listening to this good news that changed their future destiny. Waves of cheers, waves of shouts, huge waves echoed in the Fisherman Island. After being happy, there are tears left because of happiness. This day is permanently recorded in the historical annals of Fishman Island and will be remembered forever by the people of Fishman Island. And Arthur, also regarded as the great benefactor of Murloc Island, was solemnly recorded in the history of Murloc Island. After half a day, all the Murlocs were nervous and anticipating, and felt the Murloc Island tremble slightly, and then began to feel moving. This is the footsteps of destiny ahead. Dragon Palace. Arthur looked at the banned Murloc Street. There, a huge ark was parked quietly. Mr. Arthur, Neptune and Jinping stood quietly behind Arthur, looking at there as well. Neptune, that ship can't be placed here. Arthur turned to look at Neptune with a serious expression. Make arrangements for the Murloc Island, and Jessica and I will come over quietly and place the ark under the Vine Island, deep in the bottom of the sea. Neptune turned his head, looked at Arthur, and said, Mr. Arthur, do you know what? No. Arthur shook his head slowly, then turned his gaze back to the ark and saw, I only know that the ark is extremely important. Where the White Star is, it must be there. Now, White Star can summon the Neptunes. Can you communicate with the Neptunes? Arthur thought of this. If the ark is moved away, the Sea Kings that appeared in the original work are best taken away together. Although Arthur didn't know if the supergiant Neptunes followed the White Star, they also went wherever the White Star went. Grave accent Diaresis Baixing is still young, and she is still very jerky about this ability. However, more than a year ago, she communicated with a few Neptunes. Neptune is very relieved of Arthur now. The secret of Baixing lies in Asia. There was nothing to hide in front of Say. With the opponent's strength, he can do nothing about himself. That's good. The Oath Boat, although I don't know what it was built for, but it must not be left here. Later I will take Jessica on a trip and take the ark away. If I can, I will take it away. A few Neptunes were also taken away. They are an important power to guard the White Star. The person in the Holy Land Mary Jo is extremely jealous of Sea King Poseidon and murderess. Arthur squinted and thought of Lord Yim who appeared in the original book. In the flower room at that time, the photos of Luffy, White Star, and Blackbeard were chopped up, and the sword is inserted above the picture of Bai crossing. In addition, there is also a picture of YY, which Master Yim took in his hand and looked at it for a while. What kind of secret is there? A clan of D, the dragon people. Baixing, Vivi, Neptune Poseidon, Joey Boy, what is the connection between these? Arthur really had a headache. These secrets were hidden too deeply, and he couldn't read ancient words. As for the idea of taking Robin away, Arthur is not without it. But he is not a member of the D family. I am afraid that the ultimate secret cannot be found after all. Moreover, there is no need to take Robin around. He doesn't want to be targeted by the world government, nor is he forced to give up his status as a franchise because of this. His plan is inseparable from the important status of the franchise country. Monkey D. Luffy, all this still depends on you. Arthur withdrew his gaze from the ark and saw. But at this time, when they heard Arthur's words, Neptune and Jinping's expressions changed. In the end, Neptune frowned and asked nervously, Mr. Arthur, what exactly do you know? Who in the Holy Land Mary Jo has a murderous intention to Baixing? Don't be nervous. As long as Baixing's secrets are not exposed, it's okay. As for that person, he shouldn't know it too soon. And these things, I don't have any clues. I can only talk about the history that disappeared 800 years ago. It's related. I don't know what it is, and there are some things I can't tell you. Yvonne, your strength is too weak. When you have the strength like mine, I can tell you what I know, one of the few things. Otherwise, knowing it will not be good for you. Anyway, don't be afraid. It's really impossible. I also have my own way of retreat. No matter it is an angel or a Murloc, there will be no danger. Baixing, I will do my best to protect her. Now, what we can do, just waiting for the final storm to erupt. Is that so? I understand, Mr. Arthur. I hope that in the future, you can guide Shark and their three brothers. Neptune lowered his head when he heard the words. He thought that Arthur was right. There is no strength, then nothing at all. Same as a foreign race, different from human beings. But Arthur can lead the angels to quickly become a franchise nation, and even appear in front of the world, fearless. And isn't all of this the change brought about by strength? A few hours later, a huge dream-like island rushed out of the sea. Under the package of huge bubbles, gleaming with rainbow-like colorful light, it looks like a fairy tale world crystal ball. After that, the fish island floating in the air appeared in the eyes of the world for the first time. Chapter 142, On that day, The flying islands that appeared on the Great Route left many legends in this sea area. Because he left the ocean floor and the special climate airspace of Chambord Island, a few hours later, the extremely thick bubble film burst. Immediately, a burst of fresh air different from the fish island came in. In the eyes of these Murlocs living under the sea, everything on the sea is so novel. The air seemed to exude a sweet smell. All the merman tribes looked at the clouds within reach, the dazzling sun, birds, the sea, the waves, and the sea kings that jumped out of the sea from time to time. All this, in the eyes of human beings, is ordinary scene. In the eyes of fish people, it has become a fairy tale scene. Cheers, obsessed, laughed and wept with joy. Excitement, joy, longing, hope. This is a new chapter in Fishman Island. As for the specific location of Murloc Island, Arthur had already thought about it before. First of all, it cannot be completely on the Great Route. Secondly, it cannot be completely in the windless zone. Therefore, the edge of the Fisherman Island will remain on the Great Route, and most of it will be in a windless zone. The area of Murloc Island is not too small. Putting it in a windless zone can also allow Arthur to take care of it at any time. At a distance of less than 200 kilometers, it can be teleported over instantly by the electromagnetic field. The safety of White Star is definitely on the entire Murloc Island. I missed this generation of Sea King Poseidon, and the next generation does not know how long it will be later. On the same day, the group left the holy place Marigo at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It took nearly 2 hours to find the tiny island that remained on the bottom of the sea instead of Murloc Island and became a transfer station for pirates. It took 2 hours to get to the bottom of the sea. It took another 2 hours to relocate the Fisherman Island. It took nearly 2 hours to get out of the bottom of the sea. It took another 7 hours to move the Fisherman Island to the vicinity of Xinkong Island. When I arrived at Xinkong Island, it happened to be around 7 o'clock in the morning of the next day. And on this day, it was the first time that all the residents of Fishman Island saw the sunrise in their lives. All of them were intoxicated by this special and beautiful sight. After that, under the arrangement of Arthur and the control of Jessica, Murloc Island was firmly placed on the surface of the sea. Below this, a base had been prepared before. Otherwise it would be impossible for a fisherman island of this size to float on the sea. Arthur looked at the Dragon Palace city floating in the sky, controlled by Jessica, and wondered how to place this. On the side, Neptune said, "Mr. Arthur, it's better to put it next to the Fisherman Island." "No." Arthur shook his head. "Dragon Palace City, let's put it in the air." After thinking about it, I decided to make a floating island and fix it on top of the Fisherman Island. In this way, it is more in line with the status of the royal family, and it is also safer, especially for the White Star. The various membrane channels previously used for transportation in Murloc Island cannot be maintained because they leave a suitable climate and airspace. However, there is no wind in a windless zone. As long as the air humidity is maintained at a proper level, these bubbles can still be used barely. However, this is not a long-term solution. So Arthur planned to get the seeds or saplings of Yangshui from Shampoo, and then cultivate them here. It's just that I'm afraid Bins will have to rely on again, but this time it doesn't need to be that tall. I wonder if Yangshui can take root here. If not, I am afraid that many things and habits of Murloc Island will be changed. For insurance, Arthur planned to transform the Dragon Palace into a floating island, and then install a large humidifier at the bottom of the Dragon Palace. In this way, the air in the Fisherman Island can be kept moist. In this way, the unique bubbles can also exist. These are the characteristics of Murloc Island, and Arthur didn't want to change it completely. However, this is also a story. What needs to be done now is to finish arranging here quickly, and go and quietly bring Ark Noah back. On that day, the Fisherman Island was partly immersed in the sea and partly above the sea. As for the bus routes and taxi routes created by many bubbles before, they are all slowly broken. After Arthur discovered this, he thought that the humidifier and Yangshui had to speed up the process. Then, Arthur immediately called the floating island engineers and mechanics to start an emergency transformation of Dragon Palace. The first batch of floating island engineers and technicians totaled more than 700 people. They were the floating island bubble technology learned from the old men of Visalia. Later, these people brought out another 10,000 engineers and technicians. By the time they transformed 50 floating islands, their skills were already very proficient. Because Dragon Palace is not very big, Arthur only summoned 2,000 angels with the best skills. Under the emergency transformation of these people, it is estimated that Dragon Palace City can be fixed in the sky above Murloc Island within 3 days. But that large humidifier may take some time. After arranging the matter, Arthur said to Neptune and Jinping, who were busy on the Fisherman Island, "Neptune, I will now take the White Star to the former site of the Fisherman Island to bring the Ark over." Outside, someone asked from the beginning. I said that Baixing was taken to my island of God. "Are you going now?" Neptune asked. "Yeah." Arthur nodded. "It's not too late." "Well, Baixing's safety is up to you." Neptune glanced at Baixing, who was persuaded by the fish people not to help. On Murloc Island, on the bottom of the sea, Arthur, Jessica and White Star are sitting on the boat. The boat is wrapped in bubbles blown from the giant bubble coral that is unique to Murloc Island, and it moves quickly through the water. Before Jessica leaves, these things must be arranged properly. On the same day, it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon to leave the Fisherman Island that was doing the aftermath work. When it came, because an island with creatures existed in the air, it was necessary to worry about ordinary people and creatures on it. And there is no scruples at the moment, so the speed of the action on the bottom of the sea is very fast. And for this, Arthur also opened up the sight of 50 kilometers at any time, and was always ready to use the domineering look to shock. Nearly 6 hours later, in the rapid advance, Arthur and the three came to the bottom of the sea again. Originally, this place was not so empty because of a huge Fisherman Island, but now, it suddenly became a lot more empty. Because of the removal of the Fisherman Island, the Ark was not covered by the shadow of the island, and completely appeared under the light of Eve of the Sun Tree. Fortunately, the pirates do not come every day, and no new pirates arrived here after the Fisherman Island moved away. "Jessica, do it," Arthur ordered Jessica. "Yeah." Jessica controlled the ship and headed towards the Ark and saw. After a while, the boat was completely close to the huge Ark like an island. Jessica put her hand out of the film and lightly touched the boat. Immediately, the Ark trembled slightly, and a lot of mud was shaken off from it. A large amount of mud and dust appeared in the place originally fixed on the bottom of the sea, and then the bottom of the ship and the bottom of the sea gradually separated. After the Ark was controlled by Jessica, Arthur used a few atmospheric bubble corals he brought over to get a bubble film on the deck of the Ark that almost clung to the deck. While the Ark went into the darkness, Arthur said to the White Star on the side, "White Star, give it a try, summon those Neptunes." Upon hearing this, Baixing asked timidly, "Master Arthur, can I really?" "Of course." Arthur flew to Baixing's head and touched, and said, "You are the Sea King, and all the kings of the Sea King will listen to you." "Yeah, I see, Lord Arthur." It seemed that something was injected by Arthur's touch, and Baixing suddenly became confident. However, Arthur did not completely let Baixing dried himself. By the way, he also released his sights and colors with all his strength, exploring the bottom of the sea. Today, Arthur's experience has covered more than 430 kilometers. However, Arthur's search seems to have no effect. Although there is some strong aura, but its size is somewhat different. In this way, after searching for a circle in the darkness near the Fisherman Island, Arthur found nothing after all. What's going on? Aren't these Sea Kings waiting near the Fisherman Island? Just thinking about it, Arthur suddenly felt a few powerful Sea King-like auras coming here. In addition, these Neptune species have radio waves between each other. Found it. 0 middle dot find flowers middle dot. Immediately, Arthur frowned, because he discovered that he seemed to be able to understand the communication between those Neptunes. Of course, This is not the sound of everything. This ability may only exist in the D family. Arthur's so-called possibility is because the radio waves communicated between the Neptunes are very clear. As long as Arthur understands the meaning of these radio waves, he can understand what the Neptunes say. This is the same as Arthur can directly listen to people's words by radio waves, except that what people say is what Arthur is also saying, so he can understand it directly. But what the Sea Kings said was something that Arthur could not understand, which was equivalent to a foreign language. Because of the ability of the Fruit of Thunder, Arthur had the possibility of learning this language. Jessica, over there. Arthur pointed in the direction of Neptune. This must be done to learn Neptune languages, but this can only be done in the future. Now, what is needed is to transfer Noah's Ark, and by the way, see if these Sea Kings can follow and wait around Noah. Princess White Star, we have been waiting for your birth. Can you finally summon us? Before Noah's Ark, several supergiant Sea Kings stared at the three small figures on the bow. Waiting for my birth? Baixing was a little scared, but what was even more strange was that he could actually understand the language of the Sea Kings. Yes, because you are the king we are waiting for. Every few hundred years, a special mermaid princess will be born, and she's the king we are waiting for. Princess White Star, you are what we are waiting for. After some exchanges, Arthur carefully analyzed the words of the Sea Kings, and it was indeed not difficult to learn the language of the Sea Kings. During the exchange, the Neptunes learned that the Fisherman Island had actually moved away, and they were a little shocked by the time. But after all, it may have lived for thousands of years, and it soon calmed down. Then they learned that the Murloc Island was now above the sea because of Arthur's help. And, for safety, the Ark must be transferred, and I hope that the Neptunes can follow along to protect the White Star and the Arkansas. After listening to the Neptunes, they agreed without thinking much. After all, the Ark is gone, and the White Star is gone. It doesn't make much sense for them to stay here. Then you follow me and Master Arthur and leave here. Master Arthur has prepared a secret place for Angzu and a place to shelter for you. Baixing glanced at said to the Sea Kings, is this a human? The Sea Kings looked at Arthur with their huge eyes while communicating. This human being seems to be learning our language. Is it my illusion? No. Our language can only be understood by Princess White Star, who is the Neptune, or the kind of people with special talents among humans. But this kind of person doesn't seem to have appeared much. 20 years ago, humans should understand our conversation, right? I don't know, maybe not. Stop talking about it. Let's leave here with Princess White Star. Princess White Star and the boat of oaths are what we are waiting for. Where they are, we must be there. Then arrange for some Sea Kings to stay here. If this is possible, although it can't completely replace us, it can also play a role at critical times. In case something happens, it can also be convenient to come back here. Well, after all, in the deep sea, those Sea Kings who are not too small are enough here. During the discussions among the Neptunes, they soon decided to follow the White Star. And what they said, Baixing also quietly translated to Arthur. With Arthur's memory, if they repeat the words they just said a second time, Arthur can fully understand them. If I can learn the language of Sea Kings, is it possible for me to learn the voice of everything from another angle? Listening to the communication of the Neptunes, feeling the different changes in the electric waves, Arthur fell into this kind of thinking. Chapter 143, on the seventh day of the end of the World Conference, the whole world was spreading the news about the Angel Empire and the opening of the heaven in the sky before and after the Great Sea Route. The amount of publicity was so great that even the World Conference was suppressed for a while. It was said that it would open after the World Conference, so on the Dengtian Island, basically the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors are full of ships from all over the world. Because it was originally propagated that the Sky Paradise was officially opened on the second day of the World Conference, but due to some sudden thoughts, the opening time was delayed by 1 week. Therefore, in the entire Dengtian Island, nearly 1 million people gathered here, waiting for the opening of heaven in the sky. Among the people who came here, the Navy officers who were on vacation, the pirates from the Great Sea Route and even the New World, the royal nobles of various countries, and even the kings who did not leave after the World Conference took their families with them, waiting here. Moreover, there are already some celestials who have entered the heaven in the sky. However, because it has not been officially opened, most of the services are still preparing to welcome a large number of guests and have not been opened. Appiado, above the first layer of island clouds, Arthur was floating in the air and speaking. Underneath were Sky Island officials and reporters from various newspapers from all over the world. Today, the heaven in the sky created by the Angel Empire will be opened to the world. Following Arthur's last words, the screen was broadcast on Dengshan Island, and the tourists who were watching and waiting cheered. They can't wait to exchange money for an unforgettable journey here. All the beauty, entertainment, and enjoyment are more luxurious than the royal family of any country. When you come here, everyone can experience the happiness that the king may not have. After Arthur finished speaking, he disappeared in the air. After finishing this matter, he still has an important thing to do quickly. The heaven in the sky at this time has changed a lot from before. After relocating the Fisherman Island here, Arthur looked at the empty island and the Fisherman Island, and thought that the two might be better together. So, while Jessica was still Arthur took Jessica to find countless floating clouds and deserted island clouds. These flowing clouds and small islands, under Jessica's ability, turned into a huge solid island cloud. These island clouds have only one function, and that is reinforcement. After the relocation of the empty island, the circular sea of Appiado and the island clouds with this structure at the bottom of the cloud river, because it is in a windless zone, these clouds basically do not move, as if they are fixed in the sky. Moreover, Arthur also used metal to arrange the skeleton in these island clouds. Under the electromagnetic field, the cloud river and seabed of these island clouds are as stable as Mount Tai. However, because Arthur wanted to add the mermaids to the characteristics of the sky paradise, so Arthur decided to build a new mermaid-themed island, a mermaid paradise. Therefore, the ring sea of Appiado and part of the Sea of Clouds in the Yun were replaced with blue sea water. Because the blue ocean is heavier, it is necessary to reinforce the bottom of these cloud rivers and ring seas. After that, with the help of Jessica, these places were all reinforced to 3 times the previous level, and the load-bearing capacity was almost strengthened 10 times. Then Jessica used her ability to suck up the sea water like a dragon. After injecting sea water into the mermaid paradise and the ring sea, Jessica only needs to send the sea water from the ring sea to the mermaid paradise, which is slightly higher. This will not cost Jessica too much energy. Basically, as long as Jessica does not specifically cancel the ability, the sea water will obediently flow upstream to the higher mermaid paradise, and then naturally flow down back to the ring sea. At the bottom of the ring sea, fish people have worked overtime to build buildings and commercial streets that conform to the style of Fish People Island. Then on the bottom of the ring sea, the bubbles were wrapped by bubbles made by bubble corals, and bubble channels were also created in the water. Now, here is like a new miniature Fisherman Island. But in these two places, most of them are high-value mermaids, and there are also very skilled fish people. To this end, there is also an exclusive passage leading to Murloc Island. This passage is a hole opened at the bottom of the ring sea. If it is not a Murloc, it is impossible to swim through it. Entering from the gate of the cave entrance, there is a huge space created by corals to isolate the sea. In this space, there are many small boats that use bubble technology to fly. The mermaids can use these floating boats to log onto the empty island from the bottom of the ring sea. The Neptune family, and the floatboat Arthur specially prepared for them. These changes seem to have changed tremendously, but with the assistance of Jessica's fluttering fruit and Arthur, they were all completed in just 6 days. With this change, Arthur looked at the current heaven in the sky and could only say that his thoughts were too right. After solving these things, Arthur has basically not had much to do in the near future. The general plan has been completed or proposed. For example, in the WTO case, This will establish a headquarters on the first layer of island clouds. Then it is completely handed over to the Ministry of Commerce to be responsible for this matter. As for whether someone is making a ghost, this is absolutely impossible. These officials' knowledge of Arthur was basically omniscient. Except that they were not omnipotent. They knew that Arthur knew everything about them and all their actions Arthur knew. These people don't know the huge increase of the fruit of the thunder to see and hear, so even if they know the existence of the domineering and devil fruit, they still think that this is the power of the true God. The laying of the intelligence network is basically completed. As for the minor details, the establishment of the WTO and various commercial cooperation with various countries will be quietly deployed. The underground world can now be separated from Doflamingo. These two light and dark intelligence organizations were handed over to Naz on the bright side, as the intelligence network of his streamer army Operation Zero. The intelligence network of the underground world was handed over to the Shadow Stream armies Iliad. The intelligence network supports the actions of Shadow Stream and Void. Of course, these two intelligence networks also have intersections. These intersections serve both sides and serve the three legions. In this way, Arthur's early plan was basically completed. The next step is to open some large companies. And this, I have to put it a little later, because what Arthur is going to do now is to go to the City of Seven Waters and copy Pluto's manufacturing drawings without knowing it. At that time, according to the development of the plot, the manuscript will be burned. In this way, no one would know that Arthur had this blueprint. Moreover, even if Pluto is built, it will only be owned by Arthur and Man. Sea King, Pluto, will all be under Arthur's control. As for the last king, it is estimated that this is really the same as those fanfictions and the speculations of netizens and Hamey. It may be the trump card of the Dan long run. Wretched development. Don't worry. This is Arthur's real development policy secretly. One day later, the capital of Seven Waters. Young man, a good taste this. This is a specialty of Seven Water, water of meat. On the great root, but also the unique flavor of food too. Look, and a bold old man AI enthusiasm to recommend the Arthur water and flesh. Arthur nodded, picked up the water and ate it. Not to mention, it is obviously like jelly, but it is a kind of meat with a unique flavor. It tastes quite good when eaten. Boss, have another one. Arthur licked his lips after eating. He has a lot of appetite now, enough to eat a ton of food, and this is not the limit. Just the right amount of food. Ha ha, here we come. Isn't it great? Ha ha, usually the first time customers don't eat enough one portion. The boss laughed and happily brought another portion. Because Arthur changed his clothes, especially this time, and even dressed up a bit in disguise. Basically, no one can recognize him except those who are familiar with him. Coming this time, he would quietly copy the drawings in Frankie's belly at night. By the way, he also wanted to know if the door fruit that could become a bug ability was eaten by the CP9 Bruno. That fruit is quite powerful. It can open doors not only on tangible objects, on the body of creatures, but also on flames and in the air. Moreover, a space channel can be created. This powerful ability has not been searched for these years, but there is still no news. This time, Arthur also wanted to know whether the fruit of the door had been eaten. If it is eaten, then another plan must be made. But what is certain is that this fruit must be mastered by yourself. Chapter 144. Although there were no strong players on this island, for the sake of safety, Arthur did not directly turn on the domineering, but turned on the electromagnetic field. Anyway, Frankie is a transformative person, and all humanoid creatures that can move, as long as the body contains a lot of metal, it must be Frankie. According to this method, after Arthur turned on the electromagnetic field, he found a suspicious person on the island of the City of Seven Waters within a few minutes. Afterwards, Arthur disappeared and teleported over, only wearing underwear, blue airplane hairstyle, exaggerated expression, Popeye-like arms with 5 pointed stars on them, like to pose a pose with his arms. That's right, this is Frankie. After confirming Frankie, Arthur looked at where they lived. Frankie's house. There are dozens of gangsters in it. These people do nothing all day long, have fun, and basically have a hangover every day. At night, they should be so drunk, right? Arthur thought to himself, and then left. After a few hours, night fell. Arthur was floating on the roof of Frankie's house, hiding in the darkness. The people below are terribly weak, and there is no way to detect the existence of Arthur. Because of the right shadow occlusion, if no one looks here specifically, it will not be found at all. In this way, Arthur waited patiently. Although Arthur could stun all these people in an instant, it was obviously not natural enough. If the opponent is all drunk and the fragments, then one's own shot will be guaranteed to be undetected by the maximum O2 degree. In particular, it is the most important thing that Frankie himself can't even notice. In this way, it is possible that when the Judicial Island incident still occurs 2 years later, Frankie himself will not know that Pluto's drawings have been backed up. As for whether the Judicial Island incident will happen, Arthur doesn't know. But if you want to go to the New World, a better ship is indispensable. Maybe it will come. Furthermore, whether he goes or not, he will have to burn the drawing when CP9 finds Frankie's body. It was night. These guys were drunk one by one. All of them are like wine barrels, and I don't know how much I drank. Especially Frankie, who drank at least a barrel of wine. Arthur waited here from 9 o'clock in the evening until 3 in the middle of the night. He waited for almost 6 hours. The long wait made Arthur couldn't help but scold his mother. After waiting for a few hours, Arthur didn't want to wait anymore. But when I think about it, I have been waiting for so long, so I might as well just wait for a while. Because of this psychology, Arthur waited so long. Seeing the drunken drunks one by one, slumped like a puddle of mud, Arthur floated slowly from the beam of the room in the dark. Mad, the wine in this world still doesn't seem to work. It's not strong enough. Go back this time and let them make a you lie. While angry, Arthur couldn't help but think of a good way to make a fortune. Even in the future, it can also serve as a state-owned enterprise for swallowing gold at the bottom of the Angel Empire. When he walked to Frankie, Arthur frowned. Enduring the violent smell of alcohol, he carefully induced Frankie's body with electromagnetic force. Although I knew that the Pluto design was inside Frankie's body, I didn't know where it was. But as long as you use electromagnetic force to turn on the various organs on his body, open it and take a look. Click. As Arthur used electromagnetic force to force the switch on Frankie's abdomen, a small door suddenly appeared in his abdomen. Open it with electromagnetic force, and there are 2 bottles of Coke inside. Seeing this scene, Arthur couldn't help but uttered, "It's really weird. It's really weird that 2 bottles of Coke have so much energy." As Arthur turned over Frankie's body, this guy seemed to be sober because of his passive body. Upon seeing this, Arthur put his hands on both sides of Frankie's head. The weak electromagnetic waves, like a gentle massage hand, moved Frankie's brain waves, guiding Frankie's brain into a deeper sleep. This move is a new move developed by Arthur. At that time, it was developed for those who trained the fruit ability to quickly regain their energy. Because of the development of this trick, Arthur's control of his own abilities has improved a lot. If the previous level of ability control was 90%, then it is now 99%. In the past, the smallest unit that can be controlled is a voltage of 1 volt, but now it can achieve 10 microvolts. Regardless of this negligible voltage, it has no effect. But in fact, if Arthur can control it to 1 microvolt, then it can be further controlled to the extent of charged particles and electron protons. Well, there is no problem with Arthur being called a god, because at that time Arthur was no different from the true god. If Arthur can really reach that level, he can now directly hit Mary Jo, destroy Lord Yim and the Sky Dragon, and dominate the world. Arthur finally found a stack of very old-looking books in the secret compartment of Frankie's abdomen. Great. A more powerful hole card is in hand. Arthur suppressed the urge to laugh, did not directly touch the Pluto design album with his hands, but attracted it into the air with a weak gravitational force. And then the teleport disappeared. That room didn't have the right lighting and place to take pictures of Pluto's design completely. He teleported to a room near Frankie's house, and Arthur directly guided the owner into a deep sleep with the same microwaves. and then turned on the light indifferently. Click, click, click. The best camera in the world is constantly shining, taking pictures of Pluto's design page by page. Looking at the content on the design drawings, Arthur was not aware of the calendar, only felt that he was really tall. Occasionally, with some design, Arthur can intuitively see the power of Pluto. However, there are too few places that Arthur can understand. But even so, Arthur was shocked by some of the content that he could understand. Pluto claims to sink an island with a shelling, and it really is not a vain name. Moreover, Arthur also saw a familiar thing above. The Fenglai cannon, Lion's Roar cannon and General cannon of Frankie and Sunshine Sunny were all modified according to this design. Looking at the design drawings, if it were built, it would be really not difficult to sink an island with a shell. In addition, there are other weapon system propulsion systems on Pluto. In short, if you really want to say it, I am afraid that the same size and power will be higher than that of laser weapons. However, it is indeed a bit rare to be miniaturized into a weapon such as a laser gun. In less than 10 minutes, Arthur took a clear picture of all the less than 100 pages of Pluto's content. In order to make sure that there were no omissions, Arthur checked one by one 3 times before erasing the traces he had appeared before, turning off the light and disappearing into the room. At Frankie House, no one showed any signs of waking up. Arthur put back the original Pluto drawing as it was. Superman's memory allowed Arthur to restore the Pluto design album to almost exactly the same as before. The feet are not touching the ground, there are no fingerprints, except for taking pictures with the camera. There are people who have not touched anything in the whole process. Unless it is a person with the devil fruit ability, it is impossible for anyone to find it. But apart from the kind of devil fruit like time retrospect, who can find it on their own heads? I have to say that Arthur is really careful to the extreme for the design of Pluto. But there is no way. Arthur knew very well that once the news that he got the Pluto design atlas was released, the world government would definitely not let him go. Although Arthur is not afraid, the power of the world government is already very strong in the face of it. It is still unknown how much power there is. After getting the blueprint, Arthur did not leave directly, but appeared near Bruno's tavern, and then used electromagnetic fields to induce. Coincidentally, Bruno just appeared. And the way he appeared was to push a door open from the air, and he appeared directly in the room. Of course, Arthur did not see all this with his own eyes, but felt a sudden fluctuation in the air, and then a person appeared in the room. It seems that the fruit of the door has indeed been eaten by him. Let me just say, this kind of fruit can open a space door from the air. This is already an advanced application. How could it be that the story has developed to 7 only eaten in the water capital? Arthur frowned, regretful. But it doesn't matter. Once you get the dark fruit, just find a chance to get it away. This trip got the Pluto Design Atlas, which is one of the few that can be called a great harvest in the nearly 10 years since Arthur came to the world of One Piece. That day, Arthur did not go back to the Sky Island, but went directly to the moon. Pluto's Design Atlas, get it now. Moreover, there are other things that need to go up. Chapter 145, The Moon, in a Secret Room. What? These photos are the design drawings of Hades, known as the most ferocious battleship in history. Xii's surprised voice sounded. Huh? How is this possible? Dora Adams, Morse Eddy, Tom Cork and the others were shocked and went forward to grab the photo. This seems to really be. Dora Adams muttered to herself in disbelief. How did you get this kind of thing? This is the overall design of the Pluto battleship. This is a partial design. This is the power system. This is the weapon system. This is. Dora Adams, who has been an assistant researcher under Burgerpunk and Vince McGage, is most familiar with these design drawings, and she involuntarily mutters every time she turns over a sheet. This kind of thing should be something that the world government has been exploring secretly. God, how did you get it? Although Tom Kirk's main focus is on the study of devil fruits, in other respects, he is also a technically equivalent person. Hi scientist. I won't say much about the origin of this thing. In short, I managed to get this design atlas. It is absolutely real. Arthur waved his hand, without telling the process and origin of the design atlas. I just want to know, can you research this thing and build it? Arthur only wanted to know this thing now. Hearing this, everyone was silent for a while. We have to take a good look at this design drawing before we can have some preliminary judgments and speculations. Dora Adams said with her eyes open. Okay, you guys just do a little research here. Tell me the answer. Arthur nodded. Indeed, this level of black technology, if you don't take a good look, no one can know if this Pluto battleship can be built. For a long time, the scientists present circulated and read all the design drawings. Then, except for the sound of breathing, the room fell completely silent. Arthur watched as everyone thought carefully and did not disturb, but waited patiently. Basically impossible. It's hard to do. It's as difficult as the sky. Too difficult. The four top scientists spoke one after another, with a surprisingly consistent tone, and all of them were slanderous tones about the construction of the Pluto battleship. Arthur frowned. Why? Manpower issues? Or does the research team need to continue to grow? God. There are many problems. The scientific research team is still a bit weak now. We need at least 10 times the scientific research strength at this time. Manpower is one aspect, but 90% of this can be solved by robots, not to mention. What? The Pluto battleship is large in size and requires a special dock. This is also a bit. Moreover, the construction of the Pluto battleship requires a series of processing plants such as various accessories, components, and assembly parts. This is still a point. The production materials require a lot of materials. Hey Ailushi, this is also a bit. These may not sound difficult, but the implementation involves many aspects. It is too much. To build the Pluto battleship, I am afraid that there are millions of talents for peripheral work alone. However, these people are processing parts for various factories, etc. So I just said that they can be replaced by robots. However, even if they can be replaced by intelligent robots, more than 100,000 people are still needed. There are also various materials, especially Heilu stone. The most rare thing is a scientific research team with a scale of more than 1,000 people. Moreover, there must be more than 10 top scientists. As the most veteran Ashia here, these words were naturally made by him who is most familiar with Arthur. Arthur frowned, thinking about two questions. One is a scientific research team with more than 1,000 people. And there are also top scientists with more than 10 people. A large number of seafloor stones. This can be said to be 3 difficult conditions, but apart from these 3 points, the others are not so difficult. The scientific research team needs thousands of people, and there are at least 10 top scientists. This is a very difficult place. There are so many scientists in this world. With the intelligence network of the world government, if too many scientists disappear, it will inevitably cause concern. And Heilashi, as a strategic material of One Piece world, the world government pays more attention to it. At present, Arthur also knew that a large number of Heilu stones were being produced in Hezi country. Moreover, even the world government intervened in Heilashi of Wano country. This is a little troublesome. Arthur frowned, thinking about it. I don't know if the Heilu quarry exists elsewhere. It is impossible for the entire Edring planet to possess this kind of ore in a large number of countries. It seems that a special mineral exploration team must be established. Decided to set up an exploration team, then Heilashi can be said to have been resolved to a certain extent. After all, this is just a kind of mineral. Even if the country of Wazi is the world's largest mine, there will be other places with different scales of Heilu quarries. And the scientist. Arthur was really helpless about this. If it doesn't work, you can only start with them. But it's not easy to control, so I have to wait. And when the secret fruit is in hand, many of my plans can be implemented more safely and smoothly. Well, I will solve these 2 things in the next few years. You only need to start researching some of the high-tech content. The main thing is to study what I asked you to study as soon as possible. The construction of the battleship of Hades is not in a hurry. According to Arthur's view, It will take 4 years from now to the beginning of the plot, and when Luffy appears in the country of Wano, it will take at least 5 or 6 years from now when he becomes the One Piece and learns the secret of D and the 100 years that were blank 800 years ago, and a storm is set off in the world. As for subverting the world government, I am afraid it will take longer. Even if the protagonist's halo is turned on and the momentum is like a broken bamboo, Arthur can also make shots from time to time, interrupting their progress and delaying time. Arthur's words made the scientists nodded, and then they all picked up Pluto's design atlas and looked at it again. Compared to others, they wanted to take a good look at Pluto's design at this time. This is a legend. In particular, they also know some missing about the Three Kings, although they only know that Pluto is one of the most ferocious warships in history. Uranus, Pluto, Aquaman, Poseidon. Each of the three ancient weapons has the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. And now, the plan of Pluto is right under their noses. For these scientists, there is nothing more attractive to them than this. However, there was one person who didn't watch it, and that was Ashia. Ashia came to Arthur's side and whispered, "God, we have purified the substance pyroperon in the sea tower stone." Oh? Arthur looked at Ashio immediately upon hearing this. To what extent is it purified? If the content of pyroperon in a relatively good Heilu stone is 10%, then we have now purified it to 65%. If we continue, it will be too difficult, replied grave accent Darius is great. Take me to sea now. If you don't continue, let me see how your refined things work. Arthur has been waiting for this for a long time. Whether Arthur's vision can be realized in the future depends on these purified pyroperon substances. Once it can be achieved, it will be a great thing. Ashai nodded, glanced at the design drawing, and took Arthur away with some nostalgia in his eyes. After a while, the two came to Ashia's exclusive research institute. That's it. There is only so much quantity at present. If necessary, as long as there is sea floor stone, then you can continue to purify it. Ashia pointed to a metal can and said to Arthur. Arthur stepped forward a little excited and opened the metal cube. Although contained in a metal can, Arthur felt some discomfort the moment he touched the metal can. After opening, it was packed in a jar, probably less than 2 kilograms, and it looked very beautiful blue crystal powder. This powder is very beautiful, shining with a blue crystal light. This thing, let's call Henghai's sand. That word is really a bit confusing. Arthur looked at the powder that made him intensely uncomfortable, and said a name. Zizi, trying to activate the ability. Arthur did not feel suppressed. It seems that even if it is purified to this level, if you don't touch it, the capable person will not be affected. Arthur nodded secretly, and then inserted a finger into the sand of the constant sea. Hiss! The moment I inserted it, Arthur couldn't help taking a breath. Weak, powerless to hook. This sand of the constant sea is too powerful to restrain those with fruit ability. Even a strong man like Arthur could not resist. According to the reality of the world of One Piece, seawater cannot prevent the capable person from activating their abilities, but they can no longer swim in the water. The sea floor stone is able to prevent those with abilities from launching abilities. Of course, according to different people's physiques, everyone reacts differently. Some people feel weak or even limp when encountering seawater or sea rocks, such as Luffy. But only when the physical strength is reached, it will generally only be unable to swim in the sea, and will not weaken. Heilushi can only disable such capable people. However, now Arthur clearly felt weak, which was enough to show the strong restraint of the sands of the constant sea against those with fruit abilities. Pulling his finger out of it, Arthur nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Okay, the purity is very good. I will prepare some sea floor stones later. At least give me a cubic amount of purification." "Okay." Ashai nodded, no question what Arthur wanted this thing for. However, he has thought about using this purified powder to make weapons specifically for those with fruit abilities. Surely it will be alright. Chapter 146. The original second group has now become the fourth research group of the third largest group. When they came last time, They were preparing to test mobile terminals and satellites. In the following months, the test went very smoothly, with only some minor vulnerabilities, which were all filled afterwards. Now, as long as the satellite communication network is laid and mobile phones are manufactured, this crossage product can be sold to the world. But Arthur also thought about it at the time, and felt that it is not a good choice to get a mobile phone directly, because it is easy to get the attention of the world government. Therefore, Arthur decided that this time when he came to the moon, he would get the TV industry and movie theater lines out first. When televisions become popular all over the world, movie theaters will be available on most human islands around the world, and then we will decide whether to get a mobile phone. Anyway, without this brain hole and the existence of phone worms as an ideological obstacle, no one would think of using their own communication network to create more advanced mobile terminals. God, according to your instructions, now both TVs and VCDs can be put into production. DVDs have also been developed. These are not difficult technologies. There are also projectors that can also be put into mass production. The person in charge of the fourth group, that is, the person in charge of the second group, reported to Arthur. Really? Then, without the supervision and guidance of technical personnel, can these things be stably made? Arthur is still concerned about this. In the Angel Empire, except for those who are in the army, there is very little knowledge that can do anything. Arthur also didn't want them to become technicians on the assembly line. Although Arthur occupied Appiado, the school was already opened when the Angel Kingdom was established. There are elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, and universities. But there are still very few who can get out of the university. Yes, God. At your request, the robots did not build robots with human emotions for no special reason. Therefore, the current robots have human intelligence and execution ability, and they can't make mistakes. There are projects that these robots are responsible for. You can't go wrong. Regarding Arthur's question, the fourth group leader's answer was very confident. Really? Arthur nodded and said with satisfaction, if this is the case, then I will prepare a floating island to make various electrical appliances for film and television. You have all the robots ready. By the way, the intelligent production line I told you before has also been researched out. Arthur suddenly remembered this. Compared with robots as workers, it is undoubtedly better to have an advanced intelligent production line. Of course, God. I'm about to say this. Intelligent production lines are not complicated. What is complicated is intelligence. But with these robot manufacturing materials that are indistinguishable from humans, intelligent production lines are not difficult. Therefore, the huge number of robots estimated at the beginning can basically be eliminated. 80. That's the best. This time I go back and I will have someone prepare a new island. 3 months later, the factory will be ready to officially start. After Arthur finished speaking, he stood up and walked out. Yes, God. The fourth group leader got up and sent Arthur out, and immediately went back to start his own research. It has been more than 4 months since Tom Kirk, who specializes in devil fruits, came to the moon. Later, Arthur also discovered that this person's research on devil fruits was not weaker than Caesar's. He absorbed the research on devil fruits such as those bloodline factors that he had given him very quickly, and studied a technique that Arthur paid more attention to. That is to give non-creatures the devil fruit ability. This is a very important study for Arthur. If you can give an object the ability to give fruits, let alone a weapon with the ability of devil fruits, what you need most is definitely a space ring. With the space ring, it will play a huge role in many cases. For example, in Arthur's plan, he will rely on the space ring to obtain huge benefits and danger, to the extent that it can shock the world. When looking for Tom Cork, he was still immersed in things about the battleship of Hades. God, what do you want me to do? Tom was taken out of the house by Arthur, sober from thinking, and asked Arthur, I want to know, what happened to the ability to give objects the devil fruit? Oh, this technology has been successfully researched. As long as you need it, I can give you all the devil fruit abilities for the objects you choose. When it comes to his field of expertise, Tom immediately eloquently talked. However, Arthur has suffered from the losses of these scientists who are obsessed with scientific research many times. Before Tom can continue, Arthur continues to ask, so, can intelligent machines develop fruit? Tom hesitated suddenly. After a long while, he said, God, I am not sure about this so far. After we use the animal devil fruit you prepared to empower the robot, he will be able to use the fruit ability. But is there any further development? I'm not sure about this. It's just an order to develop the fruit ability, and I'm still waiting for the result. Hearing this, Arthur frowned. After thinking about it, Arthur asked again, if this machine is completely controlled by humans, and humans help the development of this intelligent machine, is there such a possibility? Tom hesitated again. But this time, his hesitant eyes were faintly shining. This seems to be also a research direction. Intelligent machines are compatible with human thinking or are completely dominated by human thinking, and humans help them develop fruit. This idea seems to be very valuable for research. Tom murmured, talking to myself, the more I think about it, the more I feel that this kind of speculation is highly possible. It took a long time for Tom to wake up from this kind of thinking. Then, he excitedly said to Arthur, the guess you said is indeed possible. But this still requires a lot of research, so I can't give an accurate answer at this time. In this case, then you will prepare a ring for me. Smart ring. It must have its own thinking, but also can be completely dominated by my thinking. This matter is jointly responsible by you and Eddie. In the High Yuan calendar 1522 you must get it out before the year. Tom frowned. I'm afraid it's too difficult, even if it's too difficult for me and Eddie to work together. Arthur looked at Tom in surprise, and said strangely, why, with you and Eddie's level, this is not a difficult thing, right? Tom smiled bitterly and shook his head, and said, except for the ring you mentioned, Eddie and I can do it under other conditions. But the ring, this is too small, and our current level can't make such tiny components at all. What comes out can only be a ring with no intelligence or low intelligence. Even if it is completely manipulated by humans, it is very clumsy and can only be operated simply. Is it because the components are too small to make smart ones? Arthur looked at Tom a little helplessly. Yes. Tom nodded seriously. Okay, I see. Are you interested in becoming a demon fruit-capable person? A smile appeared on the corner of Arthur's mouth, and it was a coincidence. Devil fruit? I am only responsible for research and creation. It is a bit wasteful to eat devil fruit. However, unless it is the kind of fruit that can enhance IQ or assist scientific research. Tom replied, I'm not sure if this fruit is helpful to your scientific research, but it should be there. Arthur laughed. Excuse me, what fruit is it? Tom was a little curious. If it can be of some help to scientific research, then he doesn't mind eating such a fruit. Big fruit? Big fruit? Seeing Tom with some doubts, Arthur explained. The so-called big fruit means that an object can be enlarged from its original size to 100 times the size of the object. Then this fruit is very helpful for scientific research. Many things that are too small to be researched can be studied more easily by zooming in. Moreover, it is more convenient to make microelements. If you can have this fruit, then there is nothing wrong with the said smart ring. It can be made in half a year. When Tom heard the effect of the big fruit, he was a little excited. That's better. I'll go back today, and I will bring you the fruit tomorrow. However, if you want to control the fruit power to 100 times, I am afraid that it will take a lot of time to develop. Arthur felt that it was made in half a year. This maybe it's a bit too big. However, Tom smiled confidently and said, God, I am studying devil fruit. Moreover, I am very confident in myself, except that it is difficult to awaken, and it takes only half a year to enlarge the object 100 times at most. This is my confidence as a scientist, and even more so as a scientist who specializes in devil fruits. Okay. It's better if you are so confident. Arthur nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, Arthur left the moon and went straight to the island of gods. In the past few years, many fruits have been collected, but the Superman series are too rare, and this big fruit is just one of the 2 Superman fruits now. Chapter 147. Returning to the Sky Island from the moon, Arthur immediately took the big fruit and some of the newly collected sea tower stones and went to the moon again and gave them to Ashia and Tom Cork. It has been the 3rd day since the opening of heaven in the sky. A total of millions of people on 50 islands consume here, and this number is constantly increasing in large numbers every day. This is also the sky paradise just opened. So there is a backlog of people who come here to entertain. When the freshness is over, it is estimated that there will only be less than 1 million people here every day. After only 3 days of opening, it is estimated that the income has reached more than 1 trillion Baileys, which is basically more than 100 million per capita. Of course, these are after the yuan is converted to Bailey, and the expenses are not removed. Moreover, the development of these projects by Sky Island also needs to pay back. However, even if the flow of people is restored to normal levels, the daily income is estimated to reach about 200 billion after the cost is recovered. Excluding the cost and the salary of 100,000 people, it is estimated that there will be nearly 100 billion yuan in income every day. It is said that Tazalo, who has eaten the golden fruit, controls 20% of the world's funds. So according to the current income level of the sky heaven, I am afraid it will be stronger soon. After all, the whole world should be more than 100 trillion Baileys. After returning from a trip to the moon, Arthur began to act on his original vision. If it succeeds, it will also be a big hole card. Because of the existence of IQ grass, Arthur inadvertently thought that IQ grass could evolve according to people's subconscious and environment. Then one of his current subconsciousness must be to remove the shortcomings of his fear of seawater and sea floor stones. In the original battle with Kaido, Arthur discovered that the opponent was not afraid of seawater at all, and he truly felt how much convenience and advantage it would bring if those with the ability were not afraid of seawater. So in envy, Arthur suddenly thought of whether IQ grass could help him evolve. How about evolving to be completely unafraid of the ingredients in Hail Rock? If he is not restrained by the sands of the constant sea, then in the future wars, Arthur can even make himself a weapon mixed with high-purity sea-building stones. 65% purity of the sand of the constant sea, even Arthur would feel weak and powerless. Arthur did not believe that anyone could resist it. I am afraid that even Kaido will be restrained to a certain degree. Then in the battle, using this weapon to fight against the Devil Fruit powerhouse, the advantage is not even a star and a half. In the secret room, Arthur evenly sprinkled the sand of Hanghai on the ground, then took off his clothes and walked up. In an instant, Arthur felt soft in his legs. Feeling this stronger restraint and weakening, Arthur estimated that this evolution might take a long time. Lying on the ground covered with the sand of the eternal sea, Arthur stuffed an IQ grass into his mouth. After swallowing it, with Arthur's ability to control the body, he felt a strange energy slowly radiating from his stomach to the whole body. In a year's time, I don't know if I can evolve to this level of immunity to the sands of the constant sea. Arthur's murmur echoed in the secret room. A month and a half later, nearly 600 government officials from all over the world came to Sky Island. These officials are all to participate in the first WTO ministerial meeting. Basically, officials from more than 170 participating countries have all arrived here. The host of the first session was Gancool. Over the years, Arthur proposed the major policies and plans, and then retold them in detail to Gancool, explained them to him, and then he implemented them. And Gancool did not disappoint. After all, he was a god, and he still had some abilities in political affairs. Under his handling, many government affairs are in order. It can be said that if there is no Gancool, Arthur may not be able to find such a person to help himself at a time. Because Arthur needs strength more than politics. During this period of time, apart from going to Chambord to get the seeds or branches of Sun Tree Eve, Arthur basically didn't do anything else. And fortunately, the seeds of Yangtze Eve do exist, but because of the climate and airspace, this kind of seeds can hardly germinate in other places. But this is not difficult for Binns, who is a man of frightful power. So Binns was called for a second time, but this time was obviously simpler than the last time. There is no comparison between a tree a few hundred meters high and a supergiant plant more than 10,000 meters high. A total of only 18 Eve seeds of the Sun Tree were found, one in each of the 8 locations around the Murloc Island, and there were a total of 10 on the Murloc Island. The distribution is reasonable and beautiful, and the mermaid's pursuit of beauty is also very powerful. I handed over the sea-giving matter to Binns, and it was estimated that it would take less than a month to talk about all these things. In order to thank Binns, Neptune also invited him to Dragon Palace and enjoyed the food. After that, Arthur also gave him a 50 million coupon, which made Binns very excited. In addition to these, there are the electrical companies and movie theaters, but Arthur has already handed it over to the government. Just need to find Jessica by yourself and help transport it when the time comes. And this time to go to the City of Seven Waters, the idea born in the long wait, New Liang Ai. For the other wines, Arthur didn't know how to make them. But New Liang Ai, he had seen it accidentally, originally. These were all things from deep memory, but for the things in the previous life, if Arthur carefully recalled, he could even recall many small things. So Arthur left the proportions of New Liang Ai and the approximate production method, and let them study the rest. After all, this must be the national enterprise of the Angel Empire. Anyway, Arthur himself doesn't need money, because not only the whole country can be said to be up to him, and there are countless treasures under the sea. You can get it if you want. Arthur. With Jessica's devil fruit ability and Arthur's electromagnetic field, it is not difficult to find a lot of gold treasures. Therefore, it was not that the two of them had done this before. Find flowers no interest in money, and all recent plans were handed over to the Sky Island government and Gangcole as the consul. So Arthur was idle for a while and basically realized his conjecture in the secret room. Among the 10 commanders of the army, the 4 who had newly eaten the fruit are still constantly training their fruit abilities. After more than 6 months, their development of the fruit has been quite good with Arthur's help. It is expected that Yana and Weepo will become Comrade General level powerhouses in at most another 6 months. And now Anilu and Urki, who have become Comrade Generals, are also working hard to climb stronger. According to Arthur's vision, in 1522 High Yuan calendar, perhaps he will have 2 or even 4 strong generals under his command, and perhaps 2 or 3 other army commanders can become strong generals at the quasi-general level. As for Raki, Arthur is still not sure, and can only say that at the beginning of the original plot, he may be able to become a strong at the general level, or perhaps a strong at the general level. 0 In any case, my own background will continue to develop in these years, and in recent years has caused a short period of outbreak. At that time, he can truly be on par with the Navy. As for the world government, Arthur is still unaware that he will be able to deal with it 2 or 4 years later. In short, all the methods Arthur has been laying down are still brewing one by one, and they are blooming and bearing fruit. The 10 major legions, because of the 6 forms, have also fallen into penance. At present, all of them have mastered the shave. This is also because their strength has reached the level of Brigadier General. This can be learned in a short time. Otherwise, just to shave, they would have to study for a year or 2. However, in addition to shave, which is learned by all members, the other 5 types have not been popularized. Only the squad captains and legion captains learned 1 or 2 moves other than overshaved. As for Arthur, in order to return his life, all 6 forms have been learned, and some derivative techniques have even been developed. But only learning without fighting is not good for the 10 legions. That's why Arthur mentioned the things that would allow people to join the Navy in a meeting with Wu Laoxing more than half a month ago. And the first group sent by Arthur to the Navy were the Flame Legion and the Divine Might Legion that were responsible for the external battles. At Arthur's request, these people became Jessica's subordinates, who had now been promoted to Major General. Now they have entered the New World and become a member of the G5 branch. As for the remaining legions, Arthur was also thinking about how to increase their combat experience. Void and Shadow Stream don't need it, because they don't need how strong fighting ability they are hiding in the dark. But the other 6 legions need the baptism of battle more or less. While in retreat, Arthur was also pondering this matter, until in mid-September, I saw the contents of the newspaper. Second, Chapter 148. 9 Snake Pirates. Arthur read the newspaper while eating. Thinking of that beautiful woman, Arthur couldn't help but marvel. The figure and appearance of the other party's exploding figure are infinitely reverie. Compared with Bei Ixing, the female emperor Snake Jia really makes people more lustful. Seeing Snake Jia's news in the newspaper, Arthur thought of the uninhabited island in the northwest, next to Hydra Island, which is full of powerful and fierce beasts. Ruscana. In the original plot, after the Battle of the Top, Luffy practiced on the island there. The beasts above, Luffy was absolutely at the level of an elite major general at the time, but Raleigh said at the time that it was estimated that there were more than 500 that Luffy could not defeat. If you can practice on that island, and wait until you hit all the way from above, you can at least become a strong person above the middle and upper ranks of the Lieutenant General. It's decided, the next place for training is to make islands. 40 seasons with many changes. Changes will occur every week. This is the most suitable for the Legion. Suddenly Arthur thought of this suitable place for spiritual practice, so he was going to take a look. But before going, Arthur took another trip to the moon. One day later, Arthur flew in the air and found the Amazon Lily, and the northwestern part beside it was the destination for this time, Ruscana. Arthur flew down from the sky and landed on this island. It just so happens that now is the time for the seasons to change. Before Arthur had time to do anything from the air to landing, he saw that the seasons of the island were changing rapidly. Sure enough, this island is very suitable for training, such a brutal and extreme climate change. Feeling the speed and extreme degree of the change of the seasons, Arthur nodded in satisfaction, and then released his experience. Perceiving the specific situation on the island, even Arthur couldn't help being shocked. It seems that in the plot, Raleigh did not carefully perceive this island. At the level of a relatively strong elite major general, there are basically nearly 800 beasts on this island that Luffy cannot defeat. The pinnacle elite major general, there are 500 beasts close to the rank of lieutenant general, more than 200 at the rank of lieutenant general, close to nearly 100 among the elite. 5 of them have reached the level of an elite lieutenant general. No wonder Luffy leaves from here. After that, he directly gained the strength of a quasi-general. This is a treasure. Arthur's eyes were full of light. If his remaining 8 legions were thrown here, I am afraid that the increase in strength would not be worse than the Flames and Power legions that went to the G5 branch of the New World. I don't need the fruit ability, just test it myself. After muttering to himself, Arthur disappeared on the island. Amazon Lily, in the Palace of 9 Snakes. A beautiful woman was infinitely graceful at this time, leaning lazily on the python. Not knowing what she was thinking, Master Snake Jia, a 9 Snake Island warrior, came in and glanced at Snake Jia with a blushing face, and then whispered, "Huh?" Snake Jia returned to her senses and looked at the soldier. "Is there a problem?" Although Snake Jia's attitude is very arrogant, she looks high, but the female warrior doesn't care at all, but her eyes are pitiful. Lord Snake Jia, there seems to be something unusual on the island in the northwest. What's the change? Snake Jia asked with one hand on her face. The monsters on that island have rioted. It seems that something has appeared on that island, and there may be people. The female soldier replied. What? Someone? There is no wind here. Snake Jia frowned. I don't know. I only know that there seems to be something fighting the beasts on that island. Now the whole island is rioting. We haven't seen anyone passing by the sea, and it is impossible for Sea Kings to reach the depths of the island. Capable. The female soldier shook her head. Snake Jia thought about it. If no one passed by, it might be from the sky. It is impossible for the Sea Kings to go to that island unless they want to go there for food. Prepare the boat. I'll take a look at AI's family. It's time to go out and looting. Snake J commanded, got up and went back to the bedroom. Half an hour later, in the farewell sound of the people of Nine Snake Island, Snake J stepped onto the boat, and then the boat was dragged by the giant snake to slowly drive away from the island. At this time, on the uninhabited island Ruscaina, Arthur didn't use his abilities at all, and beat all the 100 beasts and the 5 strongest monsters on the island that were close to the level of elite lieutenant generals. The 5 monsters are very strong, and the level of an elite lieutenant general is not at all watery. If the professor armed them with domineering, it is estimated that only the level of quasi-general can steadily suppress them. Even now, with their powerful bodies, they can fight back and forth against the elite lieutenant generals. You 5, I will be my subordinates from now on. Here, I will be the new king. Do you understand? Arthur smiled as he looked at his material beast with fear in front of him. With these guys, your own army can start to become stronger again. After speaking to the 5 strongest beasts, watching them scrambled and nodded, after lowering his head to express surrender, Arthur nodded in satisfaction and flew into the air. As the world's strongest overlord, Arthur broke out and enveloped the entire island. In an instant, on the entire island, those animals who were still terrified of the monsters on the island before did not know why they were rioting. One by one shivered like quail. Those who did not have a major general level of combat power were all stunned. This is also because Arthur did not do his best. Otherwise, as long as his will has not reached a certain level, he will be stunned no matter how strong he is. After all, the Overlord's color is frightening, but regardless of the strength, it depends on the strength of the will. From today, I will be the master on this island. Kingdom ruins. No creatures are allowed to approach. I know that these creatures are very intelligent. Although Arthur doesn't understand the principle, it is probably useful to say it. In the original book, only the monster in front of the strange tree will not go. This is obviously not enough for a few legions to repair here, so it is necessary to warn in advance to find a place for practice at that time. Well, you guys go back. Remember, supervise for me. Without my permission, no creatures are allowed to approach the site. Arthur landed on the ground, gave orders to several behemoths, and then disappeared in place. He saw the ship of the Snake Princess pirate group in the air just now, but he didn't know if the other party saw him. Arthur sat on a big tree, waiting for the 9 snakes and pirates who were still a little away from here. Not long after, a red boat was dragged by 2 giant snakes and leaned towards the shore. Bang bang bang, the female soldiers on the boat ran off one by one, and then, the figure of Snake J appeared on the bow of the boat. The delicate brows frowned slightly, feeling the island carefully. Snake J didn't notice anything abnormal. This island, even hers, is not sure that it can come out of it intact. Those monsters are too powerful. Meet again, Snake J. Arthur's voice rang. Snake J's face changed. Only then did she notice a person on the big tree not far away. Eldest sister. It's the King Arthur. Sanderson's face changed after seeing who it was, and she looked at Arthur with fear. This is the world's top powerhouse. What are the intentions of appearing here? Arthur's voice made the female warriors of 9 Snake Island nervously raise the snake bow and aim at them with arrows. Stop it. Snake J knows that this low-end method is useless to the strong, and that the opponent is the world's top strong, and it is very likely to take action if it is targeted. Although she usually looks aloof and proud, Snake J actually has love for her country and people. 1.1 What are you doing here? This kind of place is of no use to you, right? Snake J frowned. This island is very useful to me. I am going to let my legion practice here. So from now on, it will be my territory. From now on, we will be neighbors. Arthur smiled and looked at Snake J, appreciating the fascinating face of the other party. What? No. When Snake J heard this, she slightly puffed her eyes and flatly refused. It's not for you. Arthur teleported from the tree to the side of Snake J. Sister, be careful. Master Snake J, be careful. Snake J's 2 sisters and a group of female warriors looked nervously at Arthur beside Snake J, but no one dared to do it. Knowing that the opponent's strength is not inevitable, they will not make a move. Otherwise, they will be annihilated by the opposing army. Ignoring other people's reactions, Arthur approached Snake J, and then with a frivolous smile, he provoked Snake J's chin. "Have you forgotten what I said at the beginning?" Chapter 149. Aromatic Feet. When Arthur got close and raised her chin, Snake J's eyes suddenly became colder, and she kicked her. Slap! Arthur instantly blocked this foot with his arms entwined with domineering arms. If this is not armed, I am afraid that no matter what person's arm will be kicked to pieces or petrified. In the original work, Snake J relied on the trick of fragrant feet to attack indiscriminately against people who had sex with her or not, causing many body parts to be petrified. This is an attack that will inevitably be injured. Everyone has to use armed defense to defend it. Seeing that a move was blocked, Snake J turned over, supporting the ground with both hands, and her two beautiful long legs attacked Arthur frantically like a Hot Wheel. Seeing this fragrant scene, Arthur didn't dare to take the edge and backtrack again and again. "Stop," Arthur said softly. Seeing that the opponent's attack never stopped, Arthur reluctantly released the thunder and lightning. Under Arthur's control, thunder only wandered on the deck, which happened to block Snake J's route. Her Snake J flicked lightly, and her whole body rose upside down and landed on the ship's side. Afterwards, her slender eyebrows frowned slightly, looking at Arthur coldly. "Insolent man. Leave here, you are not welcome here," Snake J said coldly. Seeing the expression in her eyes, she really hated men. Arthur shook his head slowly and said, "That's no good. This island is already mine, and you are mine too. I said it more than a year ago, right? See you again, I will make you me woman." Hearing this, Snake J's face became colder, and the chill in her eyes almost dazzled. But Arthur didn't care at all, but deliberately said, "I heard that the three sisters of Nine Snake Boy once fought with monsters and were cursed after killing each other. Since then, a No-2-I appeared on the back. Petrochemical. Well, the legend of your 9 snakes is like this." Arthur completely ignored the sudden pale cheeks of Snake J and her two sisters, and said to himself, "But you are obviously all demon fruit abilities. Oh, where did the curse come from? Your back seems to have some secret." After Arthur finished speaking, he disappeared instantly and appeared behind Snake J. Not good. Snake J and her two younger sisters' complexions changed drastically, and when they exclaimed, they all started automatically. Snake J quickly turned around, and her two younger sisters quickly rushed over. However, Arthur is a thunderbolt who is the fruit of thunder, and their speed can't actually keep up. Under the terrified expressions of the three sisters, Arthur grabbed the righteous cloak behind Snake J and tore it off. However, he did not continue to move, but let Snake J pale and fled to the side in horror. Seeing the three of them back to back, their faces pale, and their horrified eyes staring at him, Arthur couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It seems ... it's a little bit heartless to do so. Cough. Arthur gave a dry cough, and then said, "Just kidding." After thinking about it, Arthur outrageously released his domineering look. This time it was a little bit fierce, except for the three sisters. All the other female soldiers were stunned. At this moment, the three sisters were not in the mood to care about the crew's condition, but they were relieved. If you expose your unbearable past here, the three boy sisters really don't know what to do. Stunned everyone, Arthur sat cross-legged on the side of the ship. Actually ... I know your past. This sentence made the three sisters pale in shock, and their expressions even more panic. For the first time, Snake J showed fear and helplessness on her face. "I am a person with thunder and fruit ability. If I want to, I can listen to people's inner thoughts. I just learned about your situation by accident. It's painful, isn't it? Being treated as slaves by such a bunch of scum. But it doesn't matter, I can help you." Arthur took out a small pot from his arms, and then gestured to the three sisters who were already limp on the ground and at a loss, and said, "That scar can be removed. This is the strongest dozen doctors in the world. The medicines that are prepared can be treated with subtle electrotherapy according to my ability, and even the burn marks of decades can be removed." "You ... is the ... really?" The three sisters seemed to see the straw for life-saving, and looked at Arthur with a little excitement, but there was fear and doubt in the depths of their eyes. Arthur stood up, walked to the three sisters, and then squatted down in front of Snake J. Of course it's true. Didn't I say? Next time I meet, you are my woman. How can I let my woman bear such a shame? Try it. I won't lie to you. Besides, with my strength, there is no need to lie to you, right? Seeing the medicine jar close at hand, Snake J's eyes were full of struggle. Trust me, although you may be worried because of my status as the king of the franchise, believe me, that is just a stopgap. In the horrified eyes of the three sisters, Arthur said some of his plans. You actually want to do that? Snake J looked at the man in front of her with shock. She couldn't believe that the other party actually said that just now. So, try it. I really like you, otherwise I won't tell you. Arthur smiled and raised the medicine jar in his hand. For Snake J, Arthur really likes it, which is probably the psychology that a normal man should have. Such a stunning beauty has a scar that cannot be healed in her heart. How can she be indifferent because it is so simple to get the other party talking about the strong, so disdainful of beauty? How? Isn't the strong man a human? A strong man will have more inner desires. What is within reach? Why wait for others to collect it? After being confessed so repeatedly by Arthur, Snake J felt a shyness in her heart for the first time. Agia. Snake J hesitated and looked timid. Big sister. The two sisters. Snake J saw the big sister like this for the first time. Although they were still in shock, they couldn't help but called out. To be honest, their hearts hoped that what Arthur said is true. Forget it. Arthur shook his head, moved a little forward, and hugged a princess of Snake J. Snake J exclaimed, being hugged by a man for the first time, making her a little stunned for a while. Her two sisters also opened their mouths and looked at Arthur in disbelief. Arthur did not care about the reaction of the three of them, kicked a shrinking python next to him, and said, lead the way. As the python obediently led the way, Arthur hugged the blushing and bewildered snake girl into her room. Putting the snake girl on the big bed, Arthur said, show your back. You or me? The concubine body. The concubine body. Come by yourself. Snake J was very complicated and confused at the moment. She basically believed Arthur's words, and was confessed one after another by the other party. It was the first time in her life that she was so close to a man, which made her feel like a deer. Sit up gracefully, turn around and take off the clothes, and then hook the hair behind his head with both hands. The delicate hand trembled slightly. Snake J hesitated for a while, and finally she gritted her teeth and pulled her hair away. On the back, a dazzling and ugly brand appeared and destroyed everything. Gently rubbing the mark on Snake J's back, Arthur frowned, and then said, Snake J, this mark will not be effective once removed. It will take about half a month. But rest assured, this mark will be completely removed. Disappeared. Concubine body. Willing to believe in you. Snake J exposed the biggest scar in her heart to the man behind her, which almost meant that she gave up all choices to believe. This is the biggest pain mark in her heart and the softest place. Spread the ointment on Snake J's back, and then Arthur controlled the extremely small electric current in his palm to massage the scar, stimulating the cell tissue behind it. The slight tingling sensation made Snake J very nervous. She is very afraid that if this mark can't be removed, the hope and expectation that she had to let go of before will make her sink into deeper pain. Half an hour later, Arthur let out a sigh of relief. The effect of the medicine has been completely absorbed by the scar on the skin. Look at the mark, it is indeed softer and lighter than before. Before coming here, Arthur went to the moon for this ointment. Doctors are 20, no, they are doctors 40 to be precise. They are very good. At that time, Arthur only talked about the burns of the old soldering iron and the area used. Dozens of people put down other tasks at hand and studied together. In less than one night, this extremely powerful ointment was born. And to ensure that the medicine will cure disease, which made Arthur come here dubiously, it now appears that these doctors are indeed the strongest group of people in the world. and the methods are really powerful. It's like to," Arthur said with a smile on his face. "What?" Snakejir suddenly half-turned her body. Arthur was unable to recover for a while. Snakejir saw Arthur's gaze, turned around again, and then asked sheepishly, "Yeah, Arthur, is what you said is true? Arthur, what?" Arthur was awakened by the other party from the glimpse just now. Snakejir asked again, and Arthur nodded with a smile, and said, "Of course, let your two sisters come in and have a look." "Yeah?" Snakejir nodded shyly, and tweaked. "I know." After a while, Snakejir's two younger sisters were called in, and then watched Snakejir's back amidst anxiety and anticipation. Big sister. The two women looked at it for a while and found that it was indeed softened and lightened compared to before. Immediately, the two of them covered their mouths with tears in their eyes, and said in disbelief and excitement in surprise, "Really? Really faded a bit?" Snakejir bit her lower lip lightly, tears rolling down her eyes. For so many years, this scar has always been the deepest pain in her heart, and today, she finally saw the dawn of the scar disappearing. "Quickly, take a picture in the mirror for me. I want to see it myself." With the assistance of her two younger sisters, Snakejir successfully saw the dazzling brand behind her. Really? Faded. How about, I didn't lie to you? Arthur sat aside and smiled. "In other words, if this is used as a dowry, is it okay? Help the three of you get rid of that mark." Higher. Beach gift. The three women looked at Arthur abruptly. "Is this getting married?" Snakejir's eyes were full of shame, and after muttering to herself, she slowly lost her senses. "P.S. I feel that the recent writing is so boring. This may be the reason why a wave of people left. It's painful. I really am not suitable for writing about farming. But later the plot will get better. Therefore, it is free to ask for a flower evaluation here. Then ask for a custom subscription, and I will recommend it immediately. The grades are better, and the position on the website can be more powerful. Please, fatten up everyone. Chapter 150. Arthur stayed here for a long time in the Three Sisters' scar removal career. Of course, he didn't stay here all the time, because it would take about half a month to completely remove the scars for the Three Sisters. The day after finding Ruscana Island, Arthur went back to Sky Island. At present, Sky Island now has 8 legions in addition to the 2 major legions of the Flames and the Gods. And these 8 legions, Void and Shadow Current, do not need to face the combat legion types, so only 6 legions are counted. But in order to increase the strength of the whole army simultaneously, Arthur considered only Weeper, Laki, Yana, Anilu, Urki, Naz and others. Because these people are all elite lieutenant generals and above, 2 have become quasi-general strong, and 2 are close to the quasi-general. It is enough for them to stay on the Sky Island, and they will not have much effect when they go to Lascana Island. In addition, the deputy commander of the Urgi Legion is also an elite lieutenant general, and it won't take long to come back from where to practice. In this way, the defense force on the island is also sufficient. Therefore, Arthur finally decided that, except for the above-mentioned 6 people, all the others should go to Lascana Island to practice. Believe it won't take long. The commander of the Void Air Force Kamikali, the commander of the Shadow Stream Corps Iliad, and the 2 deputy commanders of the Shadow Stream Corps Iris, who are also the elite lieutenant generals, can also return from practice on that island. After deciding on the candidates, Arthur took them all the way to Ruscana Island that day. Previously, the whole island was frightened with the Overlord color, and the kingdom ruins that were not allowed to approach creatures just provided a good habitat for these 800 people. However, after sending them to the island and telling them that the kingdom site is a safe area, Arthur also told them that the natural climate on the island should not be resisted by human civilization. Moreover, the ruins of this kingdom can stay long. The deputy commander and the lieutenant-level squad leader can stay here for at most 30 days, and will survive on the island on their own within 30 days. And for the team leader without the lieutenant general's combat power, it was extended to 60 days. or 2 months. As for the other members of the regiment, Arthur gave a death order. Within 100 days, all members of the brigadier general level who did not reach the major general level must be promoted to the major general level. There are also members of the elite major general level. They can stay at the kingdom site for a week. Ordinary major generals can stay at the kingdom site for half a month. Over time, subtract 1 day of the time in the safe zone each month. In 1 year, these team members will be scattered all over the island to survive. As a result, in the next 2 years, there may be a large number of strong lieutenants in the top 10 legions, and strong ones close to the lieutenant general. Such an army will definitely make the world tremble. However, these people with good talents have been established as deputy heads and squad leaders. Except for these people who may have the talents of elite lieutenants or close to elite lieutenants, other team members are generally estimated to be the ceiling of the strength of ordinary lieutenants. IQ Grass, after all, does not have unlimited potential. It's just that these war angels, who were originally naval colonels, brigadier generals, and major generals, have been raised by 1 level. And being able to be a lieutenant general is already a lucky thing to the extreme. In addition, Arthur only did one thing, which was to give Snakejay a large amount of supplies, so that Snakejay did not need to looting in a short time, and stayed with Arthur wholeheartedly in order to remove the scars and work hard. Amazon Lily, in the palace of Hydra Island. Arthur leaned on Snakejay's soft big bed, and hugged Snakejay, who was weak and boneless. These days, except for the first few days, in the next 10 days Arthur lived in the palace of Snakejay for the reason for the 3 sisters' boy to lift the curse. The relationship between the 2 of them has also quickly warmed up in this short 10 days. As an old driver, facing a stunning beauty who was almost obedient to him, Arthur could only say that he was stable enough, otherwise he would die here. Except for the last step, Arthur and Snakejay basically have no secrets. In the past few days, Arthur and Snakejay have talked a lot, except for some things that he thinks is inconvenient to speak. Other he has said to Snakejay, including the matter of Arthur's several women. Just like the original book, the fanciful Snakejay fell into various sad dramas in an instant. 16 days have passed, from seeing Snakejay again, to taking Snakejay, and now, a total of 16 days have passed. The scars behind the 3 boy sisters disappeared cleanly, the heaviest shackles in my heart disappeared, and the 3 boy sisters became confident about it, and their temperament has also changed a lot. Even their somewhat stagnant strength began to slowly increase. Because of the lifting of their curse, Snakejay announced Arthur to the entire island, the future emperor's husband-in-law. The only man who can log on to Isla Mujirs. Although this decree was repeatedly obstructed by the first 3 generations of Emperor Nu, the arrogant woman Snakejay would not listen to her. In this kind of rouge-scented daughter country, even Arthur is a little cautious. These women who have never seen a man, facing a man, are still male angels, but they are very crazy. He couldn't do anything to her citizens on the island of one of his future wives. 3 days later, it was already October 1520 in the High Yuan calendar. In addition to getting along with Snakejay every day, Arthur used the sands of the constant sea to evolve his ability not to be afraid of pyroprone substances. However, on this day, Arthur received a secret protection from the boss of the underground intelligence organization. You mean, it is suspected to be the fruit of air pressure? Arthur looked serious and spoke with the intelligence organization on the opposite side using a confidential mobile phone prepared only for the intelligence organization. God. I'm not sure, I didn't have time to look up close. The fruit is on an island where the Whitebeard domain and the Ants domain meet. After the fruit appeared, it was immediately taken away by the nobleman on the island, and the money was given a seal. This nobleman has some strength, we may not be the opponent. The person in charge on the opposite side was a little sweaty. Is the other party a member of the world? Arthur asked. If the other party is an island of a franchise country, then you can't just grab things in the past. But if it's not, it doesn't matter if you destroy it yourself. No, the owner of this island is currently swinging between the Whitebeard and the Ant, wanting to be sold. However, it is estimated that he may take refuge in the ant. The New World privately has a white beard that is old and will not live for many years. Rumors. Grave accent diaresis. Although the Whitebeard pirates tried their best to crack down on this kind of remarks, they had little effect after all. Moreover, I heard that the ant's ministers might come to this island. Because this island is rich in chocolate flavor, the ant's possessiveness for food is not so strong. She can't let this island go. This person in charge was the first group who stayed in the New World to be in charge of the underground intelligence organization. So he was quite familiar with the New World situation. Is that right? It doesn't matter. Keep an eye on the pressure fruit and report the news to me at any time. I'll go back to the island afterwards. Arthur gave orders and hung up the phone. On her body, Snake Jill lay on Arthur's heart, listening to all the conversation. Arthur, are you the air pressure fruit for that Nami? Yeah. Arthur nodded, playing with the condensed fire in his hand. Nami is very talented in celestial phenomena, navigation and charting. She has now been studying for nearly 2 years on the small island of Visalia, which specializes in astronomical science. If she has the ability to produce air pressure, then she's right. The astronomical manipulation ability will be terrible, and it can help me a lot. A suitable fighting environment can bring me more increase. If she can awaken the fruit ability, it is hard to imagine how far she will play with the weather. Snake J. I have to go. This one, the fruit, is very important. You can't afford to lose it. Arthur glanced at the snake in his arms and said softly, okay. My concubine is waiting for you here. You have to be careful. Snake Jib blushed, broke free from Arthur's big hands, sat up and looked at Arthur and said seriously, well, wait for me. I will introduce you to each other if I have the opportunity. After speaking, Arthur kissed Snake J's red lips before disappearing from the palace. Air pressure fruit, a powerful fruit belonging to the upper level in the Superman series. Its ability is definitely stronger than Doflamingo's line fruit. Moreover, if Nami eats this fruit, her talent will develop the pressure fruit very powerful. For Arthur to easily produce a super thunderstorm celestial phenomenon as the main battlefield, there is absolutely no problem. Not to mention that once this fruit awakens, within a certain range, the celestial phenomena will be arbitrarily controlled by Nami. Therefore, the pressure fruit is a very important devil fruit in Arthur's future plans. For this fruit, even if it is to go to war with the ant, it will not hesitate.